Odyssey makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill. That's it. That's the dagger.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Last chance saloon to lock in a place in Lisbon. 4 teams already qualified through the group stage of the Blast Open 2025 here in the Copenhagen studios, but now only 2 more places remain as every team fighting to call themselves ever closer to the glorious Blast Open trophy. My name is Spirit, joined by MBK and Pimp for the final day here in the Copenhagen studio. Gentlemen, I'm gutted that this is the last day we're going to be having with you, MBK. It's been such a pleasure to have you up here on the desk. I really hope you've enjoyed yourself. And if you ever do retire from Counter-Strike, you're always welcome back, man.
Never retiring. It's never happening. Yeah, it's been amazing, and especially ending up on this day with such good games. I think it's gonna be the best way to finish this stint, and then yeah, we'll see what the future holds.
We had to wait a whole week to actually finally get you on a Vitality game, and I'm so excited for this. I'm not based at all, Jacob.
You're not based at all. I'm not based at all. He's not based at all. None of us are based. Obviously, Vitality right now the best team in the world, so that game is gonna be a banger, no doubt. But I think MOUZ have what it takes to make it competitive, and I think in general all the games that we've seen transpire so far this tournament, the quality of Counter-Strike that we've seen, not always at the highest, but I think the entertainment value of a lot of these games has been at an all-time high.
Yeah, should we talk about probably one of the craziest games that went down yesterday?
Do we have to?
101 rounds in total for Falcons versus Virtus.pro. This was crazy. I want to say it was back and forth, but it was Falcons leading the charge in the first half of every single map. VP just making life hard for themselves by having those slow starts, but ultimately it paid off.
I think Nico summarized it pretty well on his Twitter account, and if you're not following Nico, you should, but he basically just wrote lol, because that's kind of the feeling that you were sitting back with after watching Falcons do whatever they did versus VP. Every single map, Nathan, Falcons within the first 20-25 rounds were having a massive lead, looking like by far the best team, and then they stopped playing Counter-Strike. They ended up losing the game in a spectacular fashion, and as we spoke to Dexter about as well, one of the most heartbreaking losses probably of his career and probably also of Nico's.
I think unbelievable is the word, especially in the era of MR12, where games are supposed to be shorter. Well, there we go. We have one of the longest games I've ever seen, and then there was especially the way it happened, comebacks on every map, crazy rounds, P90 rushes. I think we saw everything in that game.
Shout out to the guy that actually translated that electronic stuff and tweeted it at me. Go over to Twitter if you want to see the direct translation of that. Definitely, yeah, it was pretty bad, but fair play. I like it when he gets a little bit fired up. Spirit versus FaZe. I think we were expecting this to maybe be a closer affair, just looking at the history between these two organizations, but Spirit just on another level.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of a reality check for FaZe Clan. They're simply not ready yet. You know, taking upon a formidable opponent like Spirit, it requires you to play your A game if you want to win that game. And as we saw, a lot of frustrations coming out from the FaZe Clan camp, and they weren't able to make the game competitive. To me, that was the disappointment, Nathan. Not necessarily them losing 2-0, but not being able to push Spirit more. I expected a tiny bit more on this whole Elise integration within FaZe, but we have to wait a bit longer.
It almost feels like the score was a bit closer to what the reality was. It really just felt like Spirit was just ahead and they were in control of the game. They did not even need Dunk. They had everybody else that was fired up and that was playing very well, and Dunk was just in all those unlucky moments. And yeah, FaZe needs to have a little bit of spice, a little bit of something to activate the players, because this is just not working yet.
Alesia's former team of Liquid also eliminated by the hands of the MongolZ. I think that was maybe where we had predicted this series to be going. I kind of wish that Liquid had got at least a map to their name in that series.
Same story for me right here. Reality check for Team Liquid. Simply not ready yet. You know, the MongolZ is a good team. We know the MongolZ as a team that can potentially upset some of the best teams in the world. So them beating Team Liquid, not a big surprise. Them dominating Team Liquid without making the game close. I'm disappointed in Liquid. I expected more.
Especially, I think a lot of the rounds that Liquid won were just individual performances where it's just not good enough. Like in that day and age, and especially with the teams that are currently playing at a high level, they're very established, they're very stable in their results, and that's what makes them great. And Liquid, again, like there is something in the equation that is just not there. It's the same as several teams, but you want more because Liquid is a crazy good organization. They have crazy good players, and you just want to see them succeed better.
Yeah, something certainly missing from that side. MAT now missing from the competition as well. They were taken down by G2 in the first time that MOUZ faced up against his former organization, and he had a few words to say about that.
Yeah, he did. It was a fun game to watch, you know, and you know, I guess a competitive game as well. Inferno, I felt MAT were in the driver's seat up until the point where they took over once more. Gotta give credit to Snacks for finding a game plan that actually worked out in the later stages of Inferno, but gotta give it to MongolZ. He had a fantastic showing, and when MongolZ is playing at that level against M80, G2's bound to win.
There was one thing that with MongolZ we noticed a little bit was a bit the lack of confidence maybe in some of the plays and the lack of decisiveness in everything that we're doing. And he just decided, you know what, screw it. I'm going to just take this hand in my hands and then just go ahead and win it. Because I think, again, some of his teammates did not show up in that game. There was just the MongolZ show, and that was the big reason why they won. And it's very inconsistent. I agree, the game plan was there. They had some good ideas, but everybody needs to show up a little bit more.
And just because G2 won yesterday doesn't mean that they've qualified for Lisbon. We already have 4 teams making it through. 2 more will earn that spot today. The likes of MOUZ, Vitality, Eternal Fire, and of course, Navi. We can dive into Group B to see exactly where that matchup is going to be going down for the side of G2. Any favorites in terms of that Mongols G2 head-to-head going on later today?
I mean, the Mongols as of late have been the better team, and I'd give this slight edge to them. I think Sensu in particular right now is playing some beautiful Counter-Strike, and I think the Mongols is a team that can match the firepower, if not even better than G2, which is the big strength. But it will be a close game. I think G2 is not going to give up without a fight, and with MongolZ playing like he did yesterday, best of luck to the Mongols.
That's the thing, if they have Hunter performing like he did, and then MongolZ performing like he did, you know, that's when you have the firepower that starts adding up. But the Mongols, yes, they're still like kind of new in the head of everybody, right? Like in terms of history, but they're very stable, and individually they're way better than people give them credit for.
As we already said, Eternal Fire and Navi already booking their spots into Lisbon, but that's going to be the upper bracket grand final game as well. Do you think there's a clear favorite in that one? It's kind of been the case of Eternal Fire attending every single tournament possible, and Navi hoping to get back to the fighting form we saw in 2024.
I don't think there's a clear favorite. I'd probably give a slight edge to Navi just based on experience and based on them. I feel they're getting back on track, you know. It's not fluent, it's not perfect, it's not like the Navi we saw in the later stages of 24 where they were going into every single grand final, but I feel like something is changing slowly but surely. We've seen a lot of frustrations coming out of that camp as well, and if it's not getting better by now, then they are in trouble for the major. So I tend to believe in Navi slowly but surely returning to form, but EF, we've seen throughout this year that they can beat anyone.
Yeah, 5 big tournaments, 5 playoffs for them, so they have that consistency. And I would go the other way. I would take part of my guy Major, French Pride.
Not biased at all.
Not at all. I just think that they're way more consistent, and they win games without also Xantares popping off.
Yeah.
And so when he starts being enabled and Jota starts being enabled, they have individually so much consistent firepower that Navi might be lacking at times.
Nathan, this is the day that you're allowed to be as biased as you want to, my dude. We can check in with Group A as well, because we will be cementing one more winner from that side of the bracket as well. That's either going to be Spirit or Virtus.pro going down as our second game of the day.
Well, it's not going to be either Virtus.pro or Spirit. It's going to be Spirit booking a spot into the playoff. With all due respect to Virtus.pro, I think they've done a good job, you know, played a great tournament, taking down FaZe Clan in their opening game. That was impressive. Them losing to Vitality, we can't fault them for that. And then we saw yesterday that they were able to make this crazy comeback versus Falcons. So overall, I think Virtus.pro have done what they were supposed to do right here. It's a tough group, but expecting them to beat Spirit, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much to ask for them, but I agree. That's as much as they can get. Like, that's almost 90-95% of their output that you're expecting, and then Spirit is just right now on another level. They're clear top 3 winning that conversation, and so with Dong playing against a CIS team, that's exactly what he wants. He wants that aggression. He wants to be able to just run at them, and then he's very used to that playstyle. So I expect to see him go big, and all the players are enabled. So yeah, I also expect Spirit to take it.
But for the Group A upper bracket grand final, it is indeed rematch time. Vitality taking on MOUZ. For Vitality, they're on a 13-series win streak currently, whereas for MOUZ, the only team they've lost to within the last 13 games has been Vitality. And this rematch has got a lot on the line. Not only a spot straight to the semi-finals at Lisbon, but also a chance for Spinks to exact some revenge on his former team of Vitality, because every every step of the way. Both series, one of which being a best of 5, they didn't even manage to put a single map to their name. Vitality are in full beast mode right now.
Yeah, they're playing the best brand of Counter-Strike Vitality has probably ever done. I know they won a major in Paris as well, but even leading up to that, people were worried about them. Even them winning Paris, you know, back in the day with Dupuy and Magic on the lineup, people said they had an easy route into the final, and I tend to agree with that. I think in terms of raw quality right now, in terms of pointing towards one team that plays the best brand of Counter-Strike as of right now, it's hard to make any case for any other team than Vitality.
Sure, and we're talking about bias, but I have none because I love both teams. So that's where it gets a little bit hard. But yes, Vitality is playing the best Counter-Strike they've ever played. I think that's pretty clear, even though some person in the staff in interviews are trying to be a bit cautious with it and try to put not too much pressure on them.
Yeah.
When you go 13-0 in that era of Counter-Strike and you win so clearly and you destroy the grand finals, they don't even get double digits. You're playing an amazing Counter-Strike and everybody's gunning for you.
Yeah, let's just take a look at some of the numbers from that Grand Final Series ESL Pro League Season 21, because this was probably one of the quickest Grand Finals we've seen, considering this was a best of 5, as Nathan said, not even getting close to that double-digit mark. I believe the Grand Final only lasted like 2 hours and 5 minutes or something. It was crazy quick.
But look at that scoreboard. Look at every single player from Vitality chiming in. Even Apex, you know, in a plus KD. That doesn't happen often. He's doing a fantastic job not only integrating Rubs into the lineup, but also putting out an individual output from himself. Overall, when you look at a scoreboard like that, yeah, one thing is winning the game 3-0, but when every player is within the range of 2 or 3 kills, how the hell are you supposed to lose then?
And there is also something where we talked about this whole week. It's just about direction, game plan, idea, and team being together. And a scoreboard like this shows that everybody knows exactly what they have to do, and they can do it at 100% of their capacity. And that's what's beautiful to see about Vitality. Sure, they have a lot of the firepowers. We can talk about the individuals all day, but especially they're within one system, within one direction. Everybody knows the plan. Everybody knows what they have to do within that. And once you can turn off your brain, that's when you start headshotting hard. And so that's what we see. And man, I don't know, it's just beautiful to see good Counter-Strike, you know, like it's just a good change between some of the games that were more scrappy and stuff like that. When you see teams that are executing proper 4-1, being packed together and with the good flashes, the right utility and the right pace, it just warms the heart.
I want to pick your brain a little bit more about the kind of 13-0 that we see Vitality on in terms of their series win streak at the moment, because you said it's super impressive in this day and age of Counter-Strike. Why is it maybe, you know, so much harder to achieve in this iteration of CS than maybe, you know, back in a 2013, 2014 era?
There's a big part of teams that are being analyzed constantly. And so the quality of individuals is there no matter what. And you have also staff members. You have 2, 3 analysts sometimes that are just going to dissect every single part of the game, and like individuals, and then utility that is being thrown, tendencies. You have tools that are made for that now. And so that's where it's hard, and that's where Vitality starts coming up with new game plans and new ideas, and their ability to adapt and to change their approach map to map, game to game, is what makes them stand out. And so that's why I'm very curious today what's going to happen, because I expect a bit more of a scrappy game coming from MOUZ and making something more interesting.
I just want to say, you know, whenever we have these streaks where teams are doing a good job winning 12, 13, 14 games in a row, we had with G2 a couple of years back in 23, where they went on a 19, 20 game win streak or something like that. When you're in the moment of it, you always think, well, they're unbeatable. No one can beat them. You know, this is going to last forever. But as you know, with life, nothing lasts forever, right? So the interesting part to me is how are they going to react when they finally lose a game? You know, how long is this streak going to go on for? Because they're not going to be unbeatable all the way up to the major. If they are, then they'll cement themselves as actually the best Counter-Strike team to ever exist, right? So it's always easy to get carried away in the moment, be like, yeah, they're unbeatable, they're untouchable, no one can touch them. That's how it is when you're in the moment. But let's see what happens when they get pressure or when they finally lose a game, which could be the case against MOUZ today, because they're playing goddamn good Counter-Strike.
Can always count on you to look at the glass half empty, Jacob, can't we?
Yeah,
but I do appreciate your argument. It's about peaking at the right time, at the opportune moment, right? Obviously, Katowice, that was imperative for Apex to be winning, just to put, you know, one of those ghosts of his career to bed. But the major is what they're going to be looking forward towards, right? And being able to keep that peak alive for this long, that's going to be a tall task.
It always is, but also they're still pretty new with Rubs being integrated. So like they still have some bullets in the chamber, I think, that they are keeping and that they're able to address and to change. One of the sad part, I'm going to say, is that they're winning. And by that, I mean that they have less time to practice. So like they have to play every single day, they have to prepare every single game, and then it's like from one tournament to the other, right? So like that's where you can adapt a little bit less, but that brings your confidence so high that just when you come in the game, you're like, oh yeah, this run is gonna work, this run is gonna work, everything is gonna work.
It's a fair point, but if they win the game today and book a spot straight into the semi-final, then theoretically they have 2 or 3 days of practice where they could, you know, make up for that. So I agree with you. When you go deep into tournaments, you're obviously focused on the tournament, focused on your upcoming opponents, not necessarily bettering your playbook, bettering your positions, etc. But Vitality, by winning today, will they get another day off or another day of practice?
Well, Vitality are not the only ones that have been on the grind, because Jacob, you've been getting into the B-Dusk this morning because you had a chance to catch up with Apex. Let's check in with him.
Sat down with Apex just before your game against MouZ. Now, last time you played them, you beat them pretty handily. You going to do the same thing today?
You never know what can happen, to be honest. They changed the map pick today. I think they've been... we're playing each other 3 times. They changed the map pick 3 times.
Okay.
They started by Inferno, Nuke, and now it's Mirage.
So you're not surprised?
Not really. I think we're ready for everything. Maybe they think we avoid it, but because we didn't play it since Spirit Final in Katowice. But just, yeah, I think we have other maps that are even better. So why should we play a map that is a bit under? But we are ready on it. We actually play it as much as the others. So it's going to be fun to play also the map because it's been a while.
I got you. Yeah, I know you're eager to get up there and warm up and get ready for the game. So just give me one win condition for your team today to take the victory.
Well, I think, of course, everyone talk about our firepower. That is really great, but that's not my concern. My concern is always to play good as a team.
Okay.
That's my role as Agile. I don't control how my team shoots, but I can control how my team plays. And for us, if we play our game that we played for the last 2 months, I think they have no chance. We're just showing really good Counter-Strike overall, not only individually but as a team. And the win condition is, for me, will always be the team first.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for taking your time.
Thank you.
Yes, as Apex was aptly saying, he gave us a little teaser into what the maps will be for this series. Nathan, you had some thoughts on this. Give us your honest opinion of where we're heading for this series.
Well, in terms of maps specifically, I especially think it's more in control of MOUZ to change a bit what's been happening. And this is a game where they're in the playoffs no matter what, right? So it gives them a little bit of room to try new things. And so I expect to see maps that Vitality are not comfortable on. So like you have Dust2, Inferno, and Nuke, like the 3 best maps of Vitality. They're very comfortable on it. There we go. We start with Mirage. That is a map that Vitality is not the most comfortable on. They like to play it. They have been there, but they've never really picked it, as far as I know, because they just want to start on the city side, being a bit more comfortable and just try to get the game started in that sense. And that's a map that can get pretty scrappy. So I think it's a good start already in the best of 3.
I like the Mirage pick as well. And as Apex said, you know, MOUZ are constantly trying to change up the map pool. And I guess you have to when you keep losing to the same opponent over and over. Mirage, as you said, an open map and a map that at least invites you into the game. It's not a map where you start on a T side like Nuke, you know, or like Train, where you then shut out of the game on your own map pick. So it's a map where these MOUZ have a chance of going in there and expressing themselves. Now, the same could be said for Dust2, a map that also offers a lot of opportunities, both on the T side and CT side, to force your way into the game, or at least be in your own control of how you want to approach it. Whether that's going to be aggressive defensively, who cares? But at the very least, you have 2 open maps to begin off the series.
Yeah, so that's the truth, but it's also Dust2 is where Vitality
good luck.
impressive on it. They have a 100% win rate on it, and it's going to be hard to take them down. They have a very simple game style when it comes down to the T side that is very hard to read, but is very hard to counter at the same time. So like it's just hard to play against them. And yeah, it's just a staple map for Vitality at this point. And yeah, Train in the 3rd map. That's interesting.
This is fun.
Now that's a best of 3, and especially those are maps that Vitality, aside from Dust2, are not the most comfortable on. And that's what I like from MOUZ. Like they're coming in with new ideas and new things to try to see how you can test Vitality.
I think this is the perfect opportunity, right?
Yeah, as you said, you know, it is a game that, yes, if you win, you go straight into the semifinal. And trust me, both teams want to win this game, no doubt about that. But it is also a game where the consequences of losing are not that severe. It's not like you're being eliminated. You'll still go to Lisbon. You'll still play a quarterfinal guaranteed. So if there ever was a time to test your map pool and maybe test, if you're MOUZ, you know, how can we rattle out Vitality a little bit? How can we play into Apex mind? Then today would be that game. I sincerely hope that we go to a 3rd map, at the very least, just to learn a little more about my Vitality. How deep is that map pool? pool. We've seen it being very deep. We've seen it being very strong. If they can also play train to a high level, then best of luck.
And if we do get to the 3, it'll be the first time Spinks has actually managed to take a map of his former organization as well. So a little extra level of spice in there. Let's talk about some of the individuals on both sides of the server, though, because you had a catch-up with Jimmy a couple of days ago where he had quite a nice statement about how he wants to kind of cement himself in 2025, right?
I love the fact that he has personal aspirations and he's motivated by the fact that he wants to be able to say, I am the best anchor in the world. And he mentioned players like Bit, he mentioned players like Robs for that matter as well, saying that obviously that's his competition right now. So in order to be the best anchor in the world, well, what better way to show that against who is currently the best anchor in the world, at least according to me. I'd say Robs and Bit are a level above everyone else. And if you're Jimmy right now, that's a great opportunity, obviously, not only to make the difference for your own team, but also to make a statement saying that, yeah, I have aspirations of becoming the best in my role. I'm going to take down the best. That's
the only way to do it. That's the only way to do it. You have to beat the best to be the best. And yeah, you can see stat-wise, Robs is just clearing at the moment. I mean, he's just having fun. He's just playing on his A++ game. And then, especially in this matchup for Jimmy, it's very important because Vitality on their T side has a very packed mentality. And so when they're going to attack those B bomb sites, when they're going to attack Jimmy being alone or being, you know, not that many resources and utility, that's where you need the multi-kills. And so we saw in the past grand final, Jimmy was not really there. He was not having that impact. And now is the perfect moment. If you can start getting that confidence of like, yes, I play against Vitality. Yes, it's maps that are a bit more scrappy. I would bring my own scrappiness into the game. That's when maybe they can be the start of something, you know, like him having that confidence and being talked about those top 2, top 3 best anchors in the world. And that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see, just the best players in the best roles.
I feel like I had a moment where, you know, that meme with the dog, PTSD, and the helicopter. I just remembered what happened on that Dust 2 when Vitality were on their T side, just attacking the B side again and again and again and again. Spinks and Jim, they just couldn't get anything done. We will get to see that rematch happening today. Is there anything you feel like, I mean, this is $1 million question, right? But is there any way that you can be more prepared for what Vitality are going to throw to you on that kind of a T side of things?
100%. Like, that's not going to happen again. You're not going to have a game where those two are not going to get anything done whatsoever. It's also one of those wake-up calls, right? When you have a game like that, Nathan, you probably know that as well from your perspective as a player. That's when you deep dive into that specific problem and you come up with maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 solutions, and then you're going to test them out, whether that's in practice in some of the other official games or in the game tonight. Now, it can't get any worse for you than what you saw in that iteration, right? So the bar is set very low, so I'd argue that is going to be better. Whether it's going to be enough, that's a different conversation.
Especially now, they probably analyzed a little bit deeper the Dust 2 of Vitality because they expected it to be in the map pool. And what is hard is that when they want to attack B, and by that I mean Vitality, they can attack it at 1:45, at 1 minute, at 50 seconds, at 35 seconds, at 25 seconds. They have all the solutions in the playbook. And that's when, as an anchor, if you cannot really know when the threat is coming, that's when it gets a bit hard. So what I'm looking at more is not necessarily this bomb side, but you can influence that by being more aggressive on other parts of the map. So like put more pressure on short as a CT, put more pressure on long and try to push and be more aggressive and gather the information a little bit earlier is what I would maybe look at so that you can free the anchor role a bit more, put the up there, put the rifles with more utility in there, and have more strength put into the center part of the map where you can take information. That's probably where I would be looking at if I was MOUZ at this point. And then that gives you a lot of confidence as well. Once you know, oh yes, they're going to come B, you can take the best angle, you can take the best positions. That's where you're going to have a higher success rate.
From the anchors to the aggressors, what's the story when we're looking at Xertion and MongolZ?
Well, you're looking at two players who are very aggressive on the server, two players who remind me a little bit of each other, and two players who I think there's quite a lot of respect in between the two. I think MongolZ has done obviously a great job being integrated in towards Vitality, and Xertion is probably looking towards Flames and thinking, that's the player I want to be. I want to be a player in those positions. I want to be a player on a team that can make the impact and make sure that I win my games. And obviously Xertion, big point of conversation has been the consistency, has been the how does he deliver in the bigger games and the big stages, etc., etc. But you got to give it to him. I think he's evolving. I think he's getting better and better and better. And for MongolZ, he's found a bit of consistency as well with this new iteration of Vitality as well. Even though that I would say that he's also been quite inconsistent when you look throughout the entirety of 24 and maybe even the beginning of 25. So two players who are very similar from the same country as well. Very fun duel, very fun head-to-head.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one for sure, because especially they're aggressive, and even though they look very chill, very nice guys, all of that, they're very, very hard workers. So everything they do when they come into getting into a game, everything is prepared. So again, that's going to be a very interesting point to see in that matchup.
Well, speaking of Xertion, I did have a chance to catch up with him about going head-to-head versus MongolZ earlier. Where do you feel like you could have the edge over him in terms of that aggressive play style?
Well, I mean, it's always fun to play against him. I think that we are a bit different. I think that he's a really good soldier. Like, he's a really good teammate. I feel like, obviously, I would say I'm a good teammate as well, but he's like, he sacrifices a lot to the team, in my opinion. And I think in my way, I'm more of like a communicator. Like, I manage people a bit more, I micromanage, I move people around, and I contribute in that way maybe a bit more than him. But I think in terms of being a teammate, he's always there to run first and to jump for everyone. So I think that's something I appreciate about him. But overall, I don't really see it as a head-to-head too much. I think that we also play a bit different roles, even though we're both aggressive. As I said, we have different responsibilities in the server. But yeah, I mean, he's playing amazing lately, and yeah, I'm just really excited to play against him always.
Yeah, and I guess being a bit more communicative makes a lot more sense on the side of MOUZ, because you've got to consider Brolin, new in-game leader. He probably needs a little bit more support than a veteran in-game leader like Apex.
And that's the fun story about this lineup for me. And when I look towards the MOUZ lineup, I look towards Vitality, I almost do feel like it's a big brother versus a little brother. I think Exertion looks up to FlameZ. I think he's inspired by the way he's doing things, even though that he's describing them as different players in their different teams because of the roles. I think the same could be said about Brolin. People maybe forget that Apex was not always an in-game leader. You most definitely do not forget that, right? He used to be an entry fragger, and I would describe Apex back in the days as an entry fragger, sort of like FlameZ. A soldier that would just constantly go in first for the team, sacrifice, a little bit too aggressive at times as well, had no stop button whatsoever, and then he transitioned into becoming a smart in-game leader who's now leading the best team in the world. Brolin would probably be looking towards Apex thinking, if he can do that, so can I.
And I think one of the things to spot as well is that how long it took Apex to be at 100% into his IGL role, into his also personal output in the game. Because at the beginning of him IGLing, he was exactly like this. He was too aggressive, too in the face of the opponents, and that was detrimental at some point. And now he's much more balanced, having FlameZ that sometimes runs faster than him even, because that's how he wants it. So it's about finding that personal preference and how you want to make things truly and being 40 or 100% with it. And that's where Brolin still has a lot of room to improve and to get
I've only got a minute to ask you about this, but just to kind of poke that point, with Apex being on your team way back in the day, did you ever think that he transitioned to be not only an in-game leader, but this successful?
It was all about the control of his emotion more so, because he has always been an extremely hardworking person, an extremely hardworking player, very, very eager to win more than anything. So when you have that, that's when you have already the first quality to be an IGL. And then he just managed, to just get surrounded by good persons that he, liked and that had good influence on him. And that's where it was a double-edged sword. Either it was going to work extremely well, or it was not going to work at all. And so, yeah, I'm glad it worked out very good for him.
Apex being one of the best in-game leaders the game has to offer, and Apex going down in history as one of the best in-game leaders Counter-Strike 2 at the very least will have to offer, is arguably the biggest surprise in my life.
Yeah, emotions set to be running high in this series as well, as it is rematch time between Vitality and MOUZ. MOUZ yet to take a map off of Vitality since this man joined the roster. Can they turn it around? We're going to find out after the break.
We try to look for ways to improve the game always. Since the beginning of the year, we do that most of the time. Even when you win, it's not like you're perfect and you don't do zero mistakes. So I think it's something that every team has to focus on, including us, that we always have to refresh our game. And maybe sometimes it's not about also mistakes, it's also about adding new things to the game and like making it more, changing it up a bit to make it more fresh and having new rounds that people don't know you have. That's the main thing for us. Regarding Grops, he feels comfortable in the team, and for us since day one he's been doing really well, and I think we don't address it as like one player. Like I'm still integrating into Vitality in something, like But for Rops specifically, yeah, I think he's very comfortable in the team, and we're very comfortable with him. So yeah. I think the main focus point was since last year was obviously to establish ourselves, because we have to consider we got a new player in between this last year and this year, and to just get into rolling with practice, strats, tactics, some of our habits to show the players what they can do, what we expect. I think just the very basics of every team in some sense.
This team have one of the best team chemistry, in terms of mood, in terms of smiling, in terms of joke every time. Yeah. So obviously we have Apex and you, having a lot of energy, but I think all of us
have good vibes.
Yeah, good vibes, bringing good energy, so yeah, I think we have a good vibes.
What's usually said during your team battles?
No, I think it's mostly the basic things, let's bring everything, let's
bring the energy, good mood, help each other.
after you experience to play in front of crowds, just to go back to the studio things and just play in front of nobody. So it's tough to go back just to play in front of people, just to enjoy that. And sometimes you can bring your girlfriend, bring your family, and that's also something nice. you enjoy to play in front of that. So playing in front of the crowd gives you goosebumps, gives you like a new emotion. You never experienced that before. So I think that's something good.
I think if you're Vitality, you're always confident to make the playoffs. I think we're in a 15-row streak row, and hopefully I'm not jinxing it. Yeah, it sounds.
Just because we were talking before, and now after him, you're in 15. Yeah.
We go back to the edit. Yeah, I don't think we'll have an issue with losing in the semi-final if we lost to like a better opponent, and we didn't lose to ourselves. So I think this is the main thing that
playing with our DNA.
Yeah,
not losing. Yeah.
Yeah, not losing to ourselves. I think this is the main thing. If it's semi-final, final, I think both sides will be okay with. Obviously, we know we can play really good CS, and as you saw, like we just won 2 tournaments. So this is the expectations we give ourselves. Right now, the main focus is just to be consistent, and if we're consistent, we play the CS we know, we were comfortable against any team.
A confident Vitality warming up outside or in the cool Copenhagen air. We even learned that they had to finish this game before they could sit down at their stations. It looks like we know who won. Apex victorious, V for victory, and all that good stuff.
Rob standing on the outside looking in, an observer.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, you can see him focused. They're thinking of the match to come because this one's all going to be mental. This is a seeding game. Look, Vitality, they are the best team of 2025 so far. There is absolutely no doubt about that. On the other side of the server, you have MOUZ, who they get a free swing at the king right now. Both of these teams will be in Lisbon. Both of these teams are already in the playoffs, the top 6. It's all about, do you want to skip straight forward to that Saturday, be in the semi-finals, or do you have to battle through on Friday? And also, well, we are in the run into the Blast.TV Oster Major. That's where this is all going to go down for the first season of 2025. If you can get one up on Vitality and turn this into a rivalry as opposed to a one-sided affair, you'll take any wins you can get, because so far, I think they've averaged about 6 rounds per map.
Yeah, in fact, the only team since their trophy lift in Cluj that MOUZ have been unable to beat is Vitality.
Story for everybody at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Going to be interesting to see whether they can put up a bit more of a fight today. What was the average? You said 6?
Average of 6 rounds.
Damn.
Per map,
okay.
So.
Well, you know what? A pistol, you're basically halfway there. That's how my maths works.
Well, the retake A setup right now. Apex has just rotated in towards CT spawn, so we'll be here in time. A couple of P2Ks. It's Molly on the stairs and Apex. When does he activate? So I was on a fast flank too.
It's Zershin to ask questions of that ticket position. Flames in support. Apex comfortably beheads Spinks. But there's Torji and Jimmy keeping it interesting. And Torji extending. That's the flank from ZywOo. Tapping onto Jimmy. Disrupts the plant, but Brolan, he'll find Mezzi, and they know where ZywOo was. Heavy advantage for the 2-man roster. How do they work their way into this one? And ZywOo just deletes Brolan. He's tracking his head. He can see you. I know where you are, Torji. You don't know where I've gotten off to. He's played this with such class. Oh, 2 clicks. 1v2. Isolates Jules. He's gorgeous to watch.
3 bullets from ZywOo in that round is all he shot, and he gets 3 kills. That flank was perfectly timed. Over towards CT, the Flames and Apex combination. This is Flames coming into bodycard Apex. Apex gets one of his own. They brute force in, but ZywOo activates. The bomb doesn't go down. And looks absolutely perfect. That's the way you want to kick things off.
Bro, just the tracking like a shark in the water.
You hear the conversation there in the little piece of content with the likes of Flamesy and ZywOo talking about the atmosphere in the team. I think it's easy to have a good atmosphere when things are going well, but I think the way that the personalities have synergized is one that is better than I was expecting.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, okay, well, how is Rops going to fare in a team with Apex in high-pressure games, potentially getting a little bit upset about things? But Apex doesn't need to get upset because they're always winning.
Yes, that's true too. But the way in which the dynamics work, at least the way I see it, is like Apex and Flames, the fact that there's more than one energy guy. Yeah, the jesters, the energy guy, the guy that cracks the jokes and gets everyone kind of laughing. You've got Mezzi, who's like just the nicest guy. According to Apex, I was speaking to him, he just said he's just the nicest human. We asked him to step up, and he did. So he's kind of like the glue man, you know? Everyone likes Mezzi. Everyone likes Mezzi. And then the other two, Rops and ZywOo, they're both just like the hyper-focused.
Probably like, admiration for each other as well.
Yes, exactly, like mutual admiration.
Super Counter-Strike nerds.
Yes, that's the word I wanted to use. Yeah, it's the nerdy side of the table at the dining room. And they just come together in this amalgamation of victory.
Things have worked quite quickly for MOUZ as well. Obviously, a lot of conversation around them benching Shui. having Brolin step into the in-game leadership role. The fact that they've lifted an arena trophy so far in 2025 is massive, and they've kept up some strong form. This one here is a bit of a whitewash, not a single kill to boast, unless Exertion can get one on this dig. Different pick for MOUZ. As mentioned, a free swing at the King. You may as well try a different map, and you can come in without that pressure. You can make a couple more randy plays. That's randy for random as Exertion will take down Flamesy. And we're about to get into the gun round now. So let's see, what is the approach going to look like out the gates? What of Cycron Zippy? Well, that's Zipex for those of you playing at home.
That's just what you call him.
He's in the room next door.
Shout out to Zipex one time.
And Brolin, so that's going to be the brain trust for MOUZ. Okay, well, AK heavy, of course. No funds just yet for the AWP. Brolin Exertion. We'll see these two working on the mid-control together. And actually quite a heavy lean out the gates from MOUZ towards the B side, so it'll apply pressure to this Rops Mezzy setup.
It's a perfect place to put an MP9. Oh, tell a lie. Doesn't Tuck actually get spotted out and forced away? Rob sticking around and isolates the duel onto Spinks. Just wins that head-to-head flat out. That's a good response, though. Exertion and Brolin winning out against the mid-hold.
Call has changed.
Yeah, Brolin wants to pivot, and Flames is tending to this.
Can't run through that.
Can't go through that smoke. And in fact, there's a very low HP Brolin on the other side.
You have so much time so you can reset. At a minute and 10 seconds on the clock, a 3v3 situation, you know that Mezzy's going to be quite low, so going to boost Brolin up towards the window. He's going to play this late activation. Jimmy now a ramp. Rops and Flames searching for answers. Mezzy still towards B. Jimmy's going to take the space available to him, knowing he has to make a play. Torji can wait, see what comes. That's Jimmy just searching. Empty site for now.
Is Flames going to clear this? Nice spot from Torji. That's a good setup. Just catches the reaggress, looking for answers. They get 2 kills, but they have to get past Rops. New addition to Vitality, taking Spinks' seat.
Expecting the bomb to be heading over towards B is Rops. And Molly from A, the trajectory will tell him likely where these final 2 players are. So Jimmy worrying about CT, worrying about jungle. Torji noisily making his way up. Another piece of utility to constrict. Rops going to play through it.
Oh, I'm telling you, every player sees that as an invitation to try and catch players not looking at them in the flames. Gives it a go. If he gets the instant headshot, perhaps he gets away with that one as well. Valiant attempt, but MOUZ on the board early.
Well, the opener trying to take some space over towards B. They were met with heavy aggressions. But this is the 2 kills from Exertion and Brolin that really tipped the tide of the round.
Was it the CTs that broke that smoke as well?
Yeah, well, because it's the B split, they don't want to just push through dry, so trying to stop the B split before it gets out of control. The buyback in is still Famous heavy. 2 M4s, MP9, and underpass this time for Rops.
He's trying his luck at this.
It's a flash from Zai, we're ready.
Timing it and everything, he nails it. Crosshair on the face, removes Brolin.
Jimmy and Spinks can try and lurk out and take some space on A.
How lovely to see Rops just starting so dynamic. He started B, now starts lower, Apex down, good from Jimmy. Now Rops again throws his name in the ring. Removing Spinks for another double kill.
Slippery Jimmy just has to stay alive right now. Torji coming back to join him. Exertion with the mid-control. So reconfigured this, and I love this push from Flames and Rops. They've completely ruined what could be this A take, and there you have it. They're getting the jump on Torji, the bomb down in Palace, and that should be the round. Exertion and Jimmy, it's so tough for them to get back into this. One of the things you'll see with Vitality a lot, and I've been talking about a little bit in terms of just the variety they have in their playbook.
Would you say that that's like the most optimal way to play a CT side if you've got the individuals to back it up, is like never having the same, you don't know where the aggression or the fight's going to be taken from, keeping the Ts guessing? Yeah,
and I think it's on both sides of the server they do it, with their T side calling out on the CT side. These setups, when you talk to Flames, like, oh, well, you're the A anchor. Well, am I really? The amount of rounds that you see me starting connector alongside of Apex, right, fighting for mid. So they do a lot of things together, Vitality.
And presumably, like, they have, through just repetitions, they have like affixed names to different like starts.
Oh, for sure, right?
Like, it's just
but
a
that would just be, right, look, we're going to fight for mid control.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
So you're playing a really heavy mid setup. You're going to have they throwing the fact that Rops jumps into underpass. The 2 connector players are there to help bail him out in worst case scenario. Sure, you're giving up the gap on A, but then that's the understanding. So it's like, okay, well, we know we've given space. If we don't find what we're looking for mid when we come back, we need to be hyper-aware. They could be out Tetris. They could have crept sandwich on a really early timing. Could be Ender Palace. We have to swing that with intent. All of that is part and parcel of how you start these rounds, right? It's not just, okay, 1A, 1 connector, 1 window, 1 short, 1B. Everything has to be cohesive.
I mean, yeah, this is a nasty way for the opening kill to go down. Brolin just stomachs an instant headshot out of Robs' M4.
And also important to note, when you do become the best team, you can just start resting on your laurels and maybe you take things a little bit more default. You're not always initiating ideas. Well, in the first 2 gun rounds, they have been fighting. They push B apps, they've been in underpass, so they're dictating the tone. They're playing with that confidence. So MOUZ need to step up and sit them on their ass as we're going to play on the periphery of that smoke.
Flash perhaps available. Tag actually already connects to Xertion on the spam.
Apex will be hearing this.
Jumps across, has that information relayed. Missed incendiary from ZywOo. And Xertion's actually going to spam out with Robs. Gets him in con. Good find from Xertion. Brolin through under. Apex is going to have his back to him. Now, however, they know about Broland, and that's crazy! That is crazy! ZywOo just jumps into the window. Fortunately, Spinks was there to trade. And they've got themselves a man advantage.
MeZ has some pressure on B. Needs to win this initial duel. Jimmy can break their way in.
Important duel for MeZ to win. Jimmy managing his angles well. Really well done. Gets in. Fight from Apex. And, ooh, Jimmy looking good today. Double kill into the B bomb site. Flames quickly removes and finishes off what Robs had started, but whether or not he gives this a look in remains to be seen.
He should be saving, just looking for any residual utility that he can find. Will he get to hold on to it though? Torji's starting to investigate from Cat. Spinks is backing off B apps to make sure he can't come through the underpass, and there you go. So the save will be confirmed.
He missed the kit though, Chad. That's inefficiency.
Oh, dear.
$400 down the drain.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money
in this economy.
$400 dues.
He will be able to drop one into the next round as long as he saves this.
Why can't we drop kits?
I think if you did...
You just leave one on a site somewhere.
If you... Yeah, exactly. And then the value of the kit, you would probably leave at 400 then. Because if you could drop kits, you're right. You'd buy 2, you'd leave 1 at each site, and then you'd make sure at the end of every round, if you're saving, you'd pick up 1 of the 2.
It would lead to more retakes.
It would, right? Because you would know it's there to be able to go back into the site.
And it wouldn't be lost in like a silly place, you know, like those awkward conversations like, oh, the only kit's on B and it's an A retake, whatever.
So it's an interesting thought.
But you can't equip it in the same way, you know how you normally drop it.
Yeah, exactly, and you never hold it. So they'd have to implement some type of new mechanic for that, wouldn't they?
Or the Chatty B tweet, $200.
Well, yeah, and that's just me being nostalgic, 1.6 in source. All right, well, the Force Spike will get... Then M4 dropped over to Robs, and it's looking like a heavy A execute. It's been blocked for now, so they're not going to brave that smoke. It's just Apex on the site, Flames over towards Connector as the response point. It's 3 towards B. Vitality are taking the B site. Sorry, B apartments. We'll talk about the extremity as here comes the execute. Apex and Flames, you need kills between them.
Apex does go down. Flames spotting a lot of bodies. He's brave to re-peek, and from behind he gets taken down. Good damage and find from Xertion. The only man in mid does deliver onto Flames and should enable a plant safe. If they find Xertion, they might be able to activate MeZ. It is going to be clearing through con. The next port of call, Robs will break the smoke. Xertion lives on. Gets a slip towards ZywOo's position in limbo between con and jungle.
Spinks is watching for MeZ as well here.
He is, yeah, he's locked in. AKV MP9 simultaneously, and ooh, you know, not a bad attempt. ZywOo's scout at least leads to a rifle upgrade.
Save that. Okay, beautiful. Yoink. So they get something. You didn't want to hold on to the MP9 and the scout, to be honest. Robs with his save makes sense. Yet to get going, so 0 and 4. It's some tough duels for him. He's pushed B apartments. He's got caught there by an AK pushing ramp behind that he was being watched. So no issues for him. The B anchor, it's not the best job because one of the things that doesn't get spoken about a lot is as the B anchor, if you're just jump spotting or you're holding that site and then they're constantly taking mid, killing your mid defenders, they're going into A, you're retaking. And retaking, not easy, right? It's quite tough to come in when they're already entrenched over towards the other bomb site.
That's for sure.
But Jimmy, yeah, you touched on him. He is in some great form early. Finding some really important kills.
I have such admiration for players like Xertion. I think the fact that he is so consistently a thorn in team sides by getting into the flank, being disruptive, very, very like fun to watch, but simultaneously hard to do. As someone that's got such a proficiency at it, it is worth you know, due admiration.
I think that for Xertion and Jimmy, this game that is lacking a little bit of pressure because they already have their spot in the playoffs, this is where they can take a few more risks. We know Xertion has historically had tougher times in the playoff games. That was not the case at Cluj, but different field, of course. So for them to be able to take a few more swings and play more confident Counter-Strike, that's going to be an important fixture as part of this seeding match for the day. As Window and Connector smokes land, they're going to find themselves in no man's land of middle.
Great
Molly placement.
thinking. Yeah, love that. In combination with a flash as well. Double flash to take it. And it's Brolin that takes the first engagement.
Oh,
hang on.
They got to get into B, and now.
They are running, beelining straight in. Robs is there to receive them. Oh, it's going wrong. It's going south for MOUZ. Very, very aggressive in middle. And there's...
Nice shot.
Actually going to find a way in.
Well, they've got guns, all of them.
As he makes it difficult, though, that recovered M4 onto Jimmy. Puts it all onto Torji. Known for a clutch is Torji. Can't adjust, though, into Apex in time. What a great turnaround.
Let's go!
Okay, trying to bring that energy. And again, I'll continue to return to this mental side of things. For Vitality, if they're able to not only bring the variety in the way that they're approaching the game, they're aiming to initiate and dictate the flow on the CET side. The mental side is also, they have the same situation as MOUZ. They are already in the playoffs. You know, what does this one really mean? Well, I think for the bigger picture, the less games that you have to play, the better, right?
Yeah.
Because you can hold more of your playbook. You don't need to constantly be prepping.
Nice, Matu, let's go!
And this is going to be a long season with Austin as the finale.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, it's all lining up to be a deep run in Austin for Vitality.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at a few of the other names like your G2s, your Liquids. There's more names in the mix, I'm sure. I'm forgetting them right now, who are at the moment going to be considering what comes next for their rosters. Are changes required? But we're going to B-pop.
And the chance from Spinks squandered. Jimmy does better, does a whole lot better. Double kill, caught on the drop, but there's a good pull of the crosshair. Brolin profits from it, removes Apex.
Tough retake.
Zahu's got an AWP for this as well. That smoke will allow him to clear that close right side. It's Brolin. Oh, supported by the spam. Good team play. Lovely awareness from MOUZ. And so it will just be the AWP save for Flames if he can get away. Torji removes everything.
Okay.
Wow, a little pace change and they profit. I'm sorry, I talked over Jimmy.
No, that's all right. He was happy, though.
It's nice to see him happy.
He was happy. He had a smile on his face. Tactical timeout called, X-Taz. What's the adjustment that he's looking for? Well, as far as the finances are concerned, they can get the AWP out again. Another rifle available. Looks like Apex is going to be wielding that one. And that means pistols most likely for Mezzi, Robs, and Flames. Is it going to be the 5.7s? Very vogue at the moment. But it's been a tug of war within this early stage, and well, now we're past that, going into round number 9, first half map 1, Dust 2 coming up next.
Haven't been able to string too many rounds together at Vitality, apart from that pistol in the second anti-eco. Haven't been able to see them find those consecutive. It's good to see the team play of MOUZ. It's very fun to watch. The spam from or rather Jimmy getting caught, immediately Brolin's there to lend a hand, and I think it was Zershan spamming that smoke as well as Zahu trying to make a progression on his smoke. That AWP is equipped. Will they get another one of these? Will they be able to pull it off again? An A test and 2 towards the balcony. This catch them off guard.
Yeah, that's they put all the pressure on Zahu on B if it does come their way. Otherwise, he can just save. So Flames traditionally here, Mezzi not. Oh, and going to be mollied out of position.
Okay, forced a reaction out of them. An opportunity goes awry, but already Bronze into the site. Yeah, lovely pincer maneuver from 2 fronts, and they even find another one in the smoke. Robs is 5-7, not good for more. Yeah, and he gets the one, and on the reload, getting run down. Down he goes. Spinks, good hunt.
Well, Zahu needs to now hold on to this because the tail end of the half is already here. Next is 1900, so you can actually have a winning half right now, MOUZ. The different pick of Mirage coming in and looking pretty good. They've been really direct with a lot of these approaches. And I think just because of the nature of the rounds, they've been able to keep Vitality in a position where it hasn't always been a full buy. That's a big factor. If you can limit the economy, make sure it's not always the best guns coming out. You can have some nice little rounds like this. And you see Mezzi on the balcony there. You want to bait Flames, right? Because Flames goes down, okay, well, that's the A player. And then you can activate, but he got caught there, I think, maybe poking his nose out of the smoke. Something was spotted, and he was handily dealt with as we'll be retaining the AWP. I don't think they even know that that was in play. So at least Vitality have that to work with into the next.
It's easy to forget what smokes once were. The new smokes are one of the most incredible upgrades we've received for CS2. You still have that gray screen, you're still punished at times, but you can simply, there's more plays available to be made around it. No one-ways, you can see there just a silhouette as he spams away, revealing Mezzi. Perhaps he did poke out initially, and this was the hunt on that reload. That sound cue, sealing the death warrant of Apex. Frustrations definitely visible, as they always are with Apex, but yeah, they can win out this T side. They can lead as we swap.
And it's just going to be the Zywoo AWP.
They're just doing it again. Love that. Snacks would be proud.
A lot less upgrades this time, though, so this is a whole lot tougher of a task with this stack on A. It didn't go well in the previous, so imagine
Max
to get
10's
run
gonna
over.
get 3, 4. Not 3. To the perfect molly. Yeah, forces Rops out. Rops actually still gets 1. Not bad on the 5-7. There's the Xertion double. Spinks down to the Zywoo AWP. It could get awkward if Rops was to do more, but now the AWP's on the floor. Rops, wow, good shooting. That's got more costly than they would have liked.
Yeah, the damage isn't going to matter down the stretch. There's a whole lot of residual buys available for them and only 2 rounds left to play. Zywoo won't have an AWP again, so coming over to try and make that one a round victory will end up costing them the big green going forward. So we're unlikely to see that in the play unless they can scavenge Torchies away in this one. Yeah, you get that first bullet, it's all over versus the 5-7. But Exertion buying them the space. And he did end up with 3.
Nice, Dory!
Okay, Spinks trying to make some noise. He knows what it's like to be on the receiving end of that. Just look back at Pro League as Zywoo's playing on the cusp of the window. We've seen him do that before. This time getting the opening kill.
That's sly.
You're not ready for that.
That is so sly. You don't make that play unless you think you're better.
That's his first opening kill there, Zywoo. It's been Rops, the main initiator in that department, 4-1. Setting them up as was the return to something a little bit more defaulty from MOUZ. Put the pressure mid and then likely have these two try and peer out of Palace. Jimmy and Spinks paired up as Exertion's going to bring the bomb back. Brolin kicking up a fuss towards middle. Going through the procedure to make it look like a mid control. Flush them out of vent room. The deep con smoke in. We'll see them more than just one player.
Flash traded out. Zywoo's holding for this, and Brolin will win out the head-to-head. That's an important clawback kill. Apex is going to be hidden on his initial excursion. Spinks versus Apex with a distinct advantage to the T's. It's all about timing from Apex. Gets spotted.
Barrel.
Sticking out. Silencer too long. Flames, however, does stop him from getting to CT. So that's something back. 3v3. Jimmy on the cross to triple. The wall bang's great. And the knife out from Brolin as well. Falling apart at the seams for MOUZ in this one. It's just Xertion operating at just 50 points of health versus the 3 of them, and they'll take their time. Kit available on Rops. A double swing from Mezzi and Flames imminent. He'd have to hit the first bullet headshot, and he doesn't do so.
All right, a little bit wobbly there. Tough one. But, right now, the best Vitality can do is get 6-6 on the half, so they will knock in number 5. But still should be pretty good vibes over there with MOUZ. This is more than a respectable first half of play.
What didn't you say the average was 6 rounds? They've got that in the first half. That's pretty good.
So
here's the move.
Yeah, he didn't expect it. I understand why he didn't expect it.
He's in front of the window smoke, guys.
He's standing on that little edge. There's Apex. Yeah, he looks very exposed there from Spinks' perspective.
This was good. Really nice.
And then they know that Brolin's running over towards B apps. They get him for free and just have to turn their attention onto Exertion. But there's plenty of cash for the MOUZ buy for the last round. Zywoo will get back the AWP. So full buys for both into round number 12. Vitality being put through their paces today. Well, not so much resistance as far as the default team mid control. They're changing the tempo of this one. Jimmy very passive. He's not going to be lurking out A whatsoever. He's tucked deep in towards spawn. Exertion back of mid and the other 3 underpass and B apps. So Spinks always seems to be paired up with someone.
A battle buddy.
Now the late mid control taken. So the standard protocol utility used by Vitality subsided and now they're creeping forward.
The question is there anyone that can flash for this AWP line? Or is it just going to be dry? Yeah, lovely positioning from Zywoo rewarded, removing Xertion.
Hitting B.
Into B indeed. Mezzi to be tested, only 2 kills from him, but now they're coming to his side. This is where he's supposed to deliver. Spinks makes that hard. A headshot hit. Zywoo removes Spinks, the bomb being punched in is, yeah, the incendiary is not going to do too much. Nade on top. It's Jimmy on notice.
Rollins on the flank.
And it doesn't really matter where he is. Flames is left alone after Zywoo taken out of the server by that rival AWP.
Well, Brolin came up connector, was taking an exchange with Flames in A site. He couldn't win the fight. Then Brolin was like, well, screw this. I'm out of there. You got to come to me. The bomb's on B.
Yeah, rough half for Mezzi. It's exploited in the final round to leave with 7. And Torji could get himself another one. Misses his AWP shot. Jimmy won't make the same mistake. 7-5. All right, MOUZ definitely making Vitality work for this.
To win a series against Vitality, you first have to win a map, and 7 rounds on your T side without the pistol is a damn good start for MOUZ. They haven't been able to take a map off of Vitality in the last 2 outings. That was back at EPL, one of them being a best-of-5 grand final that was over in the blink of an eye. This is a seeding match. Both these teams will be present in Lisbon next weekend. But will it be the semi or will it be the quarter? And MOUZ, this win could be a way to ignite a bit of a rivalry. Right now, it's a one-sided affair. Vitality looking to go 2 from 2 on the pistol, set up for a late A piece. Rops in through the underpass, Apex top mid. Well, that util tells of what is a B split. We can see that's not the case. But a heavy stack from MOUZ towards this side.
Well, they're ahead of that smoke. They tried to block the ramp. Rolling from Ticket. Flash is good.
Flash.
Oh, but the frag is not there. Exertion could not deliver with the dual Berettas.
Oh.
Bloody hell! Oh. It's ZywOo on his pistol rounds. No one does it better. Back-to-back impact in the pistol from Mr. Wu.
Damn.
You see that from the death POV? I don't...
Jeez.
Like, it's crazy how quick those shots were.
They're going to hunt down Jimmy here as well. So he had, what, 3 kills in the first pistol, denying the plant, and he just used 3 bullets.
Yeah.
All right, boys, careful now. How many more kills are you going to give him? If you are going to chase him, make sure you take him down, because every kill you give means he could buy something a little bit juicier.
Flames has decided he'll chill a bit. That Apex work. And Jimmy wants to isolate this duel. Okay, we've got a proper 1v1.
He can't hit the head. Boys, you have to kill him now. You've just given him an M4 on the Force.
Yeah, you do have to take the Kevlar away now.
By not killing him now and giving him 3 kills, that's an M4. Gentlemen's. Okay, well... Oh, look at Jimmy's ugly... Ah, we've lost Jimmy as well.
I'm telling you, man, it's spreading.
We've lost Jimmy to the view model.
Spreading.
Valve don't know what they've caused by not giving us Bob. They've given us ugly view models. Oh! Give me that. Inject it right into my veins. That's massive. What are you even meant to do?
You just have to sit back and go, damn. He's good at this game.
One thing I have noticed throughout this is that Apex's aggressive maneuvers in Chaos has been getting punished a lot by MOUZ. They're always ready for him to jump through the window, or because Apex likes to make the play that you're least expecting, and at the moment MOUZ are ready for it every single time. So Apex not getting away with these normal moves, probably frustrating that they were down a few rounds and he's not really having a lot of traction. And then he just had that tussle with Jimmy, essentially a 1v1, and was always just hitting body shots. He wasn't getting close to the head. So Apex not in that classic form at the moment. Classic vintage, similar, I suppose.
Rops hasn't changed his view model, so I'm not gonna, like, he knows everything. So
yes.
Until Rops does it...
It's placebo for everybody else.
It's placebo for everyone else. Rops knows. Rops knows.
Look at it, look at you. Well, I'm sure we'll get it on a replay. With the USP, it looks the most egregious.
Yeah. The Glock looks silly too.
Oh, well, Jimmy, with this M4... in the window, just exertion on B.
Yeah,
5-7.
He's
good for 1.
He's screwed.
It's good for none.
Jimmy, though.
Yep, thinks better at that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to use this M4 in the next rounds, I think.
I worked really hard for this.
So they'll hold on to this. They will not be hunted, I don't believe. You can just see how entrenched MOUZ are over towards A. Wanting to hold on to their AKs as well, Vitality. So they're going to tie things up 7 apiece.
I just realized that the players are in order of their seating positions as well.
On the HUD?
Yeah. Like Rob sits next to Zywoo, who's Apex is in the middle, Flames and Mezzy on the other side. Like it's their seating positions.
Wow.
Jimmy and Torgy are next to each other.
That all works out.
You ever worked that out before?
So, to be honest, not something I'm looking for.
Sherlock Holmes, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not looking for that.
Mystery solved. Yeah.
Could have best man on the job, I guess.
Smart, man. Wow.
That's a Monday win.
That is a win on the Monday. I hope you guys are having a good Monday. The Counter-Strike will hopefully keep you entertained. 1 rug, please. It's like 1 polygon on that whole thing.
Come on,
bloody hell.
Give it a go. It's like those bloody candles on Ancient.
Yeah, come on. For the camera guys.
All right, well, you can fight for this one, MOUZ.
They'll fight for their right to party.
Ooh,
on this CT side, yeah. I mean, Jimmy's M4 is the most valuable. He is protect the president, and the president's got an M4.
We had a game mode like that before. AS_oil rig.
Apparently it was great.
VIP.
Brolan. Well, that's going to be the setup for Jimmy. Nice little bait and switch. Jimmy gets a flying Mach 10 to the face, though. Is that 2 jumping Mach 10 kills?
Using it to its perfection there, Mr. Flamesy.
Can I ask an ignorant question?
Sure.
Were SMDs jumping as much in CSGO?
Okay, so if you want to go way back when, I think the way that every weapon being used is something that wasn't perfected for a while.
There were Mackies in CSGO, weren't there?
Yes, but we weren't using it always to open up the angles in the same way. Right. It's the same with, probably in the last couple of years, the way you'd see those ramp rushes from Heroic, where the first player's coming out backwards, jumping, right? Oh, you can't hit my head, I'm looking at the ground, these things are tough. The way that everything is being used now has been, turned up to 11. I remember having early conversations with Valve devs and being like, man, you can't have a P250 so powerful. It's just how we're meant to hold against it on an anti-eco. Well, they're like, have you considered... using some different weapons or being in a few different positions with these setups, or if you try this, because obviously no.
Is that he didn't have a helmet, did he?
No.
The first bullet transfer mid-air still.
Been a couple of wild ones lately.
The wild ones.
Okay, well.
So boots are off the ground, in the air, 1 jump, 2 kills.
Wow, that's actually quite pretty.
Damn. Back in your day, you'd be writing a formal email to Valve. Excuse me. Have you seen this?
This isn't Counter-Strike.
It's Counter-Strike is 3 weapons.
You can only have a Galil, a FAMAS, an AK, an M4, an AWP. That's it.
That's
a
it.
Deagle, a USP, and a Glock.
Well, okay, a few more than 4.
Oh, decent flak damage onto Brolin.
Solid.
Bearing down on A. Now, this doesn't have to be a full commit. Vitality could just come out and skirmish. But I guess that's counted because it's 3 through Palace. So you will need to commit quite deep.
Geeky smoke. Double nade. Brolin. Oh, he's got naded. He's on the bladder. No one's looking. Zywo overlooked his position because they double naded it. And Brolin gets away with a double kill. Okay, Mezzy, you're all alone, mate. All alone. Overwhelmed. That did not go to plan.
And it looked like a counter for that position. So just not clearing their corners. Brolin very fortunate to be alive right there.
He's just standing there on the ladder, fully flashed.
Gets away with murder. Okay.
Crazy, crazy.
Well, first rifle round gets us back to an A8 scoreline.
I'm going firebox.
Blind. Hello.
Firebox to the
Drops. Spams him. Lovely.
I love the comms. I saw a thread on Reddit. It's like, why are Counter-Strike comms always so intense? It's like, guys, the level of information that they need to pass in a moment, when we're talking millisecond decision-making needing to be made.
Did you see Twist kind of highlighting MOUZ's comms as well? He said he was listening, like walking past them at EPL, and just said that like that was a sign of like how much work their comms needed, hearing how good MOUZ's was. Thought that was interesting to hear, you know, a very seasoned veteran player acknowledging just how good MOUZ are at communicating with one another.
Jimmy's been on point, and he has the Torgy AWP. Oh my God!
He's only caught Mezzy on the spam.
They were already down a man. This one's limp.
Yeah, it's falling apart at the seams with flames down. Torgy's rotated in nicely. Bomb spotted in the window. Setup is strong. Xerxen has short. They are screwed. You'd have to try really hard to lose this round. Xerxen goes down, but there's 4 players here on the B site, and Spinks will collect. Swinging into Zywo's not advisable, but job's done.
As far as the rifle rounds are concerned, you'd have to say that MOUZ are doing a better job overall because of the pistols and those conversions coming in the favor of Vitality to help them get up to 8 at the moment. And that's a big round to just fall apart so easily. It's this top mid kill. Xerxen presses forward, takes down Robs. This one's dink dead onto Mezzy, and that's before you've taken any territory or space, so you're not able to get in, you're not able to get that bomb down. Then that's 2 rifle rounds back-to-back that are dealt with pretty handedly there by MOUZ, so very good work to win out the economy wars.
Tell you what would be also a really kind of big boon. You said winning a map would be the first step, absolutely, but also to have Jimmy at the top of the scoreboard while doing it. I mean, he's had a wavering confidence. He said he's been in his head a little bit. To shake that off, to be leading your team towards your first map win versus the world #1, that's impressive.
And I've brought this up a couple times. I'm not trying to take away from the gravitas of the match, but for MOUZ knowing that regardless of the outcome here, you're still safe, it does embolden you a little bit. But the positive ramifications of that is if you get a win in this environment, then it shows you it's possible. So then when you do take them on, let's say it's in the final in Lisbon,
boon you up
you're
again.
already there. You're like, well, we did it, right? And it doesn't matter the context anymore. It's just in this game right now, you come in, you feel a bit more free. You don't have that saying, oh, elimination on the line, or oh, we don't take another step forward. No, we're taking on the world's best, who we had a tough time against. We have a feel for how they approach the game. Now let's go out there and take a couple of cracks, and right now they're making some dents in Vitality. Double digits, just 1 round away.
Yeah, and this one shouldn't have much resistance from Vitality, given it's just a couple of Deegs searching, 4 to be specific.
Yeah, against some other teams, and those teams that I keep going back to would be your G2s, your Liquids. They could definitely give away a round like this, but I don't think MOUZ will. Very confident just taking the fights. You have to strike this perfect balance with your anti-ecos. You don't want to be too passive. You don't want to be too aggressive.
Don't have like gaps that can lead to backs turned. Simultaneously, you don't want to be swinging into a deagle because everyone can hit a headshot.
Exactly.
It's crazy. I always get ecos, but I'm not trying.
I always get ecos, but I'm not trying. There's a lot of players who I think could use that as a tidy excuse. The little stat pads right there.
Well, yeah, listen, okay, I've never heard Blame F say that. Whereas Xerxen, he said...
Blame F never would.
Yeah.
He'd say, I am setting ecos and I am trying.
I am trying.
And I will take them all.
Hey, listen, 2 timeouts. Not a single time that Cyclone's had to press the button himself. He's been given to by Vitality, who are 3 rounds away from conceding their first map to MOUZ.
Yeah, and the scoreboard Andy's out there going to go, oh, well, Mezzy's only got 3 kills, that's why they're losing. Well, no. Mezzy on the B side. and had to rotate into a lot of rounds. Sure, he did have some opportunities too. Had an important kill on the pistol round, bodyguarding Flamesy to help them get in. There's a lot of factors. You got to look at each and every one and how they add up. And then on the T side of a map like Mirage, he's not part of this map control pack. So we're about to get into gun round number 3. The Vitality go for something a bit more default heavy because both were direct. One was A, one was B. Or is this plan C, as it looks like they will be starting with a default spread. Rops over towards Palace. Flamesy ZywOo top mid. Apex in through underpass. Mezzy over towards the B extremity.
What's the plan, Stan?
Well, this is just going to be about posturing for this standard map control. So Apex will use this CT smoke against them to park himself under window. Does he want to play in the fade?
Whew. He had the right idea, the right...
He's in. Oh, he missed the movement. He missed the movement.
He's alive.
On that flash, he was hoping to jump up on the ledge, stabilize a fight that they weren't going to be prepared for, and Exertion had given away that territory. So move number 1 negated by an unforced error.
Bron's got ramp deep as well, so that's valuable. Rob's Palace for Vitality. Apex maneuvering that bomb back towards A, whether it's just for like a window nade, maybe there's one in spawn, or...
This is the bomb.
That's the bomb.
This is the fight.
This is the fight. Apex is aware, spots him out and eliminates Brolant. A huge, valuable asset.
Bomb on the radar as well.
In pursuit of their 9th round. Yeah, Rob's still in that Palace position. Torji warped down towards the mid side. Smoke won't last forever, and it's Flames over the top of it, loses his life. Important clawback.
They've given up B. Jimmy's just tending to do this from market for now. Rops needs to lurk out and find an incision. Spinks and Torji towards CT spawn.
You know, the AWP was ticket. Oh, can't get him. Nice work from Torji. Yeah, AWPing up a storm.
Now ZywOo has to activate. Look at the time, 15 seconds. They need to get a move on.
Gonna make no secret of his occupation. Jimmy's distracted. Bomb thrown to Mezzy, demanding him to get planting, but he's down. Awkward now. Torji seals the deal, and MOUZ can almost taste it. Victory right there for the taking now.
And if you go back to last year, the Blast Premier World Finals, there was a completely different Vitality roster. I think they even had a stand-in at that point in time. And then you move into 2025. Take a look. So in the last 3 outings, MOUZ have not been able to take a map, not even been able to get into double digits. Right now, scoreline 11-8 after losing both pistols. That really needs to be pressed. In the rifle rounds, they are looking so much better than Vitality. And they haven't lost a series since this studio against EF. So Vitality feeling the heat.
It's going to be Poppy, Chad. Smoke's thrown out. Here they come. Flash is great to force Torji back. Tuck back into CT. Spam away from the connector player. Xerxes as well unloads his mag. A return of fire. Bomb not going to be planted just yet. You can see Apex is going to give it a go. Mezzy removing 1, moving 2 heads with the Tech 9. Window swing from Xerxes fails. It's up to the retank now. Oh, this is uncomfortable. Highly uncomfortable. And just when MOUZ were looking like it was a smooth walk to the finish line, ZywOo and Mezzy's Tech 9s rack up a double kill each. Hunting Jimmy got a bit costly in the pistol. Don't think they'll be in hot pursuit here. 20-8 for Jimpat.
Yeah, he's been having some really impactful moments. Multi-kills, stepping out of sights when they've been down in disadvantaged situations. So going to try and hoover up some of these guns now, Vitality. That's a nice little injection of life. You have the pistol, you have the conversions, and now you have a Tech 9 round.
Massive round. I mean, that's where they'll be bigging up Mezzy.
You still need a rifle round.
You do.
You still need to show that when both teams are fully strapped that you're able to contend. So it does draw it back to just a 2-round game. And
the second one.
This could be a round that changes the tide of the game. Because at the moment, if you're able to win consecutive off of these Tech 9s, at range, Andy controls that. Very well done from ZywOo there.
Back of the head, long range.
You win this, you can essentially tie up the game.
Right.
So right now, you can get on top of the money if you're Vitality.
They send ZywOo to go search mid, gets himself across those mid boxes, break the smoke to take that fight.
And they're defaulting again. So the direct approach is the shock and awe method as part of... Sorry, what?
He's wallbanged him apps? What?
It maybe jumped up B apps, right?
Deep line.
Yeah. Deep line.
Whoa.
So, okay, Apex not ready for that at all.
The wallbang had me thinking we'd seen something crazy there.
Okay.
Yeah, just through the corner.
Man disadvantage.
Nice work, Torji. Keeping it dynamic, gives MOUZ an advantage to work with.
Flamesy up through connector alongside of MeZ, having to make a play. Minute on the clock. Need to smoke off towards jungle. Exertions here. ZywOo's found one on the AWP.
Ooh, they're going to be across before the break comes through. They do remove Jimmy. Trade available. Xertion steps up, delivers, but it costs him his life. Flames just as he was on the run back. Spinks getting active. Torji behind the smoke for now. Flames will get the bomb down.
Do you go for this with the financial
that's the
situation?
question you were just talking about. It's going to be essentially worth 2.
To 1900 lost into the next.
So it's probably worth playing for that next round with the AWP and M4. It at least gives you something to work.
Yeah, if we do the maths right, so Torji's going to have enough with the 1900 loss to drop an M4. Exertion will be able to buy himself. So now we're talking about 4 M4s, and then one of your anchors, probably Brolin, can operate with an MP9.
Right.
So they can get a pretty trusty gun around going if they save these 2 guns. If they lost everything, at that point you're thinking, okay, let's just go for a couple of pistol upgrades, maybe a hero rifle. But really good work from Flamesy that you think you give away that Apex kill when they're just able to find a good timing up connector. So MOUZ are going to be kicking themselves that there was that much space available in that moment.
We didn't catch it, but ZywOo caught Brolan as well on the way in. Whoa. He's quick. And this second one as well, Exertion was running back. He just spams last bullet on the way into the doorway. Damn Vitality. Just as MOUZ were so tantalizingly close, they claw it back with the takedown and the gunny.
Yeah, so you've mentioned it before. It was the fact that Cyclone hadn't had to call a tactical timeout. Well, now he does. We're at the business end of map number 1. The score is just 1 round the difference. The money I was just talking about is starting to take shape in similar fashion. Looks like Jimmy will be the odd man out at the moment. The 4 consecutive rounds that MOUZ were able to post have been stalled.
They won't expect it.
Could be to do with a push. Let me see what type of spawn Jimmy's working with. Over towards A. Does he want to try and go aggressive Palace maybe? Or he could go real close A ramp.
MP9 going Palace. Never mind.
Either way, he's the B anchor playing on A.
Yeah, sure. They won't expect that, for sure.
So if it is the A execute or A maneuver and Brolin takes contact first and dies, then Jimmy gets to activate. And if he goes 1 for 1, I think that's really good value.
Apex this time not going to be trifling with that potential AWP line. He fell foul to in the previous.
And we saw a setup like this from Vitality in the first half with AWP B, but it was the force buy over towards A from Vitality. Right now it's guns. So Spinks and Xertion paired up connector, Brolin floating around A and Jimmy that unknown piece. So Torji able to buy them the buffer AWP. Good to take the short fights. Good for B-Apps. He just needs his mid players to let him know when that becomes a possibility so that he can turn his attention elsewhere. Does he want to break that and look for a fight? Well, we saw this one before. Apex 6 landing this time.
I guess that space off of Spinks and walking straight in ahead of his internal timing. Opening kill found, then Rops will activate as attention is drawn. It's looking beautiful, a thing of beauty, but there's the Jimmy. Joker pick, only the one. And through the smoke, Xertion found after the back of a timeout. MOUZ got nothing to show for it, and they now probably suspect Torji was on B with that AWP. Whether there's a search party dispatched, I don't know.
I think you should now. Look at the residual cash that Vitality are dealing with, and you know that he wasn't towards A. You haven't heard the AWP shot, and look at the smile on Flamesy's face. They're happy with that. They're trying to cut him off at the pass.
Oh, he saw him.
I think he heard the scope.
Flames' shoulder was spotted. Keeps Torji's boots planted.
Apex right behind
is
him.
Behind you.
ZywOo's coming as well. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God.
That's everything removed, and now it has to be a partial investment. So how quick it turned. The Tech 9 round, MeZ, who hasn't had a lot of kills throughout this series, gets a multi-frag, and the game is turned on its head. MOUZ have had this one in the grasp of their hands, now it's slipping through their fingers.
I'm starting to think stats might not be everything.
Don't get the stat and he's upset, Alex.
Nice!
Oh man, this was
there's a bogey M4 in the mix.
Interesting choice. Spinks is equipped with one. Kev on Xertion as well to see if they can recycle it. So they're actually going to boost him mid. Logical that Xertion is equipped with Kev as well if it doesn't go to plan. It should be good for one there. Does deliver.
Okay, this could be a heroic moment from Spinks.
Yeah, it's a great start. Does he get away from the AWP? They're just going to run in. A missed shot from ZywOo.
ZywOo's on his own. He has no help.
He is in trouble. They don't have nades, but they don't have Spinks anymore. No head removes it by ZywOo. Running to retrieve that weapon.
Oh.
Dunked him.
Bolin, Torji down. Rops here's the reload, steps in, precise. And a round that that hero M4 almost made a dent in has been handled. Apex with the immediate response in towards A. He's dead. That's all right. 3v1 goes 2v1. They haven't planted yet, Alex.
Yeah, you want to talk about heroic moments?
This is the babyface killer.
With no Kev, though, so he would have to somehow be the first to pull the trigger in both of his exchanges. If MeZ dares to cross back, oh, there's the info. That makes things really difficult now for Brolan. This no kit, no Kev 1v2. It's just asking too much of him. Doesn't even elect to tickle the bomb. Oh, that sound given away on the ladder. Backing away, realizes it's an unwinnable scenario, would rather keep hold of that M4. Given Spinks did invest into an M4, it should have, I imagine,
yes,
be quite a valuable save.
Your synopsis of the scenario, bang on there.
Thank you so much. So, you know, casting with you for years, I'm starting to understand Counter-Strike a little better.
So they can actually get the AWP out on Torji as well, and it doesn't have to be glass cannon. Jimmy can facilitate that, so that can make a difference in the utility.
Oh, I love a little teaser. So,
what we're gonna do
is...
This is what we're gonna do, guys. Bang.
Yeah, dude, Rob's this kill. I know it's not, like, nothing special, but it's just the precision, the first bullet, the pre-aim. He does bring Apex's AK into the mix for this last round. Cyclone on the microphone.
Do you take both? Do you take both?
Why
back
not,
to
man?
back?
I mean, you get another one if you do win this round, so, like, burn them.
You've held on to him for so long, and that's because things have been going very, very well. Touched upon the fact that both pistols have fallen in the favors of Vitality, thanks to some pistol precision from ZywOo. They've reignited themselves into this map thanks to MeZ and ZywOo Tech 9 rounds. Otherwise, it was looking very flat, and now the rifle rounds are starting to flow. It was 11-9 before MeZ happened.
Yeah, MeZ's double Tech 9 frag. I think ZywOo got 2 as well in that round with the Tech 9. Top of the scoreboard is ZywOo. And Torji puts him down early. That's a dream.
They have been able to win a couple of these number disadvantage situations, though, Vitality.
Sure.
But I guess when ZywOo was the first to fall, before we had Apex go down, and then ZywOo finding the trade. So at the moment, it's going to have to be someone else, and not really a trade anymore, is it? It's just going to be an equalizing kill, as there's the risk from Apex.
It's a big risk.
He's got him pinned.
He's got him dead to rights.
Oh, Exertion's going to be kicking himself. A risky move. It's tied things up, 4v4.
Jimmy boosted up. But on the back of MeZ, and they're just holding. If he goes too far with this aggression, he could be punished for this. He's looking for answers for the boys, but it could be a MeZ AK bullet to the face. How good's the clear? Not good enough. MeZ takes him down. The bomb now spotted. Quickly Spinks called upon. He'll play this bench, aware that the pincer from short is likely.
Told you will get there in time. They're taking this at a slower tempo.
And now they know the AWP is in kitchen. Swaps in. Oh, a chance. Squandered, and 12 secured. Brolan can do nothing more. And a near team ace. In the absence of ZywOo, everyone gets one. Safe way to find the information.
Close but no cigar for MOUZ, isn't it? 13-11. It looked like Vitality were done. It looked like they were going to drop a map to MOUZ, but they bounce back. They keep the streak alive, and they get some smiles on their faces. Strong win.
The closest this iteration of MOUZ have come to taking down Vitality. It almost felt like they were lulled into a false sense of security, but Vitality, the world #1s right now, and they look like it's turning this one on its head.
Yeah, very impressive display coming out of Vitality. Obviously, a lot of credit to MOUZ for pulling off a great game of Counter-Strike, applying an awful lot of pressure to Vitality. But I would even make the case here, Nathan, that Vitality playing at the B level, the C level, having a couple of players, not really finding the impact that we've seen the past couple of months, yet they still find a way back into the game. If that's not a sign of class, I don't know what is.
No, definitely. And Apex had a bit of struggles, as you said, with his central position, especially on the city side. It's always something that is a bit hard to contest for mid. But there is one player that is always here and consistent and destroying, and especially on Mirage, I think everybody knows it's Zaiwu. He's always here, especially on Pistol. I think at that point he's the best pistol player of all time, uncontested. Forrest was there for a very long time. He was the guy, but now Zaiwu is just showing incredible things. And yes, there were good parts of MOUZ, especially at the T side. I liked how fierce they were when they're going on bomb sites and attacking. But I also equally didn't really like their city side. I think the mid control was a bit lacking. And so, yeah, there are rooms for improvement, but it also shows that Vitality is not untouchable. There is something to do on Mirage, maybe.
Yeah, let's start off with that MOUZ T side, because arguably, you know, this is one of the more competitive maps we've seen between Vitality and this iteration of MOUZ. Round number 8 was particularly impressive, right?
Yeah, I think that summarizes the first half pretty well, and that's where I want to give Brolan credit. I want to give MOUZ credit as well. They kept on honing in towards this B bomb side. They realized that that was a bit of a weak point, so to speak, for Vitality. Again, scoreline 4-3. The game has been going back and forth, and Brolan keeps calling it into this B bomb side, trading their way out of the issues right here. Apex close getting a kill, couldn't quite find it, and when you have to retake this bomb side in a 3v2, you are prone to lose. Now, for MOUZ to continue to make this call, even though that the round before this one, they also went into the B bomb side and lost a round, I love that from Brolan, right? We speak about experience, we speak about him being new in this role. I think he showed a lot of possess. I think he showed a lot of great calling on the T side. I very much agree with you. It was the CT side that was the issue, and as we know in Counter-Strike right now, the in-game leaders are hardly in charge of the CT sides anymore. So if you isolate Brolan and how he was calling on the T side, I want to give him an A+.
Yeah, and he also identified pretty quickly that MOUZ was having a bit of a struggle of a game on that B-bomb side, because resources were put elsewhere, and that's where it can get pretty hard on the city side, is where do you put your strength, because every bomb site can become pretty weak pretty quickly, and if you start losing middle, and then you start losing an A strat, and then you start losing those kind of things, where do you put your upper, especially? Because you can shut down a bomb side with the up, like especially you saw at the end of the city side, they tried to play with Zaiwu towards B and then 4 players towards A, but then they were going A and they were losing anyway. So it's like, what do you do at the end of the day? And so that's always going to be the question mark on Mirage.
A big conversation we were having coming into this was, you know, the anchors on both sides of the equation. Jimfat, he had a great start, as did Robs on this map, arguably, right?
Yeah, we got a bit of a cool duel. The first half, the two best performers, the two top fraggers were Jimfat and Robs. And obviously, we said it, Jimfat on the T side. Is he an anchor on a T side? That's hard to argue, right? But I think he's a little bit more aggressive lurk type, and I think we see that in the highlight package as well. Lurking out of A-apps, you know, not necessarily afraid to be the first guy out as well. If he senses there's a gap in the defense, he's willing to go for it. And I like the versatility coming out of Jimfat. He had a lot of impact on the T side. He was a big part of the reason as to why MOUZ were getting off with such a strong start to the game. And then again, you can counter it with Robs on the CT side as well.
Yes.
Again, aggressive type of lurking, anchoring, call it what you want. The quality on Robs and the level he's been playing at ever since he joined Vitality, it's a joy for the eye. Because people forget, and I just want to remind you out there, people forget that he had 4 or 6 months in phase at the later stages of 2024 where he was not performing, where he was visibly unhappy, where apart from the major, he was not playing well whatsoever. And all of a sudden, Robs is back to his absolute best, which makes this whole task for Jimfat to become the best anchor in the world that much more difficult.
For sure, and you see the quality of the player as simple as that. They're among the best players in the world at the moment. And you saw also in the highlights a lot of T rounds, a lot of T kills, and not that many of the CT. So that's where there's the question mark of like being an anchor on the CT side. That's where what we're talking about, right? Like we need them to step up on the CT side to get those multi kills and knock out the bomb sites so that you can move the resources on the other parts of the map. And that's not really what we saw from either side, to be honest. And so on Dust 2, where they struggled already, that's a bit of question mark. What's going to be the direction? Can we see something a bit different, especially again on the city side? I want to see a bit more proficiency from those players.
Before we do dive in to talk about Dust 2, let's talk about the moment that kind of changed the tide of this map of Mirage. I feel like maybe Apex was going back 10 years, getting a little old envy strat out, because the Tech 9 rush.
Yes.
That was pretty wild and completely changed the pace of the game, right?
For sure, and it's, you know, when you're struggling a bit on Mirage T side, there's always one basic you can go to, and it's a good old A strat. Here specifically, going into CT spawn, they just cleared out the right side with the smokes, and they want to focus with one lurker in mid, because they both knew that Vitality was going to be in a force buy. So what you do in that time on the city side, you have full utility, full weapons, you're okay with giving them the site, but you cannot lose every area. The problem is, MOUZ was underground, he was starting to get kills, like there was a bit of confusion for the CTs, And at the same time, they were able to push City because only one player was there holding it. And then Zaiwu comes in, gets the kill, they just trade there, and then they have City spawn, they have MOUZ in mid, making them lose time and getting kills, and then they're just spinning all over the place, and then that's it. That's a successful A strat.
That's frustration from MOUZ right there, right? Yes. You were supposed to win this round. You were actually supposed to win, MOUZ. I think MOUZ did a good enough job in order to showcase that and kind of tell us the story that we were the better team on MOUZ. We picked the map for a reason. We came in well prepared. We had a good game plan, a good T side, and we did okay on the CT side up until this point. So that was obviously uncomfortable and not good enough. Now, I do want to point one thing out right here from that clip. The first flash, one flash can make the world of difference. Yes. The fact that that AWP player was being pushed back in towards CT spawn created so much space, so much chaos that if you're watching it, right, you see it right here, it's a very simple flash from ZywOo, but look at the effectiveness, right? Torsi will have to fall back, and yeah, you can argue him in a different position, him maybe dodging the flash or not being scoped in that up close would have turned it out to be a little bit different, but it's very simple sometimes. I know everyone at home, you want to quantify Counter-Strike, you want to dive deep into it, we can do hardcore analysis from now until tomorrow. Sometimes Counter-Strike is very, very simple. You do the basics, but you do them with quality, and you can win rounds like these.
We had a conversation in the green room, or rather I posed you a question, Nathan, because, you know, I'm by no means an expert, never played on a professional team, but just from the outside, I kind of feel like Vitality have the best understanding of utility usage at the moment. And you even raised that a level saying you feel like they're probably the most efficient team at the moment with utility, right?
Yeah, every piece of smoke and every molly and every flash that they use is something that is kind of calculated, that has a specific goal. And for example, a smoke is 18 seconds. You want to use that whole time of the 18 seconds to like move around the map and be able to just give wrong signals to the CTs. Especially on the T side, I'm going to say their plan is very well thought of, and every piece of utility that they have, they use, which is also another point where a lot of teams have a lot of utility and they just throw the basic kind of a routine and then take control of areas, and then, you know, they like to contact. They're going to go and they're going to go with their weapons out and they're just going to try to shoot and trade with like one single flash and one single smoke. But when Vitality is executing somewhere, most of the time they will arrive on the bomb sites empty-handed. They will have no utility anymore, and that's extremely important because at this point in Counter-Strike, taking the bomb site is key. Once you have those 3v3s, once we have the 4v3s, 4v4s, you just want to take the bomb site, and then once you're posted with an AK against M4, if you're on an even level, you're going to have an advantage. And then if you have great players, you're going to win those rounds 80% of the time,
and just
right?
to add that extra layer, because I agree with you, that's when the players get to express themselves. When you're in a 3v3, when the bomb is planted, that's when you set ZywOo free to make his own decisions in terms of when is he dueling, when is he falling back, how is he jiggling, etc., etc. Sometimes you see some of the best teams in the world and some of the best individuals in the world. G2 is a great example. If you're not being put in a 3v3, if you don't get the bomb down, if you don't have the chance of expressing yourself as a player, it's one of the most frustrating ways of losing Counter-Strike rounds because you feel like you're unable to do anything. So fact of the matter is, Vitality is very, very good at allowing their star players to shine, make their own decisions by then showcasing that they're better than the rest of us.
Speaking of frustrations, where do you feel the emotions are going to be at for MOUZ at the moment? Sure, they've already qualified for the playoffs. This would just give them that little bit of a boost and advancement going through to the semi-finals, but you had it in the palm of your hand, this map.
Well, you feel like you were the better team on Mirage, and then to lose that again, in a sense, like they were not even that close necessarily, but like you feel you're cruising, you're comfortable, you don't even get to an overtime or anything like this, you just straight up lose on a map again. And so this is something that, again, I'm not too worried in the sense that MOUZ has a very good supporting staff and they're very well surrounded as players. But yeah, like you don't want to get into that mental struggle of, oh, we always face that team and we always lose. It's like, oh, you know, you don't want to get into that mentality and getting into that game. But after this game, regardless of what happens in the future maps, like Dust 2 is going to be a hard one, you see cracks in the armor of Vitality. You see that you can take a map like Mirage, you see that you can make a very good T half. Even though one of the points also in this game was Vitality on their City half, even when they were saving, they had either an up or 2 rifles. And so that's so annoying to play when you're against that team like this. They had weapon rounds every single time, so you have to be at 100% all the time. And that's where I saw that MOUZ had it. They could make it work, and you know, for the future, for the playoffs, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, this uphill battle about to get even steeper for the likes of MOUZ as Dust 2 lays in wait. One of 3 maps that Vitality currently pose a 100% win rate on. We're going to see if they can change the tide after this break. Dust2 up next in this seeding series for a spot in the semi-finals at Lisbon. The pick of Vitality coming into this one, which is pretty understandable looking at their win rate on it as of the last 3 months. For MOUZ, starting on the CT side of things, same side we saw them starting on at Pro League, which was a pretty rough first half, to put it lightly.
No, definitely, and so that's where I want to see things a little bit different coming from MOUZ, especially with that city half on Mirage, where they didn't really take control of middle. They were not very aggressive into those central parts of the map, and that's a bit of a scary prospect coming into Dust2, where Vitality is going to be an even better team, where they have plans very explosive, very packed, and like knowing where they want to go, and giving a lot of question marks in the heads of MOUZ in that point. So I want to see a tight game. I just see Vitality being the better team, period.
See, it's very easy for us to stand here on the desk, be like, yeah, MOUZ, you got to be disruptive, you got to be aggressive, you got to do something on your CT side. But if you're Apex right now, what would be your idea of what MOUZ is trying to change, right? They're not going to play the same style they did in Sweden. They're not going to sit back and wait for these executes, because we saw how that unfolded. So MOUZ will try to do something, but here the key of the matter is to have to mask it in a way, or do it in a delicate way, so it's not easy for Vitality just to sit back, punish whatever aggression that is coming in, then walk into the executes, or then unfold their round. So it's always easy to be like, yeah, MOUZ, be aggressive, be disruptive, do something on the CT side, but that's exactly what Apex is thinking as well. So if you're MOUZ, you have to do it in a delicate way, you have to find ways of masking it, maybe doing it mid-round, maybe finding different grenades that can set up that aggression. You cannot just run in low every round, because there will be a guy waiting for you.
Well, for MOUZ, just one more opportunity to potentially just take a map off of Vitality. It's going to be a tough task on Dust2.
Yeah, I really thought Mirage was going to be that map. It looked like it was shaping up to be exactly that. Then Mr. Merriman's Tech9 and the rest fell into place for Vitality to take it. I mean, MOUZ, they've been able to take it to Spirit. Not on Dust2, but they did manage to beat Spirit, and now Vitality still the only team they just can't seem to beat. Mirage fell through, and now they're on a map that they lost to Spirit 13-3.
The conversation in 2025 is Vitality are leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the pack. MOUZ, Spirit, they're the next string. And going up against they're 8 on the trot, 9 if you look at last year for Vitality. Dust2 is going to be an insurmountable mountain. Insurmountable.
Clock. Still lands.
Yeah, you get away with it.
NT.
Does the molly come on Exertion's door? Apex has that. It does not appear to be thrown out for that short position whatsoever, so they will be able to comb through lower tunnels. They've got this map control, and Mezzi still has a smoke. So what is the finish? Torji tucked in towards car. We can see him there trying to be a late activation. Brolin top site worrying about long. Brolin can set up with flashes, so Exertion, if he calls for a flash, can swing off that. Heard a step. Does he call for the flash?
He does. Gets his chance. Actually sticking around for another pot shot, and ooh, softened up for one hell of a nade. That's a lot of damage. A huge amount of damage from Brolin. Now Torji Collect reveals himself. Mezzi, despite the low HP, hits 2. 11 HP, double kill out of Mezzi, and he gets the bomb down. Rob's now already on the car. How is that falling apart? It looked so good.
Mezzi has a molly.
Yeah, and he's still got it.
You want to use that towards short, we'll buy them 7 seconds.
He's holding onto it for as long as he can, throws it in, forces a decision out of them. Version's walking up on Mezzi. How's he alive? That bullet connected. Must have been through the corner. There's the ZywOo. P250 kept honest, and now up to 1 man. 1 man and a mission to tap away at their heads. It's not planted for him, and so a 10-second defuse. He has to close that gap. 5 seconds left for Rops to close this, and he has hit the first. 2 seconds left on this. Jimmy's head is visible. He's can't track the head. Happy with that one. Well recovered, considering the way Mezzi got them back into the round already. But MOUZ securing the pistol to start off their Dust2 campaign.
Yeah, that's a difference from Mirage, but not different from last time these two teams faced. So there's the flash, and so many players doing the flashbang dance. Torji, Goosh dead. So double kill there from Mezzi, and that's view model we were talking about with Jimmy, but he just sits the defuse, crouching up and down, head turns.
230 utility damage from Brolin's HE.
Damn. So just to note, last time round MOUZ won the pistol. This was the EPL final, and then Vitality won the 4-spike.
Right.
So MOUZ, you really need to secure this one. You've got 3 M4s to do so, 2 MP9s, and ZywOo's already out mid-doors.
Yeah. Apex. It's going to get caught out by Torji playing short. There's that ZywOo AK. Doesn't cost him too much either. Yeah, you are going to punish Jimmy. They're coming for you, Jim. Oh, good spam on Xerxes. He puts ZywOo right down to the just 7 points of health, and Jimmy gets active on this. He brings the fight to them. A double kill, light on bullets will go down. The bomb, however, on that B ramp. Oh, the positioning from ZywOo catches Brolan off.
Beauty.
Yeah, really smart reposition.
How do you get this bomb, though?
I don't know if you can from ZywOo's side.
Well, ZywOo could smoke mid to B, but he's actually heading around long. So right now playing this 2v2. Heavy hitters on either side of the server. Exertion and Torji.
Did he hear
Drops
him?
and ZywOo.
No, so Torji did not catch that long info.
Oh, unless he drops off the box. Fortunate on the timing.
Oh, what? One bullet to the back of the head.
Torji can still win this.
He certainly could. He knows where the bomb was. Likely still is. Starts to activate towards upper tunnels.
Rob's clearing out B now. Well, no, he already knew it was clear. So they're worried about the upper tunnels, I suppose, as ZywOo isn't coming over to join him just yet.
Decision-making from ZywOo is impeccable in this second round force.
Time's going to be the problem.
Robs just starts now to retrieve that bomb. Did you spot him?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Okay, Torji, you got the element of surprise, but Rob's ready. What a round out of ZywOo and Robs. Between the two of them, they get all 5.
Okay, well, it does go the same as last time.
So get that. Tuck on the box. Jimmy does so much work for the boys as well. Gets the bomb loose, and then ZywOo has the proactivity to A, anticipate this push from Brolan, and then go round long to shoot in the back of the head. Incredible. That's why you put the AK in his hands. That's why he's one of the best.
All right, well, MOUZ have to force buy back. Plenty of 5-7s. Scout for Torji. Now, the CT setup when we do get into the rifle rounds, we Brolan anchoring long. Torji as the AWP. You'll see him starting middle, starting A. Brolan's ahead of this, actually in the smoke. Will they find him? Or will he be able to get away? It's going to be the ladder. Jimmy and Spinks as that B defense, and Exertion as the rotating A rifler. But in the early stages of this one, as we are in the force by territory, things are a little bit more out of the box. You go for some more stacks, aggressive maneuvers. And in back-to-back maps, we've seen MOUZ, when they are in the force by territory, go for a gamble, right? We're 4-1. Right now it's a 3-1-1. But if they do just finish through long and Brolan goes down, he blocks the smoke. Yeah, so with that one, there's also a variation. You can do it's like a middle click jump throw that bounces off the roof and can't be blocked.
Right. Well, whether they work that out or not, I think Robs is going to be very fortunate to get away with his life at that low HP around the 5-7, but the flash is good.
And they'll save.
Someone's going to die. Someone will die. Oh. And it's Apex.
Okay, maybe you have a look.
Yeah, see what else you can find.
Got a man advantage.
Robs is low. Mezzy clears him out on elevator, and Torji's scout unable to contribute.
Now you're safe. You had a man advantage.
Yeah, it's gone.
Everybody from Vitality will just be able to go exit towards the pit, make sure they don't give anything away. You don't need the long doors. You can all just live. So it's territory that's unnecessary. As we can see with the radar, Jimmy and Torji both in B, Spinks top cat, and Exertion outside of long.
How efficient as well. You only had 1 Mag 10, and you can upgrade that AK, so you don't lose anything of value. Ah, you lost something of value. 1 AK. Slips away, thanks to Torji sticking around on the scout.
All right, well, second attempt.
Must be such a luxury, isn't it, when you lose the pistol, you just go, oh, we can just win the second round.
I don't remember if it was the MOUZ game or not. It may have been, but you had Rops with a Galil. This is EPL we're talking about, and he just, in the set, gets 4 kills as they're going up long, and just from the car, up. I say, oh, okay. That one's over. Cool. And it's nice because in this team, Rops definitely doesn't need to initiate anything. It's a luxury if he'd like to, if he wants to make that type of play. He can be one. Oh, Headhunter, back out. How many more is he going to get? He's seen 2 more long. Let's head somewhere else. And that will be into Torji's scout. So damage done. Can't hit the second bullet. Not going to give it a 3rd try. So they know 2 long, 1 short. This moment, you'd like to try and scamper for the mid to B. Trying to play ahead of that is MOUZ, expecting that to be the quick response. That's not the case. Torji will poke up again.
Oh, there may be more than they bargained for. The flashbang's perfect. Brolan completely white screen. Flames takes him down and starts to advance right into Spinks. He's alone on this one. They may be looking for Jimmy, though. They'll be cautious into B. They see he's still alive, and little do they know, he's about to push long into... Ooh, ZywOo just looked away. Spots him out on the clear, though. 1 overstep from Jimmy, a little sound cue heard, and a headshot provided. ZywOo... Nice to see him taking his long spawn and just demonstrating his prowess.
It's good, though, Vitality identifying that information, right? So ZywOo kills 1, sees 2 more. They know Torji's short. And it wasn't immediately, oh, let's just run out mid to B. It was, all right, let's get the smoke, then let's clear. They could have rotated mid door. So really good work in the details there, as it was going to be 3-1. So Vitality looking to make this. Do we want to include last year without Rops, or do we only want to include this
Just
year?
Rops, please.
Okay, so this would be 9 in a row.
This would be the 9th.
On Dust 2, and it would be undefeated, and it would also be 14 series in a row. They're the dominant force of 2025, right? And again, returning to what I mentioned before, they're... Okay, so this is where the potential for Torji to take a couple more liberties, right? So Torji can post up and be more aggressive with the AWP, but he doesn't have an AWP. He's running a scout, so still going to have to be quite jarring. Right, he will molly long Brolin. So Torji going to use his spawn to get the molly in. We're making it look like a default, which is Flamesy through lower, Rops in upper. Apex is an extra piece. Normally you'll see him top middle, Mezzy outside long, and then Zawu here, there, and everywhere. Do they just feign some short control and then go into a mid to B? Because Rops' position, this is a mid to B smoke lined up, and it's a 3-man B stack out the start. So MOUZ are well positioned for this. Essentially, MOUZ with this setup are playing retake A, and they're gambling that the call will be the mid to B split. For some reason, Vitality have called it off. They looked out the mid doors, they have it secured. They don't really have any key pieces of information as to what the CT setup looks like right now. Lurk smoke dropped on B. Jimmy already in a traditional position to deal with this. Oh, it's going to be so tough if this is an A execute. Torji positioning now towards the ramp, but again, it is only the scout.
It's not going to deter them. Zawu does the double smoke. And off they go. Flames just drop straight in. Awkward now. Rops lingers to catch this rotation. 3 players rotating. If he times this right, he chooses to engage early, and he's looking for more. Spinks is there. Wow. Jeez. Great shots.
Save.
The second is crazy. Like, they knew exactly where he was, and he still manages to rustle up a second.
Yeah, it looked like Vitality were definitely going for the mid to B. Was it a team flash on the mid doors as well as to why they didn't go through initially? It looked a little bit odd, but either way, able to stick the landing. 4-1. Lower tunnels is Torji. Wants to try and get something a little bit better than the Scour. He doesn't really want to be wielding this, but at the same time, doesn't want to throw it away. So if they're able to maybe drop the M4, Brolin runs through the mid doors, try and pick up one of those guns. Are they going to give it a look?
Terrified.
No, okay. Well, Lostbone is building to a position where there can be some drops. I think Cypher might want to consider getting in with a tactical timeout, and that was well indicated by the mic boom coming down, but Rops.
Yeah.
Huge work.
Rops and Zawu on the same team.
The desk was discussing wanting some aggression, and Jacob saying, well, you can't just push lower tunnels every round. That is true. But there's other ways that you can try and dictate some space, and at the moment, well, it's still very early. We'll see if that starts to manifest as, again, another round where poor Torji has to operate with a scout. He's dropped his teammates an M4, so they have another almost full buy. The problem, Torji's not going to get away with just tags. He's going to have to go for headshots. Torji with the long spawn again. It's like, if they do want to go for long control, he will have to use his spawn to throw the molly. Apex has a good long spawn. Mezzy not too far behind him, so if they want to try and do something a little bit more aggressive, they can do.
Looks like that's going to be the case. To handle it is Zershan, Brolin, and Torji. So, 3-man defense, strafes on out. Goes straight for a pit swing. Apex gets into the pit, spotted out, draws attention. Flames will take down Brolin. Nade will chunk at Apex. That scout not suited to the task, but he makes it work. Straight through the smoke into the skull of Apex. More bodies
coming through
by Zershan. Yeah, he should be good for the first. Can he transfer? Well, he can. Handled well with class from MOUZ. Doesn't hit the body shot there onto Zawu. Still 100 HP and it's Rops and Zawu. So hold your horses. That molly will force a fight. Swings out wide, deleted. Zawu isolates the duel, forces the fight. Now he knows it's a scout. He's willing to take that fight. He says, you want to fight? Let's go. Rops up short side. We'll have to respect that smoke. No, he won't. Oh, is an invitation to go looking. Needs it. Can't connect. Spinks, good find from him as well, just to finish the job. Ouch, indeed. Jimmy finds him through the smoke, through the car. Nice kills indeed. I have to say, Torji's kill onto Apex was an inspired start.
Exertion's double kill, round changing,
sure.
right? So in the fact Torji gets that kill, they're expecting to be able to walk through the smoke undeterred with the position that he's holding. Exertion just catching two of them. Tough on the grey screen for MOUZ and Flames, but if you want to take a risk like that, Jimmy with spam at range. Well, now Torji has an AWP, but so does ZywOo.
It's usually pretty good for some damage on those doors. Not this time.
Well, especially with the CTs having to force out a smoke just to cross, right? That's a key piece of utility that's being used because of that fear factor. Late long pop, here it comes.
Roland's playing up close. He's actually going to get flashed in ahead of the play, but Flames anti-flash and receives it well. Quick reactions out of Vitality. Flames trying to take the space, and there's MOUZ to worry about. 99 damage inflicted by MOUZ. He is running, he is sprinting, and just turns around the corner in time.
I like the willingness for Torji to look for a second there.
Sure, I also like that MOUZ's already
look how
so
quick this
fast.
Is. Look at the pace. This is speed walking 101.
Yeah, they're trying to fight for sure. Torji just gets away from the MOUZ sight line as Robs will activate, and Zersh completely caught off guard by that. Baffled and bamboozled. Double kill from Robs. Jobs are good.
That round over. Spinks in lower. Jimmy over towards T-spawn. Bomb's going to get planted. They can set up the post plant. Going to be tough to try and get this AWP back. So from the success of the previous... Oh, that's an AK. It's an AK if Jimmy wants to head over and try and grab it. Spinks has got his, but no, he's backed off. So holding on to 2 with the loss bonus into the next to being 2,400. We can do some math. Jimmy can drop one. Torchi's going to be able to buy himself. Could go glass cannon with the AWP, so that's fine. They should be good. It should be good for another buy. I think Brolin can operate with a dropped MP9 to play the long doors.
What's Flames heard there to turn anti? Do you hear like a step, a single step and react, or is it just pure game sense?
No, this is part and parcel of how these scenarios need to go down. It's like when you're pathing up banana or when you're going up long, right? Someone either needs to be on the corner anti or someone needs to be back turned. This is just the protocols. This is what you talk about when you are doing these certain setups.
It worked out wonderfully. MOUZ behind the door swings out for the kill.
It's like an angle as well for Flames that you don't really want to just sit committed on because they clear on their timing. So you'd like MOUZ to take inquisitive jiggles and then Flames gets to activate.
Right.
So they've gone for Famis for Brolin. So a rifle instead of the MP9. They do get the long control. Looks like they're making the same call as the last round. They're going to flash through this. Flame's going to try and jump out. Brolin playing close for exactly this.
Yeah, but the flash is perfect.
Wasn't ready.
Completely.
Looked like he was.
He was staring at the floor.
That's why you play close long doors, right? You do that type of spot. He was prepared for that type of a maneuver. Felt like he doubted it.
Torji's AWP is in the mix, as is Zershan on short side. Going to be tested. Passes his, but Flames, what a headshot that is. Can't control it. Tries to find Jimmy. Exposes a lot. Good nade on the break. Reveals Flames. Man advantage for MOUZ. Extended by Jimmy. He's contributing, but Apex is heating up. Gets that bomb down at a minimum.
Well, if he wins this, he's going to let them know.
Smokes out short. Zershan coming long quicker than he may be ready for, especially if Jimmy just draws fire. Lovely finish. Jimmy, high impact round from him as well. For someone that's playing B, starting B, we've seen multiple kills now. Those are the more impactful ones. Secure it on A.
The key of that is just the amount of breaks of the cross smoke. So we see at least 2 in there and not allowing Vitality to be comfortable. Jimmy's done really good on rotation to find some impact. Another clear. And it's because of the timing this is coming for. So they have a lot of their utility remaining to be this jarring. So just a 2-round difference at the moment within the first half, second map. Dust 2, Vitality's choice. Both teams fully strapped again. This is what you want to see, right? No Tech 9 rounds, no teams having to take the ecos, the guns in hand.
He'll always take his pot shot. Wasn't far off the mark this time. It's a CT smoke thrown out to try and fight for long, but they're going for a late one. Interesting.
I do love that. It's a sign of respect to an AWPer. If a team is expending a smoke just to get across so they don't take damage, it's a nod of the hat.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, well, mid-door smoke thrown out from ZywOo. A little bit different of a round taking shape. It's not the standard setup for Vitality. Just ROPs in upper tunnels, nobody through lower. Flames aware of any potential aggressions. No Spinks, he likes to get a little bit pushy. Up Cat, and so does Exertion from time to time. They will get the map control, regardless of a different starting stance. Xerxes worried about the mid to B. And the utility tells them that they are trying to clear out close doors. Just throw in a flash to stall them, but they can easily walk ahead of that. Setting up the short util that they've breached through before. Just like a Flamesy drop into spawn to cut off the rotation. Oh, did they miss a smoke there?
Yeah, it looks like it has, unless it was aimed for CT. Does free
Apex
up
just walk through CT.
Yeah, it frees him up. Oh, good angle from Jimmy, but he doesn't get the finish. Spinks will combine. Okay, info on 2B.
Oh, this is a free kill.
Yep, you ain't ready for this one. Oh, he considered it. He realized it was a possibility. Good find from Torji back. Apex tagged up. Jimmy and Spinks on rotation. Apex mantling up the boxes, so retake on. 2 from long.
Still 2 more mollies to stall this.
Okay, yeah,
What
you're
territory
right.
do you want in the post plan? Looks like short.
Stalled further.
Kits and smokes.
Nade looks like it might catch Mezzy, but just catches the lip. Second molly. Spinks is going to push. And found by Mezzy.
Tough.
Oh, hang on. Zai was actually under a lot of scrutiny now. Brolan's gotten across and takes down Apex. Need that kill, Mezzy. Oh, and Zaiwu needed that onto Brolan. Smoke's going to land on the bomb. It's getting tense. It's getting very tense.
From
Good
Brolan.
work. And think Torji's got the kit in time.
They need to find the bomb, gets on it, and they've got this one.
Whoa, that's a big round to win.
All right, well, that was a number disadvantage situation for Vitality, but they made a really good round out of it. Sure, able to isolate those fights. They were looking good. As Cyclone looks like he's looking over the other side of the server, seeing what type of response comes out of that. Torji's good, isn't he? I really like watching him play. He's one of these players. Like, he's talismanic for, I think, MOUZ. He makes a lot of noise. He brings the energy, but he also delivers. Being the AWPer and being that figure for the team, it's nice to see, and he's quick with it too.
Yeah, and he's not one of the players that I think kind of, you know, doesn't go for the same plays when you're on the big stage. He still tries, still plays exactly the same.
And he does walk the tightrope of, you know, being a silly sausage and overpeaking one too many times and going for that, mandatory second peak because they're down a man and getting away with it and then still surviving. Only one of my favorite AWPers to watch at the moment.
It was an impactful round from Brolan as well. In-game leadership doesn't seem to have taken too much of a chunk out of his fragging output. But yeah, look at this one. Very important kill onto Apex and then a second onto Zaiwu as well. Oh, sorry, Mezzy. Little frustrated, Apex. Little frustrated. Does too.
Okay, this is going to be, I think, Vitality B execute, right? We've seen them do this one a couple times before. They like to run it against anti-ecos as well. So, oh.
That hurts.
Yeah, that does hurt. Or is it a mid to B? 2 players in lower. Mezzy was in suicide. They want to fight. So look at this setup. They're going to harass. They know that there's unlikely to be an AWP on the other side, so trying to set Torji up with some jewels. Now, if they do go for this B execute, they like to throw out a molly that lands on that tall box, but... Okay, they're grouped up now and getting ready for this.
Good timing on his smoke. He'll be pushing through that. He'll start to unload his mag. Does already chip away at Flames. Plays anti, ready to re-engage, using very good ammo conservation. Double kill from Jimmy. If they can find him now, the plant is theirs. Apex and Zaiwu do get the frags, but hang on. Torji's close enough. He'll wait for his teammates. Okay. They're very low. Apex and Zaiwu. Yeah, sure, you've got to smoke for the doors, but tunnels is going to be a threat. Apex has to acknowledge that. Audible reload. He's got a back turned. Zaiwu covering, but still exposed and eliminated. Good shooting from Xerxes to tie us up. Dead even, 5 each. Jimmy played that to perfection, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And I think the B defense, one thing that looks different in that round if you get caught out of position is how blind you are. They didn't feel like they were that impeded by the flashes. So the early information that they probably garnered by being more jarring towards the mid doors, telling that, hey, we aren't really catching them walking up cap. That's a really nice round to win because that was a force buy. That's a tidy one to win off the back of the timeout. So right now it is going to be partially investment, and part of that investment is going to be a Zaiwu AK-47. So they have the crowbar, break in case of emergency.
Gone untested.
But another aggressive start. I like this, starting to take shape towards the tail end. This is good. As a starter, very default heavy. Now they're going to be a jarring force. torji on Cat. Spinks ready to support either. Exertion in lower tunnels. Fight with this hero AK, and he wins it out. The most important fight, because nobody is there to pick that up.
Yeah, lost resource. Warren was looking to play for the frag, but realizes he's better suited to maintaining the man advantage. Doesn't need to commit to a duel against multiple bodies.
Oh, Apex is going back around the world to get that AK.
Okay.
He is going to have to be worried about the fact that tunnels is infested, but in-game leaders, they do this thing where they don't clear all the corners because they have a picture of what the round should look like.
He knows they're not in there, right? No.
Yeah, these glances are just more for show.
Yeah.
Mid to B, not a bad call.
It isn't
45
bad.
seconds.
Jimmy and Spinks passed one test. Can they do it again? Dershin spotted out towards CT. Oh dear. That's a crazy shot to hit with the Tech 9, but important from torji. He's managed to sprinkle in 2 AWP shots through the smoke. Nice setup indeed. Cyclone's happy with what he's seeing. 6-5. They could leave with 7 on this defensive half.
Wow, we said the same thing on Mirage, right? They get to double digits the first time in 3 series. This is the 4th that they've been able to get double digits against Vitality, and then it gets snatched away at the final hurdle. Oof. Yeah, the first is nice. The second is okay.
It's BS. They're definitely putting Vitality through their pace.
Yeah, it's good, right? So from series to series, able to learn, able to come back in and now take the fight to them in a little bit more of a convincing fashion. And they know they're up against it today.
Seeding match.
Yeah, and they're always weird, right? Because this format, it's not the first time that we've seen this before, and it's hard to handle these. Okay, well, they're both in the playoffs. Who does it matter to more? What is the context?
I don't know if I could answer that question, though, about who it matters to more.
I think, right,
Vitality?
for Vitality, who are in the early stage, well, that's the thing. In the bigger picture, you want to play less games, right? So it does suck if you're in Shanghai and you spend 2 months there and you play like 6 days.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you're at the top of Counter-Strike, the more you can limit the amount of rounds that you're having to play, the amount of strats that you're having to show, the stress that you're putting yourself under, while still just going in and dominating, that's great. But for MOUZ, who right now could be considered the 2nd or 3rd best team in the world, right, alongside of Spirit, it's either one of those two. This is a really big confidence-boosting victory, and one that comes without the same strings attached. So for them to continue the up and up, they've been taking these nice steps since the addition of Spinks. Vitality would love to tie things up 6-6 going into the halftime break. torji should be good for this. He's playing quite close on the corner, so the flashes might not get him.
Depends on the timing of the pop. Oh, he does get flashed off the line. He's overlooked it, though. Completely overlooked it. Brolan gets a free one into the back. Removes Apex in the smoke.
Heard that.
Yeah, Zershin can hear all of this funny business. He's going to kind of try and hold for the fade. Rob's aware, as he always is. What is that? Oh, Spinks, though. What a response. Brought down by Robs. Crazy shot here. It doubles up. Mezzi knows that Jimmy may have been partnered up with Spinks on that aggression, so starts to try and ask questions of that.
Well, they should know that 2 are towards long, right? Because Brolin gets the kill. torji was on the corner, spotted. Jimmy pushing B right now. This is the fight. 20 seconds. They have to go towards his site. Worried about mid to B. He's on an island.
How does he handle this?
Heard both of them.
He hears both of those steps. Will tuck into the corner. Has to be active on the angle. Otherwise, it's a hard clear. Just turns the flash and dies.
They should fight this, MOUZ.
They are 10 seconds. They're trying to disrupt them on the cross. Good work from Brolan. Mezzi, can he come up clutch? Can he get across? He can. A missed AWP shot. Vitality up for the 6th if Mezzi can clutch. A 1-versus-1 versus torji. torji begging him to peek that window, but it's not in his best interest. Favored in the fight once he gets to these doors and that window. Getting that clock down. torji electing for the window just about. Starting to work it out, starts to worry about the tunnels, starts to give him a sound cue. torji's got it in! It's a 1-tap to finish. Stunning individuals on display from both sides of the server. 6-6, dead even, second map. dead even on the half in our second map here, and that final round goes Vitality's way. Despite Apex overlooking Brolan, they managed to rectify the issue. Spinks with some sharp shots. We obviously saw Robs getting a double in the tons, and here's Jimmy. Realizes, gets the info that they are both coming in through the tunnels. They had that man advantage, but MOUZ partnered up and manages to clutch up with a one tap to the face of torji. Look at that one. Beautiful. Cinematic finish. Goes 6-6, and we will swap sides. It's Vitality's defense to be tested.
I think you had to, because at the start of that replay, you missed the corner smoke.
Got to clutch. You have to clutch.
If you're going to...
Come on, boys. Even Chad hits that one.
Type of boo-boos, you got to work something out. All right, well, the P250 gang, it ever grows. As Rops can't block that one.
Will ZywOo continue to just be a demon on the pistol? I mean, he's a demon, full stop, but his demonic powers, have been nullified. A goosh.
He killed the one behind him.
Oh, he did? Wait, what? And he softened him up for the Apex dunk.
All part of Flames' master plan.
Okay, awkward. Very awkward. Bomb spotted mid on Brolan's back. He'll dip into the lower tons. Apex very close by to lend a hand to Mezzi, and P2K Enjoyer. But the Spinks P250 is perfectly designed for that tap on the jiggle. As he confirms they're coming his way. Just wants to try and play for one. Calls it for his boys. Does reposition nicely to remove the head of Brolan. 2 remain for MOUZ to try and get that bomb down. Out of bullets. Still not dead, though. Wiggling and a jiggling. And the flank is coming in. Mezzi delivers. And a tap to the back of the head. Lotan.
Yeah,
so he's talking to his ex-teammate.
If people did miss EPL, Apex was as loud as normal, but I think with the setup now and the focus that we're putting on the banter and smack talk, and especially when he's got a nice little agenda, Apex...
Time to do some deathmatch with some...
Time to do some deathmatch. He's giving them friendly advice.
Yeah, right.
Guys, your pistols, we've won 3 out of the 4. You might need to work on that a little bit more if you guys want to go into a deathmatch of your choice, right? We don't really mind any of them. I can recommend you some IPs. I've got a few of them, and if you guys want to get in there, that might be helpful in Counter-Strike, essentially.
You have to hit the head to win the round. Well, technically, you could body shot them, I suppose, but...
Apex, this is your chance. This is the moment you've been waiting for.
Je voudrais en flash. Mathieu, flash s'il te plaît. Allô? Mathieu, où est le flash? Monsieur, merci. Some damage. Onto his face. And they get away.
Now, surely this one doesn't get out of hand, as it is just Scouts and a Glock. torji going to be starting this half with a Scout exactly.
What a crazy place to be playing.
Well, here we go.
Just on the wall.
Does he get the first?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
This is dicey. Apex is low.
It is, and Spinks is coming along with a P250. What a way to do it. They're deathmatching him right now. Turning this one around. Mezzi's going to try his luck. A little jumping burst. Good damage. Can't finish the job. Both of them softened up. Squishy. Mezzi jumps the finish. A double on the jump in MP9. Spinks, they know where you were. Long range MP9 versus P250. And he delivers. Will Lotan be able to close it out and silence Dan immediately? Running at him. He knows he's got to hit that headshot. Spinks is getting run at. This is going to be time sensitive for Robs. He's hit another one, but Robs denies. Heartbreaker after some sensational shots on the P2.
Is this going to be close?
It is very close. Nope, he ain't got it. He ain't got it. He ain't got it. No kid available. Lotan clutches up. Not going to stand up. Not going to take off your headset. Not going to let him know what that means. It's a big round to win. Massive on the P2.
Yeah, I think Robs made the right decision, and people are going to go, well, but he had the rifle against the P250. All Spinks has to do in that situation is pull you off of the bomb. Because you don't have the kit, he can toy with you. And that's the choice that has to be made there. Robs either forces... See, that's good. That's good. That's what we want to see.
Immediately served up, ice cold.
ZywOo with a little bit of an overcommitment.
A little bit, yeah. It was an interesting bit. I think the one thing he wasn't accounting for was a run boost. Did pull his crosshair away from the body of the assault. Apex, an early death. Hello.
It's nice for Torji. I was just about to say, oh, he's going to be starting this half. He's going to be scout after scout, because you buy the scout on the eco and then you buy the scout on the first quote-unquote gun round. You have an AWP for a while. But if you win a full eco, or an eco with a scout and a P250,
actually,
don't forget about the P250.
Eco.
So if we do the maths on that, it's about $2K worth of investment. So $2,000, and now you're 7-7 all tied up.
You can't throw away a 5v4.
Well, you can miss an Xbox, mate.
You can. Well, you shouldn't, but you can.
And you can throw away a 5v4.
You shouldn't, but you can.
Because Robs did save the A4.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if they do try to execute in towards A, guys, you missed the door molly and the Xbox phone.
Not ideal, is it?
No, hardly. Now, Robs is a B defender alongside a Mezzi. So the fact that he is this unknown element on A and time ticking down ever so swiftly.
It's all about the timing of this flash. Robs could farm if Zywoo releases it at the right time. Now, Robs is active on the angle, so it will be more reactionary. He'll throw this when Robs calls for it. Here they come. Oh, gets owned by Xerxes. Now has to swing on through. Spots a lot of them. A team kill. Shoots his captain in the back of the head, does Jim, but job's a good one. Flames from long side. Mezzi on B. Just the Desert Eagle for Flamesy.
I was going to say you do have to plant that bomb, as there was only about 10 seconds left on the clock as they do waltz on in, but a nice one. Very, very nice round indeed. So keeping it competitive, just going to be... Well, I was going to say just going to be Mezzi with the scout, but Mezzi dead now. It's just going to be Flamesy with the Deagle, and he's going to run all the way through T-spawn. And that is now meaning an eco coming fourth. So both teams winning the CT pistol, both teams losing the force by follow-up.
Good comms.
They're in it again, MOUZ, right?
Yep. I mean,
this was the first map of the EPL final. This was the closest of the three in the best of 5. And then after that, the next two were blowouts, one-way traffic. Map number 1 of this series, Mirage, it was a decent punt. They get themselves up to 11 rounds, the most they have in the last 3 series. Now this is the 4th of play. Right now, they're in a commanding position to take 9 rounds, equal what they did last time these two teams faced. There's going to be some flow-on effects of these force buys early that are going to mean the full buys for Vitality are going to be offset. And by the time we're talking offset, the game could have gotten away from them. On Mirage, it was down to a Mezzi and a Zywoo Tech 9 moment that was able to get them back into the game. So they might need to hope and pray that they can pull something out of their ass again.
Xerxes going long on the spawn.
Oh, Trainer's a third. Take me there.
Yes, please.
Did like the exertion sass as well.
Yeah.
Was always wondering who's going to be the players to talk trash back. Torchi's more of a positive hype man. He doesn't strike me as a...
And Bots is...
Actually, to be fair, they did get in a tussle with Spirit.
What, there was some more raised voices?
No, there you go. There's the cross smoke block. Donk was typing stuff.
Oh, that's
And Torchi didn't like that.
Yeah, he typed back.
I do love Donk, like, quoting HLTV stats. You've only got a 1.1 rating as an AWPer. Well, Donk, you've kind of shifted the meta. It's all about the riflers these days.
Yeah, and not everyone can have a 1.45 or whatever you've got.
Guys, I just, average, some events I get 1.7.
Yeah. 1.1, that does mean you're above the bar.
it's interesting banter. I liked it.
But, I mean, we did say... I think it was in Stockholm, just Torji immediately, like, checking the match page, checking the rating, just seeing how well he'd posted.
Oh, yeah, post-game. You love the numbers. Green good, red bad.
Green good, red bad.
Which is like a Star Wars film.
Nice. I was thinking about mentioning frogs, but I think Star Wars is better.
Well, everybody at school goes through learning about the symbolism of the colors, of the Sith.
But what does purple mean?
And everybody, they love this, okay?
Little reminder from Xerxes.
Every buy, they love this.
Something. That's a feel-good round for Xerxes. Apex feeling some pressure, Vitality.
It doesn't happen often to him, does it?
Well, I mean, this was the number. This was all MOUZ managed last time.
At this.
Yeah, wait.
be very late.
Very late. Just the HE, and they're going to start walking in. This is a punish onto Rops. He's just jump spotted, calling for backup. Okay, boys, I need help. Zyro, where are you? Oh, nails his instant head. Burn extinguished.
Cancel.
Cancel indeed.
Maybe not.
Torchy's scope heard. Zyro up close and personal. Draws the shot.
Punish.
Takes him down. He overstayed his welcome there, Jad, and he's been punished for it immediately.
It doesn't happen to Torchy too often. Now 2 through lower. Rolling outside long.
Excuse me, got a smoke to throw. Left of the white smudge.
That'll plume up nice and...
Nope.
No.
It wasn't right.
No.
It wasn't on the white smudge. It wasn't to the left of the white smudge. It did look wrong.
That will not be ending in a out here video. Well, at least they get the short control. They can split A, and actually it's quite compact, this A defense.
That's the last of the CT smoke, so they'll have about, what, 20 seconds to get through?
MOUZ floating over to assist this setup.
Oh, that's a great find. Using every tool they have in their arsenal. Good attend to the potential for a late long. His flames removes Brolan. And now a chance to perhaps get across this sideline. Go for the plant. Picked up a flashbang that maybe could set Spinks up for this fight onto Zywu. Flashed.
Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful team play here from Vitality. It all falls to Jimmy. What can he get done? Not enough. It's Rops with a quick AWP to the face. Team play on display. And a good defense there. I mean, the way Rops got that information and reacted to it, Zywu was quick enough there to lend a hand as well. That was admirable. It felt like it was a good call because they were late to be.
But you see a lot of teams go for that, right? Where they do this. Like they said the AWP up. If we...
I'm gonna molly B.
Yeah, here's the scope. So then Rops goes for that swing. But yeah, you see a lot of teams go for that. They send the AWP out, and if you don't get smoked, you walk in behind it because you think the CTs are not playing.
Right.
That much of a heavy setup, and they get caught off guard. Well, they do handle that well, as it just does become a one-round game. Both teams with the AWPs out.
Ooh, very forward for the boost, so we can catch the lower push as well. Smoke, but quite aggressive. It's going to have you paranoid about mid. It's actually going to be tasked with taking that. No door smoke yet, deployed by MOUZ. So free overwatch from Zywu at this point, watching that cat push. MOUZ, this is a bit, yeah.
So it's got a timer on it. Apex should also back off from short.
After he's tried his jump one taps, okay? Oh, Apex. Ooh, an opportunity presented itself there for Brolan. Doesn't connect the shot. Need to break, no one exposed. Maybe Jimmy? Yeah! Ooh, tagged him through the box, saves his life.
This is like a default buster type of setup from Vitality you're seeing in the early stages. Now they can pivot into something a little bit more standard. So AWP back over towards A. MOUZ, though, feeling isolated. This is a tough position to find himself in.
Especially with just the propensity for a good flash.
Well, the molly to clear it out as well. So either way, can hear a lot from this position if MOUZ are clumsy with their sound cues.
Crisscross applesauce. 2 smokes. MOUZ's ahead of them. No flash. That's the fight he was waiting for. What a gift that is for MOUZ.
Pressure on Rops.
Losing Brolan. Seizes that advantage. Incendiary will force the fight. Does MOUZ win that? No, he can't. No, still Rops solid. Solid as a rock. Solid as Rops. Double kill on the side. Spinks gets him down. It does look like the plant will be good. Safe to do so. Flames and Zywu will attempt a retake. Wait. This is aggressive. They're not expecting this. They're not expecting this, but he will be punished. Xerxan has to win out the 1v1 versus Zywu. He swings in. Zywu's got the ammo. Zywu holds firm, grabs the M4 off the corpse and uses it to clutch up for a 9th.
Damn, another really impactful moment there from Xerxan. And the fact that they take that fight,
really
I like it, right? They're not allowing this to get played out. They want to take the jewels. They want to play confident Counter-Strike. But they dropped the ball in that one. Bomb not going down.
I mean, that's a round you can attribute to Rops and Zyewu's individual prowess there, where most would get one, not win that clutch. Zywu does, and Rops holds firm with the double kill.
I think the Rops double kill is huge because the fact that you're B defender, you're leaving him in that situation completely isolated. He goes 1 for 1. Okay, that's a problem. The fact he's able to double up and delay, really well done from him. It means that they can have that heavier setup towards middle and A. MOUZ does well for the first. Xerxan comes out. That molly forces the choice. Oh, the second. In the continued spray, takes down Apex, trying to help out the B defenders, but this is it, the masterclass from Rops alongside Zywu. But he gets so blind here, we're going to see it from his POV, looks back into the flash, and then still able to take the duel. So that's a huge round. Now, if the bomb did go down, you would see a bit juicier looking buy from MOUZ. They would have a few more pieces of utility. They're all in long right now.
Got to go back. They're already out. Spinks on the warpath, using that corner smoke to just swang and meet his fate. ZywOo puts him in the dirt.
Okay, well, the AWP started mid last round. Now it's already posted up towards Car. They're committed to this.
Yeah, ZywOo ain't playing scared. Good flash. He'll just crouch and re-peek in. Wow, quick reactions out of ZywOo. Racks up a triple. There could be more, but Torji's Galil will finally stop the bleed. A triple kill from the AWP in defensive long. The hard work done by Mr. Wu.
And the door slightly left open. Rops late to this. Exertion steamrolling straight at him. Sound cute. Woo! Yeah, heard. So Exertion can adjust. Let's have a banger over clutch, please, Exertion. A 1v4. Flames still towards long. Mezzi heading towards tunnels. Apex has left Flames to his own devices. He's picked up that AWP.
Yeah, he's in the open right now.
Well, with this setup, if Apex calls that the player can come up cat, then Flamesy can acknowledge it. Right now, he can literally focus fire. Mezzi has the information that they aren't tunnels. So with this setup right now, everything's essentially covered and they can all connect to each other.
They got into this so quick as well. Like when Rops was going for that flank, they've already established their like backup plan. And Flames held. Very nice team play from Vitality. Quick from ZywOo's AWP.
Yeah, he also legged Torji through the third kill.
Oh, looks good from his POV, doesn't it?
That one there.
Perfection.
Will have to be the partial investment coming up from MOUZ now. Another one that's being competitive that feels like it is just starting to get away from them.
Does, doesn't it? Slipping now.
So very, very limited pieces of utility to work with for MOUZ. You're hoping that Vitality are jiggling, maybe overstepping the mark, getting a little bit confident. You can get a Tech 9 kill or a Deagle kill. Flash through the mid doors. Yep, here they come.
Apex is flashed and getting run down. The Deagle headshot hits. Nice from Exertion. ZywOo does trade out immediately.
It's like Apex thinking, I can get to doors. No, I can't. I should have tucked in.
Exertion knew exactly how good that flash was and catches it perfect.
They've already lost an eco.
I don't think so.
Flames is just foregone long as ZywOo wants to take back short control.
Just Spinks here with a Tech 9. Which does get awkward if you miss your AWP shot. Long starts to accelerate. It's been communicated now. Ooh, what's that? Reload. Got 29 bullets, mate. Stick to your guns. ZywOo and Flames get it solved cleanly. Spinks a little late to the party there.
Well, between the two of them, they've won the last two rounds. Flames alongside of ZywOo, 11-9.
I leave you some chance. I'm so bad. You be I am. Woo!
I'm giving you a chance.
Yep, I'm so bad. Back. Oh. Just caught on the box, but Flames after the Phantom reload. Sends him packing. No Torji AWP. This is the default. Exertion we lower, Spinks upper. Torji just trying to jump spot for some information. There you have it.
It's a nice opener.
Rob's just pushing up the tunnels.
That's unlike him.
Let me go aggressive. But now you know you can't re-push upper, so it feels like for Flames, oh, let me push long. That's not a place that, unless you get a lot of information like, oh, 3 players mid, 1 guy upper B, that you're going to feel comfortable doing that. And even with so, more often than not, there's someone outside. And they've gambled towards A, so Apex, ZywOo on the site, Flames long, Mezzi solo B defender is going through the paces are MOUZ. Close mid doors will be clear. Mezzi will not get away with that same trick again. And if they're mid to B on him,
which it feels like it's about to be. Apex, yeah, caught out completely. He's having a rough one.
He's in-game leader brain.
Oh, good catch. Certainly using that M4 to great success. He's just pushing through the smoke, gets another one. Audacious push that now becomes interesting with Mezzi's find onto Spinks. Torji to isolate, an important headshot found. Bomb goes down.
Apex is the only one without residual cash. I think it's like Flames has been given the opportunity to go for this. They haven't told him to save. Ooh.
Can he?
We'll have to wait. Oh.
Slips ahead of the timing, hoping he catches the uncrouched. Jimmy's playing tight as well. He's got a good idea as to the setup. Gonna give him a jump scare here, Jimmy. Oh, quick reaction out of Torji. Wow. Really well played by MOUZ. He's not wrong.
Okay, so that does actually stress the CT economy a little bit, and understandable why Xtaz wants to call the timeout off the back of that. Zywu can get out the AWP again. Made a move, didn't work. Apex gets caught, a couple of rounds. He's really just not having any impact. I'm saying in-game leader brain, caught with nades in hand, trying to be the response. The kills are what's going to get you there. So just giving them the 30 seconds also to talk through how they're going to work with the limitations in the buy. So it is going to be Apex with an SMG. Zywu with the AWP. There's a defuse kit on Mezzy. We're only talking 1 incendiary, now 2 for Apex. So very limited util to work with. He's got the long spawn. That is Apex. So maybe he wants to use that towards long, right? He can actually just chill there and allow Flamesy to become the A rotating rifler in a round like this.
It's not a bad shout.
Starting 4A, so expecting or at least looking to block for a long rush. Oh, Apex is still going to be the one.
Yeah, interesting.
Moving and grooving. Oh, they trade out guns. Flamesy, you are
Mr. Selfless.
Selfless in this situation. Well, look, for Apex this round, the one thing that it's not going to get said, but the one thing that I hope clicks is, I have to kill them. I need to stop just running in thinking they can't be places, because he keeps getting caught off guard. Only has 5 kills, 5 and 18. That's an in-game leader scoreline if I've ever seen one. Short control has been taken. Zywu will be hearing this, conveying space appears to be taken. Does Apex want to block? Has the smoke to do so.
Oh, perfectly timed.
Your biggest worry with that, if you're MOUZ, is a player playing behind that smoke. So you're hoping just to draw out rotations and utility.
And you've got plenty of smokes for the finish as well. Still 2 available from Brolin and Exertion.
And B was just blocked again, so Spinks will also be giving that info over. They are playing full retake A.
Oh, twice now. Robs has not been able to pull off the aggressive B push. This
Flash
time a little later,
enough.
not deep enough at all. Zywu overwatching the cross. Jimmy is starting to advance.
They're going back to B.
Yes, they are. And Exertion is in CT. Should trade out. Controls the spray nicely. Removes the AWP. Apex smoked off.
That's
and
it.
B is open. There's nothing for these two.
He might want to find himself a better gun here if he can. Now he's got a gap to work with. Spinks announced his presence with a double. They came one after the other. And if he can get himself something to carry through, this would be huge.
The AWP from Zywu is going to be hard to pick up, but you'll take a rifle.
It's in the hands of Jimmy. Yeah, it is. So
yeah,
couldn't be more difficult for Flames to be able to get his hands on.
Okay, he's not getting that one, sure. Does find an AK-47.
Oh, Vitality are in a very tough position right now. This is 1900 as the loss bonus going into the next round.
Not C4, don't defuse. Okay, yeah, I like that.
They got me. Alex, they have 2 saved guns, right?
Yeah.
But at the moment, everybody else is just operating around the 2K mark. There isn't the money for Flamesy and Apex to drop rifles.
Would you even, yeah.
Well, so this is the thing. If you don't buy behind these guns, then you are essentially giving them 12. If you do buy behind these guns, you may be giving them 13 because your next round's only going to be 2400 loss bonus. So you could have at least this one with 2 rifles guaranteed and force buy behind it, or next with rifles and very limited utility. Or you could win this one.
Yeah, they're going to give it a go for sure. Dying 3B. Torchi's taking his AWP there as well. In the absence of a block smoke, he'll definitely have a sideline. So I like the idea. Anyone that asks questions of this spot could get AWP'd. Flames playing proactive towards the long doors. Here they come, testing B. Flames and roll. Wait, Robs has also done well. The 5-7, they were trying to commit, and now they will continue to do so. Awkward now. Brolin's gone. Vitality, they need one more to seal the deal. Torchi's AWP supporting Xertion to swing. Oh, wow. Robs is 5-7 farms, and oh, the round is theirs. That's how they break through. Robs, this time not giving up a death, instead takes 3 heads with a 5-7 up close.
This is the aura that exists when you're the top team. You can get away with this type of nonsense. In back-to-back maps, they've had rounds that they definitely shouldn't win. And they have been able to bust through in a big way. At the same time, Flamesy got set up by Apex for the long push against the anchor. The 5-7 towards B shuts them down. The rotation gets there in time, and with 2 saved rifles, looking on giving away 12 rounds to MOUZ. They pull that nonsense off.
Oh man, after all these gun rounds you converted, you humble them, you break through, just as you're saying, you know, this is it. This is like really uncomfortable territory for Vitality. The individuals put their aim on display. That's a frustrating one. God, what a series this would be if this ends 13-11. MOUZ having opportunities in both maps, so close to doing what they haven't done before. Taking a map off of Vitality.
One more round, 9 straight for Vitality on Dust 2 in 14 consecutive series.
Oh, interesting call. They want to test Rops again, or perhaps not. They're starting to early bodies. Ooh, Brolin's been spotted. He could get dunked on here. Boof!
Oh, it's a hollow feeling right now. It is a hollow feeling.
Zahu's on B. Zahu's here. He's read the play. He's reading the MOUZ book, ages 3 and up, and he knows where to be. Xertion's next victim, and now Rob's on the box, set up for success as well. They'll be looking for him, but he'll collect, and it's comfortable. MOUZ so close to doing what they haven't done before, but Vitality proved too strong, too much to handle. Torji the last to go down. Flames will lock the door behind him. The AWPer, even worried about spawn at this point. A 1 versus 5 demanded of him. It's just not happening.
Crazy what Vitality have gotten away with here today. The class on display, pulling out miracle moments when they need them. And we're just going to sit and watch as Torji will try his best, but it's just one click.
He's smiling. He's giving it his best go. But the semi-final bye will be Vitality's.
Come to me, boys. I'm not going to give this one over for free, says Torji.
And another one.
Oh, I'd love to get him again in front of a crowd.
Here he comes.
Get these two going toe-to-toe in Lisbon.
We don't lose, I swear. Step up, for fuck's sake.
Doesn't lose. They win the impossible. 14 series in a row, 9 on Dust 2. Semi-finals in Lisbon for Vitality, quarters for MOUZ, but I want to see that one again.
Vitality's reign of terror continues, and Apex aptly has words to be saying about that one. MOUZ so damn close to stealing away a map from Vitality, but close, no cigar. Vitality continue now on a 14-series win streak.
Yeah, it's very impressive for Vitality. Obviously winning 14 games in a row, that's impressive in itself. Winning today, I think, is also impressive for different reasons. I don't think Vitality necessarily played their best brand of Counter-Strike today, yet you're still able to win. You're still able to find ways of staying alive in the game, getting back into the games, and then as you could see right here from Apex, you know, showing a lot of emotions throughout the process as well. Well done to MOUZ for putting up a great fight. One could argue they should have won 2-0, but they didn't.
Yeah, it feels like they should have, definitely, and it was just like a matter of small things. They were up at 11 rounds on the first map, and then the second map they had the economy in a chokehold, and then where's the utility? Oh, those rounds were so frustrating at the end of the half, because with just one piece of utility, one Molotov, they would have won both of those rounds, and it just didn't happen. Small margins, but at least it gives a good opportunity for MOUZ to review those demos, to like adapt a little bit in what they're doing, and just get those small details fixed in order to get a win on the game.
Because that's the thing, right? We'd argue that MOUZ, obviously there was improvement from last time around they faced
100%.
in the grand final, but just not enough to be getting this one over the line, which is no surprise because Vitality, whoever they seem to face, it's always a W. Congratulations, Apex, once again, 14 series in a row. This one got kind of close. Were you worried at any points?
Yes, we played our C game today, and they couldn't beat us, so I'm pretty happy, to be honest. We really played bad. Like how many rounds, like we had just entries and we didn't understand each other. It was crazy. But at the end, when you win in this situation, it's still pretty good against a really good team as well. So no, it feels good. It feels good to have also some fight, to show the character, because you never know when you win so easily for too long. It's never easy when you have a tough game, so I'm happy we had a tough game today.
You said you played your C game, and production have the second last round ready for us as well, where you don't have a lot of money, you don't have a strong buy. Is it also a sign of confidence that no matter what you do right now, no matter whether you play your C level or B level, you still find ways to win?
Yes, I think we did a good entry with Shahar on long, and then they decided to contact B. I told them, because Shahar wanted to do this play, I said go 3B, because they might react. They see me with the weapon and Shahar as well. So yeah, they came and Robin said, I'm not sure to buy 5-7 at the beginning of the round. He did it, and with the 3 kills, it's helpful.
So that's your call out of CT spawn?
Yes, I mean, not for him to buy a 5-7, but I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, Shahar he wanted to do the play, and I said to them to go 3B. Yeah.
And how happy were you there was not this beautiful molly that you kind of created close on B on the boxes, because that kind of gave the win, right? Like a bit of lack of utility.
I didn't create. I don't like to take credit. It's Natus from Hans. We used to play together in Face-It, and he did it, and I just stole.
After so many years, obviously playing with ZywOo and practice and games and stuff like that, I know at the beginning when we played together and we had ZywOo and we were just impressed at every game, like what the hell is happening? Well, how is he doing it? How does it feel after so many years to still be impressed? Is it always the same like wow moment?
Depends. I think I'm a bit more harsh with him.
Do we have round 5 ready?
Well, and I want him to be even better. So yeah, of course, when sometimes he does a crazy play, I'm really happy, not gonna lie. But when he fucks up, I'm really telling him, like the second round we lost, his position on Dust 2, wasn't the best. He knows I'm 1 HP, he plays at the middle. He said, they're gonna run boost, but I stayed at the middle, and of course he gets killed by Glocks. And yeah, so no, I just want him to, he's just the best player, but I push him every day because I feel he can be even better. And but yeah, I'm still so impressed for sure. Some crazy highlights, some crazy plays, and sometimes it's just like, he's too good, you know, and it's just good to have him around.
Dan, it feels like you can do everything, so I figured you may as well try to become an analyst just for a moment right here. I picked out a round from the game as well, round 5, where I want to dive into your brain and your idea of why you're calling as you are. Because one thing I sense right now from you guys is that you never walk into stacks. Like, you have a good feeling of feeling out the opponent. Maybe this is preparation, maybe not, but in this round 5 of the game, you apply a bit of pressure towards the B bomb side. You end up doing an A go, and if you look at the minimap right here, you can see that you read the round perfectly. Is this just randomly in round 5? Was it a good read from you coming into the game? Was it something you felt in the round? Invite us inside your brain, please.
Well, I don't want to say too much because, you know, but the sure thing is we hit B a lot against Astralis and against them last few games. So I'm like, maybe they will expect us to go B again. But like the decision making there is more about like we went out mid and we heard no one CT.
Okay.
That was a bit weird in my opinion. Like Zertian not fighting at the mid round like that.
Yeah.
I said okay, and ZywOo said maybe 3B. I'm sorry. I said I think so. I think so. So we went towards short, and thanks Torsi kept his scout as well, so he couldn't kill in one shot, and we ended winning the round. So yeah, that's what happened.
And how much, you know, you're giving credit obviously to ZywOo. I'm not trying to glaze you completely right here. Obviously you get help by your teammates as well, but at the end of the day, you are the main voice on both the CT side and the T side. Since we've been speaking to a lot of in-game leaders who say that they give up a lot of responsibility on the CT side, but you still remain in control of your team.
Yes, I mean I like that, and I'm also playing 2 ski positions. So today I didn't show up at all on that CT side on both Mirage and Dust 2. Yeah, way more. Not gonna lie, but yeah, I think it's important for me to have the control on the CT side. I'm not an anchor, I've never been. We played together for a long time, and I never been an anchor. I need to move, and I need to read the game. So yeah, I have the most responsibility because I play those positions. And nowadays, IGL play more like those anchor positions, so it's tough to have responsibilities anyway because they can't see what's going on around the map, but me, I can. So it's a bit easier in that way.
Speaking of you guys playing together, there's obviously a reason we got you up here on the desk, an extra one at that. It's going to be MBK's final opportunity on the desk here with us. He's not joining us in Lisbon, sadly. But can we take a trip down memory lane? Like, what are some of your favorite memories when you used to play with each other? Like, we were talking back in the Envy days, obviously early Vitality days as well. Anything stand out for you guys?
There were a lot of moments on and off camera, I think, that were very memorable. But yeah, I think there were a lot of highs and lows, and I think it all accumulated with when we were playing with Happy. We had like a lot of specific moments, I think, especially the major that we won. There was something special, but yeah, we went through a lot of things.
I think what's funny with Nathan is we played together in 12 in Very Games on Source. Then we played together in Envious. And then we played together in Vitality. So it's like 3 really different moments from our career so far. Like the beginning in Very Games, like Nathan was just like the headshot machine. He wasn't like calling that much. He was like the young 16, 17 years old killing everyone. So it's just like very different moments. But yeah, I think the Envious probably. And also improving a lot with Vitality because we started from the bottom. We did do some open qualifiers for majors and open qualifier for DreamHack Atlanta and stuff like that, where we felt we could get invited, but they didn't want to invite us, so we had to go to the hard way. Something I'm not sure I will be able to do again, to be honest, because for example, it was minor back then, and for Katowice 19 we qualified at the last one, the last open qualifier, and that was a rough road, but yeah. For me, now here I am, so it feels good, and yeah. But we had some up and down, as we said, but a lot of up.
And you can see why he's a big IGL now. He has all the memories, he has everything in the brain, he's working all the time. So
always been like that, you know.
Yep.
Nathan couldn't give me an answer to this. I know it's two different majors, but obviously you won Cluj and Poker together, you won a DreamHack Winter, you weren't part of the team at that point, but for you, winning 2 majors, what was harder? Cluj and Poker with him or Paris with ZywOo?
I think Cluj was harder. Yeah. Because we had harder games overall. Like the final against Navi when we done on train, the G2, we are third guild map over time. They win 3-0 to us. We lose round 1 way out, and Nathan decided to take auto sniper on B and got destroyed on social media.
Oh no!
And we won that. So no, it was. I think the Cluj and Poker, because also we were about to kind of to split up because the team. So it was a really weird moment. So we won the major just before splitting. I mean, splitting. Yeah, exactly. French things from 2014.
Final question: was Keo the problem, Apex? No, joking.
Yes, of course.
We'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time, Apex. We'll let you get off with your team, and yeah, we'll see you for semi-finals in Lisbon.
Yes,
very exciting indeed. Yeah, you can leave your headset there. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff from Vitality. Do we expect anything less with the reign of terror that Vitality are just on at the moment?
No, not really. To be completely honest, I think Vitality have done a great job as cementing themselves right now as the best team in the world. And as he said today, he felt like they played the C game and still won, so that's not too shabby.
Yeah, obviously MOUZ not eliminated here. They'll just be making it through to the quarterfinals. In Lisbon, we do have Spinks joining us. First of all, commiserations on the loss. I know it's probably not too gutting for you guys, considering you're still through to the quarterfinals. This is the closest you guys have got to taking down Vitality. It just came down to those final moments. Can you kind of walk me through maybe the end of that Dust 2? Obviously Vitality decided to stack towards the B side. What happened there?
I think we misunderstood the money situation. We were not expecting a force buy, and yeah, we fucked up. I think we fucked up a couple times this game, but at least we didn't get destroyed like in the ESL finals. So some improvements, not good enough yet.
Spinks, be honest with me. I think most people, you know, just a couple of months ago when it was first announced that you were going to join MOUZ, if you told me that you 2 months later would have won a trophy, you'd be playing toe-to-toe with Vitality, almost beating them. Are you surprised by how well you guys are playing already now? And does that also make you excited for the future?
Yes, I think we all expected to be good. We didn't expect to be good this fast. Yeah. So it's really nice, and I'm really looking forward to the next tournaments because we are already contenders. We are contenders to the trophy, and it's so nice.
Yeah. About this tournament, are you still like, I mean, you almost took down Vitality. I think me and Nathan made the argument you could have won this game 2-0. So this specific tournament, is that still the goal to hoist another trophy?
Yeah, of course. We are in a situation when we aim to the trophy. We are still taking more and more experience because Lisbon now, it's playoffs, it's arena, and we just want to gain more experience. And I think also you can see from this game, we got fucked from Vitality in the grand final, but here we were much better. Not good enough, but we are improving, and that's it.
Do you try to use this game a bit more to try a bit new things in the game, try a bit more different map pool, different maps to try them on? Because Mirage is not necessarily one of your best maps where you're more comfortable because your map pools are pretty similar with Vitality, right? How much does that play into your mind coming into the playoffs and like, okay, maybe we're going to try something new, even not necessarily just against them, but against others, because you played very well?
Actually, I'm pretty confident on our Mirage. Okay. I think Bronan is pretty good on the T side. Yep. Me and the Exertion have good, and also Torzi have good understanding of the middle area. And we are pretty good on this map actually. We didn't play that much, but I think on PGL we played it a lot. And yeah, we are pretty confident. But also our veto against Vitality is a bit weird because we really like Ancient, the ban Ancient. They are not a fan of Anubis, we ban Anubis. So I think they have, at least for now, the upper end, but only for now.
Do you have any idea now coming into this game pretty hot because it was very close and tight, you know, details in the game, money situation, small utility usage? What is it going to look like for you to come back into the playoffs and especially maybe a rematch against them? do you have any idea in what direction you want to kind of try to adapt without maybe giving too much, but like a bit of a direction of how you want to improve as a team?
Well, I think we need to be better on the weird rounds. You know, like sometimes the T's have this hero AK or 2 AKs, or the cities have this 1 scout, 2 M4s, like this weird buys. I think we can be better on. And beside it, we are doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got a couple of days off. We're going to all be traveling to Lisbon together tomorrow, and then you've got a couple of days to get settled over there. Anything that you guys are going to be doing in preparation for your first game on that Friday?
I think we will do the normal stuff. Like, first of all, we will watch this game. We can see what we can learn from it. Of course, there's some stuff. And then we will just do preparation normally. I don't know which team we will face, but we will do the normal preparation against them and still working on our aim to be sharp and ready.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Sphinx, for your time. Of course, MOUZ aren't eliminated here. They will just be moving on towards that quarterfinal, still in contention for that trophy as well. And you know what? With those improvements that we saw in that game, sure, okay, Vitality, Apex said it himself, he feels like he was playing the C game today. But the fact that MOUZ are slowly and steadily improving as well, this was a very competitive affair. Just kind of came down to a couple of decisions in the later stages of the game.
If there were still any doubters left out there, whether or not MOUZ were on a bit of a honeymoon, or if their performance during Cluj-Napoca and at EPL was a bit of a fluke, I think that has been put to bed now. The fact that they beat Spirit once more in a best-of-3 series, the fact that they took Vitality into a game where we can both make the case that they probably could have and maybe even should have won this game 2-0. MOUZ is a quality team right now. And Chad even said it himself, there's a case to be made that they're the second best team in the world as of right now. That's a big surprise to me. I don't think anyone expected that just a couple of months ago. So credit to MOUZ for still remaining very, very competitive.
Definitely, and even then, these games, it was a lot of details, and it's very easy to come back for them, in my opinion, to just go watch the demos, and they can easily talk and fix those issues, because if you compare the T sides of Vitality on Dust 2 and the T sides of MOUZ on Dust 2, Vitality is just more the point that we made before, way more efficient with the utility. Everything they're doing has a real direction. They know exactly why they put that molly, why they put those flashes, what position they want to flush, and so when they entry, they know exactly where to look. They know when to get the kills, and that's what happened in one of those latest rounds in that game, where there was not that molly that is close that you usually will put for like the top teams in anti-eco, and then flashing, and then you have those long distance duels that you want to take. So, and that's fairly easy to fix just by running on a server, and then just like, okay, then we're gonna go do the exact same round, except we're gonna do this molly and those flashes, and then boom, you win the round, and then you're in the third map against Vitality, and where anything can happen. So I'm very hopeful, surprised as well as everybody is that they're that good that fast, but also hopeful that they can even improve to be better.
Well, MOUZ and Vitality already cementing themselves a spot in the arena, but 2 more must be joining them at the culmination of today. VP versus Spirit, one of those teams will be going through. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we're back, the man on the screen right here, Pimp, actually had a chance to have an extended catch up with him. Join us back to see exactly what goes down.
I've sat down with Apex to learn a little more about how you integrate a new player into a lineup. Obviously, you've been around for a long, long time, Apex. First, you had to integrate Spinks, now you had to integrate Rubs. I'm curious, and I think the viewers at home are curious too. What is the process of bringing in a new player? So, start from the start here. When was the first time you knew Rubs were coming into the team?
Well, the first time I knew Rubs would come into the team was probably between Christmas and New Year Eve. We had a call together and etc. So that's the moment I knew he would join Vitality.
Okay, and what's the first step in that process? Like, you have a call with him, you talk to him. Is it already discussing roles, expectations, or is it more so just saying, hey man?
No, it's both. It's both. Know the human behind the player. It's really important for me because I don't know him at all. I didn't know him at all, even though we compete against each other for so many years. And actually, I had the same process with all the players we integrated with Spinks, Flamesy, Mezzy, and then Rubs. I think what's important for me is just to bring them what they want at the beginning, just to feel them as comfortable as possible in the system, because the others know the system. They know how to do like sometimes playing more for the team or sometimes playing for themselves. And for him, it was like, yeah, just integrate him into our system as fast as possible.
As fast as possible. And do you remember the first time you're sitting down with Rubs and practicing as a team? Could you feel some sort of energy, some sort of synergy from the get-go? Or is that something you have to build up over time?
No, I felt it straight away. I'm not gonna lie, it was straightforward. I remember the first time we really talked about CS like deeply was in the bootcamp.
Okay.
The first night I arrived, I said, okay, we're gonna do 2 maps every evenings for the next day. So we started, for example, by Nuke and those 2, and I asked him, tell me about all you plays, all you want to do, and the only thing we'll integrate at the beginning of the year will be your plays. The rest will be our play, our book, but nothing added. And then we try to do his play because they don't expect it, and then we mix up with our game, and it creates something nice.
And is that because we obviously know Rubs is a big voice and he's a smart mind? Let's say that you were integrating a different type of player. Is it also, you judging on that player, saying this guy can be very valuable in creating a game plan, and this guy is maybe more about the raw firepower?
No, I think it just depends the roles and also the experience the player has. I think for Rubs is probably with the Danes back then, probably the most experienced player we ever picked.
Okay.
Because when we picked up Spinks, for example, he just had ends before, so it took a bit longer to integrate him. For Flamesy, it went pretty fast because we had the same role. I had the same role forever, so I knew how to set him up and I knew how to help him, etc. So, and Mezzy also was pretty quick as well because I tried to help him as much as possible because. Yeah, I knew also he had a big voice and he was IGL before, so it just depends of which player you have.
And seemingly, it's going perfectly fine with Rubs. You obviously right now are playing some of the best Counter-Strike Vitality I've maybe ever played, but I also do remember when you integrated Spinks, there was a period where you were changing a lot of your positions, where you were the active player on the map, and all of a sudden you're playing Ramp on Nuke, so it's not always, it's not always easy to integrate a new player.
No, the problem back then was also that we were pretty bad in 2022, so I think the coaching staff tried to change something, and they saw that wasn't possible for me to be an anchor, mostly on those...
I could see that as well.
Tough positions. I think maybe I would be an anchor on Inno, Nuke, or whatever, but those kind of positions are pretty tricky, and it's all about holding angles, and it's not my thing. No. So yeah, it's just different, and also my coaching staff know I can't be too much of an anchor, so they don't put me in bad position. But sometimes you do it for the team. For example, our Anubis, I was playing mid, and we changed for Cave, which is actually I prefer, and Flamesy as well. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. All right, final question about this whole Rubs and integrating him into the lineup. Obviously, right now, things are going well, but is it a constant process of finding that balance? Because I guess you will change over time as well, certain positions, certain maps. So even though you're winning a lot now, I guess you're always looking to the next move?
Yes, I don't think changing position will be a big thing. I think we all feel comfortable in the position we play right now. I think it's just, for me, CS nowadays is not playing one position. When you don't Nuke, you can go under, you can go main, you can help for outside. Same when you're hot, you can go heaven, help outside players. So it's just the way you play the game, but I don't think we're going to change that much on our CET side, but just integrate new moves, etc. Having always one step ahead. I think it's important when you play a really good Counter-Strike to keep walking, to keep that step ahead, because people are right behind and they're really hungry to come back to you. So I think for me, it's just working as much as possible on that. Trying to have always one step ahead, even though it's not easy. And also like for now, for us, also the main tournament is the major. It's in more than 3 months. It's in 3 months actually, so it's It's a bit weird because yeah, we picking pretty well right now, but now we need to keep it consistent on the consistent way for 3 months. And I can tell you, like, the boys are just grinding just because they want to keep that form.
Does it worry you that you're peaking already now, or is it okay?
Did we choose?
Yeah.
Not really.
No.
We didn't choose to pick. Yeah.
No.
For us, of course, Katowice was a really important tournament for us, so we worked a lot on it, but we just got the confidence on the next ones, so it's just fun to play, you know, and we all enjoy. So it's not something like that we really wanted. It's just like the flow of the tournament. So yeah, we don't know. Maybe it's gonna be tough for us at the major. Maybe we're gonna lose in quarters. Maybe we're gonna do group stage. But now we want to embrace what we have, and we want to do our best. And also for the major, giving our best to prep the best preparation possible to be ready there.
Sounds fair enough. You know, it's hard to complain about winning everything at the moment.
No.
Apex, thank you so much for taking your time to invite us behind the curtains.
Thank you.
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot, oh! And he spins around for the kill. That's it, that's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention, oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
CZ.
So it was Guardian, so it was pretty early. Was this? I don't even know majors from back then.
Well. I don't know, to be honest.
My Counter-Strike knowledge came to, like, I gained my consciousness Cloud9 2018 E-League Boston Major as a North American.
2016?
That would be the Boston Major.
Was it the 2018 E-League Boston Major?
Perfect.
I play in this major. Okay.
My one nugget of knowledge that I have when it comes to majors.
Oh, that's the device.
Old terrain.
I remember he will kill like from the right side.
He misses everything and then hits 3 insane shots, huh? Isn't it? Is it Atlanta Major? Was that a major in Atlanta? Not so sure now.
So this would have been during their 3-year prime run, or so their 3 major prime run.
Krakow, maybe. The Krakow Major?
Train was available in this time, so it was maybe right after the Boston, maybe.
I don't think there was a major in Atlanta, was it? There actually was one, the league major.
I think there was a Copenhagen major at that point. So let's go with Copenhagen, whatever that major was.
19, I would say. Maybe in Sweden?
I think it's a league major, Atlanta.
Was Starladder.
Starladder?
Berlin, 2019.
Berlin? Oh, okay, that's tough one. I remember the clip at least.
I can relate by the maps, by the play. I can relate like the date, but not the place. It's impossible. Don't have a good memory.
God, the AK sounds so nice.
Didn't click me anything yet.
I don't remember this one at all.
I think this is the real major. Maybe not. No!
So this would have been... How long ago would that have been then?
I don't remember that drop play in Furia, to be honest, so it's gonna be hard.
Was it Rio? No, it wouldn't have been Rio. Rio was too... I
would say 21, maybe.
Actually, it might have been Rio. Let's go with the Rio major.
What's the real major? Drop play.
This isn't going as bad as I thought it would.
Who is that?
So this would have also been a recent one since the blue phosphorus, so like within the last 2 years.
So let's suppose it's 22, 21.
Well, I'll also go with Rio.
Let's try the Belgium major.
Paris 23?
Paris. I forgot about that major.
I didn't go to this major. I couldn't ever remember of it.
Playoffs or bust, as Spirit now turn to take on Virtus.pro. On paper, Spirit should be the firm favourites, as obviously they have the best player in the world in tow and a stellar supporting cast around him. But if there's one thing we can pull on a string from Virtus.pro just yesterday, it was the unadulterated, insane resilience in what ultimately was a marathon of a series, Jacob.
It was a massive, massive comeback versus Falcons. Yes, VP should have been eliminated yesterday. They should not be in the position they're in right now. That may sound harsh to say, but fact of the matter is, Nathan, as we witnessed yesterday, Falcons won almost all 3 maps, you know, and that sounds ridiculous to say in a best of 3, but that was the case. VP, as you said, they showed great mental resilience. However, the level of Counter-Strike was not great enough in order to go toe-to-toe versus Spirit. So I hope we get to see a different VP today.
No, definitely. And yeah, it feels like Falcons won the series 3-0, which is something that we don't really say very often. But yes, Virtus.pro, no matter what, showed a lot of resilience. And when they started playing Counter-Strike, they were playing good Counter-Strike. And that's what mattered, especially when they came into overtime. If you just forget those 2 P90s rushing B on Banana.
Gosh.
Although the call was excellent, they caught 2 people completely off guard and destroyed the round. They need to step it up if they want to face against Spirit and show, you know, especially better starts of the games, better starts of the maps where every single time they were going down, they were just downing, they didn't win a single first half. And that's not going to cut it against a team like Spirit when, especially, you know, they come into the game and they just disrespect you fully. They just come in, they would take the win out of your hands and they won't really care. They will just run away with it, and that's why they're one of the best teams in the world at the moment.
Before we do start to unpick the series at hand that we've got today, let's get some thoughts from yesterday's game, courtesy of Fame. Obviously, you guys had a marathon game yesterday versus Falcons. Can you tell me the exhaustion levels of the team after that match finished?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. You know, it felt like we lost few years of our lives because of nerfs. You know, it was, I don't know, so many up and downs in this game, and it was, I think, the craziest game in my life in terms of emotions, in terms of everything. It was like full tilt after full happy, you know, it's crazy.
Must have been an absolute roller coaster. We saw at the end Electronic standing up. He was shouting, obviously, over to Dexter in his native language. It was great to see him, you know, showing that emotion. Do you feel like he had that kind of, was he being loud in the server with you guys? Could you feel that passion?
I want to say it was not to Dexter.
Okay.
It was just only in native language, because it's kind of strange if he shouts in English. It's not first language, okay. But I don't know. You should ask him. But yeah, in game it was, you know, I don't know, felt very good because we took a lot of clutches, a lot of important rounds, and we all screamed, we all, you know, like, it was crazy game, yeah. That's it.
Fame saying they literally lost years off of their lives due to the craziness and the nerves of that game. I don't blame them. It was stressful to watch. I can't even imagine being inside the server for that.
No, it's crazy. It was a crazy game of Counter-Strike. The implications of the game, obviously staying alive in the tournament, the whole VRS situation as well, that's hard to quantify. That could potentially mean Astralis now is below VP in that ranking. VP don't have to play the online qualifier, etc., etc. I think the most telling thing was how Electronic was jumping up off his chair and yelling a lot of some may say bad words towards his opponents, and I just love that. Yeah, there we go. I just love that, you know, explosion of emotions. It meant something to VP yesterday, and it was a crazy comeback.
And you were about to lose so many times. There were so many map points for Falcons, and then you just somehow, some way survived. There is like every kind of emotion, I think, that comes out of you at that point, and it doesn't really matter. It's just your brain is just shutting down and your mouth is just doing the talking, right? There's nothing else.
I mean, we have to go back and forth between the green room to get into the studio, and whenever it came close to GG every single time, we take that, let's say, 200 steps into the studio. I think my watch had 3,000-4,000 more steps than I anticipated yesterday, because we kept going back and forth whenever we thought the game was over. But it just kept on giving and kept on giving.
Well, on top of the 50,000 steps you do every single day anyway, Jacob. What a flex. What a flex. Either way, obviously there's two sides we can look at the coin from yesterday's game, right? One is praising VP for the incredible resilience they managed to show, keeping their mindset, their heads clear in the game. The other side is looking at the slow starts, which happened on every single map. How do you kind of frame that? Was it, you know, more giving props to VP that they did manage to call things back, or should we be critiquing those slow starts that we saw on all three maps?
It is 100% a critique. You shouldn't be doing that all the time. It cannot be your brand of Counter-Strike, right? I mean, it was very often paid by the rounds, all those kind of memes. It is something that was the case for them. But in this era of Counter-Strike, when you have teams that are extremely explosive overall, and we're not necessarily talking about Spirit because they have sort of a similar game style, but like the other teams, they're going to go into your face, they're going to be 4-1-ing, they're going to be really explosive as a group into you, and this is something that's, especially also with MR12 in the economy, if you start on the wrong half of that, and then you're on the city side, you're going to lose the game no matter what, because the T economy is just way too strong at the moment.
We saw what it did to FaZe yesterday when Spirit were playing against them. Spirit got off to a good start. FaZe never got into the game. We labeled the game as not being competitive. If you don't get off to a good start, if you don't match the output of Spirit from the get-go, they have so much quality that they will just shut you down and shut the game down from the get-go.
Obviously, Nathan, you've been kind of talking a lot about the regional game styles, and we obviously get a clash of two teams from the same region in this. Is there a clear differentiation in their play styles, considering they are obviously on two different organizations, or is it kind of that classic CIS style that we should be expecting in this one?
Well, I mean, it's a derby, so we're going to see some things that are a bit different, especially for that reason, because there's going to be specific game styles. And for people that are not aware, regions really have different game styles. Countries even have different game styles, and it's very important to take into consideration for those tournaments, but especially for the online games and like when you play teams that you're not used to. So here today in that matchup, the keyword is going to be explosive, because that's what the CIS region is known for. And especially one thing that they love compared to other teams, they put all their resources in the center of the map. So by that, I mean, on a map like Ancient, they're going to be fighting in middle. On Dust 2, they're going to be fighting through those doors, going through the smokes and fighting through short. And that's what they like to do. They like to disturb the plans and to be very aggressive with all their utility in those scenarios. And that's also where you can kind of see some weaknesses. And so obviously they're going to be ready, they're going to be adapting, and it's a whole mind game that they're going to have to face in that best of 3.
It's a fun conversation, this whole regional playstyle thing, right? Because if you're a player at home or a viewer at home, you probably get exposed to it every single day whenever you're playing FaZe.CET. Imagine going up against a 5-man stack from Finland on Nuke. You know exactly what you're going to get. A 5-man stack from Turkey on Mirage, you know you're going to be run down every single round of that T side. Or a 5-man stack from any other country that has specialized in a certain map. It's the same thing with the CS brand. Back in the day, it used to be hyper-aggressive Counter-Strike, relentless aggression. Almost like whenever you practiced against them, you felt like you got nothing out of it. Whereas today, they have balanced it out a little bit more. And I think Shiro is the perfect example of that. Within the Spirit camp, he's a guy who can do it all, and he's sort of like adopted that European style of orbing into the CS region.
Two teams that are understandably familiar with each other's playstyles, hailing from the same region. They also did have a head-to-head clash in Katowice, but there is a massive asterisk for that. Unfortunately, Flamus, just due to some visa issues, he was unable to attend the playoffs portion of that particular event. Mir had to stand in, so we have to take that result with a bit of a grain of salt, right?
Of course, especially considering Flamus and the impact that he has within the team. He is very vocal, and you can see he's very agitated. He brings a lot of life to this team, which is something that for some teams you're a bit lacking, and especially for Virtus.pro, there is also something a little bit different with them. Even if it's within the region, they like to play very slow. They have all played around Jame, that is very notorious for having very slow rounds and then saving a lot and that kind of thing. And so there are some rounds where they run out of time, where it's just like a bit too slow and they're just scrapping to like get onto the bomb side and plant the bomb. And so you can get a bit sketchy, right? But overall, Flamus will bring this, and so that's where the past game is not really too relevant to what can happen today.
I think a way of putting these two teams up against each other and sort of quantifying for people going in to watch the game is that if VP wants to win this game, I'd almost guarantee you that all 5 players will have to have a good game. All 5 players will have to chime in and be strong as a unit, where I feel Spirit can get away with having 1 or 2 of their players not performing well. We saw it even yesterday. Donk didn't have the best of the best showing. Someone else stepped up. Sunsix had a great game. Shiro had a great game. Chopper had some great calls. I feel like if you're Spirit, you have that almost allowance that you can have a player or 2 checking out on a certain map, and then Donk will do the work for you, or Shiro will do the work for you. Whereas for VP, all of them have to come together if they want to beat down Spirit.
Well, the teams have had their huddles, so let's find out which maps we're going to be playing. You want to have any predictions, gentlemen? Is this one clear-cut, or could there be some surprise couples?
Something tells me that, let me think, Nuke won't be played in this matchup. I think that is a bold statement. I know. I'll stand by, though, because I think I'm correct. I also think that Inferno perhaps is going to be a map that's not going to be in that. That leaves Dust 2 open for the taking, and that's where it gets interesting. Spirit loves to play Dust 2. It's been a perma pick for them for a long, long time, but so does VP, and we saw VP played yesterday to a decent level.
Yeah, and there is also the question of Ancient, which is, I think, very notorious for being a very CIS-loved map, where you see like in all the open qualifiers, best of ones and stuff like that. There we go, Ancient. That's going to be one of the maps picked by VP. It's somewhere where Donk has a lot of impact. So like that middle part of the map, whether on T or CT, that's where he's going to be pivotal. And I'm really curious to see what kind of answer Virtus.pro has for Spirit in general. Yeah.
Ancient have been the pick every single time almost from VP. That is kind of interesting though. Spirit picking Anubis. Spirit picking a map that Donk have been out vocally saying that he dislikes playing himself. I will say though that Spirit is a goddamn good Anubis team. Yeah. I know Donk doesn't feel comfortable on it, and I know Spirit's confidence perhaps was shattered a little bit whenever they faced Eternal Fire, who I think is the only team you can label as being as good on that specific map. But against VP, not a map they necessarily have good results on, or they necessarily like. So I respect that for Spirit. Picking Anubis, that's a good one.
I feel like I don't know whether I agree with Donk being uncomfortable. He just hates it. He just wants it out the ball. He literally wants anything in replacement of that. If we do get to a third, which potentially could happen, what are we going to be setting up?
That'd be Dust 2, right?
Lovely. Okay.
Okay, can I'm not sure if I can do this. You know, inspired by Spinks just before he was on the desk, obviously, I think, if I have to be completely blunt right here, I think VP are royally fucked in a veto like this. There's absolutely nothing they can do in order to do a punish pick versus Spirit. If Dust 2 is the third deciding map in a best of 3 against Spirit, a map that Spirit loves to pick against all the best teams in the world, maybe apart from Vitality, then what are you supposed to do?
That's going to be very hard. If it goes down to the whole 3 maps, it looks hard. I mean, they had that 13-0 against FaZe, which is probably their confidence as well to go into a third map and like maybe they can make some fireworks happen. But Spirit is excellent on the map.
Quite literally a do or die series between Virtus.pro and Spirit. One of these two squads will be qualifying for the Lisbon playoffs.
Yes, do or die between these two. Locking horns, domestic derby of sorts. Chatty B with me, and you were saying that you kind of saw this veto coming, but not in the way it's come through. What do you mean by that? I don't know.
We covered the VP game and the Ancient, well, actually all the maps, the way they started.
There was a lot of maps.
Every map that they played, it started and made you question everything you know about Counter-Strike and life, really. But they brought it back time and time again to deliver one of the most entertaining series of the year so far.
Most definitely.
I thought that maybe we would have seen them turning to an Anubis pick of their own, or maybe even Dust 2, but that will be the third and decider. Anubis picked by Spirit. Maybe we can get Boris butchering yet again. Had a massive game. Let's get locked and loaded. Ancient up first, and a lot on the line. Exotic's quite happy with the team's performance yesterday. And understandably so. The communication looked like it was flowing, and oh, there's the anticlimax. We just have a quick little tech problem we need to get sorted. I think Chopper's laugh probably says it all.
It was probably like someone gave a pep talk, like, let's go, boys. Here we go, and then VP called a tag.
That's a false start.
Yeah.
We did investigate at one point that in the Olympics, if you false start, that's just full DQ.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, isn't it?
That's insane.
I'd be giving it a full second. I'd let everyone go, make sure we're cool, start walking off the line. Don't think I'd be very good with that consideration, but we're going to move into it. Looks like this is the real one. This is, I'm saying with conviction, the start of the game. Spirit VP, one of them goes home. Only 2 spots left in Lisbon. And they're going to be starting with a test on mid. Who's responsible for that? Donk and Zontix. Dontix. Can workshop it. Zonk.
Hey. That's your start to the game, Flammers.
It's horrible.
That is your start to the match.
And look at that, Donk playing Jiggle with the util to block, and he's going to hold on to it, because there's nothing worse than taking Donut and then suddenly having a smoke in your face. You don't want to be pushing through this smoke against Donk, so that changes your plans again. You have to pivot.
Well, they still have utility on Fame, so there's smoke, there's a flash, there's a Molotov in the mix.
Who's going to be responsible for the potential red slip? It doesn't look like they're going for it, but no one on B even bothered to consider it.
Yeah, this is on a timer. At a certain point, they will have to investigate. Magic's now dipping back to have a look, as now heading towards B with Flip, the late activation through red. Now, he likely plays last in this situation. Molly Long. Oh, Well, that was the position to Molly long. Do they want to...
You can do both from here.
Okay.
So Molly...
Smoke short. Molly long. And
blocked. So every time you've tried, you've been blocked. That's twice now. 30 seconds. It gets uncomfortable.
They're going back to
really
A.
made them
They're
uncomfortable.
going back to A.
Yeah, and Donk and Zontix are still here. Holding for the rotates. Chopper's got the kit on his back and now needs help from Magic. Doesn't hit that first bullet. Donk does. Donk delivers another double. Starts off his pistol campaign with 2 kills and only flipping fame.
Boys, make sure you die. You really want this loss bonus. You really, really want this loss bonus. Flit, you have to die. You guys, just stay out. Actually, just toy with him now. Kill him after time. Run away. Kill him. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's a really horrible way for your game to start. And they're running at you. You'll be fine. But you only have $450 and a USP.
At least you have Kevlar, so you can get a P250.
Sick.
He bought a smoke. That's how the game starts. That's so tough.
Clean with it. You were getting a third here as well to just completely seal the deal, forcing Fame to a back bend. Tech 9s.
Crouching for an A aggression. Okay, so they won't be pushed early. Flit is going to throw the util, so his pistol will not be required. It'll be the Tech 9s, so they're going to have to strafe wide. Zontix with the incendiary. We know they're going to run through that, and he does too. Crouched under the shadow. Here they come.
Yeah, turns the flash as well, but does get overrun. So Zontix has fallen, and so will the A site. Looks like they'll have secured a plant. Fame jumping over the spam from Donkin Donut. Chopper gets close. Donkin Donuts. Tasty.
Still smokes available. You can replenish CT, you can replenish Donut. If you were going to wait this out, Spirit, there are different plans. So it's forcing you through... Oh, and smoked in Temple as well. Did you save? I think you save.
What a well-structured pistol. Sorry, second round forward.
I think you save. Are they going? Boys,
you'd have to be going... You don't have a kit.
You don't have a kit.
Yeah, you're not doing anything. Wow. You get one on the way out. Electronic is punished for the overstaying.
You're on the M4, so try not to give that one away if you can, Donk. Thank you very much.
Oh, Shiro can get a couple on the way out here. No, he won't. Icy. Good work. Job done. Round 1. VP making up for their shortcomings in the pistol.
Okay. Well, that one's handy indeed. Zontix with an awful lot of weight on his shoulders there with the jiggle defense. And, you know, he immediately pivoted back, dodging the flashes, but unable to get the first.
Like, he almost did everything right and still just gets one tapped on the drive-by.
Just some confusion. I didn't call a tech pause, is what Electronic is saying there to the referee. Referee.
Admin, he's doing it sideways.
So Shiro is actually leaving some residual cash into this force fight. That's obviously squirrel his pennies away for an AWP once we get a little bit deeper. That doesn't mean they can't win this round. Just means he is good with his money. One boost to rounds. Zontix up close and personal towards middle. Some Fame to come out late. Icy to support with some util.
Good flash and does catch the SMG. Audible confirmation that there was occupation.
And one thing we noted with VP's approach on this map is they weren't going for the mid and B lane control.
Yeah, you pointed it out.
Meta.
You said like it's kind of almost always Flit just kind of solo lane taking, or they do these late. You had Electronic throw in this like cave heaven smoke and retake util to take lane later.
Yeah, and I don't mind the approach. It's something that is important to have in your arsenal.
Yeah, we saw Kixon playing this ramp with like the jiggle smoke, which was very effective against VP.
Yeah, so Chopper's doing his best Kixon cosplay. So there's that util set.
Oh, he was throwing in the molly as well for good measure. And he's holding on to this block smoke for as long as he can. Still holding on to it. Chopper, you're gonna get punished. He held on a little too long, got greedy for it. Now the B site is lost. Perhaps the round 2.
All right, we'll be safe again, I'm sure. So VP up to the same tricks as yesterday.
It is a deadly sin.
It's the pace of that one.
he throws that smoke, it's a very awkward 20-second finish or a pivot.
Yeah, I think because it's limited, if he dropped it at that moment, right, you're right, there's still... It's weird, right? It's that limbo.
50.
So yeah, if he drops it now, then there's still going to be 30 seconds left on the clock. And they only have SMG, so trying to get the absolute most, I think he's just not expecting that pacing behind it. Or obviously he's not expecting that pacing behind it, otherwise he would have dropped the smoke. So there you go. Great start for VP, 2-1. Should be the eco now behind the saved M4 for Donk, P250 for Shiro, and Zontix for the MP9. So I guess you want to try and set Donk up early to find a fight, but if they're avoiding the fights, right, what they're not doing is they're not obliging the mid-duels. They're not saying, all right, well, we'll take you in these 50-50s, but you have Donk, so it's a 70-30 to you, actually. We'll let him have this space. We'll not give him the kills. We'll regroup. And we'll get some executes in.
Well, your theory, actually, Chad, I think it's worth returning to, is you were saying that actually VP are the best team in the world. They just deliberately start weakly.
Yes.
It seems like now, because there's, you know, so much on the line, it's fight or flight.
I'm glad you agree. You weren't so on board yesterday.
Listen, this is a stronger start than we've seen before. Second round conversion.
Consecutive rounds.
Consecutive rounds out of the gate.
It's insane.
I've never before seen. Now, Donk does have that M4, so that will be something you want to try and avoid or neutralize. Deep Molly will not spread to Zontix, right?
Yeah, he'll be fine. But neutralized indeed. So they're coming to red. A lot of them are coming red.
Yeah, if Donk could like draw fire, yeah, he's making steps. But Zontix gets spotted out as well. Donk will swing through. Okay, they get rid of one of them. Now Donk has to pivot back. Electronic takes a lot of damage there.
Look at this pack roll.
It's old school. But it's hard to deal with when you are under-equipped. Donk isn't. He has that M4 and he's done very well. Shiro pops out of the big box. Goodbye. Awkward now. Donk getting 2 there is crazy. Shiro overlooked. It's good team play out of Spirit, but you can save this. Icy and Flick can save this. Shiro takes a chunk of damage. Fortunately has the Kevlar, and Icy's back now turned. They're just playing with them. Oh, well played between Shiro and Donk. USB headshot.
All right, I have to interject here. Right. They really ducked that one up, VP. Yeah. I'm not sure if we'll catch it in the replay or not, but they were throwing a Molotov coming out of Donut, and they blocked each other, and then they segregated the push onto the site.
Ooh. Didn't catch that.
So they really, a bit of a boo-boo. See that Molly?
That's their Molly.
Oh, where's that Molly come from?
I see. Flustered. And it was probably going to Molly where Donk was in CT. Or Big Box where Shiro was.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay, well now they've messed up the run boost mid. Doesn't really affect anything.
I blame Subtic.
It's all Subtic's fault.
If you're looking for a catch-all, just blame Subtic. All right, well, Fame escorted into the aggressive A main stance by Flit, but it's only a temporary occupation as again, nobody B lane.
Oh, Donk comes up short versus the Galila Flammus. That's a really strong scalp and his first death. So leg up for VP to kind of immediately get back on the horse. What is this positioning from Zontix? Just crouch forward into the solo A hold.
He's on his own.
Play here.
Completely on his own.
Fame's coming. He isolates the jewel. Does he get away as well? Beautiful. Well handled by Zontix. He's not playing scared.
All right, well, walking out middle now, Flammus and Electronic. Do they want to come in Donut behind their deep smoke? Still online for what should be a split. Chopper and Magix are not playing aggressively over towards B, so there's no information for Spirit. It is really completely on Zontix again. Had a great start on Anubis. That was yesterday. Let's see if he can keep that up today.
Oh, Electronic very quick. Flammus and him working well with their Galils.
Playing at a different pace, isn't it? You do get the domestic matchup with these two Russian teams. Sure, I can't stop them.
They're definitely not Russian. If you know what I'm saying. Rushing.
No, I got it.
Okay, just meant to specify.
Do you save? Or do you go for it? Well, I don't see a kit. And I don't see any early scuffles being offered up. So there is one highlighted by Jay. Thank you very much, Context Camp. We'll be getting their hands on that, trying to do some damage on the way out the door. So this has been an interesting start. Probably the best term I could come up with for this.
Do you even do anything from here, Chopper?
Look at the AKs pick up. I don't think he'll get cleared. Yeah, beautiful.
Lovely.
Really good damage. Can get his hands on the AK. Well done from Chopper. Okay, so money situation. Shiro can drop an M4, bring out an AWP. Magix can drop an M4, and we're all good. So full buy. As this one's a tech. This one's called by Donk. So trying to take Ancient at a different pace to what we're used to. And that was the same theme yesterday for VP.
Yeah, the deep donut smoke walkthrough was quite inspired, exploiting if they know there's only going to be one person there.
Interesting, Donk's typing to them in English.
He is.
Chopper's typing to them in Russian.
Yeah.
So I guess everybody knows what's going on.
Apart from us.
Well, we can translate.
I think the first word is problem.
Yeah, I think that, and I think so could translate to maybe with.
Problem with something.
Okay. Well, that's not it. That's Cobra's Steam account.
Oh. Been a while.
Yeah, well.
I see ours in the chat. I think that means ready, and it's straight into attack. Hallie gets onto the microphone for the first time in this game. For those of you that have just joined us and missed all of that wonderful analysis from Freya, Nathan, and Jacob. To fill you in, the map pool is an interesting one. We have got ourselves an Ancient Anubis start. That's Spirit picking Anubis as our second map. We'll talk more about that when we get there. And a Dust 2 Decider, should it be required. VP, they're still in their kind of infancy. They've already managed to cause a bit of a stir here in Copenhagen and, of course, Blast Open Lisbon.
We know how important all the wins that they pick up are at the moment for that April 7th cutoff Blast.tv Austin Major and the VRS in 2025 and what that means. Zvukom, I think, has probably means sound because it translates to sound problems. So we get to the bottom of it.
Problem is also Zvukom. Just having a go.
You don't normally do a Russian accent.
You have to have a go.
All right, late timing on the mid take, and they'll get it. Donk will give it over. Starting Donut. Celtics on A, Chopper, deep cave. Shiro has invested in that AWP. He'll be trained with holding this ramp. No real early lane damage. No mid exchanges of damage. Just a different pace to it all together. So on display, the slower side of Ancient. And maybe one that will continue to come with saves on either side of the server. Electronic applying pressure towards a deep smoking Donut. Lobbed out again. So because they've been able to segregate the defense, 2 towards A, 3 towards B, Donk has to ask the question, oh, are they going to walk through this late again? So he'll need to continue to keep his eyes on that. Block smoke towards main.
Give it a spare.
Yeah, no real ability to brute force this unless that HE is brought over to the front of the pack. A replenisher of their deep Donut smoke says, hey, if you want to drop that, you're not coming in on that timing. They're also worried about the red slip.
5 through A main is rare. See a team do this
boosting
directly. The boost up, Fame is across. Donk
doesn't look aware of this.
Yeah, he's going to be potentially caught off guard. The util thrown out. Tucks into Donut. They'll double up there. Multiple bodies advancing. Donk empty-handed. It's Zontix that matches the output, though. Finishes what Donk started with 2. Reboost. Held by Magix. The rotation's here now, and it's just fallen flat for VP.
It does look like VP have a very good understanding of the way they want it. Oh. Second later, could have had him after time there.
The way they want to
approach the map, because they didn't have eyes on red for the entire round, right? So once that deep Donut smoke goes in and Donk plays behind it, at that point they don't have any eyes. And there's not like there's no emergency rotation. There's no, oh, we need to go back and clear it. But think about Ancient current meta. When teams take mid control and they could be close red, you see players coming through Donut, 1 or 2, and players coming through red with 1 or 2 to try and clear and take that territory back. We're not seeing any of that.
Yeah, still got its own flavor as VP's gameplay. Elbow smoke, Flammus gonna try his luck once more, trying to take this head-to-head duel, but Donk's not fighting, not willing to contest, doesn't want to give them what they're looking for.
it continues to be this 2-3 stance. And without any early information for the CTs, they will slink across to red with the pack. A lot of 4-1, if not all 5 for VP.
You'd think Shiro's AWP would be best suited to holding this cross, but Magic is probably going to be tasked with it, looking at
There's no
radar.
smoke. There's no smoke. Has to be dry.
Oh, you're right. Well, they get across. Shiro now called upon, but it's a bit too late for that. They are pressuring CT. Zontix and Donk going to work this one out. A little smoke. CTs have smoked.
This is crazy. Yep. I'm loving this.
It's definitely unique, isn't it? Look at this. 2 Temple, 2 CT.
And they're here with over a minute left on the clock.
Yeah.
Now we're at 55 seconds.
Very unique fights. Interesting.
What a curious game of Counter-Strike.
Flit's still holding lane, by the way.
They're just sitting in Temple. We're 40 seconds in. There's been no damage done, other than what Fame and Flammers with a little bit. That's it. Have they even seen each other yet?
Flit contacts up the ramp. He's thinking like, okay, they must have really rotated off now. And Magic's will best him, but he was alone.
Oh, they're planning on A.
The bomb is going down, boys.
It's a CT plan.
Here we go. Limits his options. Electronics thrust into the fight. Does very well to get one there, and Icy trying to finish off Zontix. Fame with the AK big box will play for the bomb. Look at how long it's going to take them to kind of clear all their angles on the way in. They've done the Bogdan's Law for the Magic's AWP. Will he clear CT like this? It's a hard one for the AWP to be ready for, and yeah, just caught out by Flammers' positioning. Good find back. Shiro will trade. And now the nade. Destined for some damage. Puts Icy onto 58. It's an important fight for Fame. Gets nothing done. Icy, the last man standing, and well handled with class. With a couple of seconds to spare, Spirit make it 4-3.
Okay. Well, this is fun. This is testing everything. So you wonder, when you do get, like, at the moment, these teams, they're not just exclusively practicing against teams from their region, right? But there must be a flavor about this where both seem relatively aware of what the other likes to do. And it's playing out in these really strange stalemate situations. So if you look at potentially what Hallie's brought into the game plan, or as like, a top dot point, it's like, first of all, let's not give away any silly deaths early. Let's not do that, right? Because look at how passive they're playing.
Ever since Hallie called the timeout, Donk hasn't fought mid once.
Yeah, they're just allowing them to have that space.
Oh, I thought they were allergic to B. But they aren't coming this way.
But it's just so pack heavy.
Very much so.
It's always grouped. We're not talking default spreads. It's not the, the 1-2-2. It's always something that's just grouped up and swarming.
How many you got? Does control the spray for 2. Flammers will put him down, and M4 recovered for Flammers. Hard work converted. I imagine we're going to have some cut of noise here. Donk's actually gambling B.
So this is a CT side that is constantly in a black box as far as information is concerned, but continuously starting 3 towards B. Shiro being alongside of Magix and Chopper. Donk has joined them, and they're actually searching for information. Big pick from Icy.
Big pick indeed. And they're just going to push up, surging into the site. It's not ideal for the AWP. Tell a lie. Collateral puts one on notice as well. Icy down. Donk side by side for the ride. Headshot found. Flammers down. VP threatening. Again, they're in the right place. Spirit definitely have a good read of the situation against VP. Chopper a nice double as well. But they didn't even get concerned that they might drop down the boxes, start walking red, mid, split A, whatever. It didn't happen.
Is this a pace change now off the back of this timeout? And do we see them coming in with something a little bit more aggressive on the T side? Is it going to be, hey, let's actually fight for this mid control? If they are going to give it over to us, we can take it a lot quicker on timing, just a couple of flashes required. And then on the other side, do we now see something aggressive out of the CT stance of Hallie and his troops? Is it going to be, all right, let's now run boost mid, let's fight the B lane, let's get this space early, because this is the turning point where the flavor of the game can change. So it's been quite slow, very grouped up. Nice shot from Icy.
Clean.
Nice, Daniel, nice, молодец. Молодец, Боря, охуенно колешь. Молодец, Боря, охуенно колешь.
Chopper happy with that one. All right, well, this looks like a more standard round for both teams.
Interesting.
Now we're back on track.
Okay.
2B lane.
Deviation from the norm is the norm.
Icy's still in spawn holding flashes, and here they come.
Just as Donk had his nade out as well. Zontix turns, but still blinded off. Nice find. Isolates the jewel. Oh, Donk tested. Electronic too good. Couldn't try transfer to that heaven elevation. But Chopper, can he get another double? No, 1.5. It's Flit limping. And
Shiro catches this.
Wow, good AWPing.
Magic's close ramp. There's another kill available. Flit's so low.
Should be fine with the body shots unless Flit hits the headshot. How's he done that? Puts it onto Shiro. And Flit's even magnetized. You might hear him. Is he loud about this? No, hits the walkie in time.
It's crazy. Flit playing for the flank as opposed to supporting Icy getting in. Shiro could have been beelining it.
Yeah, he heard him drop the weapon, so he's got a good idea as to what's going on. Icy's on his way to try and provide a bit of a helping hand.
Tough clear for Shiro. So tough, he doesn't even clear it. 5 to 4.
Flit, man. What an incredible sequence out of him. He gets 3 in total. The last 2 with just a scrap of health.
See those flashes as well, just coming in, not on like quick succession either. It was like flash, flash.
And you drew
flash.
attention to it. That Falcons game, I just want to remind everyone that Flit had this incredible like run of rounds where he had like opener on opener on opener on Inferno versus Nico. That's some good shooting, man. Really, really good shooting.
Nice.
This game has got everything. I'm actually really enjoying this already.
With the way that VP have been conducting themselves in recent times, I think they're starting to make a few more fans. They're not the most popular of teams, normally down to their play style. Just being so slow, boring the viewers and the opponents to death. You'd hear from multiple teams playing against it. Yeah, it's a nuisance to deal with. And they're always were a problem because one saved gun could equal a round. But here they've got a different look to them. So feigning the same default round as they had in the previous, highlighting there that the elbow smoke maybe not perfect. Flit very forward on Cave, but it is the A pressure landing right now. And yeah, look at that, he's just walked in. So comms are, you know, you two coming in and he's already walked up Cave because they've been giving them that space. Flit's just going to take it and deliver.
What a delivery it is. Now you cut noise, it kind of sows seed of doubt. Like, look at Donk, he's going back towards B. He's paranoid that, understandably, what was a bit of a util on A, they could be heading on back to that B bomb site, and now it is all onto Shiro and his AWP. Does he step forward? He's going to try and get close towards A main for that first fight or not? Just tuck donut?
The problem is with the position he's now moved to, he can just be smoked out.
Yeah.
So do they do the deep one or the standard one? Because they've been throwing the deep one. Okay, more standard. He's going to have to play ahead of it if he wants to win this round.
Does deliver on the first. Smoke will land. How does he play around this? Does try and stick around on that line. Oh, hard shot to hit, and Flammus, he makes it look easy. And then Flit sticks around. That was a guaranteed kill, just as fumbles it a bit. Oh, scuttles an A towards the bomb plant spot, but VP got the bomb down and got Chopper on Zontix bleeding out, but Donk still standing, 100 HP, and finds the first, removing Electronic. Double temple for the post plant, not ideal. Low HP on 2 of the 3. That's something a bit more optimal. Just going to have to try and find Zontix, but he's waited, he's bided his time, now gets the info. Chopper behind him and a smoke kit between the two of them. Oh, they line up for Icy. He'll take that, thank you very much. Donk needs the kit, needs the smoke. He's going to try and scoop both of them up, can't seem to find it in time. And he's out of there, just preserving the AK-47. Icy finishes off the job. An effective round. Shiro, not enough from him in the solo A hold. VP keeping us close, neck and neck.
Oh, that was something else as well that we noted from VP. They would do these A executes, but they would try and play ahead of the timing. Right, so they would be pushing as the smokes are in the air.
Right.
And that's a good way to catch a player if they're doing like a smoke molly defense or they're trying to transition once they see the util landing. You can kind of catch them out of position, not ready for that fight. It's going to be tough down the stretch now. 2 more rounds left in this first half of play. Map number 1. Big series, only 2 seats left at that Lisbon table. So the saved AK. And some extremely light upgrades around it. AK gets the mid control. It's B where the pressure is impending. Uh-oh.
The timing is impeccable. Oh, Magix and Chopper clamp down on lane. It's crushing for VP. 2 behind the doors, but those rifles have now fallen into enemy hands. Zontix, he's spoiled for choice. Throws out 1 to Magix as well. Everyone equipped now. That is the first time we've seen a real, like, categorical VP fumble in this series. Trying to claw their way back in with their shots, but Magic's good for one onto Flammus. Just icy. Way too much on his plate. Try and isolate the duel, but Magic shoots hard. Wow. I mean, you could see that there was like, they were in two minds there. Flip was the only one like playing in front of the smoke, and then as his teammate came to join, was it Electronic?
Oh, they've both had one of these now, haven't they?
So look at this timing. He just starts to look for like the lineup. He's lining something up as Chopper engages. Crushing blow.
Oh, and considering the Spirit have been giving a lot of space over towards B lane, you can understand why they're not ready for that.
Yeah.
So some mind games definitely in this.
Big smile.
And yeah, you think about both of the teams have had one of those rounds. It was second round where VP pulled off theirs.
Good point.
Now Spirit late, and they might be taking 7 at the half. They've broken the finances. The buy is rubbish for VP.
This could be an acceleration. They're just going to let Flip be the pointy end of the spear. Magic's a one-tap onto Icy. Scuffles a smoke to play around. The transfer's good from Flit. How is he still alive? Smoke actually saves him. Magic's his smoke used to extend his life, keep him in the server, in the round, final round, first half, first map, elimination game. Just Chopper down, so Spirit definitely operating with this advantage. How do they play it from here, though?
Electronic's been able to get his hands on something. He was rocking with a Glock, so has no armor behind the Scavenge Galil. You can't really play through this, can you? That'd just be insane, a death sentence, as they will bide their time and take exactly that. Magic's, as the B player, he's going to search first. Looks like he's found a perfect timing. Looks like he has found an absolute god tier timing. Hello, you've got nades in your hands, and now you're dead.
Who you nading for, bro? Where are they? Cave? High alert.
Flit's trying to hedge towards Donut right now. So divide and conquer. I don't know how you win this one.
That's Donk's coming. Oh, you hear him coming. You know the swing is there. But you still have to hit the bullet, and he can't. Flammus goes down, and Donk should secure a 7-5 scoreline. There it is, 7-5, Spirit in the lead, first map of the series.
find ourselves in the last match of Group A, the group of death for Blast Open Lisbon. Spirit taking on Virtus.pro. First half had a different flavor to it. Spirit being sent and condemned to the lower bracket by MOUZ. VP with an upset victory over FaZe. And a crazy game against Falcons to set themselves up for this one.
And Icy has started this pistol as he means to go on. VP have that early pick, wrapping fast into what will soon be 3 players on B. Flamus will be called over, blocked on Cave. Solid work with the blocks so far, but up the ramp, it's an opportunity for Chopper. He's chipping away at Flit. Yeah, missed flash indeed. Catches his teammates. Out they come! Flit will track him. Lovely work. The dual Beretta's perfectly suited to the task. It's only Magix and Chopper. Now it's just Chop. Unk versus 3.
On 16 HP.
Oh, clean removal of IC, but from behind, they will strike. Just partnered up. He's not... Oh, he's considered it. I mean, still, the trade is guaranteed, right?
Shadow.
There's no way you can get both clean headshots. Oh my God, he's doing it! Oh, no bullets, gets away! Oh, so close to manifesting an impossible clutch there from Chop. Oh, 2 clean removals on the low HP.
Gave it a damn good go, didn't he?
Damn.
That's how it opened up. Dual Red's at range and then having to pivot, so didn't want to continue that flash. Lands in the corner, blinds up 2. Then they come out looking silly. Flick continues to mow them down, and Chopper almost. Ammo, his biggest enemy in that situation.
Fair play.
We've split the pistols.
Hello and welcome to Donk TV. You'll just be looking for his Deagle to do anything. As they already confirmed, lane is not occupied. Electronic and Flamus have already got a lot of information around the map, so Icy's on high alert. Could be late mid and could be a main.
Did Chomper drop in the Deagle?
Yeah, selfless.
Well, I was going to say, because you feel that maybe there was a hero rifle in the mix, but a Deagle. So how much can Donk get done with this?
Well, about to find out.
Really is just Icy here. Flamus can get there quickly.
Time as well. Donk, though, he will trade. That's what that Deagle has facilitated. It's facilitated a bomb plant, and look at this from Magix. Not the perfect weapon, but wait, tracking's hard. Lovely work. The leaping MP9s.
They didn't plant.
They didn't get the bomb down.
No, they were ready for the fight. So, sure, they do get that kill, and it's actually Zontix to pick it up. It's just going to be Magic's last man standing. No man's land, and now noted. So he'll be dealt with, and there you have it. All tied up 7 apiece. Yeah, not getting that bomb down. So playing for the jewels. Let's see, how do VP try and handle Spirit's T side? It's going to be 3 MP9s. What's Icy going to get gifted? Chopper looking to start with a... I like to listen. I don't know what they say.
No, but it is cool to hear.
And the intonation. Okay, well, Donk, AK head armor, Chopper, Mac 10 U2.
We love a selfless IGL around here.
And they're not going to fight too hard for the mid control, at least on the T side.
Flamus gets active. Electronics adventure cut short, trying to push down the ramp.
Yeah, it didn't get the... Oh, there's going to be a push.
Yeah, he's a look. Thank you very much, says Donk. And another one too much to ask. Flamus does remove Donk from the pack. Chopper finds himself that upgrade. Thank you. And down goes Flamus. Will they be ready for Icy, though? They will now. Audible drop of the weapon.
It could be a save.
Might have to be. Payne fancied his chances at the FAMAS.
I didn't quite catch it there. Zontix, I think he was trying to throw at least the Tetris or the Heaven Molly, but it didn't land. Maybe he got pressured by spam and kind of wanged it out on a weird angle. But
yeah. It's a technical term. Yeah, you did wang it.
It's able to clobber them. You know, you just have a couple of steps. Flick giving away 1 or 2 steps. Donk robotically pivots in, deletes you. 14 kills for him at this point. And that is going to be the first rifle round falling in the favor of Spirit. So a close one. These teams, as touched upon by the Des, did play in Katowice, but that was with the caveat of Flamus unable to play.
Ooh.
What's got your attention?
Just Shiro's profile picture. He's a fan of Monster. That's a good anime.
Okay.
It's got Johan as...
What's Chopper's one from?
Just couldn't tell you.
Is it One Piece?
It's like a little bear in a referee's uniform and a giant...
With a massive head.
Massive head.
It's like a...
Maybe horn?
A blue thing with a pink cross in a circle.
Yeah. Someone will know what that is. From just our description, I reckon.
All right, well, the fact that they kept it very clean on the anti-eco means that they do have another buy, VP.
Yeah, it's not too many compromises. Just Electronic, who's struggling to get going alongside Fame.
We'll get this mid control. Flash to deter any aggressive maneuvers down the B ramp. Flit and Icy.
He was flirting with it, wasn't he? He thought about some cave aggression, but backs away. Mid occupied. Shiro escorting that bomb. Perhaps back up to B as they park Donk in red. So this is it. This is the D4 playbook.
Util for the finish is very light on for Spirit. We're talking a smoke, 2 flashes, a HE, and a Molotov. And right now, coming to clear mid as a pack.
Yeah, Icy gave his util so he can go and look for answers. Flit to play for the trade. And Icy, yeah, damn. Down to Donk. Double. Takes them both down with headshots. It's Flamus and Fame in the donut position. It's only Electronic with that sidearm on B.
Splitting B right now.
Yeah, so the rap's going to suck for this solo defender. Caught in the open, caught walking around corners. Magix takes him down. A well-structured round to secure a 9th, create a bit of distance between them and VP. And even Zontic's actually going to try and remove everything. They're looking for a safe haven, Chad. This might come as a bit of a shock. First is good, second even better. Everything taken away from them. A changing of the tides as that gap will grow bigger.
Yeah, they can take an eco right now and then they can buy into the next VP, so likely to give over 10 rounds. But when those 2 kills come in towards red, Flip being one of them, I do believe, I see the rotating piece of the AWP. When these kills, they know that, hey, it should just be Electronic on B. Flamus and Fame, the mid and A rifler. As soon as that kill's found, well, there you have it. And the lurk, great. So very, very nice round indeed. No troubles as Passionage is feeling a lot of them. Second tactical timeout called. There's no options. You can't force buy into this round. Or, well, you can, but you definitely should not.
The Huns would.
Yeah, the Huns would. Hey guys, do we have no money? Yeah. Well, I guess we buy.
We have enough money for something.
Electronic with a flash. So still trying to make something out of this eco round. Molly Banan.
Damn. You're fluid.
All right, a late push through the red. How do they set this up? Do they wait for Fame to get information? He looks like he's jiggling over towards Donut.
Have to be one hell of a flash from Electronic.
And they run on out and see what they can get for their troubles. Surely they'll flash any moment. There we go. I don't think anyone was blind. Still 2 kills.
Take 2.
Yeah, they're just going to get mopped up now. It's the A1Ss doing damage. So a couple of kills from the eco. Not too shabby. But all in all, what really can you get done on a round like that? They will buy in. Shiro into his AWP residual cash for everybody on Spirit now that they have been able to accrue 3 consecutive rounds. And has the dam been broken open? VP, they were always up against it. And in the second half, when the chips are down, is when they tend to start doing some of their absolute best work. I'm mistaking mid-control essentially solo. He runs forward. Icy sets him up with flashes. Fame starting A, but B is where the problem. They're just going to aim map. They're just going to contact in. You're about to get a surprise Electronic and Flip.
I mean, it is all on Flit right now. He's the one responsible for ramp Electronic to react off of his call. And it's a bit too quick for Electronic. They isolate him. Flit gets one back. Trying to dip away into the smoke. He's in the open. And he's wrapped around to take out Shiro's AWP. Crazy reposition from him. And now it's up to the Icy rotation onto Donk. Shaping up nicely. Well handled by Flit. The fact he's still alive still needs to reload just on a USP as this smoke will fade. And Chopper, his next challenge, gets away. Wow. That was such a crazy reposition through the smoke. Uses it to great success, and Icy builds the round around it. Jobs are good. Zontic's down. Spirit fumble.
You know what's so crazy about that? Flit is just looking for Magix's AK. So the reason he's going into the smoke is they killed that player. So he's looking at the ground, hitting E, hoping to get the AK so he has ammo. Instead, he doesn't find the AK, and he also doesn't find contact. So as he peers around, you can see he's low on ammo, pulls out the M4, goes, well, I guess I may as well kill you now that I'm here, and wins the round. They got caught off guard by that contact. That one's a bit of a calamity for Spirit.
Yeah, really, really stylish.
Flit was player of the day so far.
Yeah, he's a consistent impact in the games we've seen from him. T side, CT side, doesn't matter, top of the tables. Solid output. This is far from a mismatch, seems rather... Look at this positioning. There, you're right, you are spamming E, trying to find it, couldn't get it, grab something, makes it work.
I think he ended up getting...
a different M4.
Oh, it could have actually been Magic's M4, because he did have one as well, right? So either way, he did find something with a bit more ammo.
5 bullets enough. Get the job done onto Shiro. Okay, well now, we're gonna see approach towards mid with no one home. Flit relays that information to Flammus that Heaven could be occupied as well. Just playing for the red room walk up, he'll probably tuck.
So they've just gone back to default, haven't they? Last round they tried something a bit out of the box. Spirit thought, well, let's just contact into B, and now we're going to go with the standard, get Donk the mid control, get him across to red, and get him a duel against Flammus, which he wins.
Damn, Flammus was almost had the advantage in that fight with the way he was clearing.
So the interesting thing in this round is Electronic starting over towards A. It's the AWP of Icy on B. So if they are going to nameplate again, and think, hey, oh, well, Electronic is should be over towards the B site, and they run into A, and he doesn't move from this tree position, gets a couple kills with this MP9. That could be a bit of an unraveling force. So I think they believe the A site would be more under-fortified right now.
Ooh, Fame. Spots 2. Nade hurts, puts him low. Gets away, though.
They are heading over with the bomb through main and chopper, so Electronic...
Yeah, do they overlook
He could win the round.
They certainly could. Magix is considering it as an opportunity. Wow, great awareness from the two of them. Magix and Donk entry in.
Never mind.
Yeah, damn.
No traps here. Flit will save. Fame would be lucky to. I don't know how Fame gets out of this. Magix is already pushing towards CT spawn. This is a treacherous pass and one that you won't be getting through. Magix has your number.
He's aware.
Dialed it.
He's very aware.
That's the thing, right? Fame's the guy taking the first contact. He's the last one to die on A. So really well aware from Magix in this round. And if they can remove Flit's weapon of choice, then
it's Flit. He's got
beautiful. Oh, okay. You think so?
Oh, yeah. He'll be bringing this one through.
Okay. I don't know about that.
Donk's low. He insta-headshots Chopper and transfers into Donk. Solid work. Gets away with his AK-47. It's all smiles, though, for Spirit, because that was a very important round to be winning, despite... I mean, I just can't believe how ready they are. With Fame getting the first contact from Donut, they're still considering that there could be someone boosted tree.
Yeah, did he make noise? I'm not...
No,
or was there a trajectory of a smoke or something that we missed, potentially? Because Magix is just so ready for that. All right, well, because Flit stays alive, I think he facilitated an AWP. Or at least a rifle at the very least, so...
Donk's got a mid spawn. Is he going to use it?
Well, they've been taking this space.
He is starting to go. Bides his time, turns the flash. That's the break he was waiting for. Well timed, but doesn't hit the shot.
Flammus gets shredded.
That's brutal. Fame this time up on tree for one. Drops off. Flit asking questions of middle. Damn, nice shooting from Flit. Finds the head on Donk's swing. So it's only 2 versus 3, but they are hanging on by threads, some of them. Fame susceptible to the bullets from these two on main. Nice, he has the cover, though, and does enable him to get out.
I think Donk's got most, if not all, of his opening kills in the second half, so he's really starting to apply his dominance on the T side, but is it enough to get them another round? I think that, as we can see, the A side relatively evacuated. Icy can take that long-range duel, but he's investigating red.
I just want to admire Flit's hold of B. Most people play B, you know, passively at the back. He's actually pushed doors and sitting there. Smoke on top.
Well, Fame's going to go around the world. He'll be a quick A main flank, so the longer they take to get into this site, the better his position might be.
Yeah, there's a Molotov on Magix. He's throwing it towards Donut.
Oh, he's missed it.
Fame walking in. We'll take that first, trying to catch that timing. Back will be turned. Magic's, how quickly can you adjust? Yeah, doesn't finish the job, but it's very uncomfortable for the two of them now. Flit hits the AWP shot. Lovely work from VP. Job done. Round one, closing that gap.
Flit's having a game. 17 kills for him. 22 on the other side of the high end for Donk. They're going back and forth down the stretch. Loss bonus, bottom of the barrel. So 7.6 for Magix. He can drop an AK or two. Shiro could buy his own AWP if they would like.
Good shot here. Yeah, wow. Looked good from Donk's POV, even better from Flitz. And that was a hard shot to hit.
Well, we know VP never stop doubting.
Yeah.
Never start doubting.
They never start doubting.
Yeah, if they never stop doubting, that means they're doubting all the time.
Yeah, which is not what they're doing.
They never start doubting. They're always believing.
How do you say, we want to win, you don't want to lose in Russian?
That one's a bit above my pay grade, I think.
All right, okay. Measured bursts through the smoke to try and find Chopper advance. Smoked off. It's a frustrating smoke to have to deal with. You'll give it a look in. Donk is in red, and it's being held from CT spawn by Flamus.
Very deep angle. Surely doesn't get you again, Flamus. If Donk entries on Flamus, that'll be 3 consecutive rounds. He's found the last 2. With a lot of positional control, it feels like at this moment you can start to turn the screws on an A. That's Magic's. White swings on the ramp. No aggression coming his way just yet. Flit has to worry about red.
And ramp. I see. Forced away off the AWP line.
No follow through on that, so they can just go back in and re-establish.
Trying to bait him in as best he can. Chopper's not falling for it, but a good headshot from Electronic all the same.
20 seconds.
The AWP. They are going to have to go B. Shiro has the bomb. It's been spotted. Now he activates. Oh, a messy spray. Aware of Fame. Can't adjust in time. Some damage done, but Donk empty-handed. Look at the time. Look at the time. 8, 7, up the ramp. 6,
Need to be planting.
5, planting with a second, milliseconds in it. Zontix will be on the flank red. Nice shot from Shiro, keeping this round alive. Somehow, some way, Spirit is still making a strong case. And now from behind, the taps come through. Flamus, good awareness, taps back. It's Shiro's up for another. And how has this gone wrong for VP? It was feeling like they didn't have the clock on their side. Spirit will close. Shiro with 4. Does everything for the boys. 4 kills, kills Cave with the trade, gets the bomb down with a millisecond in it.
Yeah, look at this. You could see Electronic having a meltdown there in the background of Flamus' camera. Zontix was not with them at all with the side take. It was
so
two players
B4
running in to the B bomb site. They get the bomb down. That means you can run at the planter or you can isolate that one single jewel. The bomb gets planted in a millisecond to spare and Shiro just lights him up, pivoting around with the AWP. And that feels like it's the knockout blow. 12 found. And VP in hot water right now. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen Electronic giving him a bit of a serve. But Don gets nothing there. Everybody's rotated over. That is, honestly, I can't imagine how close this is to 1.
Milliseconds.
Jeez. Yeah, this is the meltdown.
But like, I mean, we saw it from the CT's perspective on the clock. It was like they were coming up around at 8.
Yeah.
And you still let that round slip away.
And now this is your buy. 3 MP9s, a 5.7, and an M4.
It's definitely not looking good. We need heroics out of members of VP here. But like, you don't have the weapon suited to these tasks. You're going to try and, activate Flit. Held by Magic. Elevated position, the fade of the smoke. He commits to the spam, gets Chopper down as well. An equivalent exchange. That's not the weapon for the job for Electronic. Gets away with his life at least. 8 points of health that just avoids the nade.
I can't believe both of them hung around there.
Yeah. Oh, wow, wow.
Well, you're dead now.
Job done.
It's one of the B defenders.
angle, bro.
Flitz swapped out the gun at least, so Heisey gets the M4.
Flitz up close and personal. I see. Oh, he was so ready for both of them. Magic just holds down MOUZ 1. Transfers nicely as he moves up into the angle.
Really nice to see another great day from Boris in the office. Finding that impact again. Felt like he had lost himself for a moment, but it's a 2v5 retake. Make it 1. Flammus last man standing.
This is VP's pick. VP's tough, competitive throughout. Couple of nasty ways for rounds to go down, go south. It's Spirit to take it. Big smile on Boris's face. Top of the scoreboard, back-to-back days. Delivering, and now just one away from Lisbon.
Yeah, just one map separating Team Spirit now from making the playoffs in Portugal. Valiant effort and a good map pick for VP up until the moment that Shiro started to pull off some magic. I thought maybe once again we were set to go to overtime in classic VP fashion, but no, Spirit put this one to bed.
I think that was the most Shiro-esque round that I've ever seen. You know, a teammate walking in front of him, then Shiro getting the refrag, then Shiro planting the bomb with 0.05 seconds left of the round, and then from that point onwards, every single player that was walking into his crosshair, he would just punish them. His positioning and his, I guess, calmness under pressure is remarkable, and I feel like that is the most Shiro-esque thing you can possibly ask him to do.
And that's where we see passive ops being very, very, very strong and very valuable. That's when you get into those bomb planning scenarios where the CTs don't have that much utility late in the round, and so they just have to hold angles to like get that one kill where the rifles can then take the space. And that was just exactly like planned for Shiro in his mind.
You remember playing against Prime Guardian back in the day?
Yes.
That's exactly what it felt like. Whenever you would walk into his crosshair, whenever he would sit down and pose on an angle, you knew you were going to die no matter what. Shiro has that same, I guess, aura around him. You know, he's so good at trading, so good at positioning himself. And had it not been for Shiro, I think this game would still be going on.
Yeah, I think you're totally apt in that assessment. Let's go back to the first half, though, because you picked out a particular round. What are we looking at here, Jacob?
Well, we're looking at Spirit doing what we saw yesterday as well, and what we've seen them do a lot throughout this tournament. They're willing to give a lot of space away in order to play retakes. We saw it on Anubis versus FaZe yesterday, where they were super successful in their retakes. Same was the case here. It's a big risk allowing the opponents, especially in a buy like this, so much space, getting the bomb plan down, but look at how good they are trading. Look at how good they are at playing the man advantage. Always two guys around, another trade coming in, another trade coming in, and VP, despite getting all this space, they feel uncomfortable. They don't know where to go because Spirit got them boxed in, and I love a team that can play retake to this level.
That was such a weird round as well because they just walked on the very first smoke in the window and they just walked 4 into the smoke and then went 4 into city spawn and then waited for 40 seconds. And that's where Spirit is very confident in their ability to play those kind of rounds. I think they do it especially when they know the opponents don't have the great buy.
Yeah.
Like they didn't have that much utility, so they were okay giving the space and then be comfortable with them falling back and retaking with all the utility, something that, exactly like you said, worked out on Anubis yesterday. So it happened again, and then once it switched and Spirit had to show a little bit how the T side needed to be played, that's when they were in full control, because compared to VP, they were playing through middle much more, and they were putting those players into those key areas. They were putting Dunk into Red Room, and then they had avenues to go wherever they wanted, but splitting the rounds and not playing like a pack like VP did.
Let's just wrap up the CT side for Spirit before we do dive into that second half, though, because you talk about them, you know, giving space in that particular instance. Round 11, kind of the antithesis of that, right? They go for a real aggressive rush, which pays off for Spirit.
Pays off in dividends, yeah, for Team Spirit, and that's another story of this lineup. I mean, that's why we classify them as one of the better teams out there. They're versatile, and they're very good at doing so. Again, maybe getting a little bit lucky right here with their lineups, but the timing and the possess and, you know, catching VP off guard, it's just, it feels like Spirit, again, as much as it's hard from us from the outside to understand, it does feel like Chopper and Helly, the way they prepare their games and the way they often find themselves in winnable positions, even when the manpower is down or even when you don't have the utility or the weaponry that you'd like to. It does feel like they always come in well prepared. Again, you could argue VP should have been a little bit more cautious, should have been a little bit more careful. Again, there was also a lucky element right here, but it's not luck when it keeps happening, you know, over the course of 3, 4, 5, 6 months, which has been the case for Spirit.
I would argue that's one of the biggest points as to why Spirit is that consistent and that good on a high level, is that combination of Chopper and Haley playing together. They always have game plans and their ideas. They always have that one round that is going to make a whole difference, and that's kind of the example. Same, they were like full crunching. You could see it on the side of the minimap. They were crunching from middle as well, so they had 5 players ready to get into that area. And VP, where was the mid control? They have full utility advantage. They have that possibility. They played A for the most part of the first half, and then they just stopped defaulting. They just stopped playing all over the map, and that's where they fall into a trap of, oh, 2 guys are in B, and then a 3rd guy is trying to help them. But even if they started trading, 5 CTs were there to just just kill them. As simple as that. They had to cross smokes and stuff like that. So it was a weird game again from VP. The game plan was maybe not the best coming to the game.
I mean, you say it's lucky, Jacob. I say you make your own luck, right? Spirit, obviously moving on to that T side of things. Maybe this is where we can dive a little bit deeper into kind of maybe the mid-presence that they were showing on comparison to VP in their first half. What did you like from what we saw of Spirit on this half?
Dong had a lot of confidence, as he should have, and as always, and it's something that he's always doing into his face-it games, and it's a routine. I feel like he has seen every single piece of utility in mid on the T side, and that's where you saw that he was fully shining. He was just taking mid control almost on his own at times, and that really helps the T side, and that's why Ancient is a bit of an annoying map. If you start getting the T side, like the mid area on the T side, that's where you're able to go through Donut and then through Red Room, and then you start really dividing the map in two, because if you take control of Red Room, you take control of the rotation. And if you start taking control of the rotation, you can split A from 3 different angles, which is City Spawn, Donut, and A main. And at that point, you have usually, let's say, 2 counter-terrorist players in the area. How do you hold those 3 areas, right? Like, it's pretty much impossible, especially when you have Donk in the middle of the map that is just killing everybody.
114 ADR, massive presence on the T side as well. Sound like a broken record whenever we highlight Donk, but we have to, because he's the best player in the world and the best rifler in the world, and the impact he's having right now is the difference between VP and Spirit. I think Spirit played a decent game of Counter-Strike. I think VP were able to match him on a lot of different parameters within the game, but what VP is not having at their disposal is Donk and it's Shiro, and those 2 players, individually speaking, were the ones making the difference when it mattered the most. So if you were to isolate them out of the equation, which is obviously an impossible thing to do in terms of the math behind it, but if you play with the idea that VP as a team, cohesion-wise, and how they approach the game, I think they were on level with Spirit in this one, but individually speaking, you had Donk showing up a couple of moments, you had Shiro shutting down the game as well. At that point, it's just game over. So none of these players, no disrespect, you're all great, but you are not Donk and you're not.
So you're saying if VP, if they only just had Donk, they'd be a better team. Is that the analysis you're drawing from?
I absolutely love how you just managed to dumb it down to sound like a Twitch chatter, so credit to you out there.
Either way, just playstyle wise, because it was something that we were kind of getting a little bit nerdy about prior to this matchup. Did this live up to what you expected of 2 kind of classic CIS teams and how they approach the map, or could VP maybe have been a little bit more aggressive at times?
I think it was a lot about the space they were giving, especially on the City side. I think their T side, their approach actually at the beginning of the half was pretty good. They really targeted the A bomb side, and they were playing through A main at different timings. With not many people into mid, so like Spirit also had the control, and so Spirit was kind of in control in that sense, but they still got 6 rounds, which is like completely fine. But coming into the second half, I don't see Virtus.pro in the middle of the map. I don't see them pushing middle, pushing cave, and that kind of stuff for like 1 or 2 rounds at most, which is not enough. Like, especially for a CIS-based team, you expect them to be 3 players in middle every single round, and then just wrapping B and then wrapping A, and I haven't seen that, which is a bit disappointing.
You can't fault VP for not trying. You saw it in the very last round as well. I think it's Electronic and Flit pushing down on A ramp, you know, and they're taking the fights, and they're willing to continue to fight even though they're exposed. So it felt like VP were forced into a situation on the CT side where they almost felt they needed to be aggressive. The big talking point for you is obviously the mid aggression not being there. I very much agree with you. It felt like they were trying to push the outside perimeters of the map, and for that, Spirit were waiting for it. Had they gone through middle, maybe it would have been different, but they did try to be aggressive, maybe just in the different areas of the map that we would like to.
I know we kind of already alluded to it earlier on at the beginning of the segment, but let's run that Shiro around one more time just to see how he manages to get away with like so little time on the clock. There's so many moments where it's like, oh, this shouldn't be going in your favor, but he does God's work.
And we see exactly what we're talking about right here. Again, 2 players pushing down. Spirit, they're waiting for it. It's a little bit, not pretty, so to speak. Electronic gets wallbanged, then you have Magix coming up, getting a nice double kill, and at this point, it is a game over, right? Shiro always good at holding angles with the AWP. He's gonna finish off the round, but this round was a great example of the aggression being punished by VP, and the round before this one where Shiro came in with a quad kill, planting the bomb 0.05 seconds. That's the difference between VP and Spirit.
And that's where you see the aggression here was kind of forced. They didn't have mid control, they didn't have donut control. So what is left for you to get information? It's either pushing into a main, that is very, very hard to do because they just have to go through donut, plant the bomb, the round is over.
Yeah.
So what do they do? They have to push B. One person push B, get spotted, and then Electronic is like, I don't care, I have MP9, 100 HP, I'm still gonna go. And then he goes in, and then someone dies, and then they get wallbanged. And then you can see also at the end when they were taking the bomb side where Magix gets the double kill. Easiest double kill of his life. Nobody is even really watching him because they could be splitting from anywhere. It was that kind of thing where if you have more mid control at the beginning of the half and you put more emphasis into this, then you're not forced into making those plays, which they were at the end of the half.
A rough result for Virtus.pro on their own map pick, and things only looking tougher from here on out. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we're back, it's time for Spirit's map pick, a surprise one maybe, of Anubis. It's going down in a couple. Donk being incredibly vocal about how much he hates the ground of Anubis. Spirit actually picking it into this series means VP do be starting on the T side of things, choosing to go with the quote-unquote easier side. Nathan, what should we expect from VP in this one?
What to expect, I'm not sure, because they changed the game plan coming into the Ancient game against Spirit. The one thing I want to look out for in that matchup specifically, that's going to be very important, is the 5v4s for VP. I saw on Anubis, their stats are way, way, way below what is required for a team to win, or just to be good, period, on the map. And so I hope that they worked on those, because it wasn't looking pretty.
I'm very curious to see if Spirit is willing to give as much space as they gave FaZe yesterday and play all these retakes on the CT side. We saw a CT side simulator of retakes, you know, from Spirit, where they won, I think Elise even said it, 7 or 8 retakes in one half, and they were super, super successful with it. Now, if you give that space to VP, you also give them a chance of fighting them into the game. I expect Spirit to be maybe a little bit more harsh on that line. I expect him to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe shut down certain areas of the map. Donk in E-Box, you know, he's not gonna sit back or fall back and just let them come to him. So VP, do they have what it takes to even plant the bomb? Not quite sure, but I'm curious to see.
You expect that from Spirit, or you know that from Spirit? Can you say for a certainty that's going to happen? Because I think it's pretty likely.
I can say for certainty that Donk is not willing, when he's facing a team like VP, to be defensive. I can say he's not willing to give away space unless someone is yelling into his face, don't fight, which I don't think even is going to be enough. So yes, I'll say it's almost guaranteed that Donk will not allow too much space away to VP.
He's also feeling it at the moment. He had a very good first map, so why not continue on the second map and build on that confidence, have a good piece around, and then start running at them. And then that's when it's going to start getting complicated for VP to get your own plan going. You're going to slow down and slow down and slow down, and then you're going to lose on time. So got to be careful about that.
Any bold predictions here, or is this last chat we have about VP before they go home?
I think it is, but you want a win condition for VP? I want to see them test Suntix. I feel Suntix is a fantastic anchor over on that bomb side, but because he's very fantastic, because he's doing such a good job, he's also often led to himself. So go over there, test him, see if he's having a great game. If he's not feeling it, maybe that's a way into the game, and maybe that's a way in for VP to make it competitive. But this will be the last game they play at this turn.
Well, one last opportunity for VP to spin this series on its head. It's going down on Anubis.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see this one. I'm always on A anchor watch, so I'll definitely be keeping my eyes on Zontix. And it's true that he is often left to his own devices. That's Jacob's take of something to keep an eye on. And 4v5 conversions from Nathan.
I'm just excited to get Spirit locked in for the playoffs, because we're going to have a pretty hefty bag of teams over there in Lisbon. We've already got MOUZ, we've already got Vitality, we've already got Eternal Fire, we've got Navi. It'd be great to get Spirit as well as the MongolZ. I know they're not as big of a household name as G2, but they definitely play much better Counter-Strike. And if Spirit take care of business now, that is fantastic. That's what you're looking for. And you want to have the best matches possible once you get into that arena.
Well, we'll find out how VP fare on Anubis. But yeah, Chad and the desk highlighting that this is most definitely going to be underdogs, VP, under Polar Bears.
I think Zontix said something in an interview, I think it was with HLTV, saying that VP, they're not a complete team yet. They're not going to be able to offer their best game versus us. And Spirit are one of the absolute best teams in the world. For most, number 2 or number 3. Depends on where you land on the MOUZ Spirit. But they've beaten Spirit in both head-to-heads in recent times. So I think you might have to put MOUZ by form over Spirit at the moment. But going to be a slow pistol round. I'm wondering if we get as much pack rolly nature out of Virtus.pro as we did on Ancient. A lot of 4-1, a lot of grouped up.
It is a map that lends itself to some more all-in maneuvers through B, like especially talking about those retakes. FaZe were getting into the bomb site quite consistently. Just weren't able to do much with it after that.
All right, well, Chopper's taking some contact middle. Doesn't look like they're going to do anything with it, so they've shown themselves VP, and now they're going to be gearing up for a B execute. Icy has the P250, the smoke, and the flash. But he's still over towards middle. So what's the play? I'll use the B block smoke, get on the other side of it, now open up some angles onto the site. 3 players standing here to defend.
Giro holding full flip. Pressure from Electronic does goosh and Chopper down to just 2 points of health. Here comes the util. Oh, nice taps from Donk, very calm with the first. And a second on the last bullet as well. Fame down, Shiro still there, peppering away. Glocks can't find any connections. Oh, too easy. 5 alive? Is that really how this is going to go down? Shiro, don't you dare start running at him like this. Shiro getting greedy, running at him with a knife. I didn't think I'd see the day.
Yeah, maybe you wanted to get that AWP out ASAP, but right there, you are hoping that the mid pressure causes a rotation, and then something you have to say in a positive fashion for Spirit, that not only the shots they hit with the USP, they didn't move, right? So that Goosh comes in towards middle, you think, is this going to force a rotation? No, we don't believe what we're seeing, and they just lock them down. Looks way too comfortable when you get to see it from Donk's perspective just like that. Taking care of business with some tidy ones, as Icy will get 2 kills for his troubles. That'll be that. It will not facilitate a force by the bomb doesn't go down, and the conservative approach now from VP. So a deagle for Icy, some smokes in the mix, and that's about it. So let's see how much damage can happen with a light investment.
Your reward for getting a kill on the pistol is M4 and Kev. I would say helmet, but Zontix has decided he doesn't even need one. He prioritized the util, so perhaps susceptible to those Glock headshots.
That's curious, right? We've got this run-in for VP for the major that's not too far away now. April 7th, it's just around the corner. We're already at the end of March. Who would have thunk it? And, right, you either want to find yourself in Stage 3 or Stage 2. HLTV have put up a new little thing on their ranking page. I know Blast had one that Jacob and I were going over the other day as well. And VP, they are right now 2 points difference from Astralis. Astralis are ranked number 10, VP are number 11. Now, other matches that happen throughout the circuit, oh, look at this, just jumping straight ahead. Yeah, Donk's not up to any silly business, boys. Yeah, smokes are good, but you got to play behind them for them to mean anything. Could be an eco bash ace. Just needs one more kill.
Chopper's going to steal it. How rude. Oh, he's actually giving it to him.
You can have him.
It's all yours. That's a captain. Boss. That's a proper captain. Let the man have it.
Thank you very much. But for VP, right, winning this likely would see them shoot up the rankings. Losing this means, well, there's going to be Decay coming into play. There's also going to be all the other matches. These things are getting calculated constantly as to who finds himself where.
I've never really seen that before. All yours. I mean, I've seen players not going for it, but straight up just having the shot and not taking it down.
I put a smile on Donk's face.
Exactly. Well, that's
what Chopper hopes to do every day.
Priceless.
When you're the best player in the world, you want to make sure he's getting the wins.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've heard stories over the years of crazy things teams have done to keep their star happy.
Mars bars.
McDonald's. Ice cream before a game.
All right, well, Flit was the individual tasked with going toe-to-toe with Donk on connector, E-box, dark, cave, canals, hole, point of contact to B, and a slowish start for VP, so they will get electronic across middle. Right now, being tended to by Chopper, who smoked off towards Temple, in combination with Shiro from camera, so util. And one of the plays that we've seen VP like to make is once they get this mid control, they'll smoke connector and they'll run through it. Teams have been dealing with that. Even been knifing players in smokes. 50 seconds. Come on, Icy. Boys, we've got 40 seconds. I think they are going to try and split A unless they want to drop out window to B, but they're running out of options now. 3 players on the A site for Spirit.
Gonna go soon, boys.
Got an incendiary.
Gotta go soon. Oh, that incendiary.
There's no contact.
Guys, he's held on to his incendiary. You're gonna have to push through that. HE, 15 seconds. 5 alive. 14 seconds. They're gonna be flashed off of main. Now the fight comes through. Zontix down after 1. Flit and Fame have done enough. With just a couple of seconds in it, they break through to the A site. Damn.
Calculated.
Damn, VP. That's a bit of a kind of old school CIS Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's so late in the round that they even attempt that. All the space, they clamp down. There's 3 players on the site, but they can break through. You can see Magix, he's sweeping in through the rugs. Is he able to do any damage on the way out the door? Donk's going to hold on to this. We need to take stock and look at the financial situation. So should be all good for a buy coming into the next with where everyone's cash is at. 1,400 is the loss bonus. So we touch and go depending on what they want to invest upon. Staying in this group, everybody in Electronic Shadow in this team. Bomb goes off, round secured, 2-1.
How do you not get flustered at that point? Like, Electronic still, after the incendiary, after a flash on your A main players with like just barely double digits left on the clock. So yeah, 20 seconds, get blocked for 6. 11 as the first fight's taken. 11!
And then all the kills come in. Fame second is super important onto Shiro.
Yeah.
Yeah, what he said. All right, well, Shiro into the AWP. 2 SMGs and another M4 for Zontix. Well, you need to make good on that, VP. A nice round to win. It's good having players who are well conditioned to being extremely late because it sounds crazy, but unless you are used to playing that way, if you're getting down to only a few seconds left on the clock and you're making those moments, you can easily trip over yourself. VP have been trained by James.
School of James.
Especially Flit and Fame for the longest time of how to approach these late round scenarios. Oh, they're ahead of the smoke.
Yeah.
They were ahead of the smoke.
They were. They get sent back.
This little combination to retain this basket control.
Pressure onto A once more. This time much early doors. Zontix passes the first test. This time removing Flammus. It's nade damage for Fame and charging into Chopper. Not going to be easy for an MP9 to win that duel. Fame again with impact. That's 2 rounds back to back where he's found double entries into A. This time a lot earlier.
Oh, are they coming over to have a look? It appears so. Well, maybe it's just for exits. Magic's tucked into a, I'd say, criminally undercleared corner because you'd never actually see anybody playing here.
Yeah, it's true.
And they're just going to do some damage as the AWP will back off. Zontix does well for the first. Chop up falls found to Fame, and Fame's mechanically brilliant.
Can I give the camera a challenge? Like, could you try and clear the corner with your camera so we can see, like, how you
as if you're a TX.
Yeah. Oh, wait, just watch Fame.
Never mind.
Just watch Fame.
You don't need to.
Yeah. Boom.
Oh, apparently you do clear it. I thought it'd go completely overlooked.
Same.
Well, Donk taking...
Shiro. Didn't need that one.
What's that about?
He's given away his AWP.
Okay.
I can't believe their luck.
All right, well, they've got it, and now Icy gets to wield it. Should be a very light investment coming through right now from Spirit, so they're down to an eco, essentially. This is the opener. Hanging around for another head-to-head duel, but great trade from Fame, making good on Flammus' damage. And this one, Crosshair just lops off the head, and Fame even making sure that they have a way out. Really good Crosshair placement from Fame.
Yeah. Just as we were discussing how infrequently it's cleared, Fame proves it sometimes is something you're aware of.
All right, we're hoping that they can block them. Try and push them into B where the stack is. Zontix does have a smoke.
It's a very brave way for an AWP to approach A main.
Especially against a lighter buy.
Yeah, right? Like a 5-7 comes swanging out of the basket.
Well, Molly, E-box, Molly, pillar.
I like this anti-eco, and even a nade for good measure behind the pillar. Damn, VP looking all right here. Let Flit off the leash, let him run and roam. Magic's back turn, swinging out. Donk gets one on the 5-7. We'll recover a rifle. No
AK for Donk.
That yet. Shiro at least finishes off Flit. Shouldn't be anything more to be said about this one. The bomb on the back of Electronic, and Zontix is rotating over. Does look like they're just going to try and take the fights. They're not playing scared here.
It's anything but a USP. Give Shiro the chance for one, but Electronic will find him having to play through the smoke. Now Zontix here with the P250.
GLHF.
Yeah, well, do I risk the push? Do I wait for a fight to come my way? Well, yeah, you're screwed now. You're in the smoke. Try and find a timing. And Fame's got your number, so well handled. Show a couple of casualties. And a 3-2 scoreline found. Back into the buys. Timeout has been called from Hallie first. For him on Anubis. Shiro's orb immediately invested upon. What do you reckon he's saying?
He was saying they played that really well. We didn't have any guns or armor, so we should have lost that one. I think.
No, that seems pretty accurate. Magix has brought down the alligator. We've seen him do this before.
Yeah. Great when they are flooding into B on a rush.
And they did it against the Huns, right?
Yeah, not great when they're retaking A.
They can play pretty pack heavy, so look, you might be able to get an opportunity to wield this. Let's see what VP have brought out of Hallie's timeout.
It's just interesting because it costs so much in consent. You know,
but the like dollars you're getting back.
Yeah, $600 instead of 9. MP9, significantly cheaper.
I don't know, the alligator headshot
does feel good.
And you're shutting down a pit, like,
boom, boom, boom, boom,
I think the value for money's there.
Yeah, all right. The fact the pros are buying it reinforces your opinion.
Playing 3B off of middle. Zontics and Shiro over towards A. Mid control has been taken. Nice little util set. Double volleys. Break the smoke. Play through. A nice little protruding. Oof. Okay, well, just walk straight into it. So Electronic not expecting to be peaked by the AWP. Shiro does the long rotation around to join Zontics on A. Electronic will be able to call them into the finish from the grave. Flit's also doing some talking. I love the immediate rotation from Shiro.
Yeah, me too. I was just appreciating that.
A line up for smoke to pressure the B side. Donk might want to get in and have a look. Magic's are starting to press out B main, so information will be garnered one way or another for Team Spirit. And this is where it's useless.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. Oh, he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of the lineup. Canals his smoke, though. And the AWP will be getting another test. Oh, doesn't get it. Fame goes wide on that, and he needs some help. There it is, but the flash is good. It's into the A site once more. They've found a recipe for success. Her VP on this T side. Flammus down to Chopper, catches him as he mantled up. So he's managed to equalize and then pulls back for the retake. Wait for Magix to be a part of the round. This is where we discussed that shotgun may not be the weapon best suited to a retake on this bomb site.
Well, we'll have a close range fight in baskets with Flit. Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah,
they're forcing.
Exactly. They just go straight in. Icy gets caught off. The bomb goes down. Fame is low, so Flit's going to be distracted and Magix can flank. Pumps him through full of lead to secure the round. Damn, works out nicely for them.
Okay, they get an AWP, they get an AK, and well, they're happy with that one. So Magix, fortunate for him, nobody looking his way. And really, with how easily that opener came onto Electronic, I think VP will be happy with the fact they got so many kills and they got to the bomb site and they got the bomb down.
Yeah.
It's
4v5 as well.
Zontics was very flash in that situation.
Got close.
And Shiro couldn't step out and hit some of those specky shots that we've seen before. But the fact that the bomb starts getting planted and they just swing in. There's a tendency thinking that Flit likes to be a little bit too lurky, leaving his boys up the river without the paddle.
Yeah, knowing it's just going to be one dude. And Fame had low HP as well in that cake position. Double AWP in the mix.
Interesting. So they threw away. Maybe did that happen accidentally at the end? Because I thought they picked up an AK. So
yeah, same.
Must have grabbed the double AWP just as we took our eyes off.
Rare to see on Anubis. It's not.
If a team plays quite contacty, it's really nice, right? If they're going to try and walk and jiggle into a lot of angles, great. But
what the?
What?
What's that?
What, did the keyboard unplug in that second or something?
Know.
Like what?
Do we need to take a tag?
Is it sticky keys? Flit, are you cool?
Oh, Shiro is called off by the smoke.
That's wild. Imagine if he died there too.
Yeah, right. That would have looked really silly.
That's monitor throwing rage.
Throwing? God. Full body weight throw.
Well, yeah. Chopper's about to have a head-to-head.
It's a good weapon at that range. MP9 slays. Electronic, another opening death in his mid-fight.
Push.
Oh, on the second. Yep, there's another one where that came from. Goes ahead of the flash, so Fame will punish. Flit was blind. Wallbang doesn't connect. So 4-on-4. You've got mid conceded now by Shiro. Just plays the tight line for camera. A second door posted on Con.
Well, Jacob was talking about the pressure on Zontics over towards A, right? If they want to try and isolate him. Right now, there's a very easy way to isolate him.
Signature Zontics crab walk.
Smoke off and fight, but he's going to get ahead of the play.
Oof. Fame further forward than he was ready for. Zontics stands and delivers. 2 from your A anchor as they do surge into that bomb site once more.
Oh, this is the problem. Magic's with this AWP on the retake. Yep, well, I'll go from AWP to AWP, apparently.
Hello. Oh my god, they're actually just holding hands in the smoke. And Flit's right behind you. Magix! Oh, Flit doesn't realize. Now he finds the AK, the USP enough to dispatch of the first. Icy in a clutch. Donk swings on through, gets to Fountain. Icy hoping to just hit the one tap here on Magix and delivers. Missed. Yeah, no flash, didn't quite hit the wall. Clipped off. Icy falls way back. Knows Donk's going to be looking for the kit. Oh, right in front of you. It's right in front of you. Gets it. Forces the fight. What?
I don't know if there's time. No, there isn't. Gonna have to get out of there with an AWP. He lands that flash. Magix makes the kill.
Yeah.
So the details there, Icy will get away with it. We continue to go back and forth.
Whew, relieving for Flit as well. That was a weird exchange in the smoke. Straight on the mic is Ali. 2 burned by Spirit. Early days here on their Anubis pick. And I'm sure there's been a lot of theory discussions. You don't pick Anubis for the first time in a while as Team Spirit without having a proper solid game plan.
We'd normally set the bar, right? So this CT side, to get 4 or 5 rounds, that's really comfortable. They've already got 3 to their name. They did save the AWP on Donk, so Donk likes to use the ult from time to time, but will he give it over to Shiro? Yes, he will. He can't get an M4, though. So he's going to have to work with an MP9. I wonder if Hallie's scolding them there for getting the opening kill, but then not backing off. It would have been tough for Chopper to get out of there. I guess they did flash to initiate, where they could have flashed to fall back, and that's the missed flash we were talking about. And there's the realization that there isn't enough time. So Donk bought an MP9, then he sold it back. So they over-invested. Now they've made sure that they've kept that buffer to work with. Next round is going to be giving them the 2400. Yeah, Shiro has to be a playmaker, right? You tend to look at this guy as a bit more of a passive AWPer. Holds the line, can come in clutch. So will he be able to initiate a fight, or will he wait for his teammates to and then clamp down with the info?
They're pack rolling at the moment, so this search... Oh, he actually sticks around for a shot as well. Donk braves it. Spots out the dig. Only saw 1, though, so may start to gamble elsewhere. They're pushing A. This is what I wanted to talk about. The fact that there's no one holding the A main push. They're calling this clear. This is a huge problem if you try and come back.
Well, they must clear it, right? They're aware it's been open. No? No, they're not.
Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. This is a bit crazy. Yeah, that's a bit crazy. He does take the kill and get out of there. Doesn't
Can't believe he's got
around for
away.
the Galil, and now he's just trying to jiggle spot with the smoke to block.
Yeah, you're surprised people didn't just like start running into action to find that trade. They just let him get away.
Oh, he's going to get away with the smoke block. Maybe Flammers can run at him.
Some timing.
Oh, get it down, get it down. Mission accomplished. Fair play, Zontix. He's done an awful lot for Spirit here. Do they flash through the smoke and go? Looks like that's the conversation. They just want to punish him. He's playing anti-flash right now. Chopper in support just gets the flash anyway.
Only Chopper here.
Good flash. Chopper does tuck in onto the pillar. Smoke to block, catches the push out. Fame was unprepared, but that's a good one from Icy. 2 great flash assists. Make it 3 from Icy. As Flammers does double up into the A side entry. Despite Zontix's pick. Looks like VP have managed to rectify the shortcomings.
Make sure you save it this time, Shiro. Last time you were in a save situation, you gave away the AWP. So he's
going to try and find something.
Yeah, and, well...
A Galil. There is Electronics Galil in the water there. Next to the Flotsam and Jetsam.
Bit more damage would be nice too, because their T-side economy hasn't been built either, so... If he does get another kill, maybe 2, that would be great to humble VP, but
I
this
know
is
the
going to be 5.
bomb's small, Chad, but...
Yeah, there'll be 5 in main.
Is Flammer safe? He might want to leave into Donk. Headshot, second available. He wants that AK, but Flit defends it valiantly.
Okay, well, they will get out of there.
And Shiro gets his AWP out of there, which was the most important factor. 5 already for the T side.
Shiro can drop 1. Likely give that to Magix. He has 3.2k to work with, so... Slowly netting these rounds together. Electronic just waltzing around. Felt like they should have been aware that a push was a possibility. It's the second flash.
Oh, that was perfectly done by Icy. Gets 3 flashbangs.
And through the window as well to make sure that the rotation in.
Solid work.
It is surprising, right? After the contact was taken and blocked, I thought Shiro might want to push in towards Connector and start taking the ult for some of those long-range duels, but he just sat worrying about B main. Oh,
another one.
Okay.
Blocks the lurk smoke throw. Chicken's going to...
They're about to execute on him, Alex. This could work out perfectly.
It certainly could. This is exactly why he buys it for rounds like this. And VP, known to pack roll at times, going to be making their way in. He'll soften them up for Donk. We've seen this exact play before, and it looks like they might be calling it off.
I would love to just spend a day in Electronic's brain to understand what is even going into these calls and what calls them off from going for that play.
Did they, like, check the lurk smoke didn't land?
Like, what did they... Well, I guess that would probably be about the only thing, right? But are they there waiting for an aggressor? We're together so we can trade?
And, like, they could have technically pushed out A during all of that, but you'll send Fame in bravely, reclaims it for themselves, and now just a walk on the jiggle up the top, and... Boom.
All right, they push B, guys.
Now let's go B. Let's go B. Yeah. Regroup. back to spawn. Any nades, or what's the conversation here? Looks like an indecision all over the shop.
Well, I don't know if it's indecision. I think it's Electronic is trying to telepathically tell everybody what he wants to happen. And they're heading over back towards A. So it's Shiro and Zontix. We've seen them here before. We've seen Zontix and Chopper. We've seen Shiro and Zontix and Chopper. Even with 3 players, they haven't been able to stop them.
They have been, yeah.
Break and go.
They've been exploiting this A site. Zontix softens him up with the HE. Can't find a second. Yeah, can't find the multi. Shiro Molotov into the flames. So much from Shiro. Good output. 100 to 0 in Icy's molly, but it still gets 2 done. 2 down. Flammus and Icy left to do it.
Charging main.
It up. Yeah, charging main loudly. Donk and Magic's arriving. Ooh, and Icy and Flammus are winning this one out. Good shooting from both of them. Headshot from Icy is spectacular.
Nade
could be great. Finishes off the first. Flammus last seen heaven. Galil for Magic's. What can you do? Flammus is backing further away. Knows Magic's going to try and isolate this duel. Further back than he would have liked. Flash and stick. That's a crazy call to make. He's got the kit. Flammus is running at him 2 and 1 and tries to make him out. Cheeky, very cheeky from Magic's. You've gone a little too far away.
Oh, you're not facing me? That's a clutch where people aren't fighting each other for once? Let me just go and stick that defuse.
Too many steps away.
Has Zontix got a multi yet?
I don't think so.
Feels like he's having a real tough time connecting the dots on multiple kills.
Fair play to Shiro for getting 2 there. Wow.
Felt mandatory, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Zontix has a multi-kill, just 1 so far.
Little strafe. He wanted the info. It cost him the round. Cheeky. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's a horrible way to lose a round.
Yep. Especially with what's on the line.
Yeah, so much. I mean, you have to win Anubis, otherwise you are packing your bags.
And then the ramifications on top of that to do with their season, maybe having to play a major qualifier online. That's just for stage 1.
And that is nightmare fuel for any Counter-Strike Pro. Online as well.
We got what, at the moment, it would be, if we took a snapshot of it right now, it'd be like a VP, Gamer Legion, Saw, OG, Big, Heroic, Bait, 500, BC Game, Fnatic, 9, Paravision, can't be Navi Junior, they're not allowed to play, 9 Pandas, Apogee, and Betboom.
Yeah.
And then, I guess...
And they'd be all sitting at home, cat on their lap.
Drinking their Coca-Cola.
Drinking their Coca-Cola, and double from Zontix. There you go. He delivers, and there's another man ready to receive as well. Giro on the M4. Gets flipped down to 44. And the AWP.
This could be the same as Ancient, where they take control of the economy late, Spirit, and then get themselves up to a 7-5 half. Because you win this and there's no saves, you wipe the board, they're only going to be working with 1,900 lost into the next, and they have no residual cash because these rounds have been very close, very clutch heavy, very back and forth. Just the flow of the money up until this point does put Spirit in a good position as long as they convert this 4v3.
$55.
He's on his own on this B bomb site for now, so a warehouse susceptibly goes for a block. That's only going to put them until just below that 30-second mark, but it allows the rest of his team to search for information or play for space elsewhere. Now Donk freed. Oh, he's between 2 mines, isn't he? Donk playing middle, Donk playing Temple, now Donk rotating A. So it really just is on Magic's, the hero in the previous. And oh, are they saving? Are we going for it?
Don't forget.
This mids, they just thrown you to B.
Yeah.
Chopper's behind him.
For the late signature finish.
Magic's need to live.
This is not the weapon for this fight, is it? Oh, that's info. That's a lot of info. And gets the kill onto Flammus as well. Pumps down Flit. Fame left alone with just no time. No time, no chance. 5 for Spirit found.
Oh, all right. Making sure that...
Cigarette.
Wait, did he want the AWP?
Don't know what he wanted.
No, because they didn't get the AWP. So maybe he didn't want the AWP. Maybe they're happy to play without it. Because they can't afford one.
Yeah, maybe just aware of what their opponent's going to be working with after that.
Magic's has gone to a shotgun again.
Shotgun
he doesn't have to go to shotgun. Like, he could have got a rifle.
Who's a shotgun main now? We're actually going to see a new meta evolve where you have a dedicated shotgun player. That's what Valve have been waiting for.
Well, he might get 4 kills here.
Yeah, he might. This is exactly the round he's been waiting for.
We've seen this one before.
Yeah, we certainly have. This time against the domestic rival. draws Donk into the fight, controls his spray, Magic starts to unload. Look at that. That's when the auto shotgun really does just measure up better than anything else.
Oh, he's having fun.
And I think that's, you know, half the battle. Just ask Device.
Stressful game on Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, this is what happens at the top level. There's scrutiny being thrown around left, right, and center. And when you came into 2025 as the major champs, as the top dog, and you haven't been able to live up to that just yet, you did win Bounty.
You can't control Vitality picking up Robs, though. Like, that's out of your control.
No, but probably in the back of his mind, because Spirit, well, late last year, thinking, oh, this isn't the same team that started the year with the Katowice victory.
Yeah.
It's, oh, looking a little bit wobbly. They did end up winning the major, but there was already conversation around, should they make a roster change?
Right.
You win the major, you come into this year, you started strong, but then in the arena games or the tournaments that have followed, you haven't lived up to that. You're still one of the best teams in the world, sure. Don can't quite believe his eyes. And then you're a player like Magix, who you're one of the two names that gets thrown around by the pundits to be on the chopping block. That stress can get to you.
But that's the thing. That's all pundits do is talk.
Right? Bloody talking heads. Double AWP.
He's the one that has to play.
He's shotgun AWP main. Electronic shaking his head after that nade lands and does some shit damage.
Sontic says the island the desk discussed. Got a lot of work to do if they were to commit through this. Burning out, got to swing wide, got to get one. Okay, at least delivers in that capacity, but the site will be lost. Ow. He still gets Flammus. Doesn't pull the trigger too early. Realize he didn't have the pull of the trigger in time onto Flit. Bides his time, removes Flammus, so they will get a numbered advantage.
Nobody on the flank this time. Everybody coming through Heaven as well as Camera.
They got util for days as well. This retake utility is going to be brutal for VP to stomach. Hang on, Electronic 2. Chopper puts him down. A necessary trade. Puts Icy into a 1v2. Shiro going round the world. Doesn't want to be dangerous with this one. Rather have the M4 for trade potential. They could both just double swing Heaven, find him on the edge of this smoke, but actually here's them. Information now. Chopper spamming smokes on the fade. Catches the jump trade available. Oh, what an adjustment. Icy keeps it dead even. 6-6 on the half. Must win or VP go home. Blast Open Lisbon continues fighting for those last few spots in Portugal. We're live from Copenhagen with VP on one side of this gorgeous studio and Spirit on the other. Now 6-6, as we swap sides, is it sufficient for Anubis T side?
It's a great question, but do you want a mind-blowing little tidbit?
I'd love a mind-blowing tidbit.
There's only one opening kill that went in the favor of Virtus.pro in that first half.
Well, then their 4v5s are pretty good then, Nathan.
And Zontix was 6-0 in opening duel.
Yo. Okay.
Donk 3-0.
How many multis did Zontix have?
He ended with only 2.
Yeah, okay.
So getting traded upon, getting pressured on that A site, and has been, or was, a key to success, as the A site is where we start again.
I like this staggered setup, yeah, but all it takes is good aim from Donk on Zontix on this swing. Missed first couple of exchanges. Icy gets one on the way out. Little fadeaway headshot. Flip. Good for it.
Yeah, Zontix looking a little bit dejected there in the backline. I don't know if you can commit into this. Well, you can, but I don't think it's going to go very well.
Donk does disagree. Donk disagrees. Donk takes 3. It's Electronic to secure it for VP.
Well, it's unfortunate that he's the one to get 3 kills because he can't drop himself an AK.
Oh, yeah.
So if they want to get an AK, they could, but he would be the man that you would traditionally give that to.
Drop it for Mr. Zontix, Mr. Opening.
You want to give it to someone who likes to go for the headshots, I think.
Fair. Not playing scared there, Electronic, after those flurry of frags from Donk.
Okay, well, we'll split the pistols. So this is going to be an eco with a dig and a flash. What type of production can they get out of this? As Icy very, very aggressive across the mid-bridge alongside of Fame. Electronic will now turn towards A. They can start to free up rotations. You know, there's nobody in water. You have a good idea that nobody's been main, and yeah, they know it's A. They know that you're coming.
Oh, he's a bit indecisive about his nades, and now he is going to get run across. Fine for the first. Electronic, no bullets. Zontix just the one. That Donk dig, not doing anything here. Desert Eagle down.
They're in the lead.
They are in the lead. A strong start to their CT side, but the guns are going to come out.
All right, well, the opening kills have changed straight towards the CT half. That's 2 consecutive. They've gone in VP's favor, so going to have to add a whole lot more to those. What's the call from Chopper? Magic's into a Galil. Everybody else with the AKs. Magic's to be outside B. Actually, maybe not. They've done the lurk smoke B, and they're gravitating quite quickly towards middle. A high flash does nothing. Look how quick this contact is. This is literally just a speed walk through the guts.
And Electronic just turned away, and Icy's taking the long route round, so there's no one here to report this.
This is a huge gap.
Electronic's just now going to adopt the angle. And
so quick.
Chopper puts him down quick on the stairs. Fame down, but traded in. And that's what you needed from Donk. A necessary second. Zontix ready for this acceleration from Flit. He overlooks the potential for someone to still have lingered outside of A.
That happened so quickly.
Just like that. Just like that.
That's
really
going to be
cool
the prep,
first,
right?
yeah.
That has to be the prep.
Yeah,
there's no other way you're walking 4 players through mid on that type of a timing and just being able to explode in towards the side. That is absolute pantsing as Flamus with the MP9, the last man standing.
Like first gun round, first like opportunities to get on the board after conceding pistol.
Donk up to 19. Does help when you get a eco ace.
Well, I mean, especially when Chopper is always going to be, you know, trying to take space to go in first. The fact he gets 1 and then they can just kind of trade out into the site like that was perfect. Fame does deliver, and then quickly Donk does what Donk does best. Gets that extra. Takes down Icy towards Heaven. The round is theirs. Eye is deep in the notes. Here it is again. Chopper getting that instant headshot onto Electronic. It's Fame gone after Donk, and then that one. Stopping it from getting out of hand.
Well, it was the bonus. It was still a shock to the system. Hey, main smoke being thrown out at the gates, and well, I think you hang around in mid a little bit longer this time. Really harassed utility thrown over towards B as well. Fame is going to hold on to the basket's control. He plays ahead of Zontix protocol utility. And Icy sweeping through.
Ooh, chance. Squandered.
Well, they will respect the molly. Backing off from middle now. I'm outside of B. Oh, Fame's hearing jumping. He was talking a lot. He catch something there. There's a reason he was having a chit-chat. He allows Icy to now take up the main control. The two players on this B side at the moment, Flit and Flammus. Electronic can rotate in. They're just aim mapping right now.
Yeah, sweeping through the angles. Flit walks across, does get a spot. Info on 2. Different elevations for those 2 pairs of legs.
Okay, well blocked. Does that change the plan? Zontic's coming quickly towards E-Box, and Chopper entries again.
Double entry out of Chopper in back-to-back rounds. Flammus gets spammed down. Magic puts him down.
Oof. Okay, give him one over. Donk getting a little bit overzealous there. Does that lure them into looking for this retake?
It's not looking likely, Chad.
You've already seen Fame head rugs. Icy just to post up and hold that angle, and Electronic has darted out of there after that kill. So Save should give them something a bit juicier to work with in the next, but Direct and Chopper has been the hero on the T side so far, so we'll tie things up 8 apiece. So you know that the AWP is in the mix. It fired a shot. How does that influence the call? Going to exit everybody out B main. No need to give away these guns. Small details, but important. Not to build a cache of money on this T side.
Oy, okay.
So what does Flit and Flammus start to work with? This could be the last half for them at Blast Open Lisbon. Things can get away from you quite quickly. You are going up against a team like Spirit. You're a clear underdog. But it has had a unique approach to it, and that's been VP's MO. Was it a bad smoke? What's the question? What are you talking to Hallie about, man? Let us know. Oh, Electronic has gifted over his rifle. He's going to work with an MP9. Flammus into the 5.7. Do this jiggle defense. Sliding the AWP over towards B in E-Box. Magix, how ready are you for this? You have to be damn quick. It's a light peppering.
That's a good pick.
Don goes down again. 19 kills for him. Is it going to have to be Chopper? Because right now, in terms of the kill distribution, Shiro, Magix, Chopper, all in with the 8. Zontix with 13 to his name.
Zontix loves the T-side M4.
Magix definitely caught them now.
Ooh, spots out Fame. Steps away. 2 on A for VP, and Chopper pivoting towards the E-Box position now. It's Icy's AWP. They'll have heard those steps in the water. Electronic loud about his jump spot.
Oh, you're hearing the rotation away.
Yeah, it could be a perfect time to just contact. Oh, it's kind of reminiscent of that mid push.
Oh, they're going to clear middle, and there is now going to be a massive void. Well, this one can't be prepped. This one's luck.
Yeah, very lucky. Okay, well, now they know what that util means. Electronic running in anti-flash will play close with the SMG. It will be the first port of call. Fame completely locked off by utility, and now his head goes a similar way. Magix takes down the first.
Everyone's here and there's a kit for this. There's 2.
Yeah, they're going to give it a good look in. Flammus arriving late. Zontic spotted out, approaching the stairs. There's a lot of support, though. Chopper reveals his position, traded out by Flit. Another body fighting with it on the stairs. Gets 1. Zontic's down. Flammus delivers. It's Magix that keeps them in the lead. I see. And the clutch hits the first. And now awkward. Shiro just brings the fight straight to him. He ain't playing scared. Catches Icy in transition in the 1v1.
A good trade work on that side, though. Right, the fact that they get that opening kill becomes the 4v4. Hopefully that's about the next round and not the one that came. So here's the death that goes down. Hard for players to swing into this.
Nice! Молодец!
Chopper lets out the roar and knows that it's forced VP now onto Eco. The 1 round difference should quickly become 2 as they harass B very early. They were hoping to be able to set Donk up for some jewels.
Yeah, smoke doesn't negate his early venture.
Left side smoke as well as the pillar molly. Normally you know what that means. Does look quite direct. It's just Shiro monitoring any mid pushes. There's 3 players on the site for VP. There's no residual utility, but there are some pistols. So, well, Shiro's doing a lot of talking as he backs away from middle. Maybe just communicating that it's open for now. There is a gap. Has to worry about the A push as well as bridge push. Setting up for this execute. Always risky to do these type of smokes against pistols.
Yeah, you could be susceptible to a little 5-7 darting through a smoke at the right time.
Oh, look at the mollies. Okay, that's going to remove a whole lot of concern as Chopper will plant the bomb. Now you can just set up your post plant.
Yeah, you do lose magics. It's a nice shot from Flit, just straight blind through the smoke with his P250. Smoke start to fade. Donk ready to deliver an electronic sneaking in behind. Good find from Donk. Flamus as well spotted out. Not considering main. Perhaps he has a chance onto Donk. He does deliver. Second opportunity. Hang on. Little threatening now with the flank. Oh! They just turn around. He took too long about it. Could have just taken it when it was there for him.
Spoiled for choice.
Oh, and the round falls apart. Some real opportunities there if Flit starts to activate.
Damn threatening. Flit's here, there, and everywhere, apparently. And he gets that kill in Temple, spamming through the smoke, and then rotates all the way around to come late in E-Box. Seen a lot of players miss kills like that. The electronic.
Damn, that was instantaneous.
Chopper's been hitting some big shots. And then Flamus, what's he meant to do? Well, nothing against Shiro's AWP. Second tactical timeout now, Passion on the mic. AWP in for Icy. Everybody else will have the full buy defuse kits to be invested upon, and won't be. They've prioritized U2 as part of this. It's tough if they do find themselves in another post-plant situation. Because of the casualties, a whole lot of extra cash that Spirit could have had has slipped by the wayside. Chopper has some, Shiro too, but the others are going to be a little bit lighter on because the loss bonus is going to be 1,400. So this game's still teetering. It's a classic VP situation. This one's not one that it feels like they had the mountain to climb to get back into things. They've been much more competitive. Maybe that's the problem.
Round 19.
6 smokes on the map right now.
Yeah, Magics will use that one to get across. Can't be Donk on the warpath, early E-Box. Feels like it's going to be a B-Wrap, and there's only 2 players here. How do Flit and Flamus handle this? Barrage of util. Donk clearing through. Flamus going to have to hit this headshot. Spots out Donk as well. The pressure is on. Magic slips through. Shiro delivers, and Magic's with 2. How's he gotten both there? Instantaneous. 11th round delivered.
You might want to go for a bit of a hunt, see if you can rip away either of these saves. Bomb goes down so early, just leave one player to hold on to the potential chance of a ninja defuse, and everyone else can start looking. Chopper at Rugs, so they're worried about the aggressor A main. They're so far away, so this might not happen at all, but I'll tell you what will happen. Eternal Fire versus Navi coming up next. That's a seeding game. Winner of that one to the semis will be on the opposite side of the bracket as Vitality. Loser will be into the quarters, and then for the final spot at the table, the MongolZ versus G2, final match of the day. That one could have some spice to it. Will have to be a backpack effort from MONICY. Gets one, gets away. But Spirit get the round. We're discussing the drops that are possible with these saves. That was a great opener there, and yeah, Magic's just catching Electronics spilling out the smoke. In-game leader emergency trying to get in position to deny this. B-bomb site deleted as Electronic will opt in to an MP9. Everybody else will have a big gun. That deep con smoking, blocking the lurk. So Flamus creates the void. Chopper as the one-man band will set Shiro up for a fight in mid. Smoke gets cleared, nothing gets found, and Donk might have to worry about an A main push. There's 3 players towards A for VP.
Donk edges closer to this head-to-head with Flit. Will throw out the Molotov. And take that space from them. Smoke for Flamus to contend with. How does he handle this? Shiro does remove Electronic, spots out another as well. Fame-fired bullets. Flit, Donk fight still going down. Actually broke it open, and Flit brings the fight to him. Good catch on that. Claws them back into a 4v4. They have to win this one. Extinguish the flame of Spirit. And good start from Flit. Catches Magics. Didn't completely sweep through B. Zontic's bomb.
Yeah, and he's still outside of the site. So at the moment, because of this over-rotation that's just happened, it does feel there is a way in. Now, Flit, he's had some massive heroics for VP in their victories. Will he have to have another moment? 30 seconds on the clock as Chopper and Shiro start to bear down over towards E-Box. It's going to be Zontic's late through B main.
He's already taken down Dog, and he's committed to this. 2 kills deep.
Both low.
Eyes on the off the radar. Eyes on the crosshair. Looking away at the worst time possible. Counter-Strike is mean like that sometimes. Bomb will be delivered just in time. Throws it across to make sure. Just Icy and Flammus.
Do you throw everything away? Do you have a look? Do you see if you can win this round?
Yeah, you see what Icy finds, don't you? You just let him investigate for a moment.
Flammus can get the jail kill. B-main's not being watched.
That's true. And if Flammus does connect, then Icy could activate.
He was turned around just now. Zontic's aware.
Chopper on the back of the plateau. Time is ticking. Tension drawn temple. Zontic's not seeing him. No, Flammus didn't clear him.
That's
Easy peasy. VP lose everything. 6 in a row, running to that finish line. VP, 4 rounds consecutive, demanded of them, or Lisbon is a no-go.
Damn, that was touch and go, and this could be another big name added to the playoff list. This is what we want to see. This is Flit getting the kill on Donk, just not ready for that peer through the smoke. Flit as well, more damage, catches Magic trying to run away. This is Chopper catching him on a timing. And yeah, this is the thing, you're having to cover so much. The cut of noise. I reckon he said, where's he looking?
Yeah, I think
what's he doing?
What's he looking at?
What's he doing? That silly goose.
What's he done that for?
Nope, you are screwed, Flammus.
Oh!
No.
You're wrong. Shiro does right the ship a little.
I can't believe he gets 2 kills.
Yeah, that is mad. They molly him. They know exactly where he is. Still leaves with double kill. And on to Donk and Magic's, no less.
Looks like they're just going to quickly group up and try and walk through this mid-smoke. Zontic's behind Chopper. Shiro watching B in case there is another push through.
So, well, it's probably going to be like a 3v2 then, if Shiro joins him with the bomb.
Yeah, Shiro being given a lot of responsibility. But the AWPer, he can activate late. It's all right. Let him go for a clutch. Maybe everybody just stay and spawn. Shiro, go for the 1v4.
With Flit wants answers, he might get an AWP to the face. Is Electronic going to flash for him? No, they've seen enough. Seen enough.
Well, that's 2 players noted.
And then they start to search out a main. Shiro cognizant that that is a likely reaction. Fame does start to poke his nose out.
Where are they going? 45 seconds on the clock, heading back over towards A, running. Running.
Fame. Oh, spotted out now. Got to get back. Got to get back. They're right next to each other. This can go horribly wrong or horribly right. Double kill. Shiro and Chopper go down. Bomb is lost.
Everyone's here.
In the clutch. Spotted out by Icy. Adjusts instantaneous. Headshot found Electronics. 1v3. Sorry, 1v4. Now 1v2. Time, though, the biggest factor in this. Fame is on
only
top
win it
of
by
the
kills
bomb.
now.
Yeah, it has to be kills. And it's, I mean, one of them could just run away. And yeah, I think that Flame seals the deal. We will see another round of play at a minimum.
Okay, well, there is cash available. Worst case, Zontix goes down after time. He does spot one out, but now we'll be holding on to the M4. Would have loved to have seen him give that one a go. They are going to be able to get this AWP for Icy.
One of 4.
Oh!
What happened?
He killed Fame.
Aye, aye, aye. I just heard aye, aye, aye.
Yeah, Zontix killed Fame in the last second.
Lost the AWP.
So they didn't get the AWP.
Brutal. Yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Frustrations for Shiro. Timeout called by Halley. That's the last one he'll have. I will say that we've seen VP when handed elimination points. They have in the past.
Yeah, yesterday was something special, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, let me be clear. I did not expect them to be pulling it off against a team of Spirit's caliber. They did so against a team of Falcon's caliber.
Halley was having a conversation with Zontix there. It even felt like he was talking about a specific angle. This is the kill, so the AWP doesn't get saved. So, wow. All right, well, denies the AWP. But not operating with the AWP, even though the money was there. Shiro's going to work with an AK, so... Last round started with a Flammer Starval. That's where it got out of control immediately. Is this a set piece? Is this something a little bit more direct? Magic's the only one over towards B at the start of the round. Same opening util. Deep main smoke. We know smoke's going to land. No B lurk this time.
Yeah, or E-Box.
They go towards A. There are 3 players there, so Chopper going through his paces to get this mid control. And it's secured.
Admirable bravery.
And Flit's here as well. They're not buying that anything's over towards B. Flit's just going to push through. Oh, Flit.
Yeah, that's a nasty death.
That's a B defender.
Death.
What does that mean? Why is he here? What's he investigating? How is he not ready for this?
Electronic tries to cheat back over. Oh, he's gotten away with it.
Well, if they stuck to the initial call, which looked like it was going to be an A split, they would be bang on.
Now, if Zontix just bides his time. Icy's holding for this exact fight, and again with the Zontix double. The transfer, does that mark the end of VP's trip here? Blast open Lisbon. Spirit to secure themselves a ticket to the playoffs. A lower bracket run. Sent down here by MOUZ, but weathering the storm, taking down big names on their path to the playoffs. Zontix and Donk to secure it, seal the deal. Spirit, one of the last names securing that playoff spot. Just one spot remains now, Chad.
Spirit locked and loading and headed to the playoffs in Portugal. They'll get to feast on pastel de nadas, whereas for Virtus.pro, more like pastel de nada.
Oh my goodness, Freya. Beautiful, beautiful work right there from you. Beautiful work from Spirit as well, I'm not gonna lie. They got the job done. Sure, certain moments in the game, VP made it competitive. They were able to apply a bit of pressure, but at the end of the day, I think we got exactly what we expected. A Spirit moving on into the playoff without truly having to break a sweat.
More depth in map pool, more depth in the plays, more depth individually. That's where we just saw that Spirit was the better team, and that's kind of what we expected coming into this best of 3, and they just showed it. They had a clear game, game plan, individual showing up, Donk especially, and so yeah, it's always a treat to see.
Yeah, shout out to Zontix in that second map as well. Obviously a nice little sequence to be sealing out that final round to see them heading to the top 6 at the very least. Of course, they took the lower bracket to be getting here, so they will be presenting themselves in the quarterfinals. That means they'll be playing on Friday.
Yeah, they will be playing on Friday, and I think everyone, you know, in the world of Counter-Strike right now don't like to play against Spirit. Maybe they're not hitting the strides completely as a team. Maybe they're not the #1 anymore, especially with the way Vitality are playing. You could even make the case that MOUZ now beating them twice in a row is also a better team on paper. Anyhow, I think whenever you're facing Spirit, you know that there is the possibility of them returning to the form that we saw a couple of months ago. Yes. And should that happen, they can most definitely win trophies, let alone here in Lisbon.
Well, Spirit heading on forward to the playoffs. We do have Magix joining us. First of all, congratulations. I want to pose a question about your map, Vito. You bringing in Anubis. We know it's a map that Donk doesn't particularly enjoy, but what's the process there? Because obviously you couldn't play Nuke in this one. You sometimes like Dust 2. What was the thought behind that?
Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, personally, I would never pick it. Like the same way it went in this match. Personally, like talking about myself, I was kind of praying that we won't be playing Anubis and we're gonna play something else, but actually what we have is what we have. So I have no idea why it went that way.
Does that mean that it's Chopper and Halley making those decisions and you guys are just following along?
Yeah.
Yeah. They never ask you, or you never had like a vote within the team?
No, I mean, there's always like a room because, you know, an example on Shanghai Major against FaZe, we have been like, we have wanted to pick like certain map, I don't remember which, but I kind of forced it to pick Ancient, and we lost Ancient crazy in finals, and I was, wow, maybe I should not have done that, but actually like the decision is being made by coach.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, you're in the playoff now in Lisbon, and obviously you've had a good tournament so far. You had one loss against MOUZ. Was that just a blip on the radar, or are we still not seeing the best of Spirit right now?
Well, it's kind of difficult. We faced a lot of like issues, starting from the Pro League playoffs, because me and Chopper, we have been extremely sick. Like during the group stage, and like in between we quickly processed through the groups, and like after that day we had not had a single day of practice until we played the game, and also while we were playing the game it was super bad, but we managed to win it against DF. And overall, you know, the team form, because we had not that much of a practice in between, because we are used to having a lot of pracs in between in these day offs on the tournaments. And the performance of the team was kind of shaky, and there was like some stress about that. But that's good that we managed to like get better here in this group stage. Like the MOUZ match is it was insanely depressing because the amount match points we have lost. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. I wanted to get a bit more specific, against the difference between the match against MOUZ, like on the third map especially. I think everybody looked a bit flustered on camera, you're like a bit, in your own heads and stuff like that. But then we went back into the lower bracket run, and then you saw calm and like joy, and you're like, you were enjoying playing the games and you were winning them fairly easily. Did you have a big discussion between the games? Is it something that you noticed specifically, or you just went in and you were like, okay, we're the better team now and we just qualify and then we see playoffs?
No, we didn't have a big talk like regarding this thing. Like there was a few key points that we had to accept, because you cannot, like usually you cannot continue playing the tournament in the same conditions as you were when it started after such a bad loss, I would say. So yeah, I don't think there was a lot of things that were said. And it was more of a personal factor from each player to not give up, to not be affected by that. Of course, it's a very bad game. You feel super bad after that. Like everyone is thinking that they might have done something different way in one single round, and you would have been playing Vitality this morning. And I'm happy that everyone, like, we didn't give up.
No, you definitely didn't. Obviously, you're going to be playing in the quarterfinals, which is Friday at the end of the week. We're all traveling tomorrow. Day off on Wednesday, which I imagine, is that going to be like a practice day for you guys? Are you going to get out and about at all, or is it all about the game?
I think we need to play some pracs.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like you've had much time to do that, so I guess that's probably a likelihood. Magics, thank you so much for your time. Look forward to seeing you guys in Lisbon, and yeah, good luck in that quarterfinal game.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, that means just one more spot remains in the Lisbon playoffs as Spirit seal that pretty convincingly indeed. I don't think any of us are surprised that they put down Virtus.pro that convincingly. Yeah, just unfortunate that the group of death. That's how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes the higher seeded teams making it through.
But I'm very happy for Spirit to make the playoff, and I think a lot of the Counter-Strike aficionados out there are very happy, because look at the field of teams that we're going to have in Lisbon right now on your screen. We're talking some of, if not the best Counter-Strike teams in the world. Obviously, Vitality right now on a massive tier. Spirit, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, winning the major on top of the world. Navi, that's also going to be interesting. Maybe. Let's see. And I feel like overall, the quality of teams that we have inside the playoff and the quality of teams that we have progressed throughout this stage of the tournament has been at a very high level. So I'm heading in very positive in that regard. And then I'm curious to see if G2 can follow along.
What you got against Navi? Maybe, potentially.
I mean...
What's the temperature check for them?
We'll see. They have some question marks attached to them, I feel. I'm curious to see them play today. I'm curious to see how they're going to unfold. We've seen at EPL, we've seen some tidbits. We saw at Katowice as well. It wasn't necessarily the best of the best showing, but Navi is always a team, as we saw last year, that you have to count in, as one of the favorites to lift trophies. I'm just not sure if they're fully back yet.
Are you counting them out as much as Jacob sounds like he's already doing?
Well, I mean, I get where it comes from, because especially last year, we have seen them at such a high level individually, and I think that played really, really well into them winning trophies and winning those tournaments. And it was not necessarily expected at the very beginning of the roster, but when it happened, that's when they started playing well. And also another reason for that is Alexi, in the sense that his playstyle and everything he brings into his team is very, very defaulty, right? So like, I'm really looking forward to the individuals being back into that system. And then yes, I think if they do that, if they play well, they can win.
Since when did you become a living Twitch chat, Freya?
Just to annoy you, Jacob. That's my purpose in life, apparently. Well, with Spirit progressing through to the playoffs in Portugal, that does unfortunately mean the end of the line and the final hurdle for Virtus.pro. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Flammus and James Banks.
Flammus, thank you for joining me, and commiserations on the loss. I know you guys were fighting hard throughout this whole event. On this Spirit game, though, same scoreline on both maps. You certainly had chances in that, and is that what you felt like? Either map you could have been able to take?
No, I mean, yeah, we've been able to take at least Ancient. Like, we did a lot of the individual mistakes, and those rounds, they've been like key rounds for us, and because we lost some stupid rounds, we've been not able already to get back in a game because it was too much rounds already that we've lost. Yeah. And on Anubis, I mean, I felt like they are just better, to be honest. I mean, I choked one clutch in 1v1. He was defusing. Yeah, I mean, that was my individual mistake as well. It's all about individual mistakes when it comes to the teams like Spirit, because they will not forgive any mistakes. They will just insta-punish you, and that's what happened. And yeah, they've been just playing really good, and we didn't play that good. So, yeah.
Looking at how you played here in Lisbon, right? You took down FaZe 2-1. You had that crazy 30-0. Vitality, right now, they do seem way above everyone else. You beat Falcons 2-1 as well in that very crazy series. And then, obviously, this Spirit game we just spoke about. What do you make of it? What's your thoughts just on the whole event? Do you see some progress from where you were at Cluj-Napoca, for example?
Yeah, for sure there is some progress, and we are working, and we can see that we are working not for nothing. We got some confidence that we can beat teams like, for example, like FaZe, and teams that is under top 1 and top 2. Yes. Yeah. So we can fight already, you know. But to get on their level, we need to put even more work, and maybe in the future we will get on their level and maybe even better. That's all that I can say. What
do you think is missing for you to be on that level?
The experience. I mean, if you know how much Spirit are playing together, how much Vitality are all already on tier 1 level, how much time they're on tier 1 level, and every one of them is more than me and Icy together, and if you put it like 3 or 4 or 5 times. For example, like some Spirit players or some Vitality players, like all of them, they have so much experience that we didn't. Sometimes we are still lacking that experience. Sometimes we're being nervous, and sometimes we just don't know what to do, because they are all good players, and they can trick you, and we are just, I think, in my opinion, not ready for it.
Obviously, being ready for it and being ready for the major is going to be very important for you guys. Do you feel like you've got some time to go back, review, and improve things to make sure you're in a good spot to do well? Yeah, I think to major, I mean, we have a lot of times. We have 1-2 tournaments that we can play, and we can have a progress and become better to the major. So I don't like predictions, so we will just try our best, and we will see how it's going to be.
Yeah, a valiant effort from Virtus.pro throughout the duration of the tournament. Just unfortunate that the cards were drawn this way, particularly after such a crazy game yesterday versus Falcons, where they did manage to get it over the line. I feel like we've learned a lot about VP at this tournament, though.
Yeah, I think they keep confirming that they're actually a team we have to take serious. I think a lot of people were having a conversation in regards to Electronic as an in-game leader. Is VP just going to fade out of existence? Are they even going to be a team at the biggest tournaments? We saw in Katowice, that wasn't the case. They played good Counter-Strike. Here, again, you know, taking down FaZe Clan, it's not too shabby. Now, are they a team I put in the top 5 category? Not at all, but they're definitely a team that is, you know, making waves and potentially could get better with time.
They did what they could. Sadly, this is never the game for them, because you have a bracket like this and you have teams like Vitality, MOUZ, and Spirit that are clear-cut the best 3 teams in the world, and I think they have teams that are challenging them on a few maps, but like overall, they're the best 3 teams, and VP, did as good as they could.
If anything, they made Astralis' life miserable, you know, with the whole VRS thing and making that comeback.
So that makes you happy.
Maybe I have no comment. No.
I don't want to try and do, like, you know, playoffs bracket maths without the officials saying, yes, that's verified. But I believe because Vitality will be in the semi-finals, that puts MOUZ in the quarterfinals on the other side of the bracket, which puts Spirit in the quarterfinals on Vitality's side of the bracket.
Yes,
that sounds right. That's pretty spicy, right?
That is pretty spicy. As you can see, once again, we have the teams for you right here. And honestly speaking, it doesn't matter who you face. I think all these teams are at a level right now, especially when you look towards Spirit, Vitality, and Navi, where they don't really care if they exit in a quarterfinal, if they exit in a semifinal. The only thing that matters for them is the trophy. So yes, we can play bracket magic, and to be completely honest, it is going to be very interesting. But with the quality of teams we have for the playoff, I think everyone is coming in with the goal to win.
Gentlemen, I want to say a huge thank you for joining me for the group stage of this tournament. MBK, it's been an absolute pleasure. I know I said it this morning, but if for any reason you're considering retiring, please come back and join us on the analyst desk. But hopefully next time we'll be doing a winners in it with you.
Yeah, well, hopefully back as a player as well. But yeah, no, regardless, big thanks to you guys. It's been very easy and nice to work with. I hope it was very good for everybody and very enjoyable and blast as well, everything. I don't know, so grateful for the opportunity. It was a great moment, and yeah, hopefully there's going to be more.
It's been such a pleasure.
Get back to practice, yes.
Where can the viewers at home maybe see you competing? Are there any tournaments on the cards, anything to look forward to?
Yeah, there are a few things online because online CS is king at the moment and trying to get that famous VRS points, right? Gonna be at one open LAN in America, which is something that is coming back, you know, slowly but surely. Philadelphia, right?
Very nice.
So that's gonna be very fun. And then yeah, just online stuff, and then who knows, maybe back on the desk, maybe.
If there's anything up to me, then I would love to see that happen again. Sincerely, thank you so much for being such a pleasure to work with, allowing us to pick your brain over the course of this past week. But we do need to move on to what is going to be the third game of the day. That is indeed going to be Eternal Fire versus Navi in that upper bracket grand final. We'll see you on the other side.
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
I think everybody on this level doing mistakes when they are playing, also personally and also tactical-wise. It's about, I think, reading your opponent in the right timing.
I think like everyone can have like bad days.
But the time comes in the game, like score is like really close, 11-11, we do the same mistakes without knowing it, without remembering, you know. So it's part of the game. It's also your opponent forcing your team to do a mistake.
Last tournament, our coach said dead or alive, boys. Let them dead, you know.
It was like make sense in that second because it was 2-2 game. It's like nothing to lose. If one team gonna be eliminated, why we are? Sometimes it gives you like make you to more focus on your goal when you're hearing this kind of talks from each other. The one thing I think is changed a lot, and it's changed also the in-game leader calls, I think, is strafing. In CS2 is like much faster and inconsistent to kill the guy who is strafing you. I think that's why like sometimes they're called like more basic than just like push together. Maybe the smoke grenade update is changed also because it's not a wall anymore. It's like just people can open it and like copy your old plans. So I think yeah, the two things, strafing and smokes. People are different, so obviously. I mean, in our team, for example, I like to be in front of the stage and people. It gets me more hype and more like making me too serious to show them like a good Counter-Strike because they came to watch there to us. We want to give our best for the all events and also for the Major 2. At least reaching the playoffs, I think, is a success. But of course, when you keep like reaching playoff, you should also win a tournament to also feel like satisfied about the trophy. But if you cannot make it, like the second place or third place is also like successful in this level and in this era right now.
But yeah, but I prefer personally eliminating from the all tournaments and winning the major. I think will be satisfied me as well. Like all tournaments last place, but champion of the major, I'm okay with that. We want to really do our best in the major, like everyone. Nobody won major from our team. We will give everything for this event because this is, I think, the last tournament before the entrance of invites. Yeah, because of the major qualification, we have to do it to not step down from the last 6 team in Europe. We have to do it.
Yeah, we have to.
We have to. There is no other option.
everything is bigger in Texas. That's right, the Blast TV Austin Major is coming your way, and I'm going to get a lot bigger while we're in Austin because I'm eating a hell of a lot of food, and my suits will need some extensions on it. Mal, are you with me? You know the food's good out there.
Dude, you absolutely know it, man. I'm going to line up for barbecue so long that I'm barely going to miss the end of a VP game.
Vu, you ready for the food? Ready for the culture?
I will be at the Major as a fan.
Yes. You are a fan of all Counter-Strike.
I really want to see you guys on the desk.
We're all fans.
We're all fans. We wouldn't miss it for the world, and neither should you. And these two teams definitely won't, because they're in comfortable positions to be making it through in terms of where their VRS points stand right now. But this gets exciting because there's a lot of history in this matchup. There's also the fact that when you look at Navi right now, they want to get as many points as possible. Going towards the semi-finals would be great for these guys. Eternal Fire need to prove themselves and show that they've got something that's going to push them ahead of Navi, which they've never been able to do.
That's going to be the tall order here for Eternal Fire, but thankfully they have looked great this year so far.
Yeah.
5 consecutive playoffs that they've now qualified for. We'll wait and see how deep they go here at Lisbon. Navi on the other end, I would say also a slight upwards trajectory. Not the same highs that we saw in the middle of 2024, but a better showing than what we got, say, at the Major, for example, where they didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, I would say Eternal Fire have been looking good all year. Navi have been looking pretty shaky this year, but in this event specifically, they've been looking right back on their game. They destroyed MongolZ on Dust 2. They're looking pretty strong, and this is where I think they kind of proved that it wasn't just one game.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't been just one game, but also for a team like EF to show this improvement that we've seen, for us to start talking so much more positively about them, does it really just come off the back of one player change?
No, I think it's actually, in the words of Vu loves to say that things happen in the aggregate. And I feel like the consecutive changes that Eternal Fire has made, first the Wycadia pickup last year, and then the pickup for Jota this year.
Yep.
All of these are slight incremental changes that have netted them a level of consistency where at this point I have no choice but to call them elite. If you're making it to 5 consecutive playoffs, that is an elite team in my eyes.
Yeah, when you look at how teams are kind of building up recently, we had the same thing with ROPS where the team itself is great. You have 4 great players that work together at an incredible level, but then there's just that one last change that kind of pushes you over the top. And I think Jota, when he comes into the team, he has so much more agency on the CT side to go for aggressive plays. He knows when to find a timing and when not to, and it just elevates them so that their other players can perform as well.
Jota, to me, brings a sense of calm to what was an energized, but at times erratic style for Eternal Fire. Very much so spearheaded by the other members on the roster, but in terms of just leaving a guy on one side of the map, making sure that he's going to make the right calls, make the right rotations, get the kills that he's supposed to, that's what he's brought, a sense of stability.
That stability, though, also comes with a lot of positive words from his teammates. I have seen so many of them. Obviously, Wycadia being reunited with him is one thing. Then it's the experience he brought from obviously going to an international team, now coming back to the Turkish team. He seems to have come back as a better package than they even imagined.
Without a doubt. I mean, Jota, in terms of what Wycadia said about him recently, he's also, even though he seems like such a stable force in the game, he feels like he's bringing a level of energy that they didn't have before.
Yeah.
A hype man. I love when there's a guy on a roster who, regardless of you're winning, you're losing, you're bringing energy, because it breaks teams out of a mindset where if you're falling into a rut, you might just stay mentally in that rut. But if he's able to crack a joke, say something funny, or just even just shout, sometimes that's all the difference you need, because moral leaders, for whatever reason, maybe it's just because we're all playing a video game, staying indoors all the time, they're hard to come by in this space.
Yeah, when you look at teams, sometimes teams like Navi, for example, sometimes they go behind by quite a bit. They talk about, they get tilted each other, they get angry. It's hard for them to get back into the game. You have a player like Jota, he makes it so much easier to just go down 7-0, go down 5-0, and actually roll back in and make a comeback.
And also what's quite interesting about him is that sometimes he can be the star player on a map or maybe in a series. I wasn't expecting that.
His pop-off performances usually are because teams just don't want to respect him. If they don't want to respect him on his bomb site, he'll take that all day.
Yeah.
He's very good at making sure that he's not just pushed all the way back. He's creative sometimes with how he wants to poke and prod, even on anchor spots, versus, I mean, sometimes you have to compare him, versus Calyx, who to me was just kind of sitting in pit, and he's just a turret. He's trying his best to hit a multi-frag with pure mechanics, but I think Jota, he's a little bit more comfortable moving around.
Yeah, that's the agency I was talking about, because when Xantor is going to have an off day or an off event, you have Jota that can actually make some plays happen, and it's not just like we can avoid him, we can avoid this team, we can just go this direction. You have to deal with not only Xantarez when he's having a good game, but Jota as well.
When you're talking about Xantarez, we have to mention the fact that sometimes at the moment, he's not being the star. This event, he's not the star of the show, he's not the star of the team, but he's still putting up great numbers. He's still someone that people are fearing going into these games.
Sometimes the spearhead for a team dulls a little bit, and it's rare to see them still be able to carve up other rosters against them. But that's why the winning by committee style that Eternal Fire has been able to bring to the table has lifted them up to a consistent level. That's why they've made it to 5 playoffs, because Xantarez, for me, still a top 10 player this year. But yes, this is not a tournament where he's blowing us away. Like, it almost feels like the lofty expectations are too high. Like, we want him to put up like a 1.25, 110 ADR rating in a match. But now he can legitimately be just a stable force, just go for entry routes, and then the other guys fill in behind him.
Yeah, that was kind of my concern with Eternal Fire. If you look at them in 2024, you know, they would have games where Xantarez was popping off. They could beat anybody.
Yeah.
But they have a bad game for Xantarez. They really struggled with his B game to actually fill in the gaps. But as with Jota, recently, look, you want Xantarez to be your star player, and he struggled a little bit in this event. But at the same time, if they can win with him playing kind of poorly to his level, then they can beat anybody.
Well, let me tell you this. We got a rare interview with Xantarez as well. He doesn't give too many in English, but I'm happy to get this one, and he's extremely motivated. Xantarez, you had some very confident wins over both Liquid and G2. Another playoff secured as well, which is really positive for you guys. Taking a step back, how amazing does it feel for you? Because through your career, we've seen you as being one of the best riflers in the world, but now you're like constantly in playoffs at the biggest events. Like, what do you want to say about that?
Yeah, of course, feel amazing. Like, we work a lot back then, like before. So we just came here now, happy. Can I say more? Like, it's very good.
How much are you motivated though to keep going, right? Because you've gone a long way through your career. You've been playing a long time. How much more do you still want this, the trophies, the success, to keep going?
Like, so much more than now, like before.
Oh, wow.
Of course, yeah.
So the motivation's high?
Yeah, very high. So, like, yeah, we will do our best for the win trophy, for sure.
I love that you're saying your motivation's higher even now after all this time. That's really positive. Today, though, you do face Navi. You guys have never beat them, but you've also never played them with Jota since he's come into the team. Is that going to be the biggest difference here?
Yeah, of course. Like, they are not a bad shape right now. So, like, let's see. We know like how to play against them, and we watch them a lot. So this time probably we will beat them for sure.
Do you understand why they've been so hard for you to beat in the past?
Yeah, because they play a little bit like complicated, you know, like hard to play, because all the time they balance everything in the game. Like, they play perfect CS. So like we will be adapt today better than before for sure.
Better than and then get a win?
Yeah, of course we will.
And he wants that win so much because in every series they've ever played, even the grand finals, they've never been able to beat Navi. It seems like Navi are like their kryptonite for some reason.
Navi have been dismantling them for some time now. There have been, I think, 5 consecutive series now that Navi has won over Eternal Fire. In terms of style, I feel like whereas Eternal Fire is a little bit more singular with their offenses, Navi has a much more balanced approach. We do talk about the supporting cast and how they've really filled in well for Eternal Fire, but at the same time, Navi, they're just in many ways the most well-rounded team in Tier 1.
Yeah, the thing that's always going to impress you about Navi, that's why Xantar has brought it up in the interview, you know, they're perfectly balanced. You think, oh, Navi, they play 4B on Inferno a lot. Can we exploit that? But then they also play 4A. They have nade stacks. They use the right utility. So even if something they're doing is kind of questionable on the surface level, you still have perfect balance. So it's really hard to exploit that.
But we need to look at this, right? Magic going up against AlexiB, because it's two very varying in-game leaders in what we expect from him here. Magic, you guys have been praising a hell of a lot. Alexi, you've seen some of the flaws in him right now. How much of this battle, how much of this matchup does it come down between these two?
It's easy to talk about the fragging difference between these two because Major he's the highest rated player on Eternal Fire in this event so far, which is insane.
God damn.
And
look at the names.
AlexiB, he has a different job in Navi rather. He because of the balance, because of the way they play, he has to make a lot of mid rounds. He has to make a lot of reads. Major, a lot of the time, is the guy going in first in a 4-1. He can just focus on his crosshair a little bit more, and I think that makes it a little bit easier for him. But you still want to see Alexi B actually frag up to par and actually compete against him.
Is that possible?
I don't think that overnight Alexi B is just suddenly going to become a top fragger. It's just that the way these teams are structured, Wycadia kind of talked about it. He thinks fragging in-game leaders are the meta. I think many people are starting to take that up right now, and I think that that's the system that Eternal Fire are buying into, that everybody needs to shoot, that everybody needs to be competent, because I don't really see too many rounds where Eternal Fire is outmaneuvering their opponents, you know, shooting them in the side of the head. With the exception of Anubis, I rarely see them tricking anybody, you know? So I feel like Major realizes, yeah, I'm not going to outcall Navi, but I can shoot harder, and so we can have 5 guys in the server that can step up as opposed to the usual 4.
Yeah, and if we look at what happened against the Mongols, rather, for Navi, they were getting aim shot off the server. It was a bit of a problem at times, but Alexi B actually was impressive in the map 3 against Mongols. He was a player that they were down 5-0. He picks up a 3K, a 4K. He's actually top fragging for his team at some point. He brings them back into the game. I don't need him top fragging for this whole game, but I do need him to pull off games like that, rounds like that.
Okay, so what do you expect in comparison to Major from Alexi B in terms of if you want to see some more output from him? What are you looking for within the system that Navi use? Is there something he can do in order to give that extra bit that could be a game-changing win?
What I tend to call for from IGLs who are not known to frag is just get the ones that you definitely should be getting. It just feels like if you're Flash and you're set up to get some kills in a round and you're not delivering, which I have seen some of the bottom fragging IGLs do, then I'm disappointed. But Alexi at this event, just like Vu said on map 3, he was able to have a large amount of impact as an individual. On Dust 2 even, he was able to also pull up some crazy rounds where he's just 180ing someone with a Tech 9, hitting somebody at range. I think he killed like a flanking Mazinho from like halfway across the map. That's the kind of stuff where I'm like, okay, even though the scoreline doesn't pop off, the eye test checks out.
Yeah, and you're in an era in CS where teams are exploiting individuals all the time. You see the B pop on Dust 2 all the time. You see late B hits on Inferno. You see all of these plays that are isolating one player and trying to attack him. I don't need Alexi B 4K'ing. I don't need a crazy spray down, but just get your 1, get 2, delay, make it easier for your team.
Well, let's talk to Alexi B himself about this very topic. Do you feel like things have changed in CS2 where IGLs need to have some more output, or is it something that's on your mind at all?
I think that as long as you're getting your job done, that's the most important thing. But obviously it helps if you are, you know, playing off of your mind and just like fragging out as anyone else. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, that's not, I don't think that's the winning condition. But if the IGL is playing well and everyone else around him is playing well, usually, yeah, then you're gonna dominate most likely. But you know, the thing is that it's kind of the same when you look at the whole year. Some IGLs are, you know, a bit above some others, and you know, if some people shine at times, it might happen. But usually, throughout the whole year, it's kind of the same.
What do you make of Alexi's viewpoint on this?
Well, that's what I would say if I wasn't a fragging IGL, unfortunately. No, I mean, the thing is that the calls for Navi over the last year have shown Alexi is a phenomenal in-game leader. He's a phenomenal caller, and so he understands that Navi's bread is buttered by the other guys being set up to success. And him getting his is not an essential component for them to win. And he's proved that over a major victory, over 6 grand finals straight. So I don't really have a reason to question him, even if he doubts what some people are calling the modern fragging IGL meta.
Yeah, I think we do sometimes as a community focus too much on the frags because we can't see what's going on with the strategy. You have to do all this research. It's really hard to tell what's going on. But the reality is Alexi B is a fantastic in-game leader, and that's what's the most important aspect. When your team's down, bring them back into the game. When it's close, 11-11, he'll close out the game for you every time.
Is that what gives Navi the edge in this then, potentially? We're not looking at the numbers, we're looking at more of the strats.
I would say that if I'm gonna take the round 1 game plan on across all 3 maps, I would bet money that Navi's game plan is better on all of those first gun rounds. So in a way, yes, I think that Blade and Alexi both get a lot of credit for putting together a style that is a little bit more flexible and not so all in, whereas Major, Faber, they usually just want to hit a bomb site and they do it for the first 2 gun rounds every single time.
That's the most interesting thing about this matchup is the clash of styles, and Navi have clearly got the better of them in the past, but I think Eternal Fire, they're poised, they're at the level where this is a matchup I think they can turn the other way around.
Now looking at the players and the other individuals on Navi, right, we can talk about what JL can do. We've seen it. We know at the same time what Imma can do. Wonderful's had his pop-off moments. But right now it feels like trying to get that all together at the right time.
And it's been a little bit curious for some of the players. One guy that I would say just marches to the beat of his own drum, almost agnostic of everything else happening on the lineup, is Bit. I've seen this guy been the most consistent player for most of the year, and then Navi starts doing a little better. For some reason, he drops off a little bit. So he's just doing his own thing. A lot of the plays around the map seem to be set up so that he can try to find something on his own, but I would say that the heartbeat of the roster is more actually, can Imma take space with Alexi on the middle of most maps?
Yeah, I think on T side, that's the most important thing. On CT side, where I think Eternal Fire are going to really test them, that's where we need Bit as an anchor. They're going to come in. He needs to get his kills. And against the Mongols, he really struggled. They had an idea of where he liked to play on different maps. They tried to attack him. They tried to... One of the things they were doing is they were getting a kill on someone like Alexi B, someone like Ime in the middle, and then Bit would have to pivot, and then they'd shoot him in the side of the head. I really don't want to see that happening in this game.
Why was Bit warming up by just knifing bots on aimbot? Come on, like, you're better than that. But you don't need to be air strafing and knifing.
He's seen all the knife kills in this event.
Yeah,
he knows
true.
he
Actually,
needs practice.
Yeah. Okay.
He's done enough headshots. He knows how to get that part done right. This is the weakest part of his game. He's
Taking
trying to
it
work
for granted. Yeah,
yeah.
He takes it all for granted. All right, okay.
But looking at that, right, we talk about Bit so highly. He's not really like the star of this team right now.
No, of course. I mean, I feel like Wonderful is late. It's like you take these 1 month windows for Navi, and I feel like I see a different player that's the top rated every single time I check it every new month. So right now, it does seem like Wonderful has been the most consistent for them, even in their losses. He's been putting up some excellent numbers. I'd say the Mongols performance especially, where at ESL Pro League was one where you couldn't put any blame on him whatsoever. And I'm glad that Bit's back in actually doing what Aimbots is for, which is shooting your gun.
He heard you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful is the most interesting story I have actually for the year, because Wonderful was, people were calling for him. People were saying Wonderful needs to be better. Navi's underperforming because of Wonderful. I never really agreed with it. I thought he needed to be a little bit better, but now he's been the most consistent player on their team for a little bit. Bit's had a rough event, and he's been the one that's really propping them up.
When the chips are down for them, though, who is it that we look to? Who is it that we turn to change that game around?
JL. Yeah, I look to JL. He's been their most clutch player. He's the guy that in the high pressure games, in the arena games, that's when it really matters. This being a seeding game, this being a game where both of these teams are comfortably in the playoffs, this is the kind of game usually where I see people, like, it's like Imma in low pressure moments is really good, okay? So I feel like Imma might have a real big field day. I think Wonderful also, when there's low pressure, he's tending to really just do well in these early kind of group stage moments. It's later in the tournament when I think people like Bit and JL are just going to close it out for Navi.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on the JL one, because JL this year, he's had a few games I've seen where he's been set up. They've had strats that are like, we're going to draw a rotate over, you're going to go for a play, we're going to isolate a 1v1 for you. And they isolate the 1v1 and he loses the duel, and then he does it again, they lose it again. And sometimes it's not on the scoreboard. The scoreboard looks fine, but I've seen games where JL was set up for success and he just didn't succeed.
Now, before we see the veto, right, where things can get a little bit more interesting, I want to ask you, just coming into this, do you expect Navi to be playing super confident because of how well they normally play against this Eternal Fire? You want to see them, I wouldn't say disrespect them, but, you know, like, show them, I am the boss, I'm the better team?
I think, yeah. I think not just... more so because of their performance against the Mongols. I think their performance against the Mongols really impressed me, that they could come back into these games, they can come back into a series, and they've talked a lot about tilting. And when they can overcome that and win in such a close game against such an incredible team, I think that's what's going to propel them in terms of confidence.
I kind of just hope that Navi don't come across in the veto like they're playing with house money. I really do want to see them pick the Mirage. It is their home map. They pick it versus practically everybody. And I actually want to see them also float Train. Like, I want to see if they try to bait Eternal Fire to pick it, because Navi have kind of flexed a 7-map pool in a way. Like, I want to see the ban on Anubis. Just get that out of the way if I'm Navi.
Yeah, it's interesting because Train is a map where I was thinking, should they ban Train? Should they float it? The problem is Eternal Fire is such good aim mappers, and Train is such a good aim map paradise. Right now, you run out T-Con, you duel in the middle. It's a tough map for Navi to actually float.
Well, let's see what happens when we get to it. It's time for the veto.
ancient ban expected.
Permaban from Eternal Fire there, and now Navi has an option, and they actually banned the Anubis. This is what I wanted to see from them. Okay. Floating the train. I want to see if Eternal Fire go for the punish. I don't expect it, though. I don't expect it.
Really?
I think Eternal Fire will probably go for something that they're just more comfortable with. Maybe they do Dust 2, maybe they do Inferno. They go for the Inferno themselves.
Is that because of what they saw against the Mongols?
I think when you look at that game against the Mongols, I mean, Navi never really got into it.
Yeah.
So I think you can almost write that one off. Obviously, it's a bad loss, but when you're Navi, you can get over that one quickly like they did in the series.
And so I want to see Navi taking this seriously. I want to see the Mirage pick. If they go for something else, then okay, they go for Dust. All right, so this makes me feel like they're playing it like it's a seeding game a little bit more. I thought Mirage was not only a great pick for themselves, but a slight punish against Eternal Fire. So then for them to go to Dust 2, I'm kind of curious about that decision in general.
I can see the idea behind it because Dust 2, I mean, Liquid picked it against Eternal Fire, although they got destroyed after picking it against Eternal Fire. There's some holes maybe they can find, but yeah, I would have preferred Mirage because it's always getting banned in the second rotation.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, no train actually coming out from these guys, and what does that leave? Decider Nuke? Okay.
All right, I'm good with that.
That's been a weaker map for Navi actually recently, but I feel like they actually, what was Navi's ban there? Was it Train?
Yeah, they banned Train.
Okay, Navi banned Train, so yeah. I would have liked to see them just, if they wanted to go full in on the whole angle that this is a seeding game, maybe just play Train as the decider also.
Maybe the problem is they're actually weak on Train and they just want to show that they're floating it.
Yeah, I mean, there could be
games.
That's true. There's some mind games with this veto. Bleed always has some idea that it's fun to pick his brain about, maybe 6 months later.
But you see Eternal Fire, they straight away went in and said, okay, I'm banning that Mirage if you're going to leave it there.
Exactly.
Just kept it.
Exactly, yeah, of course they're going to ban Mirage, because that should have been Navi's pick. They're just so world-class at it.
Yeah, I mean, if you let it through to Mirage on map 3, you just lost the veto entirely.
Well, let's see what happens when we get into the server. We have the maps. We know what's going to go down. It's an epic brawl for a semi-final spot in Lisbon. And we got Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, sir, that's right. A matchup that the Eternal Fire camp has never been able to win over top of Navi, but their last head-to-head was so long ago in 2024, Launders, that I think that this is a different Eternal Fire. We're talking about consistency from this team, not just regularly attending every event so far this year, but regularly making it to playoffs, which they have. We're playing for semifinals. To skip a day at playoffs, now that would be a new height for the likes of Eternal Fire.
So I think if this match happened last week, I would have maybe had higher hopes for Eternal Fire, but watching the Navi game versus the Mongols, that really was quite a feat. I think they survived that game in so many ways. Mentally, across each map, it was one of the most intense battles of the event so far, and I feel like they're really on form at the moment. So a little bit of a curse. Eternal Fire got close to beating Navi in the past. They took the first map in a best of 5 before. But I think this will be the hardest test for them. Not expecting a surprise result despite the veto.
No? What is it as of late that you think Navi has kind of fixated in on that's got you having higher hopes for them? Was it just the nature of bouncing back from the momentum in those halves versus Mongols? Has there been something specific that kind of jumps off the page to you?
Yeah, I think consistency is one thing. I think we have the formula that has won, EWC, that won events for Navi in their best period, which was Imma playing well, different players on each map, whether it was Bit, and it was like Bit had his worst map of the series and like best map of all time in the same series. That's like the Bit classic. JL had critical late round 3K rifle rounds. That's exactly what you need to see from JL. And I think that like the average consistency is there. Also, Wonderful has not really missed shots. I think Wonderful has just looked good throughout. I think this is the most impressed I've been with him in some time, with just his average consistency. But it's not to say that Eternal Fire are not a great team. It's just that they haven't beaten Navi before.
I'll give a few points as well over to Alexi, because in that decider map versus the Mongols, he was putting up the kills, and that was, in that matchup, a talking point on the analyst desk that, in a world of nowadays some fragging in-game leaders, the likes of Major, the likes of Blitz, obviously Blitz is a real exception, it would be nice to see Alexi get a few more, is kind of how the desk put it, and he did get those critical moments, and I think that when we're talking about a game that banked on some resilience in the face of Mongols' momentum, good on Alexi to have stepped up in that space. So let's see how tonight goes down. Again, both teams, it's already been a successful week here in Copenhagen. Everybody's going to Lisbon, nearly 20 degrees Celsius, just around the corner. Everybody's getting excited. I see shorts packed. And I see the apps walk up ready. Joining up on short side, We've got Xanteras, Woxic, and Madger. First shot, Ime kind of dropped it for a second, but is able to kill Jota without any impact in from the tees. They kind of second guess it, but he's not going to let them delay that time. Ime with a bit of bloodlust. Triple kill from him in the pistol. We get this gush back from Madger, but talk about taking the fight on your own terms.
Massive confidence moves.
When everybody paused for a second, he wasn't having any of that.
And because he delayed from the balcony, the flashes weren't useful. Like, they expired. Player cold stayed there, and they just couldn't get out. This running with the flashes as you cross default is one of the most important parts of the exec. But also, they knew Immo was going to be up in the halls. They just couldn't get rid of him.
They tried to, but definitely found better timing on him. And Ime serves up the last man to Wonderful. So nice convincing pistol round here for Navi. A CT pistol round in their back pocket.
Connor's looking at me like crazy eyes.
I'm just having a great day, Launders, and I'm ready to share it with you.
What's so good about it?
What was so good about it? I don't know. The sun was shining. We hit the gym really hard. I had my first Red Bull in 7 days. No, it's nice. You know, 6 days of Counter-Strike is a lot. And, you know, the whole beauty of this event is that we get to Lisbon, back to the big crowd. I don't know. It just feels like we get to put a bow on the first part of this event. And it's our first open. This is a new format to me, Mohan.
That's true.
I'm just so excited to get on an airplane with Jacob Pimp Vinicky tomorrow.
Yeah, travel days all together. That's awesome.
He is my favorite.
Yeah, he got out of here. He said, see you in Lisbon. All right, Jacob.
It's going to take him 3 days to bike there. I'm just in a good mood, man. I don't know. Sun's out.
Let's see if we can't ruin that today.
You can. It's definitely, you have the ability. To be honest, so does the Counter-Strike sometimes, but I don't anticipate that in this matchup. You know, we've gotten down to the best. Xanteras blindsides bit on his outer push around that balcony. The timing's good. Wonderful empty-handed. Forced by could suddenly upend the smiles on Navi's faces. 2 opening kills, nothing back the other way. Not to mention Ime's already so wounded. He doesn't feel like he's got a chance, and so Alexi's going to try to escort him in that M4 all the way over to B. A little pop out from the balcony, and Navi are no longer laughing.
Well, that'll help your mood for sure if you're Eternal Fire. That's awesome. I mean, the way they did this, it's the same approach towards Pit, except they successfully get out off the flash. They get Xanteras to get the first kill, and with Pit control, your site players are just so much weaker. They both have to stare forward. You know that there's no crossfire to make someone turn around. And there's great follow through. I mean, the fact that Eternal Fire didn't lose a single player says it all.
Yeah, to hell with losing a player. They barely took damage on running out. More damage to the bomb on the other side of the map than they did from the defenders on that A site. There's a dose of reality for you, Navi. These are the currently ranked 5th and 6th teams in the world. With Eternal Fire currently having an edge.
I'll draw this comparison again. Eternal Fire are the Monty of Tier 1, and they are grinding every single day, playing tons of officials, 5v5 playoffs, which means deep runs at every event they attend as well, not just showing up for the group stage.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, every year it feels like we get a few breakout teams. If you go back a year, we would be talking about like Monty and 9. You know, those are just 2 names that jump off the list to me.
Yeah. And
now we're talking about Eternal Fire and MongolZ. But the thing is they feel like mainstays. You know, their consistency that much more impressive than our previous years up-and-comers.
Because they're Tier 1, which is like kind of harder to do both, right? A lot of the established Tier 1 teams don't participate in those other events because it doesn't make sense. Like, they've got bigger fish to fry, but even with the crazy schedule that we've got, Eternal Fire have made time for everything.
Yeah, it's nice to see. You know, it's like, to me, it's like Eternal Fire and MongolZ. I'm going to collectively call them like the class of 25. And they're really making the most of it. Now, there's still plenty of time for them to absolutely ruin their year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, man.
It's only March after all.
Do you see Astralis made top 5 EU by 1 point over VP? I think it still comes down to, yeah, because VP didn't make playoffs.
Right.
1 point.
Yippee. Oh, good for them. Somebody's celebrating. Oof, not Ime. Tries to peek out into Arch side. Xantera's ready, and Xantera's has been one of the quieter pieces of the collective Eternal Fire success this week. And Eternal Fire will not waste a moment here. Just going to cut through that defense. Pretty easy.
Man, they're looking good.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a great shot. I mean, Emet just went to go on a scouting mission. It looked like he was going to shoulder peek. Might have committed to his spray, but Xanteras didn't give him time to leave or shoot back. And yeah, it was a great map from Eternal Fire with like Madger's 1v2s and his spray transfers, but Xanteras was really having a hard time.
Which is a good thing. You know, I kind of like it. I like watching Eternal Fire win without that necessary kind of top-heavy pop-off.
Yeah. One-player teams are so frustrating to watch sometimes.
Yeah. You know, I really liked in his pregame interview there that James got an English Xantera's pregame interview, a rare delicacy, and him just saying, like, I'm more motivated than ever to win. You know, it probably feels like he has been just spending years of his life trying to get to this level, and now that he's finally here, classic, the goalposts move. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
I want more.
Need the major. Need Austin.
And I get that.
Need championships. I mean, yeah, it makes sense because all they are at this point is potential, right? Like they're too good not to make playoffs, but they need to prove that they're so good that they're a tournament threat every event they attend, not just a top 8 threat.
You know, we can look over at MongolZ and say, yes, the growing pains on stage. It's not the only squad to kind of taper off. Wikadia's Arch wraparound is going to hear Alexi B storm in that rotate. Door reopened over on the A site. Bit is on his own. So that Emet AK-47 is really what Eternal Fire are just trying to avoid, and they have absolutely selected the correct path to do that. There'll be a question as to whether Bit's surprise can catch them off, but it looks like Wikadia is doing a great job of making sure he won't die. There it is, Bit's chance. Obviously very difficult ask of him. Wikadia down to 20 means maybe another death comes out, but I think that AK is worth saving. And Joda knows it. That's why he's already creeping up Banana to try to deny.
It's the right guy to do it, full HP. Only one dead so far here for Eternal Fire on this round. Last round was massively successful. This is an incredibly healthy start.
Nice little 3-1, deny the save. Keep a few SMGs here as well for Eternal Fire, including an MP9 off the dead body of the CTs. So your funds are flowing.
And when I mean, in a match like this, semifinals is massive. I mean, the teams that you could end up playing in quarters, that could easily end the tournament run. And so there is so much emphasis on skipping that day entirely, just forgetting about it.
You got Spirit and MOUZ waiting on the Friday quarterfinals.
Yeah, like your run would be more impressive if you won, but your odds go drastically down just having to play that one quarterfinals match.
Sure. Winner of this game plays on Saturday in the late match slot. A little bit of pressure here on the forward spot. JL, he's still hanging on, supported by Emet. You love to see it. Teamwork keeps him alive. And then you get a bad nade out of Eternal Fire that would have banked off the wall and 100% killed JL, assuming it doesn't get caught up in the sandbags.
That's all that selfless gameplay out of Emet.
Throws himself at it to save his teammate, does so successfully. And then again, small mistake here from Eternal Fire, can't get the kill right back.
And there's another healthy player now to replace his position. So he'll take his talents over towards the A side. Alexi B now full kit of utility. One of the best utility players this game's ever seen. There's that other day, Caserado had like 900 utility damage in a map.
Dude, he got to 1,150, if memory serves correct.
And it was like, I think it was brought up that there was, Alexi B's record, but I'm pretty sure Alexi B's record was in 1/2 with over 1,000 utility damage.
Dust 2, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, when that
as soon as we drop grenades, yeah. Alexi's like, oh, this update's for me. Mac 10 charging forward with the bomb, gonna go down. Alexi thinking skinny as JL's measly points of health are indeed enough. Had that grenade found him earlier, then maybe there's a bit more of a chance for Woxic to clear out the entire site. He's got 5 extra seconds if he wants to try to plant bomb, but I mean, he knows he's probably doomed. He could try it. Body's gonna line up, and they'll just go charging at him for the second round here. Navi winning Banana thanks to Ema saving the day, and then making sure they make the most of it by not losing sight.
Definitely great trading, selfless play, good aim here. Ema showing his face on every part of the map now. Feels like we're about to get a very high-level game.
That's all you could really hope for moving into the playoffs. All the favorites starting to head that way, packing their bags for Lisbon. Maybe if the teams put all their effort together, somebody will stop Vitality. Double nades again to the corner. JL once more pelted by it. This time, Ime can't save him. Frag grenades blanket that back corner, and so 5v4 off of the utility from Eternal Fire. It's essentially what they would have had last round had that third grenade not got stuck on the half wall.
It's awesome that they disrespected this position that worked last round because they saw how close the opportunity was. There will not be a flash on this play.
All right, just walking in.
Wide swing coming in. Yeah, that works.
Very nice. The support was there just in case the first kill comes back from Major. Instead, it's just going to activate as Eternal Fire will challenge Bit inside of his pit. Loses with nothing. Xanterez late to the draw, still gets the headshot first. It ain't easy to pop the headshot machine, but down goes Bit. And it serves up a bit of a daunting challenge here. Navi, will you attempt this retake? You've got a frag grenade prime for the site. Bounces onto Acadia, won't kill him.
Oh, they're so low.
Exactly, third player now at half health or less.
I feel like it's nah, though. Like, it's a 3v4 retake, and yeah, it's one of those rounds. If they could have access to see the health bars exactly, sure, they might think about it. They had decent utility, they had decent amount of time, but the Moto smoke and 4 players, too intimidating, so they'll walk away, and they've got their own money to think about right now. Another great round of Eternal Fire, just straight up tactic to B to kill JL, like they couldn't do last round, into not just committing right into B right after that, just game in the rotations, working it. Lovely.
I think there's a bit of extra weight in this head-to-head just because obviously Eternal Fire are breaking through new ground in 2025, and one of the things you want to do as you rise through the ranks of Counter-Strike is make sure that once you do hit top 5 where they're sitting now, you start beating the bigger organizations. And Navi definitely on that list, even despite some of their recent struggles. You know, all of the games they've played have earned enough points for Eternal Fire to be 5th over Navi, but I think if you kind of polled the public and the pundits, not everybody would constantly place them over Navi. A good head-to-head here tonight, well, proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact is that if Navi are going to be a team to likely make finals, Eternal Fire have to be able to beat them and win events. This is the thing. There are some, you know, rare cases where a team can be massively successful without being able to beat one single team, a la Liquid and Astralis in 2019. They can still win events, just depends on draws and seeding and things like that. But Eternal Fire, they still have to. Well, I mean, this is a team they've met in finals and lost to.
Pro League Season 20, if I'm not mistaken. All 5 maps. Back in September of 2024. Great things have happened to Eternal Fire since then. And by great things, I mean Joda.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Joda's been awesome.
Gonna go for the banana clear this time around. Navi kind of getting JL beyond that corner. I think he's been hit by enough grenades to think that, all right, I'll take it to them instead on his terms. Ends up finding nobody behind that. EMF freed up to rotate over towards Arch. We do get this earlier brackets play out from Eternal Fire, but they're yet to fully commit to it. Maybe looking to go back to banana now instead.
Yeah, they're marking the map so well. I mean, you still have it. Navi top B control, smoke on car. But because they aren't peeking down, they have to keep 2 here. Wonderful, wishing he had an op at this moment.
Right. We'll see how uncomfortable he ends up being when that short commitment comes out. We'll see the timing as well for the balcony in Joda's play.
Great flash.
Ema trying to get tricky with the position. Down to 40 health now. Bit still behind that wall. Wonderful gets popped instantly.
Oh, what a spray.
Zanteres. That is what you bank on.
That's 2 times now Bits died in pit from that range.
Okay.
What a spray.
I didn't bring up his lack of star performance earlier to kind of throw him under the bus. I just did it because it's nice to highlight that Eternal Fire are more than one man. But with shots like that, he could have been saving it for this matchup. To secure a semifinals off of the back of a heavy-handed Zanteres, I think maybe that's the plan.
Well, it is the feet of clay that makes the gold of the image precious. That's why we have to talk about the lows.
Yeah, man. Feet. Critical save for JL in the M4. Eternal Fire got that little buffer to work with, so we'll try to take it all down, and Alexi drops. Ooh. So completely bottoming out Navi. In this case, taking a look at the money here, everybody basically at $2,000, 4K at most for Alexi and JL. Not where they want to be going into a 5-2 lead for Eternal Fire.
And this has been an honest day's work for Eternal Fire. They have not done, you know, a single set strat out of spawn, committed to it, waited around, recommitted. They have worked the default. They've used tactics to get kills, but not just jumped on every opening. Zanteres is here, being the star rifler that they need. It has been systematic here from Eternal Fire, which is very scary for Navi now. Maybe Maui was onto something about even just Navi picking Dust 2. Not that it's like crazy wrong to pick it, but hey, you had the potential for a Mirage pick.
I mean, maybe it's recency bias, but to be fair, right? That 13-7 over the Mongols on Dust 2 was awesome to watch for Navi. So maybe they're hoping they can replicate that performance. Time will tell. Dust 2, an inevitability in the series. JL. Ooh, there he is. Back of Wakadia, and a pistol pops off. You've got emergency protocols here in place with Joda still up in the apartments. It's a little sketchy. Zanteres grabs bomb, so at least, I suppose, for Eternal Fire, they haven't lost that. And he's trying to grab the AK, but Wonderful instead gets spammed out. So Joda's trying to be the savior here of round 8. But the guy who kicked it off for Navi in JL has repositioned this MP9 inside of the B site. 3 players coming at him right here, right now. Jumping Tech 9. Team kill, so be it. Joda putting in the heavy lifting, really making sure that this one doesn't get awkward. You could say 3 deaths for Eternal Fire is already awkward, but not as badly as if Bit can close out with this 1v2 without Kevlar. AK picked up. That's what Wonderful died trying to get. Still time for a defuse as well, but with no kit, at some point he's going to have to start to make noise, and I think that time that plays against him decides this. It's a save call for Bit. It's a very costly one considering just pistols, but Eternal Fire, 6-2.
Yeah, great emergency protocols. After losing their first frag, JL did something tricky by sitting inside of the smoke in Cubby, so it's not an easy angle to clear. Had to wait that out. That was a nice find. A second kill in mid, and that's where it looked like Eternal Fire will get ecoed, but not the case.
Not with Joda.
Yeah, the new addition to the team. And I could totally understand it's been a minute, you know, but like Calyx and Zanteres and Woxic being on different teams at different points, you would, on paper, it seemed like these are objectively the 3 best Turkish players you want to have them play together for the Turkish super team. But, well, what we've seen from Joda has obviously been that he's a perfect fit, chemistry-wise, fragging ability and everything. Exactly what they need.
I heard something get extinguished.
Yeah, the molly bounced back. It didn't go. I think it hit one of these rooftops. Went back into the smoke. No matter. It's got the high amount of utility damage on Ima and JL again. They've done such a great job from the perspective of early utility on B. Couple pieces of util out of place. But with the map control, I think this is a perfect staging for a B attack. A few times in this spot, they've actually gone A, and Navi aren't rotating the third man over because they're worried about that. Eternal Fire making good time here.
Just going to try to pop on top of it.
Might go too deep to scare him. Let's see.
Oh,
that's
you'd love to see it if you're JL. Madger to call what's left from the sidelines. Caught in front of the smoke. Good reaggression here from Alexi. T's still going to challenge. You've got one stuck behind New Box. Ima is able to find the perfect angle through smoke. Xantera's down to a quarter, so despite the pressure that was about to be put on by Eternal Fire, utility makes it a little bit awkward. And in doing so, Navi may have found a solution to holding this site. T's start to depart. They understand this one. Not going to go their way despite their best efforts. Smokes, utilities, just really making that one very awkward to try and get out. And then the two defenders that are on site do a great job of picking the right fights at the right time.
Yeah, man. Obviously a little bit of luck there involved with just the smoke spams from both CT and the site. But at the same time, Navi knew something was wrong. They believed the exec was coming. And they also did fight back for information on A. They didn't have full passive spots. Wonderful was on the wall. Immo was standing behind the arch smoke, and they weren't hearing anything. There was no lurker here for Eternal Fire, so it all had to come down to those first two entries. Navi do a great job of denying. I don't hate any of that from either team. Both winners in my books.
Careful now. Yeah, not careful enough. Joda, a freebie offered over to Wonderful.
Oh.
Reaction is for Wicadia to instantly take over Arch.
That's a cool move.
He's got a fight queued up versus Alexi. If the IGL is not cautious, he's going to step into it. Oh. Joda, instant headshot.
Wicadia, yeah.
Excuse me. Joda, dead man up in apps.
This is JL. I mean, Con is the normal place to go. If no one's top banana, it's obviously a very scary moment for him.
Just a very quick change up to the round prior as opposed to going 5 strong from Banana. Wicadia not able to hang on to the map control he established. JL thinking about coming through here. You'd think a teammate would set him up with a flash, and you will find blind players, but not Xanteres. Wonderful through smoke is able to line up the op shot, but now Woxic's going to take a similar angle and pop Bit's head.
He's fast now.
We go 2v2 with Xanteres back on Church. And as that smoke comes back up, it's going to cool off the retake, as will the flash. You see how white both the CTs were. And now with bomb beyond the halfway point, Woxic with a more passive angle. Leans back and just waits. And when do they come? Now. Missed shot, baited out. You get Xanteres to double back. And as he gets shredded out by Wonderful, it's pressure back sight. Missed shot, and he gets the kill while on the bomb. So can he?
Oh, he's so close. Gets the kill right in the place where the bomb is, but it's the correct decision for Woxic to play time. Clearly, that was the optimal thing to do. There's a nice try here from Navi on the retake, but overall, look at the move that happens. You get the op kill inside of Halls, excuse me, and then what happens? Wicadia expands immediately. There's a vacuum of space on the map, and he identifies where the gap is. Arch is not played at all. He gets into CT spawn, takes out Alexi B clean. And then when he does damage to JL, JL's like out of it. How's he gonna fight? He knows that there's players at the top of car already. They're about to establish utility on B. If he comes out of coffins, he's probably just gonna die doing that.
Just a
wild
flick of the wrist, slaps him down.
Yes! Yes!
Love that.
Yeah.
Madger all aboard the hype train.
Great.
Eternal Fire 4-round lead.
Great game, Eternal Fire.
I just love that they waste no time. throwing out a slight variation. And we have to remember 4v5 when Wicadia decides he's going to make the play. He's going to shake it up. Take over Arch, find Alexi B, open that door for an easy push up Banana. You know, sometimes Eternal Fire can be so stubborn about trying to repeat something over and over.
Yeah. Funny, they win those games, though.
Yep.
That's the that's the funny part about the Magic calling style.
Call it conditioning.
Yeah.
I think, you know, in recent months, as we've watched Eternal Fire raise up the ranks, it's just also the fact that they've pulled out some really resilient wins. Like, how many games have you watched go to overtime or the 24th round, and it feels like all hope is lost, and then they just yank it in those final moments? You know, that's a great team building exercise, whether you want to go through it or not. Something we add to their repertoire. Oh. Alexi B, that's a nasty 5-7 kill. Flash comes out, you've got a player stuck grill. Can't quite connect on it, so he'll get stomped out by Wicadia. And that rotator who tried to set up Alexi smoked off entirely. Emeth, though, finds the planter. Bomb couldn't go down fast enough, and Wonderful just finds Joda back sight. Now, this may have just slipped out of your hands. I say may have because there's the answer. You've got Wicadia looking for more as the last two jumble up on cross. Woxic comes in, takes the player off the back end, but Bit will make the difference.
Wow, this comes down to the utility from Alexi B. You've got a coffin smoke. Right, where smoke lasts longer than any other piece of utility, delays longer than any other piece of utility. He throws his own smoke into pool, then he mollies on the other side of it. This bifurcates the attack they try to get across the site, and this 1-5-7 kill, a little bit more delaying, and what happens? An opportunity for Imma to come up behind Coffins and get this bomb plan out. They thought they moved with just enough haste to safely plant, and that was a fresh-looking smoke. But no surprise, they lost control of the time here. One guy on the site using his utility to perfection.
That's just a perfect parting gift for the last two rounds of Navi's CT side. We've had Eternal Fire working with guns the whole way through, and now Tech9's majority for number 12. Just enough to keep the second half competitive, even if Navi lose pistol. Got some quality gameplay between the teams tonight. JL,
not bad.
Spins it around for the double kill. Cheeky reposition, and Alexi B here to make sure they can't steamroll into the B site despite JL's death. Eman next up. Gonna try to move over to the Coffins. He's the guy who saved the round last time. Same peak, but now Xantares won't expose himself to the possibility. Seems like they've got their guard down for a second, but that's enough for Xantares to get back over towards Banana. Ooh, SMG now very low. Woxic 2 points of health, and he loses his teammate, so can't help but feel like this will be the Navi 5th. Almost spoke too soon. Woxic wins a duel with only 2 points of HP, but hey, there it is. Number 5 added to the board for Navi. 2 final rounds in this half, both collected. Enough for a collective sigh of relief. Well, 2 rounds for the road make this second half all the more interesting. In an Inferno that Eternal Fire brought some nice plays to the table and showed us very quick adaptations. Clearly the playbook was flowing. 2-round lead to kick off their CT side. Tons of utility here for Madger, same for Alexi B. In-game leaders and their nades, I tell ya. Xanterra's dual Berettas, he's a simple man. Bullets, first and foremost. JL gets popped. 4 points of health.
Yeah, if they break this trend of being Navi, oh, it'll be a lot to do with Xanterra's. Some of the kills he got in this game already.
That's so funny that he goes back to the site, says, yo, Madger, give me your nade. Takes the frag off
I know
Madger,
where a guy still is.
and dunks it. Can I borrow that real quick? Takes the IOU.
At least Alexi says, not me with all the utility.
Yeah, true. You know, that's still going to be the 2 smokes, Molotov, and a couple flashbangs. But they lose their singular A player, so now it comes down to the timing. Emed just somehow dodges all those Beretta shots. Good flash from Madger, finishes off Emed, and then peels away on 12 health. So they'll just go for their bomb plant money. Not a bad thing here for Navi. We'll see if they can hang on in a 4 versus 2 post plant. Smokes will allow for some sort of a reposition, and you're going to have a 1v1 between Wicadia and Wonderful. If you can pick that kill up, now suddenly they could turn back, because I think the banana smoke fades, yes sir, right now.
They need another smoke, and they don't have one.
CTs don't have a kit to play off of. Alexi B has kept a flashbang. He will throw that out. Madger has to get off the defuse. And again, no kit, so that long 10-second stick, Alexi firing at him, kills him. And now the time's just not really here. A 2v4 post plant.
Wow,
the fact that they go back into banana, kill Wicadia, that just allows them to use what they still had. The tools for the job were perfect.
They had a couple of raw duels right there at the end that could have won them around. But the fact is, Navi got into a great spot for the fact that there was no kit and there was no smoke. Some post plants require activity. This one, being passive, playing for time, and just getting banana was it. There was no banana flank on this round. That moment would have been weird if there was a kid involved. But he had more than enough time to get the kills. Spy comes back for Eternal Fire for MP9s.
And A.
Scoot.
Saw a little something down there. Navi aren't interested in playing games with that scout. Only one piece of util here for Eternal Fire, and you see it in hand.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's the sharpness. You saw the way that Madger was spotting as well?
Oh, yeah.
He had a system.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, that looked safe.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
That one bullet, you know, Madger gets away from that one shot. This round is a whole minute longer. The smoke would come out, the rotations would come in, and it would be a change of heart from Navi. But instead, frictionless. They've really countered JL in a lot of rounds, the B rounds in the first half. This last pistol round as well.
Yeah, he's definitely having one of those maps where, like, he's got 9 kills. You know, he's got moments where he definitely succeeded for the team. There was a round where he escaped the utility and still found late round impact. But he's also had very frustrating openings. His job has been made difficult by constant utility pressure. It's like, it's not a half that he should be ashamed of, but it's definitely a half that I don't know how much fun he's having.
Yeah, definitely.
But he laughs this one off because he knows that's a little bit of justice for the tough stuff he's gone through.
There are some roles where you will just die. No, you will just take tons of utility damage. Oof. You will not see anybody. You're not going to have many friends, and you're meant to just get traded. And, you know, playing banana on both sides sometimes is just that role.
Silver lining for Eternal Fire is, barring Madger's MP9, everything else recycled here for round 15. So still MP9s, still a scout, and still a chance to take banana off this flashbang. Jostling up their positions, good lineup. Makes JL's job easy. He gets tagged down to 15 health, so He'll be a little nervous about following through here. That MP9 changes hands. They know Madger's in sight, but which of these corners remains the question. You send Emet in on full health. He tries to snap over and gets the job done. Him and JL combining forces to take down that B defense. 3 players there, 3 players gone. Natus Vincere with a lead.
Navi's resilience versus MongolZ, I think it's core to the conversation. Here versus Eternal Fire, we're seeing great CS out of Eternal Fire, excellent rounds, but make no mistake, they're still the slight underdog in this game. It's just that Navi, it doesn't really matter how many rounds you get versus them. They don't ever play like they're losing. Born to win, I think, is the slogan.
Where do you rank that in terms of Counter-Strike slogans?
I'm gonna need to hear some other ones. I'm not sure what other...
V for victory.
No.
Hashtag go MOUZ.
No. No, it was MOUZ.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, MOUZ. Dia de Furia.
I'm so glad you actually have these. Yeah. It's #1 so far.
G2 Army.
You know them all, dude. Yeah. Navi's winning. What's Eternal Fire? Hashtag kebab.
It's hashtag if Pimp's an analyst, I'm an astronaut.
But for the record, that was a Brazilian comment.
Yes, it was. Yes, we have to give it credit where it's due.
Funny guys, those Brazilians.
Pimp is actually Eternal Fire's mascot.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, that's a shot.
Wow.
That was a little weird one. I wasn't actually sure if he got it because we kind of see him blind.
I think his hand fell off his mouse.
Yeah.
Like he flicked up a bit.
I would like a replay
out.
of that. It was very odd. That's kind of like when your PC hits, or your mouse hits the edge of your PC when you try to look upwards.
Flesh style.
You know, flicking up is a weird one in Counter-Strike.
It's very
It's not a
unnatural.
Not a direction we're used to going. Madger
No,
again,
not again.
Right? It's the same 2 pieces, Madger and JL. Playing a game of chicken yet again.
Everyone tries to do the Nico, and JL did it last round.
Yes, he's got his back turned. Wicadia able to find Bit off guard. You've still got Joda to work with in sight, so it's not like there's this instant push forward here from Navi. But at 30 seconds, you know that A is the intended target. So not only Wicadia getting the kill up in the apps, but then a reposition to pit.
I would say they're going to be painfully aware of Wicadia here in the pit. 25 seconds, so they got to get moving.
Joda made sound, didn't he? I swear I just heard that step onto the box, so on high alert, they'll clear his corner.
Oh.
Wicadia can't kill the push fast enough. Alexi up close. Oh, he's got a second, but he exposes himself to JL, who will work this 1v4 with 50 health, and at least the first of the 4 comes for free.
Well, that smoke
in
is
front of the
rough.
library side definitely has a gap on it. He'll have to be careful as he crosses over. But could that also put them in a weird place where, no, okay, he wants to make sure it stays blocked off fully. Drops another smoke on top of it. Very committed position here up on Graveyard. They may be thinking he could be over in that pit. We'll see if he can catch even one off guard, but he misses the first chance. Xanterez takes him down, and with 3 players standing, Eternal Fire tie at 8.
They come back, man. That's a round they didn't have much coming into, so very nice here. Nicely done here from Eternal Fire. Got the ecos and half buys going back and forth. I think both teams look pretty scary in some moments, but this round's obviously kicked off by the op from Woxic. That takes the edge off for sure. This one's a matter of standard protocols. I wish I could dress it up a little differently here, but you know, losing one player, then going back to pit, having the cold setup. It's just like, you know, don't overcomplicate that situation. 20 seconds, a team's low on util, low on time. They can't clear everything. Big pit's the best place to go. They might know someone's there, and Wonderful, I think he knows he's going to get shot in the back when he comes to clear sight, but he says, literally, if I get this kill first, it's fine. One half of the crossfire should be all they need until Wicadia gets 2. it's so unclear who's going to win this game. Both teams are feeling evenly matched.
Good. The discrepancy in ranking between them is so narrow. You'd hope this match stays tight. Santeras feels like he wants to go, but he needs a flash. Wild blind.
Doesn't matter.
Not as if he saw that player beforehand, and Wicadia with the double kill on the corner. They wanted a trade so bad that they end up just walking into their own deaths on the chase. And look at this. Called off already. Minute-long save.
It's an instant call. He's blind, he's blind, he's blind. Doesn't matter. There's a teammate behind them, Santeras. If he doesn't get the first, the whole site gets toppled, but he does not get flustered by getting full flashed. Perfect spray, even with no vision.
He actually goes back for utility, so excuse me, Emez going to take a second chance at this. I thought this man was running for the hills, but Bit tried to seize an opportunity out A site. Now that he doesn't have somebody else to operate with, does Emez think he has any chance? It's a lonely walk back to spawn.
That's a brutal way to lose a round. When your util lands, you don't get the kill, and then you just lose 3 back-to-back.
I mean, like, sort of understandable if they go for the trade, because as far as the first player is concerned, all there is a blind Santeras in the middle of the path. Next thing you know, you think you've got somebody caught awkwardly in the front of sight, and you've got Wicadia on the perfect corner, spraying accurately for that 2K mowdown. So Eternal Fire are going to convert off of their first CT round win, 2 in a row at least.
So give me that lead back.
Just looking at his teammate's screen, and then they walk into Wicadia.
Nasty.
Yeah.
You just got to take that on the chin, honestly. It's frustrating to lose a round at such a critical juncture in the game, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Yep.
You just got to be feeling happy and grateful that you're here playing Counter-Strike for a living. That's all you got to tell yourself.
See, that's why I was smiling earlier, man. You get it. And let's be real, it was never going to be easy if you're Navi, so they should have known that by nature of the first 16 rounds. Here in the 18th, there are limitations for Navi. It's a half buy, of course, so these are by choice, but still wonderful. Down to a Desert Eagle, Lexi B working with the Tech 9. Still enough utility to make things weird. I have no doubt in that. They're going to try to emphasize some apartments play, and Woxic takes a nice little op angle. He's definitely supported.
Down 9-9.
Insane. Single point of health keeps him standing. Bit tries to chase forward. But again, it wasn't just Woxic and then the pit player. You had still Wicadia over on Library. And at the start, Santeras was here floating around as well. Emez not going to let this apartments approach go down empty-handed. The fact he catches Wicadia in the background's great. That low HP player tries to push in. Oh God, Madger, he's dropped this. And Alexi B's Tech 9 strikes down another. You've got 4 kills instantly.
Everything goes wrong.
Navi just apply pressure on 2 separate points, and we had a lot of pieces of Eternal Fire moving around in that A site. They felt uncomfortable for whatever reason, and they get mowed down for it.
They were acting like they had control, and after Woxic gets away with 1 HP and Joda gets a trade from Pit, I can understand why. They think that this is a round they're going to win back-to-back off of that. But what I really appreciate is Ima just freely taking fights in that spot from Halls. He gets the first kill off of a tap into Library, and that's after, I think he sees all 3 players, you know? But like Rex said, he was out there getting his ones. He figured out a way to how to isolate the Library duel, believed in his aim, and that's why he's at the top of the board. That makes up for that last tragedy over on Banana.
That
this one's also, yeah.
Every day of the week, dude.
He did have a lot of time to make that happen.
To be fair, even if JL dies there, A site's Navi's prime for the taking.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's just me trying to give Madger an out because that was very embarrassing. And,
yeah.
You know, I don't want him to feel too bad.
At least we didn't see it from his POV, though.
That's true. It would have been worse.
Not time to get nervous. As Navi don't.
I've been IP banned from HLTV. Cool.
Honestly, fair.
Thanks, Prof. Why I yada.
Actually, Magic is having a really rough game, isn't he? They're 4-13. After being lights out at this event. Still time to bring it back. You just got to wait for your moment.
Oh, Wicadia spotted. They're going to jump on him. Ima's been content.
They're just taking damage, though.
Ooh.
Oh, what? A collat headshot.
How? Did Jail... What? Oh. He's still smirking. Stupid ass.
They're still up on HP after that kill.
So get the hell out of my way. Top banana frag comes by way of obliterating JL's melon.
JL has died in some very unfortunate way so far on Inferno.
You know, and at the end of the day, I think luckily it is JL because he is, I think, the most likely.
It's funnier when it happens to JL.
And also the most likely of the 5 to laugh it off.
Yeah, that's true. Don't do that to Brokey.
Can't take life too seriously. Stop touching my hand. Oof. Tough one for Wonderful. Here comes Wicadia, sensing an opening here. He is absolutely right about this threat. Bit is not checking his back whatsoever. Sitting duck as he tries to throw utility over top. Madger behind the pillar, able to hold on. For somebody who had been struggling, that is a critical kill. He waits for the flash to come over. A chance at another one. Dries up. Joda through smoke with the double. And Eternal Fire gonna go tit for tat. Back and forth. This lead exchanges hands.
And that's why you got to wait for your opportunity, even though Madger gets this one kill in this position, delays for the flash, gets involved. It delays long enough, and that one frag is enough to set up Jota. Here's the kill. Okay. I think for the amount that JL trolls Wonderful in real life too. Like, even when they were in the bathroom, Wonderful like ran by and stole one of the bathrooms from him. And you went, what? No way.
Ooh. Oh. Missed stop shot down mid. We're really gearing up for a 24-round game of Counter-Strike, aren't we?
What are these opening moments?
Ah, Emad thinking he could go for it. Ema's been given a lot of space, I think, to jump on those kinds of kills, like we saw out from balcony, like we saw inside apartments one round prior. So to see him kind of step out from Boiler, I think it is more of the same flavor that we've had throughout this T side. Unfortunately, this one was kind of unsupported and easy shot for Woxic.
Yeah, obviously his teammate dies up in halls. He doesn't see Woxic on porch, and so he thinks, this is my moment to walk out and rap on Arch while there's so much chaos going on, but Woxic is really aware. Katie's done a good job, I feel like, inside of halls, finding timings and flanks. But at the moment he's being stalked, there he is. Wicadia shows up again, bomb dropped. That's a big moment for him.
They hear that stomping in the apartment, so
two CTs here as well.
Yeah, Wicadia waits it out. Alexi set on fire, and he's gonna have to run away. Nothing safe, Alexi. Hate to break it to you. Wicadia, 2 kills deep into the round, has actually surpassed Santares as the highest rated player of the map, or at least most amount of kills. Good multi-frag moment coming here in the late moments of map 1.
Yeah, lovely game out of Wicadia.
Eternal Fire stabilizing on this CT half.
He's been incredibly mobile as well.
What am I? What'd you put in my water?
What round was that from? You got Molly's in CS, Molly's in his water.
I can smell the colors. Pistols out. This looking like a 12th round for Eternal Fire off the back of that one. Ouch. You know how Navi are guaranteed to be in the playoffs in Lisbon?
Yeah.
What do you think their highest rated player is at this event coming into this match? Like numerically, what the highest rating of any Navi player is right now?
At the event?
Yep.
I'll go with Wonderful.
Okay, and what do you think his rating is?
Maybe 1.15?
1.03. And he is the highest rated player at the Blast Open Lisbon for Navi.
For Navi, yeah.
Yep. Really,
that's what happens with this team, man. They're
really
kind of
tapping
like
back into their whole Copenhagen thing, you know, winning while
like
losing.
MOUZ. I mean, it's kind of like MOUZ, where like it's like someone different pops off every game.
Sure. It's Wonderful and Ime, both with 1.03. Bit a 1.0 rating. Not a fun outing for JL. And Alexi's used to it. They've gotten dangerously close to this bomb site, though, has to be said, at 25 seconds. I was writing it off because of the buy and the total lack of Kevlar. And it should still go down smooth. Will, indeed. Nicely tethered off of one another. Eternal Fire starting to find their groove here on the CT side. And Wicadia definitely stepping up with these multi-frags. That one round prior really kind of putting them onto the runway to take off in the series. 3 map points here on Inferno.
They might actually just be playing too good, man. They got too many players on form at the moment. Zenteris playing his best CS. Wicadia somehow passing him in this game. And this is with Madger having a bad game, which is actually the rare sight right now.
Yep. But the rest of the squad just flowing. And Wicadia certainly taking over, so much so that he feels like he could end this here and now on his terms. And they're just jumbling up into alt mid. Alexi, good response to at least bring him back. Still though, the mood has been set. You've got Joda up in the apartments. Oh, Ima's actually behind him. Woxic remains smoked off for the time being. But if they come back up mid, feels like Alexi B could be a sitting duck.
Jota's painfully aware of somebody nearby, but nobody's been found, and this will end B in just a few seconds. This might be a great timing for Navi.
Yeah, I love the fake here. The fact that Woxic threw the incendiary on the balcony.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He was cautious about it, Eman, but still, Joda, you know, you let your guard down when it feels like CTs are worried about apartments. In reality, full control for Joda to play that situation. The element of surprise gives them the 4v3.
And Bomb gets spotted looking back at mid.
We've seen nice entries for JL on Banana, but nobody looking to give him that. And not to mention Joda rotating ahead of time. So Eternal Fire have the right idea. The picture is, here comes the B commitment. The utility's gonna confirm it. You've got this flashbang here for Madger, and Joda throws out a smoke grenade right ahead of the pack. Perfect timing to block him off. It's gonna be an act of desperation for Navi. And as you'd anticipate, blind in the smoke, 2 of them get gunned down. 10 health here for JL. Eternal Fire, we're going back and forth for a little while, but this CT side stabilizes. JL can't do it. Too much of an ask with such a strong defense in position, well called and well performed across the board from the entirety of this team. That extra level of X factor in Zenteris playing lights out tonight.
And if you can keep that going, it'll be oh so difficult for Navi to bounce back. Although this Inferno did show improvements from what we saw yesterday, anything could have been better than that. But this one might sting because of how many moments that came so close and how late into the game they woke back up into it.
Eternal Fire played such a modern defense. I liked how they were so active in that one. First half, honestly, it was pretty hard to split both of these teams, but I feel like Eternal Fire woke up today and said, we know what this record is between us and Navi. We know you've always had our number, and we're going to flip the script today.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno, Navi have lost it to Tyloo, Navi lose it to the MongolZ. They're not looking amazing on the map, and not only that, but they've had plenty of experience on the map, so Eternal Fire know what to expect, and they know how to try and counter that.
And that counter right now, right, was different individuals at different times taking control of the map, popping off, taking space, and Navi at times just being behind.
They didn't know what was hitting them half the time. If they were gifted an opportunity for a free 1v1, yeah, they did a good job in it. But in terms of the macro elements there, Eternal Fire really looked like they were a step ahead for the majority of the second half and even some key rounds in the first.
Yeah, I mean, in the second half, Navi, it's not like Navi didn't have their chances. They were getting openings. They have the round. We have the round where JL gets a headshot and then they lose 3 kills in a row afterwards. They were getting their openings, but you're exactly right. The macro is where Eternal Fire were so much better, and that's not what we expect from Navi.
We were talking about fragging IGLs and maybe just doing the job when it comes to Alexi B, right, Maui?
We collected rounds 5 and 9 just to show that Alexi B may be under criticism for his individual performance. But it was actually Madger who kind of had the worst game for himself today. Really wasn't needed, but the calls were good. And this is kind of the thing. Like, you know, Wycadia is saying fragging IGLs are the meta. I'm kind of thinking you need a guy that can definitely shoot back, but it's more about holding your own. And Alexi B did that. That's why we have these rounds, so we can see just how Alexi B on these B site defenses was totally satisfactory in my eyes, Vu.
Was he comfortably satisfactory to you?
Yeah, he was comfortably satisfactory, okay? They take an early fight over towards the top of Banana, and Alexi on the bomb site is able to find a nice and a key multi-frag. You know, he gets one, tucks behind the pillar, goes for a spam shot through the smoke, realizes all I have to do now is buy time. This is what you want from an IGL. I don't need a fragging IGL. I didn't need him to get 4, 5 kills. I just need him to do what he is supposed to, which is get one and tuck.
I mean, that's what you want from a site anchor in general. Just never die without getting one. Always get one. Delay a little bit of time. Know when you can stay alive. Know when you need to go for more frags. Alexi B did it perfectly.
And I think that one thing that B site anchors have had a problem with lately is getting their guns out. I don't. It's one of the most frustrating things for me. Like, you'll hold this counter flash or this molly, and you don't actually end up shooting anybody because you try to throw that one nade. They swarm your bomb site. But in both of those clips, what does Alexi do? He just has his gun out. He threw his nades earlier in the round. He just knows that he has to get the kill at that point as the site anchor.
Ready to fight and do his job and then some more. But someone who we were critical a little bit of coming into this was Bit, and it's supposed to be a map that we normally think of so many great moments for this guy.
Yeah, Bit on Inferno. He has the major final where he dropped like 30 kills or something. And we brought up round 6 because I like this play from Eternal Fire. I want to give them credit for the mid round, right? They have the nice play to get the kill on JL. They continue the pressure. You're going to notice 3 players B here. That means there's only 1 A. And the problem I have with Bit is he has a smoke. You can, when you're on this side of the map, you know your teammates just got spotted out, 3 players on B. You need to block. That means tossing down a molly, tossing down a smoke. A lot of people, they're on balcony, they'll smoke off apartments and look towards lane. He's in pit there. He gambles a little bit that he can get that first kill, and then he'll just play around the smoke. Not a huge fan of that because Eternal Fire, you're not winning that gunfight every time.
What I think he wants to do, and I know it didn't work, is get one, peel one off, then right-click the smoke beneath you. But you're basically saying, I'm going to put all my faith in hitting that one shot, and you're not having a good game. So for Bit there, I get the idea, but at the same time, if he just sat in that smoke as long as possible, bought time for rotations, while the Eternal Fire players are obviously going to move up to the site, maybe it buys enough time for them. And it's a risk that clearly was not worth the reward, which was getting shot.
Yeah, I mean, you have the entire team was rotating, booking it through CT spawn, trying to get there. You can even toss a smoke like between site and pit. Sometimes you see people do that. Just buy a little bit of time and your team's going to be there. You only needed a few seconds.
Are we a little bit worried, though, when you see that level of performance from him? You spoke about his inconsistencies already, and this is a game, I know, yes, they're already in playoffs, but, like, come on, you need to push a bit harder than that. We expect so much more than that.
The problem is he is consistent most of the time. He's usually there. It's just recent that he's had a few kind of stumbles, and they absolutely need him if they're going to win the event.
Yeah, and this is one of the worst Bit tournaments I've seen in a minute, and we have round 19 that I feel like kind of encapsulates some of the flaws with him. He actually this one is actually a 4v4 where it's going to be them rotating on in Eternal Fire, but that's because they actually lost their Halls control. It was actually losing a pick early on that side of the map. It actually wasn't Bit this time, but in a couple of the rounds it was, where he died towards Halls, and then they were able to push. That one was actually Wycadia pushing down mid, and there was another one where I think it was Jota that was actually pushing down Halls too. So.
The very next round, JL gets that opening on Banana, Bit walks into Halls, dies. You have Ime walk out Boiler, dies to Woxic. It's just round after round. It felt like Navi gets a good entry into the round, either 4v4 or 5v4, and Eternal Fire just fight back.
On the one you just watched, the clip you pulled up, Maui, as well, there was a perfect timing where they were holding for Wycadia to do this. They were looking for it. They moved away at the wrong time. That's just a bit unlucky. But Wycadia is willing to take a risk even on low HP as well. He was feeling that map so well, and this is one of the things we keep praising him about.
That's got to be a couple things. I think one is you could boil it down to just flow state, understanding the rotations of the opposing team. I think the second is actually game plan. This is one of the rare maps where I've seen from Eternal Fire where the game plan on both halves is actually just good out the gates. This is because usually they have to make a mid-half adaptation. I've seen some great fortitude, like resilience is a word that I've used to describe Eternal Fire before. This didn't feel as much resilience as it was, okay, you got a great idea, flank Navi or push Halls, push down mid on CT side so you're not blind going into the last 40 seconds of a round. So I just give credit to Eternal Fire mostly for all of that.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you can get away with writing it off as unlucky when you get timing. Sometimes it's not unlucky. Sometimes there's a reason he's trying to hit that timing. He's trying to catch you. He knows when you throw this utility, that's when you turn your back. And sometimes it's really not just bad luck, although the exact timing maybe.
It all comes down to just a few seconds, but we spoke about Zantares maybe not having the best event so far, but in this game, he definitely shown that motivation, right? He wants to get this win over Navi.
This has been a masterful performance from him in the first map of the series. Zantares doing exactly what he is supposed to do, doing a lot of what he did in the previous year. The entries that he was getting up the porch side especially was opening up things that in some ways probably were going to be difficult. Like I usually complain about teams that rely really heavily on the porch hit. I mean, if Zantares is just going to headshot the guy in pit immediately, maybe it's a strat that works for EF just because they have the firepower to make it work.
Yeah. When it comes to Zantares, one of the first kills we saw in that package was actually Zantares dry peeking out balcony on a force buy, round 2 force buy, and they win that round, and that puts Navi on the back foot from the very beginning. We're talking about game plan. That's a game plan because they know Navi in this situation. They're waiting for the flash. There's a player tucked in sight. Bit's not ready because there's no, like, running out apartments balcony with no flash. That is crazy.
It looks insane, but it just feels like they knew what was happening before it even happened. Like when he came out swinging, he knew exactly what to look for immediately.
Yeah, that's game planning, and we got to give them as much credit as possible for that.
Now, giving credit to Eternal Fire, right? They've shown that they could play, not just give their Anubis goes out. They've got some more tricks to this as well. Are you saying right now maybe that they could be favored in this series? If we turn the tables to this, do you put it to that?
I mean, I'm never going to really bet against a team that is up a map if the middle ground maps are still in the pool. Like if it was just a lopsided, I know Navi won this veto with map 2 and map 3, I would say they got a great chance, Navi still. But in this one, Dust 2 is a map where I feel like anything can happen.
Well, we'll see if anything does happen when we get into Dust 2. That's coming up next, but we're going to a quick break, so join us in a few.
Well, for Navi, we're moving into their pick, and they need to show up in a bigger way than what we saw here on Inferno. And that's because Eternal Fire, well, they like a bit of Dust 2 as well. They've won the last 4 matches. They've played on it. They look like it's a map that they can frag out and control at times as well. And I'm still kind of confused, guys, why Navi picked it. I know you wanted to see Dust 2, Maui.
I wanted to see Mirage.
Sorry,
yeah,
Mirage.
I wanted to see Mirage, and the Dust 2 pick makes me feel like Navi might be trying to just switch things up simply because it's a seeding game. We, however, did see some nice strategies against the Mongols. I really liked when they would smoke the top of the mid double doors. A couple players will swing through those doors, catch the CT, or beat mid defenders off guard. Like, they're just not ready for those kinds of plays. So they have tricks. And Eternal Fire might not be aware of all those tricks. That's really the only saving grace, because I like EF's Dust 2 a lot.
I think Navi had a great game plan against the Mongols. Mongols leave mid open very often, and so they can go out mid early. I think Eternal Fire, they mostly cover mid. They're a little bit of a different team. I think you can see problems in their defense, and Liquid picked this map specifically to try and counter some of the way EF played. But EF destroyed Liquid because they know this map a little bit better than I think Navi might expect.
Give me some win conditions for Navi, because right now they got to get this. They got to try and take this to the third decider.
Well, I feel like the surprises through mid are like, that's the one pocket strat that I've been really most impressed with from Navi. But I also feel like Alexi is pretty quick on calling whether or not they're going to just go send it up cat or even just commit to the mid speed, because sometimes they'll surprise in the mid take and then they'll just back up and they'll make a read. I feel like understanding where Woxic is going to be so vital, because so many teams now, as soon as they see that Opper kind of defending the mid to B area, they just send it up cat now, and I want to see how quick Navi can do that.
I actually think Woxic is one point we never talked about. One of the most underrated Oppers in the scene right now. Amazing for Eternal Fire in that game. He didn't get a ton of frags. Amazing for them in that game. Dust 2, Opper Paradise. You want to see Wonderful, you want to see Woxic.
Who are we putting as the better Opper on the server when it comes to Dust 2, Vu?
I give it to Woxic.
Okay.
Wow, really? I mean, I would take Wonderful. I would take Wonderful for the body of work that I've seen from the last 9-12 months.
That's fair. That's fair.
Woxic lately has been really stepping up for this team, though.
I think Woxic, the thing that is important to realize is that Eternal Fire, rifle-heavy team, the Opper has to play as a pillar. He has to support those aggressive plays so that people can't abuse the riflers in different locations. And he plays one of the most kind of inspired CS I've seen, where he can dodge flashes, re-peek, re-aggress in the mid-round so effectively. That's incredibly important against Navi.
All right, let's see what happens when we go into Dust 2. Bit needs to step it up. Navi need to show their best foot. They picked this map. Let's see if they've picked it for a reason.
Yeah, we got to see some heavier hitting, I think, out of the Navi camp if they're going to go toe-to-toe with the Eternal Fire of tonight. The first time that Eternal Fire may beat Navi in a series of Counter-Strike, Mohan.
It seems like it could happen.
You know, history in the making, actually, for them. And heading into the playoffs as well. I think that's the beauty of this. Just sets up maybe a bit more of a grudge match as Lisbon goes on. Both teams confirmed for the next stage of this event, but it's who goes straight to the semis. That could be Eternal Fire. Top 4 at a significant event in the first season of 2025, after getting to all the playoffs in a row.
If we go off of raw form for the Eternal Fire players, Wokedi is playing to win. Santeros is playing to win.
Yes, sir.
Madger was afforded an off map and still his team crushed for him. I don't think that's going to be 2 games in a row. It's a very scary team. And again, you kind of beat consistency. One of the keys is game time. And they have been playing so much. So I'm really sure that, you know, if they have one off map, they just feel like they've got a million chances, right? Like they are used to this at this point, and what a test to survive. Map pick, Eternal Fire. Wonder if Navi feel like they wish they were on Mirage right now. I think they'll find out on the pistol.
Yeah, we could get a tone set early if this one fails them. It was a 10-2 T-side for Navi versus the Mongols that made them look like they were just going to absolutely smoke that series. That map was...
Look at this.
What's up?
4 players have leaned over towards A off of a mid-smoke. They have not seen a thing.
You're telling me they got the reads?
It's all there, written in size 12 font on the paper.
Times New Roman. Underlined. Joda in the pit awaits his chance to strike one down. He's going to pause for a second here. Gets his chance. Takes a second, but he connects. Madger gets a double kill. He goes back for a 3rd serving here on Catwalk. Bit of a slaughter. Down they go. Roxic for the last one. Eternal Fire take pistol, and they only lose one. Launders is looking at me like he has already started to write the obituary.
This game's over, son.
Whoa!
Xantares rotated to A from a mid-smoke. They just knew what was going to happen. Remember, you could have expected Navi to pick Mirage.
Of course. But if they didn't play Mirage, you could expect them to play Dust too. Here it is.
This is when times get hard. JL pulls out the revolver. It works. What
do you think Blade thinks about this buy?
He probably hates it. he probably hates it. Yeah. No, you're right.
I just know at one point in the practice room, JL and Blade have sat across the table from one another, leaning forward, discussing the, you know, pros and cons of this purchase.
Yeah.
And JL, being hard-headed, says, "By God damn it, I'll prove you wrong."
And he did once, man.
Yeah, once. But that's the thing, you know.
But he's only tried it twice.
The problem with a clip like that, with a 4K on the revolver, is that you get to do this for another 8 months.
He's going to shut your ass up right now.
All right, well, let's see it. Arthur Morgan. He's in the back of the pack. First ones go down.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, eat that, sucker. Who's the only guy who got to kill this round on Navi?
Only took 3 shots of an R8.
What's 3 shots when you have no recoil?
Okay, that's fair. It's just the fact that, you know, you can only shoot 3 shots over 7 seconds.
Hey, some people like to drive manual. That was a clip. So that's 2 successful R8 rounds out of 3.
I love how JL's like, it's dawning on him like, wait, this gun might suck. Ooh, Bit though, could have capitalized on the moment, catching Woxic on the corner smoke. So jokes are over. R8's gone. We've got guns on the field, and Wicadia will waste no time looking to join up with Joda, who will turn at the right moment. Whew, Ema.
This round still goes to A. Be careful.
Able to hang on to that one. Madger leans back through the smoke.
Whoa.
Puts a couple nades down for the cross. Bit was spotted crossing over, but he explodes.
They let him go?
Nobody sees that?
No way they let him go.
In what world? JL luckily able to reclaim the kill back, so it's still just the 2 versus 3 for Eternal Fire. Not ideal, but they've got them lined up. It's Joda back with a 2nd and a 3rd. A minute here for Alexi to try to clutch out. He knows of the positioning of both of these players, and now he's got the better of the guns. Madger walking up in the open, headshot instantaneous.
Oh, that's not the Navi you want to see.
Joda lines them up, but how does Madger kill Bit?
No clue, man.
How?
I think they're even a car, right? Or
yes.
This is a spot
There was
where
a second smoke, so maybe it was wide, but I thought surely someone sees this.
I would guess someone's playing anti at a very inopportune moment. Okay,
Yeah.
it's a second smoke. Oh, okay.
There's a molly on the car.
Yeah, that smoke's actually solid to make that. I was wondering why he felt so comfortable when he peeked out once. I was like, okay, the second peek, you know you're going to die. Fair enough. There's a smoke there. Solid play for Eternal Fire. They survived that. They can survive that. They can survive anything, honestly. Wow. Are we really going to get Eternal Fire semis? Straight off. Who threw that smoke though? I don't. We saw Madger when he threw the HE, but I didn't see him throw that smoke.
I'm not sure if we got to see it because we were also dealing with the tunnel kills.
Streets are feeling Eternal Fire finishing this one off here on Dust 2. Blast TV, best viewing experience, bar none.
Oh, except for, you know, being live in attendance.
Yeah. Don't try to come to the studio, though.
Please. There is a gate. It will remain locked. But we can meet you in Lisbon. Maybe even Austin. bottle to the head of Joda. That's going to be an awkward one. He's sitting inside of the fire, burning down to a crisp, but he'll bring Ema with him. Second kill comes out from JL. First one by way of fire. Second off the Deeg.
There's another upgrade here for JL somewhere if he wants to grab it.
Problem is it's all the way in the back, I think. Maybe the plat player.
Oh, yeah.
So that ain't easy. JL instead going to keep himself allocated to the doorway. M4 tries to peel a player off mid. It's a pistol. He gets them to run through. Xanteris from the corner. Low health. Alexi B. P250 reload. And he's got Madger up close on the door. He's swinging, and he's going to get the better of it. In-game leaders on in-game leaders for the 4-0 Eternal Fire start.
Yeah, a little too easy right there in the end. And Eternal Fire come away with another test. Passed. These guys have done their homework. We saw right from the pistol. Surprised how long Joda survived in that molly in this situation.
I respect that he just stuck to his guns.
Yep.
Short and sweet. To the point. And back again. You know, we've been talking about Eternal Fire and their consistency in making playoffs, but it does have to be said that the most successful playoffs they had was that second place in this very same studio at the Blast Bounty to start the year. You know, 5th, 6th, or 5th, 8th has been their ending in all of the events since. Every time they hit the stage, it's a loss, it's a loss, it's a loss. But if you can capitalize on this moment, again, the best environment for this Eternal Fire team has been in studio. It's a 4th place finish minimum. You close out this series. Give yourself the best chance, the shortest road to another grand finals. Woxic will best wonderful, and Alexi B scoops up the op as Wicadia gets into the corner. Dude, he's almost disrespectful with some of these timings. Woxic's op finds another victim. Wicadia. Oh, I was gonna say the word perfect, but I bit my tongue because it felt all too easy.
It's a good amount of damage.
Set up Joda wonderfully.
It's a good amount of damage, but, you know, these two players both have lots of utility to use. It's Navi. They can cause problems. But if you could play that back and still only get the damage, I feel like you still just take it. Like, you know, two players that low.
Yeah, you're saying horrible things about yourself in the back of your head, but I think you're still content with the outcome.
You can still blame your team if they lose. That's all that really matters.
Op the op here middle.
Okay.
Hang on now.
Hey, there's one of the problems. JL, he had
a bomb.
1 HP. Oh, timing's crazy here for Madger. He sees that no one's outside long.
Alexi B checked that A main flank twice, but then he's let his guard down as he walked up catwalk.
Yeah.
He stopped checking the possibility and just kind of banked on the fact that Madger hadn't pushed through, meaning he wouldn't. Now Joda, freed up from the B site, has... Whoa, my God!
Wait, they just flew
the B
into
player.
this. Yeah, it's 3v2. And now the two players who got dinked at the beginning of this round are still alive, and one has an op.
No smoke for the cross. They'll go for the flash instead, sending Emet over the doors. He gets tagged even lower. The op gets a third. JL has 4 kills in this round. Unbelievable scenes. Madger out from the doorway. Low players. He's still standing. Emet takes another bullet. Dropped to 13 health. JL ace. That's the stuff of legends. 4 kills on the op. And now Wicadia wishes he had killed him.
After getting dinked down to 1 HP. They turned this trade into a round win.
The falling no-scope.
Ah, man, they went searching for these players. The only way that they could have won, and Navi found out how to do it. And with that, all the money from Eternal Fire.
Oh, but the aggression doesn't stop. JL at bat again is going to get pushed from the site. 5-7 denied, but Wicadia is going to get the better of him.
This becomes a 3v3 with upgrades. And looked like Wicadia was just going to walk through that, doesn't? Wisely. 2 players on long. Navi haven't found them. They have to be worried about the lower push. They know Wicadia is up here. And interestingly, Wonderful's just watching this. Surely Wicadia simply dies.
I'm surprised at no point he considers the flank, but I guess he's in
what an
corner,
angle,
so
it's going to be cleared, right?
Oh, no way.
It doesn't get cleared.
My God! Wicadia again has two backs turned to him and gets snapped on. Wonderful actually gets the kill coming in from that entrance.
That's a crazy spot to play.
I love it.
Wonderful thinks it's totally clean. I mean, obviously, this is still a losable spot. Wonderful maybe needs to hit this shot, and he does.
Will.
Crazy.
Another bailout situation here by an op from Navi. That is their golden gun. Round's not over. Wonderful comes back to check it. Joda up close, gets shot by Wonderful. 3 kills to the op of Navi. They convert it.
He's tilted.
Somebody get him out of the mud, because that is 2 rough rounds to process.
And he didn't actually see Wonderful walking into tunnels first, right?
Nope. He knew he was out there, though.
He turned when he saw this.
He just didn't know he was this close.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I feel you, brother. That is so tilting. He could have won both rounds. And, well, the save's even worse than the last. Oh! But they've always got something to fight with.
Dude, you're just pissing him off.
Yeah, right?
I love how that is the embodiment of frustration. That shot right there.
Yeah. It's turning water into wine, man. Come on. Get mad, Wicadia.
Damn. Poor Alexi B takes a beating for it. It's the only deagle on the field.
If you're frustrated, then do it frustrated.
I would like to think that he wasn't even supposed to buy anything, but he deserves this Desert Eagle.
He didn't get spotted here.
You know, let him have it. Oof. Won't get around the corner. Emet, quick on the pounce. And of course, poor Joda stuck in a corner here with a USP. Not where you want to be. JL gets there, loses half his health for the efforts. Bit's gonna find that flank around from top middle. USP headshot from Xantares. And Emet gonna try to control the gun.
Again, they're just constantly a threat, but I mean, should be easy. Should be easy. JL dies to the MAC-10 flank.
These rounds keep getting dangerously close.
Wonderful that's playing outside. They don't look like they're going to look at this.
So, Woxic goes down for free.
Oh,
Madger's
no.
cleared the sight. And now all of a sudden, Emet back from the window, but it's got to be the 10-second stick. Madger's going to come at him. And Emet's going to be the savior this time. He gets a quad. How much do Navi have to do to just simply get these round wins?
And if they don't get a break and they keep getting expensive, it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory, because Eternal Fire, even though they're now in a position where, yeah, they could have had a much better half, they could still crush the economy for Navi. Unreal. You get someone down to 1 HP in the ace. That's unreal. That's the JL difference, though. Yeah, like...
That's just a gross shot.
Yeah, that's ass. Excellent. Ass.
That ass, excellent.
That's a fat ass.
Nice. Damn, boy.
Nice, boys.
This round starts off easy.
For once, we get that opener. Xantares scores the M4 back.
Tries to go for the wider angle.
He doesn't believe any of this pressure. He just wants to get involved.
Thing is, it's, you know, the Galil firing. Would he consider that the op is crossed? Ooh, loses the duel straight up to Bit.
Man, he's played that crazy. Can't lie.
Yep. A little wild, Xantares. You know, we'll say it's with confidence.
So much confidence. Speaking of confidence,
here comes Woxic on an op. Very expensive round for Eternal Fire to go into the double snipers. Wonderful still on the corner, and he will not allow Woxic to catch them off as they just exchange grenades and set themselves up for the long play.
Man, I don't think Eternal Fire gave enough credence to how close these last rounds have been.
Right.
And are trying to play this as if they just want X Factor to pull it over, but they really do want close rounds, even if they lose. Keep that money teetering.
Would have to be the 2v5, but at least you've killed Wonderful. They've left Bit solo over on long. Oh. And down goes Alexi.
Yeah,
bomb dropped into the door.
Yeah. Oh, into the door.
JL's going to have to somehow jump on this. Wikadia's going to play up close. He hears it. Missed shot. Cover from behind. Still, JL picks up the bomb. But now he is stuck on this side of it. Bit is slowly getting into the action. I don't think he's going to find the angle on Joda.
The time is limited now.
15 seconds to make the climb up. That is a big pickup. And the op goes back to try to hold on long. Bit in the open.
He missed.
Two ops see one another.
Time.
Long can go running.
No, he's got to go back.
He doesn't have it. They need the kill. They simply need the frag. 2 versus 5. Wicadia gets revenge.
Yes, he does, man. He does. And you can see the bitterness is still piled up to the point that he can't even get that excited about this. He's like, this is small. I have to do that 10 times more to you to really get revenge. But as for Navi, they're the ones who are truly unhappy. Look at how this round starts.
That one, bomb soars forward.
He was a monster back on Inferno.
They can't believe it.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, also, JL. JL should have realized, like,
100%.
He has to get the kill there.
You know
Someone
where
should
he
have told
is.
him as well. He wasn't even close to the bomb site.
We said these rounds had to stay close. I mean,
yeah, but like, look at that. They won and got 3 MP9s out of it. They prioritize utility, and that's why we see this buy specifically.
But I mean, there's 4 rounds left, right? Win this one, and suddenly we're right towards the tail end of it.
Yeah, this one's a round with leverage. Both teams could benefit greatly, could actually dictate the outcome of the game, depending on who's more successful in this spot. We see that there's a deagle for Alexi. Buys overall better for Navi, I want to say.
Yeah, but you
even
got
though there's the op.
the angle. Missed shot. Crouch at the perfect time.
Yeah, but you miss a chance like that. Bomb's going to get planted.
Yep. No mid control either. They don't push through the doors.
With MP9s and an op.
They're going to try to climb up from spawn instead. It's already being held by Ema. He's always good for 1 from this, but never mind. Wicadia, the second of the MP9s to emerge from spawn, bests him. JL trying to make up for lost ground. You've got 3 CTs still coming up. Walks it, finds his. Vomit shot just over the lip of it. And Alexi B's now in a 1v4, surrounded. Back on the bomb site. Plenty of eyes. Plenty of pressure. MP9's enough. Eternal Fire making Navi feel like fools.
You couldn't even see their hats in CT spawn. They were getting those kills over the railing with MP9s, Famas, and an op that misses its first shot.
Blade can't watch.
Post plant yields nothing. This is, yeah, a hard game to watch if you're on these teams or watching them. I mean,
Ema's just gunning down 2 SMGs. It's the second guy who turns and even finishes.
Yeah, you even gave it the Gervin guarantee. He always gets 1 from that spot, and jokes aside, he does. Oh, man. Like, the game can be won on that round. You see, this is the...
Yep.
That's the round that makes up for the 2 really unfortunate situations Wicadia found himself in.
I mean, it took an ace from JL and a 4K from Ema to get this 3-round half so far out of Navi. They are in a spiral after that 2 versus 5.
But yeah, the score above says it all. Eternal Fire have consistently looked more threatening in every position. Again, demanded the ace from JL. Those crazy moments survived. Just absolutely loving the plays out of Wicadia. Now we get him on an op, and that smoke goes just a bit too far. Man. Yeah, this will draw the attention of Eternal Fire. They're grouped up to defend a mid B.
Double kill easy for Xantares. Wicadia and Woxic, the double ops, just slammed the door shut. And unfortunately here for Navi, not able to catch anybody off guard, not able to puncture through. Deek for Wonderful. Feels like a map where anything's possible, but not with 2 ops trained on your peak. 7-3, Eternal Fire. Runway looks clear to the end of this half.
It's crazy that their pool is Turkish players only, and they found so many stars. Like, this is such a talented lineup. The way that Wicadia is playing, man. Just goes to show how deep the talent runs here for Eternal Fire.
You know, it's been slowly pieced together over the years. Xantera's playing since 2021. Major added in 2022. In 2023, we got Wicadia and Woxic, and that duo really added a level. Major looking better than he did back on map 1. Joda stuffing JL on the B hit.
This is a paddle-in.
Gun round means absolutely nothing here. Eternal Fire are not wasting this opportunity. After they had to stomach those 2 tough rounds, they have bounced back in spades. And as I listed off the years of join dates, it's that 5th piece, Joda, January of 2025, and a better Eternal Fire than ever.
Mm-hmm. It's the best New Year's gift you could ask for this team. They look like they haven't even shown their full hand. Look at the X's on the map right now. They've all died just defaulting.
So roster 4 years in the making.
Is it not even more? It's the Space Soldiers before that, I guess. Well, that had Xanteris, I should say.
Yeah. Major welcome back in November of 2022.
Mad. And even despite those 2 bitter-inducing, tilting rounds that Navi were able to win back here, they still have an 8-3 lead and a map advantage. Great moment for Major in his setup. Defend against Long. I mean, defend against everything, obviously. Oh, he waited. He waited and he shot.
Just gross. Navi,
dude,
battered, beaten, bruised.
I mean, it's Navi. We could switch to the other half and then suddenly it's a comeback.
Yeah,
but like, look at this, dude. After Inferno as well.
I don't know. With the, I mean, coming off of that 10-2 whooping of a T side versus the Mongols, I'm not even seeing a glimpse of that version of Navi. And in a conversation of inconsistencies, I don't see it today, Mohan. Not in the face of what Eternal Fire have brought to the table. Absolutely stepping it up a notch. Wicadia, why would you fear what's left here of Navi? 3 rounds, all they will seem to be getting as Woxic just continues to draw the line in the sand down mid. There is no chance to exit. Drop on Alexi, Tech9 to finish. 5 in a row for Eternal Fire as they go up 9-3, leaving Navi in disbelief. What a blunder. 6 days into the Blast Open Lisbon. If you haven't given our new fantasy sponsor a chance, please head on over to Underdog. You can get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code
BLAST.
Exactly. Underdog. We got you, dog.
Thank you for supporting the show, Underdog.
Oh. Keep that thing on, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it wrapped.
Stay wrapped, stay strapped.
JL. Ugh. Not able to find anything yet. Luckily, it gets covered off by Bit. Double kills his. He charges in, so what, to open it for the Berettas? Eman's gonna just try to charge forward with a multi-frag. Can't manage it. Now Xanteris gets man advantage back. A pistol here would be the doom of Navi. Oh! Wonderful clutches. Jumps in as the hero of the moment to hopefully, for Navi's sake, give them early momentum.
Dude, that's the Navi way, man. When a retake's coming in, they like to start it before the bomb goes down. They just kept putting more players to the task here. They said, let's go. No plants coming in. Never get settled. Not even a chance to reload.
Just flooding bodies out that window. The Wicadia Deagle just scares the shit out of me now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very curious to see his series stats after this is done. Outperforming Xanteris when he was hitting shots like he did on Inferno is already
disgusting.
Wicadia made a lot of noise here. Imma is corroborating this information. He's very close by. He's got a good spot.
There's the Deagle found out. Glock Dink won't do much. Ima ready to go right back in to finish this one off. So you've lost your one Desert Eagle. Doesn't look like a bomb plant's coming. Ima looking like he wants to get rowdy. Could be the second ace of the map if Madger and Woxic deliver it to him.
They're excellent momentum stoppers, this Navi.
Woxic looking at the A site where Wonderful's going to catch him walking forward. No helmet to protect that noggin. And so Navi convert their pistol. Now a 4-round lead. 9-5.
Roger that. Could have been 10-4, Sergeant.
Roger that. Over. Woxic limited to a scout.
Limited, he says.
Yeah, limited. It's Wonderful. Meanwhile, working with the op. Misses. And as he does so, now the rest of the CT flood still keeps the pressure up.
Yo!
Lovely snap over from Ime.
That couldn't have been possible before the nerf.
It's actually kills from Catwalk. It looked like the FAMAS got both, but it got neither.
Oh. Oh, it got neither.
I also got excited.
Wait, it was Ima, no?
No.
He has 2 kills.
We were watching. We'll see.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the rest of the round goes Eternal Fire. So I thought that was crazy to sign up for a second wave of attack in middle. 2 kills did indeed come out, but they were confusing. Let's watch that back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Imma, but he was on Cat. I see.
Yeah, it was Bit with the FAMAS through the smoke.
Honestly, though, he was all over him.
Yep. He got an assist on both.
Transfer. Yeah.
That's what matters. Well, actually, what matters is winning rounds, and they couldn't do that. So. Frustration mounting here for Navi. Ironically, the Movember motto is take a breather.
Yeah, they have tack pauses.
True.
They could use.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think even Blade is still shaken from that one round. Oof.
Oh my goodness.
Time to kill is just nasty, dude.
Yeah, Wicadia's just dishing him up.
Eternal Fire are showing us a level of consistency that I think a lot of people didn't know they had. And again, there are still question marks around them on the stage itself.
I would say
that's the same question that the Mongols have been facing, but in these kinds of environments, with these sorts of stakes, Eternal Fire are a player in 2025.
I mean, I think that the answer is just reps, right? If you're going to beat the nerves or anything, it's just so much preparation that you cannot simply doubt yourself anymore. You've seen every angle in a round. You've seen how to lose, how to win. You're getting so much practice. Aim is just getting better and better every day. Eventually, you will be good on stage.
You're going to let them have it. You just got to keep getting there, and that does not seem to be a problem today. 2 rounds away from the shortest possible road to a guaranteed top 4 in Lisbon. To play in a full house on a Saturday night.
That arena is awesome. It's going to be very special for whoever gets to compete there.
We're really losing our marbles now, aren't we?
Yeah, there's a lot of tilt.
Yeah, you got to ride that wave, baby. Hold on to the dragon. At the moment, Navi can't get either of their hands on it. Eternal Fire, simply better. And all by way of that 2 versus 5. I mean, there has been no chance for Navi to find footing ever since, barring the pistol. The pistol is what reset that momentum. They convert it for 1, and then Eternal Fire instantly crank that dial on the T side while blind. Madger finds Alexi B just looking for a kill.
Yeah, and Johto's playing anti. They really just tried to risk it there.
Bit is having a horrible series.
Yeah.
We talked about his career low rating back on Inferno earlier this week. He goes 5-16 in today's map, and now again sits towards the bottom of the board, only beaten out by Alexi with 1 kill less. This is not a game that Bit is going to want to remember anytime soon, and he was one of the talking points by our analysts in the pregame. Said they wanted to see him step it up a level.
He's kind of like Brokey right now, right? Like so critical when he plays well, but hard to know exactly how good he's going to be on any given day. Oh man, just another one.
Everybody getting deleted.
Yeah, I mean, it's just perfect, dude. They're everywhere they need to be. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Just watching that happen was unreal.
It's also just kind of sad.
It was sad too.
That one was sad. That one sucks. Yeah. I don't know if Blade's allowed to throw in a towel, but it feels like it's about that moment. We're going to be looking at 7 map and match points. Not trying to take anything away from Eternal Fire. They're playing so incredibly well, but their opponent not stepping up to the task. EF rolled out of bed today and decided to take no prisoners.
This is Navi with 5 rounds, a pistol, and an ace.
And a broken spirit after a nasty Eternal Fire 2 versus 5. They have achieved very little since. And you can only imagine how bleak of a mood it must feel like for Navi. Silver lining is they're heading to Lisbon.
Yeah.
The bigger issue...
It might be better for their confidence to have skipped this match, though.
With their competition in form like this, what can they do once they get there? Because Eternal Fire will be awaiting their opponent in the semifinals. And right now, they could end it with the cat play. MP9 in front of it simply feels like they can do no wrong, because this pack of players in Eternal Fire have continued to just exceed expectations and doing it consistently, side by side, across the board, individual levels at an all-time high. And we heard it from Xantares in his pre-game interview. He has never been hungrier. And so he will shut down Bit from the top of middle, and Eternal Fire will guarantee their best result at an event this year yet. Top 4 in Lisbon. Not just beating Navi, systematically dismantled.
And dismantled is the perfect word for it. Finally, Eternal Fire get the victory they've been looking for over Navi, and they do it with Jota. The first time they face off with these exact lineups, and the Turkish team come out on top and do it in style.
A lot of poise from the Eternal Fire players, really well put together in some of the rounds, some of the ways that they were able to bring rounds back. Sure, they let one really big error slip, but honestly, throughout this entire series, this has been incredibly convincing. The level that Eternal Fire is at is now clearly quite high, and taking down Navi, I'm sure, made one guy happy. Hey.
Hello, Maja. Welcome to the desk once again. Thank you very much for joining us as well. We'll all scoot across. We'll all make some room for him on here.
Thanks.
Maja.
Yes, guys.
It has been a long time that you have tried to take down Navi. Obviously, this is the first time you do it with Jota. Just how much does this mean to you? Because they've kind of been your kryptonite.
Yeah, it was an important match. Like the matchup against Navi, it's not sometimes something we like in the past, but today it was really good. But they threw also a lot of very round on Dust2, like impossible round, and I think it didn't help them. But I'm very happy of my teammates. I'm very proud. And today I think we played good Counter-Strike overall, Inferno and Dust2, and I'm very, very proud. Yeah.
Talk to me about this as well, though, for you guys, because obviously we've seen the improvements you guys have made. You've now made another playoffs as well, but like, for some reason, you were never able to take down Navi. Is it just Jota that you see as the difference, or is there some more to it? Can you give us some insight?
Obviously, the Jota recruitment this year helped a lot. But also, I think we're playing a lot of Counter-Strike, and it's maybe helping us a lot because we gain experience. Like you said, guys, like you said, we did like 4 playoffs this year, and I think we gain a lot of experience on that. Yeah. Important matches we played, and today I think it was really calm and chill. Like we knew that we're gonna win. And
I've got a couple of questions. First off is the mid-rounding you had on Inferno was great. I want to say that the way you pushed and pulled them, able to just instantly make a snap call on like where you should go. How do you think your calling has improved as a leader? Because I will say, like last year, I feel like sometimes it was just kind of like, especially because I watch you guys play Vertigo a lot of just keep moving up, keep moving up, keep moving up. Now I feel like there's a lot more back and forth happening.
I think Vertigo didn't help a lot tactically. Like I think you don't have a lot of to do. Like
okay, so it's a map, yeah.
But like you say, I think I improve as a leader. I never been leader on my career in the past. In 1.6, I was star player. All my career, I play like a rifle. And then I starting to lead in Space Soldier. So it's been like 7 years, maybe 6 years. I did it for the boys when I joined the Turkish squad. And since then, I try my best, and I think I improve, like you said, because I will lie if I say no, because I'm better than last year extra. So I try my best to put, first of all my teammates more on the light than me. Like if I think it's important for my system that my player play good in my systems, they give performance. And I think I find balance with this lineup, with the Jota, and I have a more supportive role and I can play more clutch. But before Jota, Calix was more support, he was playing more clutch, and I was more entry. So I was not able to play a lot of clutch last year, and this year I play a lot of clutch, and it's helping me a lot because I can use my experience.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, second question I have is about the veto. Did you expect Navi to go with Dust2 here instead of Mirage?
Not at all. I think yesterday I said to my coach, they may have a chance to pick Dust2 because I knew that they proc Dust2, one proc. But I said, no, they will not do it. I think they're thinking the third map. They will pick Mirage for sure. But they picked Dust2, and it was a surprise for us. But I get prepared beyond I just watch, etc. I get my prepare. And yeah, the veto was a little surprising today for us. Yeah, to be honest.
I want to bring you back to a specific round. So you're on Inferno. There's a round where you guys get entried T side, and then Wycadia just ends up in CT spawn.
Okay, I didn't know. First of all, he was full silence. So he was CT. I watched my radar, and when he was CT, he was not saying anything. So I said, wait, Xanteres, like he's CT, just wait. And then I told him to smoke CT to bait, maybe, and it was completely surprising. Like the communication was not good there. I will be honest. Like I will not lie. But yeah, I didn't know what he did. Like I think he knew that there is 2 setup on the right side, and he picked a gap, or I don't know what's happened exactly there. But yeah.
Is that the idea of a system where you empower the players to make plays like that, or is that just random?
No, I give freedom. To be honest, I try my best to give freedom because it's important to player to give freedom. But we have a specific system on Inferno, but sometimes at least Wycadia like to be like moving the FPL move, we're gonna say like this. So he did a FPL move, and then, but if he can communicate better next time, it will be better for me. But I think he played really well today, and congrats him.
Okay. I love your honesty with this, though, and I do appreciate that, match. That we can know these little details.
No lie, boys, in life.
No, it makes it very good for us on the details. Yeah. Obviously, now you're through to the semi-finals in Lisbon as well. It gives you an extra day off and stuff as well. How important is that for you in particular? Because you've been on one hell of a grind.
Semi-final. We did semi-final in playoff yet this year? I think no.
Yeah,
we
grand
always
finals
lose.
of Bounty.
Yeah, in Bounty, but it was not in crowd like in playoff. So it's the first time semi-final with crowd. Some days will help, to be honest, to rest mentally, but we will keep, I think, pracking because we need also to play. But we will be also careful to rest, like if it's part of mentally.
Will it be some sort of prep as well, where you maybe try and change some things, add to the game plan?
Obviously, like every match is different for me. The game plan is always different against what I played, what enemy I played, Navi, Spirit, Vitality. Doesn't matter. I always have a specific game plan against specific teams I play. It's not always, but we will see if we see mistake today in our practice, in our rounds. We try to outfix the Knights, and if we can add new tactic, we try to add new tactic extra. So we're just working a lot, to be honest, and it's paying off. And I'm very happy that. For my teammate and for my fans, for the fans. Yeah.
Now, we've been having a conversation on this desk quite a lot about fragging IGLs in CS2. You are certainly one of the... No, why are you making that face?
Inferno was really bad. Like.
No, that's just one map.
Oh my god.
But you have been playing very well individually. And Wakadia stood here on this desk and said that he feels like in CS2, we need to have a fragging IGL as well. Do you agree with that message? I love your reaction.
Yeah, I think I agree because nowadays Counter-Strike, like you can have someone who's really low fragging, is not helping his teammate. I think a leader, it's difficult also to put a lot of numbers. I want to be honest because you're always watching your radar, what the enemy do extra, everyone know. But nowadays it's important for the leader to put some number. Last year, some years I was feeling bad because I was not on the best of my shape. Today, like nothing is impossible. I am 34. I play, I think, the best individually of my career right now. So nothing is impossible in life. Like just working hard, doing a lot of this match. I am bot. Like there is no secret, guys. Just working. Like.
Are you able to talk to your family on the phone at least when you're death matching?
No.
You're just full focus?
Obviously, I try. The balance is very important between my family and my work. But speaking of that family, Aslan, Defne, Jeren, they're watching. Yeah, I'm a family man, everyone know.
Yeah, of course.
I give a lot of importance to that. But yeah.
No, that's good. That's good. Stay focused. Stay locked in.
Thank you, guys.
Well, you've done the family side. Anything you want to say to all the Turkish fans out there as well? Because I'm sure they're so happy you finally beat Navi.
Yeah, so guys, beyler çok teşekkür ederim. Biliyorum şu an Türkiye'de durumlar yani biraz karışık olabilir ama desteklerinize ve sizi mutlu edebilirsek çok mutluyum ve mutluyum aslında. İnşallah elimizde bir kupa gelir bu sefer ama bakalım çalışıyoruz bunun için ve önemli olan sizi mutlu etmek ve olduysa let's go.
Let's go. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for joining us, man. Whoa. And with that, Eternal Fire make it through to the semi-finals. And do you know what? It's so refreshing because he's honest, he's open, he knows what's going on. But I think he should give himself a little bit more credit because right now in this event, 1.11 rating as a frag in IGL. Pretty damn good, man.
Can't complain about 1.11. I mean, that's got to be the highest IGL at the tournament, or maybe Blitz
maybe Apex.
Comparable?
Apex, maybe.
Oh,
let me check.
Yeah. Well,
stats.
Mashallah.
No, Apex is 0.94.
Wow.
Trash.
Okay. Wow. That's just wash. Madras next up. I have something to say though about this game and characterizing it because and I feel like it's probably the first of all, great job to Eternal Fire, first time they've ever beaten Navi in a series. But I need all the Turkish fans to turn the stream off right now. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I don't think Navi was really trying in this one. I feel like Navi were actually, they went with the Dust 2 pick. Madger himself talked about the fact that he didn't expect that veto. And we also have a round number 15 where, come on, if this is your first gun round of the game and you're Navi, I feel like you're probably just testing new stuff out. They knew that they were already in the playoffs. And I feel like because it's a seeding game, Navi is going to experiment more with the veto. They're going to experiment more with this playbook. First gun round, like Wonderful just runs up mid, and then people just swing off of Cat. without really... There is a flash, okay? So there is something going on to it, but this is just like one of the most full send rounds I've seen for a first gun round from Navi, maybe ever. I don't think I really ever see anything like that.
It's not very characteristic of a Navi play.
Not if you're wanting to make a real comeback here. If you want to make a real comeback, you'd probably play a little bit more standard, I'd say.
I feel like we could kind of say that in the way they played against MongolZ, though, before they were in the playoffs. They had the round where they literally left the bomb in alt mid like I do in my Face-It pugs. Like, I feel like Navi just haven't been themselves in general.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, there have been some kind of... This one, though, feels more concerted as an effort, whereas that was just a mistake.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to the picks, I think you're right. I think if this was the most important game of all time, they're picking MOUZ, they're going home. They're taking it a little bit easier in this game. I think we can accept.
Well, also, right, you guys touched on just maybe the map picks and you tried on testing new things. How about what Bit said yesterday? We've never won a tournament from the semi-finals, so he just had the worst game. He's had a long time 0.40 rating on purpose to make sure that being quarters.
I mean, I love the...
I'm finding ways.
Yeah, what is it, superstitions there for Navi, that they just want to start from the quarterfinals. I mean, there's actually, unironically, a case to do that, because we've seen teams say in many post-game interviews, once they hit the playoffs, that, you know, they like the fact that they were able to warm up. They got to feel the arena out a little bit more. And sometimes when teams hit the semifinals out of nowhere, then they just kind of get blindsided by the fact that, oh my God, it's a huge audience, and the other teams already played there yesterday.
I think it's great that you get the chance to warm up, but the problem is, what if you warm up and lose, right? If you win that game, it's great that you got to warm up, but the team that lost is like, wow, I wish I wasn't in the semi.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough time. Are we a little bit worried, or are we still more? Where do you feel on just your hunch right now about Navi? Because still in playoffs, really positive, but then this game, not so much.
They're playing Spirit? Are they playing? I think they're playing Spirit. I don't know if we can get a bracket up. I mean, I feel like if that's the matchup, then yeah, we got Spirit. I mean,
I wanted this.
Maybe you want to be in the semis.
I'm gonna be honest. I think you actually should have wanted to win this one, because come on, like Spirit into Vitality. If Navi win this tournament, we might have the most reactionary takes ever and say they're the best team in the world right now, because that is the toughest road possible.
Yeah, and Eternal Fire not only in the semi, but they're on the other side of the bracket because they won that one.
Damn. Sometimes it just be like that, boys. We got one final spot to find, and it'll be between G2 and the MongolZ. MongolZ, obviously a team that's been making playoff after playoff. They've had a phenomenal year. They look like the better team right now, but G2, they have a point to prove. We'll be breaking that down in just a little bit. We're going to an extended break, so get yourself a drink, get hydrated, get some food as well, and then we'll see you in a few.
That would be the Katowice qualifier, I think. This was back in my playing days. Vox Eminor. We played in 4 majors, 3 of them as Vox. I think just 1 of them as Renegades. But this is one of the early majors, either 2014 or 2015, where my hair was still much fuller. That's one key thing there. Good memories. I really enjoyed the Vox Eminor days because it was my countrymen banding together to try and beat European opponents. And as far as Australian Counter-Strike was concerned, that was something that wasn't or was rarely done. So to be able to break through, play at the top events, play against the best teams in the world, the results weren't the best in the beginning, but we got some that we could be proud of, and I think we kind of paved the way for Australian Counter-Strike to become a little bit more imposing down the path. It's not anymore, but it was for a glimmer of time. This would have been when I was an analyst. I believe this was the Star Ladder Major, potentially, in Berlin, which was a pretty fun desk at the time. I think Thorin was there, Sean Gers was there. Doing desk work back in the day was a whole lot different to what it has become today. Yeah, that's what I started doing in terms of broadcast work. And getting to work majors as an analyst was a lot of fun, right? Getting to see and talk about the absolute best teams in the world, be in the arenas, enjoy the environment. If it is a Star Ladder Major, I did a shoey. Yeah, doing a shoey on the desk, just being an absolute clown. You know, that's it. We had some fun things though. There was a moment in time where there were these banners up during an earlier stage, and we were putting them in the bin as a bit, and it kind of blew up, and some teams got unhappy about it. But yeah, it's just about, you know, talking about the Counter-Strike while also trying to be a little bit entertaining. But the Star Ladder one was a good time. There was a good mix of talent on the desk there. Pretty sure that was Antwerp. Yeah, that was Alex and I got to cast the grand final. My history's blurry, but the crowd was awesome in Antwerp. The setup was really cool too. Yeah, and I remember I spent like half a day in a suit store making sure I had some nice looking suits for that one. And I ended up looking like I was from like Miami Vice or something, high-waisted trousers and whatnot. I've been to the States a couple times for events before, and one of the keys there is the crowd is, well, the people who come up and talk to you, the fans, they're always super lovely, right? I think that's one of the things that makes these events. We're still, even though it's a large thing, it still has the community vibe, and the Americans are very good at kind of bringing that. The American crowd always turns out. They're always there for a good time. They enjoy the moment, but the key to making the tournament itself good is the good teams playing well. You want the best teams in the playoffs to deliver the most entertaining Counter-Strike, and that's why you want names like Vitality, Spirit, FaZe. You need those names in the arena to deliver the best event.
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot, oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it, that's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention, oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Hunter, one game away from making it to playoffs, a very important game for you guys. What's just the feeling like with your whole team coming into today, especially after yesterday's pretty good win?
Yeah, I mean, we are looking forward to play the game against MongolZ. It's almost April. The G2 didn't win Tier 1 team. I mean, we won Falcons, let's say, in Katowice. They are the only Tier 1 team that we won. But we lost 2 times against Eternal Fire. We lost to MongolZ, MOUZ, FaZe. So I think tonight is the time that we need to stop that streak and we need to beat MongolZ and we need to secure that Lisbon spot.
I'm glad you said it right, because I got it written here that it says about you not beating one of these elite teams. What do you think it is right now that's stopping you from being able to do this? Where are you guys at in trying to make it happen?
I think we need to step up individually, to be honest. We are not having issues against Tier 2, Tier 3 teams. We are always beating them, I would say, lately. So that's a good sign, I would say. But against top teams that are shooting good, and I think MongolZ is one of them, I think they are top 3 in the world shooting-wise. So we just need to shoot back better. In Pro League, we threw the game. You knew that we had 1-0 and 11-2 on Dust 2 City side. We threw that game, but yeah, this is how it is. If you want to win today, we really need to step up individually and we need to be sharp, aim-wise, and yeah, that's it.
Is it starting to get frustrating, though? Because you've been close, like you mentioned on that previous MongolZ game, but obviously G2, we hold you guys to much higher expectations than what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we are not frustrated. It's still the beginning of the year, beginning of the season. We are preparing for upcoming events because there is a lot more until the end of the year, especially major. But yeah, we cannot be frustrated. We don't have time to cry and to be negative because we are playing almost every week another event so for now. So yeah, we just need to stay calm, believe in each other, because atmosphere and mood has been always good in the team. And yeah, we just need to step up individually more, and yeah, that's it.
Now, looking at your current form for yourself individually, it does seem like you're performing a lot better. What has changed for you that's personally helping you play better?
I don't know, like, I don't feel that much anything. I'm just, I would say, more focused on the team because before when Nico was in the team, he was the guy mostly in charge of the city sides and Snacks on T, obviously. But yeah, I think I'm just always now focused on how to help the team instead of, I don't know, tilting, thinking about myself. Even if it doesn't work for me, I'm trying to help my kids perform better, and that's my goal.
I like how you mentioned your kids. Are you taking on dad role now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 6-7 years older at least from the other 3 guys. For Millie, I'm almost 10. So yeah, I'm that kind of the guy now. I'm happy to have Snacks, who is older than me, and Taz. But yeah, I'm there and I'm really trying to help them.
Just on this topic, can you explain the dynamic in the team? Because I know you just said like you're like the dad, but you seem very well together. Like everyone has a good vibe, and I don't put you in that situation myself. So can you just explain it to me?
I think we are well balanced. We have like 3 older guys, I would say, me, Snacks, and Taz, and then you have 3 younger guys, Ilya, Nikita, and Mario. So yeah, I think it's a good balance, and overall, like, our mood in the team is very good. Our assistant coach as well is always positive. Our manager, Raf. So yeah, it's always been good in the team. Since I joined even G2 before with Jax, the vibes were always good and on point. And yeah, we are enjoying spending time with each other. I just hope we'll put it on the server as well.
I also got to ask, just around, since Nico's left the team, does it feel like you have more space to work with?
I don't think so, honestly. I'm having the same roles. Everything is the same. Losing him is like losing a big part of me as well, because he's my family. He's, for me, the best rifle ever, and I enjoy playing with him. I don't really care. There's nothing to talk about the space. I'm doing the same that I was doing when he was in the team, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, so nothing really changes for you. You're just playing better, you're just looking better throughout all of it. I'm going to come back to the MongolZ conversation to end this all with. You already mentioned you had that crazy game at EPL. It was your CT sides that let you down last time. But is it a difficult team for you guys to play against, just the style and the way that MongolZ play?
Yeah, I think it is. Even though you know what they do and you expect everything that they will do, you prepare the game. But even like when you just hold your crosshair, you know they will come out and you want to kill them, but you cannot because they are shooting faster sometimes. So that's the thing that is really tough to do against them. So that's why I said that we need to step up individually and we need to be sharper than them today. And we cannot think, okay, last time we were very, very close to win. We had 1-0 and 11-2. If we think that way, we'll lose 100%. We just need to start from zero like we didn't play in Pro League, and it's a new game, new event, and we just need to keep our focus up.
And they will have to be truly focused and at more than 100%, better than what we've seen from them so far if they want to have a chance of taking down the MongolZ. The MongolZ are a huge threat, a constant playoff team, and a team who's I guess, have dominated, right? When it comes to the games they're supposed to win, they're only lacking that bit of stage experience, but they know how to win, they know their system, and they're very confident at doing it. Where G2, obviously, we've talked about it over and over again, but the changes to the lineup, it has hurt them. There's still some struggles back and forth, sometimes on coordination, on what we expect from them, but we expect the highest of a team like G2. We expect them, when they've got a player like MongolZ, to be able to take over games like he did yesterday and show us the very best of him, but it is not so easy when some of the other, I guess, basics are not being met.
It kind of seems like it's MongolZ and pick your other player. MongolZ Hunter, MongolZ MOUZ, MongolZ Heavy God. Most games, MongolZ did have like one off series in this event, but in general, the reason our expectations are so high for G2 is because of MongolZ. That's the main factor. He's just so damn good.
He's really the closest embodiment we've had to Prime Simple. I feel like ZywOo's style of carrying is a little bit different. It's a little bit less flashy. They're all great players in their own right, don't get me wrong, but it's just the way that MongolZ will shape the defense around him. He will bend the entire team to fit what he thinks is the next best play. And I'm not saying that in a way where he doesn't fit the system or that he's making people uncomfortable. I'm saying that he knows when he needs to take over. He does it. He wins rounds that nobody else in the world can. And yesterday, the only person that even went positive on Inferno was MongolZ. He doubled the player that had the second most kills on his team in an incredibly tight victory.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between M80 and G2 is M80 doesn't have MongolZ, G2 has MongolZ. I think M80 otherwise kind of easily take that one.
But isn't that a worrying sign if you're G2?
Of course, if your single win condition is boiled down to a single guy popping off like that, you have problems. You have a star player, but you don't have a team. And the problem is that these are good players. Like, there's good positions, there's good players. I don't see many people that are complaining too much about Hunter, Heavy God, and MOUZ in isolation, but it feels like they're getting a little bit less than the sum of those parts when they're in this assembly.
Does that say to you then that there's a disconnect within the team?
I think that's probably the right way to put it, because we heard in interviews before, sometimes they have a bad T side, some event they have a bad CT side, and they can't seem to kind of all come together at the same time. And that's just the type of lack of coordination that really worries you about the long-term potential of G2.
And looking at that long-term potential, MOUZ was a long-term investment for the future, right? This is a player who now has to take on even more responsibility, has to call his own shots and call his own game. I know he was playing against his old team yesterday, but that wasn't the MOUZ I wanted to see, man. We heard it in the interview before, like, he was planning to trash talk, he was planning to play well. It didn't go that way.
No, and that's so strange because you think the familiarity would be able to boost them. I mean, I feel like the players from MOUZ, for example, cite the fact that they've played Spirit so many times and that comfort between them as a reason why they can play above themselves. But MongolZ yesterday did actually crumble against his former teammates. It was not really anything to do with him as to why they were able to find that victory. He was consistently just denied all types of space that he wanted. I feel like maybe there was a little bit of anti-stratting on the side of M80, like a lot of great utility was flying in his face. But at the same time, there's been many performances like this from MongolZ. This is not the player that G2 signed and thought they were going to get when they said, who's going to fill Nico's shoes? Because unfortunately, MongolZ just hasn't fit them yet.
Yeah, the reality with MongolZ is I think he needs a little bit more time. He's actually had plenty of time. We talked about, I think, he's had 250 days or so on G2, almost as long as he had on M80. But the reality is, I'm not sure he's getting more time. He has to be good now, and he's struggling quite often.
I mean, I'll take that though with the 250 days is what, 120 or 150 of them are as an anchor, as a pack player, and now it's more like 90 days as the star. Like, he is supposed to be the #1 option star rifler for the team. Yes, MongolZ is the biggest star, but MongolZ is supposed to be his right-hand man, supposed to be able to do exactly what Nico did, and that's what's concerning for a lot of G2 fans. They're like, what? We thought we have Nico at home, but like, in all honesty, he's irreplaceable. Nico is just simply irreplaceable.
How much time do you give him, though, to get to a place where he can at least start to fill those shoes or at least shine in the spots he's given? I'm not talking about replacing Nico. That's impossible. I'm talking about him doing a job he's supposed to do.
Yeah, Nico is just such an incredible player to try and replace, and I think I'll give MongolZ another 2-3 months before I really think about, he needs to be a more complete player, because right now he has his strengths. He absolutely has his strengths, but he has his weaknesses as well. The problem is that we have this ever-present question, will MongolZ still be around in 3 months?
Wow. Yeah, that's actually a very good conversation. We know about the contract situation as well, but it's a waiting game. For now, he is still in that G2 jersey, much like Hunter and the new addition, Heavy God right now, where Hunter has been performing very well. Heavy God has been reliable.
Heavy God, in the beginning when I was watching him on G2, I was a little bit worried because I liked Heavy God so much on Cloud9. I liked him so much on OG because as a site anchor, he was very good at just pushing far enough to get one little pick as they're running to his bomb site, retreats into the site, able to dance around a single piece of cover, defend that bomb site adequately, actually more than adequately, exceptionally well. And we didn't really get that from the other tournaments with Heavy God, but this is a tournament where he has really turned the page on realizing what sort of pushes he can make early in the round, where sometimes he was just getting punished too easily, and I'd say that the transition to Tier 1 is finally taking shape for him.
Yeah, I gave Heavy God a little bit of time as well, because when you look at Heavy God, he was given all of the resources in OG. That means he would have the Opera on his site very often just to play cover, just to allow him to be that aggressive player. You go to G2, MongolZ, he helps out, but he's still going to do his own thing. Yeah. You have to be able to manage that, and I think he's adjusted really, really well.
Do you feel like Heavy God also outside of the server is just a positive, impactful force? Because he is the one, no matter win or lose, I see him being vocal no matter what.
I'm not trying to use this against him, but I mean, I talked to Heavy God when he was on OG and Keto was his IGL. He said Keto's a great IGL, and I'm like, Heavy God, nobody believes that. Like, honestly, I'm sorry. Like, no one takes that at face value, honestly. You're just being a great guy, you're a great teammate, and you can tell he's a positive influence. I've seen in freeze time, staring at their webcams or the cameras in the studio, that Heavy God is giving a lot of ideas. He's giving a lot of input. Some people have told me before on the team before OG, he actually was the in-game leader. So he has a little bit of experience with just being a vocal member of a team. May not feel like that because anchors and lurkers aren't really like that, but I can see that he is talking quite a bit for them.
Now turning the tables to the Mongols right now, who we've been very positive about. We've done some glazing of this Mongolian lineup. They have delivered time and time again, but yesterday obviously was I wouldn't say slip up, but it was a pain point, right, when they played Navi.
Yeah, I mean, they had one dominant map. They really had the chance to bring it home, and then you just have the fumble right at the finish line. And the question I have for Navi, the question for G2 is kind of, can they all show up? And the question I have for MongolZ is, can they get over that loss? Can they bounce back from that victory, pretend it never happened, and just move into today as if they're still with high spirits?
I feel like the MongolZ are definitely going to be able to do that, mainly because I feel like Mara is such a centering element for them. The Mongolian luminary that he is, that's brought so many of them into this roster, has them playing beyond their years in such a short amount of time. So they've taken many, many losses on the chin in the past, and now they're on the precipice of continuously, as they continue to enter every tournament, creating and furthering their history as a lineup. Like, we've never seen an Asian team reach 5 consecutive S-tier playoffs in a row, and the MongolZ have already reached 4. I'd say those are probably even higher pressure environments than this one. I feel like they're going to come into this fully locked in, fully prepared, and I feel like they're the favorites because of that.
And even when they're not locked in, we saw it before, they will lock in, they'll find the way to bring themselves back into a game, right? These guys, they know what it takes, and they found their blueprint to success.
Yeah, I mean, one of the X factors I wanted to highlight was actually Senzu, because he's a player, we all know he had an injury, he was struggling coming into this year just a little bit, but against Navi, that double op was deadly. He was unbelievable. As you got later and later into the game, it seemed like he got even better, pulling out the double op, out-opping everyone. He was incredible.
There was a tweet from Blah, resident Asia CS expert, at one point that was, every time Senzu pulls out the double op, a kitten dies. And that was he did that about a year ago or so. And I took that and I believe that, because I feel like Blah's watched them a lot. He's followed them on their journey exceptionally well. But I would say it's quite the opposite. If anything, an angel gets his wings every single time Senzu pulls out the double op. Now, I am seriously terrified for teams on their offenses when it's 9-10 doing his methodical, very accurate opping, and Senzu with the explosive op. Like, this is a way that now the MongolZ have kind of reshaped their CT sides to just give themselves a new dynamic, and it's very difficult to deal with. And I think it's such an imperative way to change your defense on maps like Mirage, maps like Dust2, and they even make it happen on Inferno, which is just mind-boggling to me still.
Yeah, and when we're talking about G2, one of the things we talk about is they really brute force into the site. They like to go 4-man grouped up, some utility. If they get smoked off, sometimes they stick around and go back right after. And that's the type of thing that can get really locked down when you're not using perfect flashes for everything, if there's just a random second op there.
You know, when you take a Senzu bean itself, you're naturally restored to your peak condition, basically almost 100%, right? He waited, let his hand warm up some more, and then took it, which I think was why we're getting the best version of him.
And what's great is that he's clearly not like Yamcha or Krillin, who's just gonna die again. This is a guy going Super Saiyan, okay?
Every single time.
Every single time. I feel like he's on SS2 right now. We have yet to see so much more. Probably want to see that in the playoffs. But in terms of studio environments, lower pressure games in general, Senzu is just such a monster for this team. Mechanically, I'd say he's tied with Mizinho for the best aimers on the roster, but it's just that Senzu puts himself in so many winning positions. They give him so much mobility, so much freedom in terms of how he wants to position himself. And man, I think that he's been really understanding of what the opponent's strategy is right when it starts.
And it's been great to see. That's what we're so praising about when it comes to this Mongolian side. But let's find out what maps we're going to play. It's time for the veto.
Okay. Yep. I mean, I want to see who's banning it. Okay, MongolZ actually banned the train. Both these teams want to ban that, and that means G2 is going to be able to just kind of get a free ban here. So they take away the Mirage, which has just been a problem for themselves. It's been a strength for the Mongols, and now the Mongols have to kind of figure out something else. I think it should be Ancient, probably, Vu, but do you have any ideas about the rest?
Yeah, I mean, Ancient makes the most sense, and the reason they banned Mirage, that's the map Hunter needed 220 ADR to beat Imperials, you know?
Yeah,
so
exactly,
makes sense to ban that one. And if you're Mongols, you ban Train because you're the better team. You know you're the better team, so you just bring it to maps that you're comfortable on, and it's not a big problem.
All right. Man, this is when G2 just are saying our backs are against the wall. We know that we have incredible shooters on our team, and Snacks can call practically any strategy. It's going to work. The only thing they need to work on, their B defense, really.
True.
Yeah.
I haven't been too impressed with G2's Dust2. It's not the best map of all time, but they are extremely good on that map, and you've got MONOZ. I mean, what else do you want?
They did, though, end up losing Dust2 last time at EPL. Mongols won it.
Huge comeback, though, was needed.
Yeah.
That was pretty much, it felt like a masterclass from the Mongol side, but also I think G2 probably a couple times just pushed an unnecessary advantage. And Decider Inferno, I will say, in a way, this is probably exactly what G2 wanted. I think that's the only thing that's going their way in this one. I do have MongolZ as the favorite in this series, regardless of that, but they were able to kind of get a free ban on Mirage. They were able to get, in my eyes, their two best maps in Dust2 and Inferno.
I actually feel like Inferno is one where it's kind of like a poison chalice, because we had them dominate Navi on that map. We have them dominate M80, who was kind of arguably a better team in the first two maps against MongolZ, and then they go on to Inferno, just destroyed. I think MongolZ have something special on Inferno at the moment.
So you were saying, right, you're giving the Mongols the advantage no matter what goes on in the veto. What is the way in for G2 in this series? Because remember, this is probably one of the most important games of the season for G2 in terms of the VRS, in terms of making it to the major. This is now actually where the pressure is highest, and we're in a studio environment.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, getting to stage 3, it needs to happen for G2. That's what they've outlined in this. Ancient, though, we need MOUZ to play better. Middle control is something that he has been lacking on, and he needs to just get in this game.
Yeah, CT sides and MOUZ. I want MOUZ. He needs to be the best player on G2 other than MONOZ, and if he can do that, this could be one of the best series, lights out series.
Well, Vu wants MOUZ, G2 have him, but now he needs to show his worth. It's a fight for a spot, and the last spot in the Lisbon arena. Let's see who gets it.
Yeah, this one not just a matter of semi or quarters, but actual elimination here. We've got the last and final place up for grabs, and we've got a G2 that I think Vu's dead on with. It comes down to MOUZ in middle, at least for the start of this series. When we're talking about Ancient, we saw them versus M80 yesterday, and we saw that MOUZ had to call on MONOZ to come help him in order to deal with Lake, his replacement, on the other side. And if that's not there, if MONOZ isn't able to go lights out as per yesterday, I don't know if G2 have any sort of chance.
I know it's you know, if Nico had the firepower added to this team and there was that sort of just on a firepower basis, I think they might match up more evenly to what MongolZ have to offer. But I think in a couple of ways MongolZ are just a little stronger at the moment, and we saw these maps for G2 in their last game. They've hopefully learned some lessons while they played them. That here will be the hardest game so far. MongolZ going B and fast.
Yeah, right to it. Seen some real explosive stuff from MongolZ on this B site in the last 72 hours, and this one will be no different. Now Zeno just 2 kills, simple as can be, bomb down, and G2 got to take a deep breath because this could end up getting real gritty as the night goes on.
And look at the spot that Blitz plays in. He can actually flank Cave slowly as well.
I'm going to try to give it the retake. Heavy God, 3 versus 5 kickoff. Techno 4K able to put it down. Quad kill.
Well, what a round.
The youngest member of the MongolZ, and that's the kind of start he loves.
What a round. So I was not shy to hide my disdain for, I think, the calling from G2 in the last series, and we're getting similar maps. So there's the aspect of, I think in their last game they played against M80, they came in and said, we know we're going to win, I think, and they ended up closing. So fair enough. Now they're going to try way harder versus the MongolZ. I'm going to say that outright. We're not going to get rounds where they go, 5 players or something, wait, and then exec. Like, they have to do proper defaults. They have to respect MongolZ, and we know that G2 can do that. I think that's the reason why there was so much criticism regarding that. The question is, if they do that, will it work anyways? The MongolZ are also, I think, pretty happy about how the maps played out. And as Vu said, they're at the advantage. Nice spray from Senju.
Mechanically, starting strong.
They're the ones who want to ban train and just get to the meat of it. And then the other thing about MOUZ is, both sides, inside and middle, it's critical that he plays well. And versus M80, they won. But honestly, MOUZ struggled the whole game. He made a joke about don't want to get outscored by Lake. That happened. And they did a great job of denying him. He has to have a better day.
He's got a very important position on Ancient when it comes to the CT side. He's constantly going to be out middle. Again, MOUZ was enough to kind of bolster him and do enough versus M80. MongolZ, different beast. So the two of them will begin here with guns. Out of the gate, we've got a MongolZ lean into that A site, which means Hunter is also going to have to get his hands dirty.
Yeah, this is something they love to do. Now, obviously, they still have Techno over on the other side of the map just in case people start searching information. And here, Blitz just checks to see if they're still holding on to mid control. Immediately, MongolZ runs from this light pressure. I think because he understands that decisions will be made soon. However, he actually leans towards B site.
Hunter tries to welcome them in. Mzinho just the 1 kill. MOUZ doubles back for a little mid-hold. And he's done a good job of getting a trade, but then also putting himself in great cover.
But look how they took over mid now. MongolZ can't fight easily.
Going to be concerned about both ends. Looks to push out. Techno caught off, but that's fine. Gets the Mac 10 out in time, and Blitz makes sure there's no immediate lane flank. Bomb can work its way forward. There's going to be that looming threat of the CT lane, but 910's in cover, so Bomb goes down. Oh, Heavy God gets popped by Senzu. And if your rifles are falling to Mac 10s, then you've got bigger issues.
Dude, the convergence.
Oh, lineup, MongolZ. Double kill from CT spawn.
It's a little early to go for that, isn't it? MongolZ now has a chance.
Now, he doesn't have a
Snacks
kit.
is so far away from this.
Snacks is going to have to come through. He's going to have to blindside and will do exactly that. 910 primes the trade frag and catches him falling down. Remember, no kit, but if you can bait him into the fight and 910 seems content to give it to you, then maybe, just maybe, on that chance, MongolZ could have jumped on Bomb at this point. Oh, too far gone. Won't be able to find a kit to defuse it, and so Bomb pops for the MongolZ 3-0 start.
Yeah, risky to go for the search, obviously, because MongolZ gets a 2K spray down, but they still double peeked him. He just was that nuts. So fair enough. At least MongolZ makes it very expensive here for the MongolZ. But part of the reason that they're able to win is because not only do they take A off their light fake in mid, and sometimes they do this running, they come back to check with Blitz to make sure that there's still a lot of players here. That actually signals MongolZ to rotate over to the B site, so G2 have the wrong read. And then because they had Techno sitting outside B that entire time, they were able to not only get this A play going, but take mid control at the exact same time and do it without having to take any fights. It's very clever, and obviously too much for G2 to deal with.
.910 on the line. Missed chance to strike down the Deagle, but that'll beckon MongolZ over. Keep an eye on MongolZ when it comes to just rotations on this map. I feel like he's always so quick to try to add himself to whichever bomb site's under pressure, and that's just because MongolZ is their key to success.
Yeah, that's why you put star players in rotator spots, because they have to make the executive choices. A lot of it can be off of intuition. Obviously, some of it is off of prep or whoever's requesting help. But whenever he moves, that's when you have an idea of what G2 are thinking as a whole. Like, he's the CEO.
Sure.
Youngest CEO in esports.
I think if he was a CEO, he'd re-sign that contract.
He wouldn't have lost that Nico deal.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I like that Vu brought that up right at the tail end of the analyst desk. You know, it was a fair reminder because I feel like we haven't talked about it for some time, but soon to expire. And we'll leave it at that. MongolZ finds one this round, but 910's op denies the closest player of any defense on the B side, so...
They're clean rounds.
I'll call it 4-0. At least there's an AK-47 here for MongolZ. We'll see if they try to keep up the costs. I mean, with how much economic damage MongolZ was able to do in that A site one round ago, it would be nice to try to do that again. But it looks like this time, they're going to grow the funds.
Dude. Senzu is highlighted on that desk, obviously, by Maui, and it's because he has just been unbelievable. Like, you know, MongolZ and Eternal Fire are both in the same boat of, like, everything is great, and the only question is what are they going to be like, you know, in front of the full crowd on stage, all of that, right? We know they can play CS at the highest level possible. With MongolZ, the special thing is that it's just almost exclusively about Senzu, and he is obviously the newest addition to the team. It's not necessarily a matter of experience. 910 has played very little CS in his lifetime, but pressure affects everybody differently. It's just that Senzu is so key because he's a top performer. So it's for them, it's the keys in the ignition, but it turns when Senzu figures out how to beat the mental game. But in matches like this is where he's his absolute best.
Really is kind of the final step on the road to greatness. Oh, yeah, all right. All in on the next gun round, huh? Oh, MongolZ thinking that they can just be a bit disrespectful with this defense. MongolZ's content to come running up at it, but he'll go down empty-handed. Desperation in terms of wall bangs. MOUZ up next. Nicely done catching Techno on short side. That's 4v3 man advantage.
Wait, there's a flank and cave. Blitz in the same position. He did this before.
How can he line up these players? Is anybody holding for him? Heavy God's on the other side of two smokes. Things looking weird here. Blitz just hanging onto the corner. Snax figures it out.
Oh, nice.
They body block on one another. Now Senzu's going to have to go massive. Huge ask in a 1v4, but the first one's free. Second one does not follow suit. Ooh. And it's the cave control for G2 that gets the retake going. But if not for Snax finding that position from Blitz, I can't help but wonder, how could he have stopped them?
And that was their, I want to assume their CT smoke because it was a full B attack with just a lurk in place. So they had the right to not watch it for a second, and they were very good about making sure they didn't get tunnel vision in this spot. Obviously, with trades going down with MOUZ on defense, that helps out a lot. Then they have the resources to watch things while also going for the retake at the same time. It's a good test pass here for G2.
Talk about a pace that'll keep you on your toes.
All right, this is what we're looking for.
Again?
Actually, no, it's just they're going for their mid fakes. They either take mid or they fake it. Every round you're getting utility, though. But there's no one pushed.
Nobody on B at all.
Yeah, no one on B at all. No one long, specifically. Heavy God in a position where one molly stops him from taking any kind of peek.
They'll smoke it off instead. Last time we saw this angle left open for the first blood of the round. Gave over the man advantage.
Because they have it. That spam could have stopped the plant if it was just on default, but they didn't have the plant there.
Fire burns deep here for Mzinho.
910 smoke, where is it?
Chucks it forward ahead of that pack. 3 players met by it. Do they call this off?
Yeah, that's it, man.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
MongolZ sink their teeth into a B bomb site with no resistance.
See, that's why... I remember talking to Faflaren about this once. It was regarding... Oh, actually, what are they doing? Setting up to punish, but money-wise, a little risky here for G2.
Heavy God goes down. MongolZ and Hunter gonna make sure the costs rack up. In fact, almost clearing everyone. Techno to the bomb. Yes, sir.
Oh, they got all 5 dead. Okay, nicely done, G2.
You were saying?
I was talking to Flaren about this a long time ago. It was about overpass and how everyone was learning the running CT mollies outside of bathrooms for T-steps, and how oftentimes if a spawn's good enough, you can barely get information off that molly. So it's a really expensive thing to do every single round. But he said, if you do it, you have to do it every round. It kind of doesn't matter how much the cost is in one round. And I think the same goes for these mid-control nades. Even if you are going to take mid or you're not going to take mid, there's no way to read what the play is going to be for G2. They have to believe it every single time, as long as you're putting some of that investment in. And that's a huge part of MongolZ game plan. Because right here we saw that them even assuming G2 are going to go and take it means that there's a space vacuum and B or A are going to be lightly played. That's how they went into this extremity so quickly. I think the one thing that was an issue for G2, obviously, was the fact that we didn't have Heavy God starting long or waiting on an angle for the site hit to come in. Last time he was in cave as well, he just got a kill.
This time there is something behind it. 9-10. Oof.
Wow.
Burned back. Good utility damage to deter him. And MongolZ and Hunter able to take up the position. So Hunter coming to help out MongolZ a little more frequently.
They need to put a little bit more pressure on Techno's spot. Blitz has been there, Techno's been there so many times.
Ooh, nicely done, MongolZ.
That's huge info.
Catching one in the smoke. Snacks thinking there's got to be somebody else, and he's not wrong about that. 30 damage on Techno to the wall bang.
Careful about reloading.
Yeah. Got to be nervous that there could be just a sudden pop on you, but Snacks leans back slightly, as will Techno 4K. MongolZ doesn't see that. Remains ready.
They would have heard the jump across. So MongolZ's just hoping nothing goes wrong on the rest of the map so he can hold this.
See if that remains the case or whether Techno can cause problems.
Man. Window gets smoked, they're going to get a little nervous about this. MongolZ, actually, specifically if Donut gets smoked, that's when things get a little sketchy. This is a good move from Snacks.
They could be coming at him. He's going to put his smoke down to keep them in middle. We do get this activity outside of the B site for G2. Snacks is trying to get into flank on time, but they are already around the corner, so they'll at least have cover. Even 9-10, who goes through the red room. He's going to be tried to held back by Hunter, but it goes south for him. Snacks will find his one. Long player steps forward, and MongolZ misses his shot while the bomb site is overtaken. But he gets back into the cover. Techno kills Heavy God. Now Snacks back in Donut, and he's got his. Mzinho gets tagged up down to 20. There's no space for this bomb plant.
It has to be a plant.
You'll be so exposed, so they'll run him down, and then a cool-headed Snacks sits back to close out and then kill after time. The MongolZ not able to nab that sixth. Pressure from MongolZ, just enough.
This is an excellent round from G2 on all positions. Even Snacks' push late into the round. His spams early. MongolZ taking mid control. There was no fast move to punish this time. I think MongolZ didn't believe that maybe they would be in mid as actively because of what happened to them over on B. And MongolZ using this single box to perfection. He knows that even though he takes that shot, Mzinho cannot cover the plant, even though it looks like he has an open line from A main. That's lovely. What you want to see out of G2.
It's a good moment for Snacks as well.
Yes.
Very critical pressure on the flank and winning those duels, not to mention closing out and then add on economic problems. And Snacks, I think, you know, played well on the Ancient game as well with M80. We were giving him praise inside of his cave play.
Yeah, I think he's actually quite good at cave. It's the cave timings and spams, you know?
Yes.
That makes sense in terms of Snacks' historical skill set.
Yeah,
like
Snacks-esque.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to transition that success into the next map of the series. But we'll deal with that when we get there. Dust 2 in the wings. 9-10 to the tip of the spear. Gets into cave, and that will very quickly move over some additional pieces of the G2 camp. Heavy God and Hunter also here on B. Same setup in terms of the A play for G2. It's a waiting game for now.
As soon as cave gets taken over, that's when all these spams start coming in. You know, the CTs are going to be hugging the left side of the site. They're trying to coax them into pushing banana. And there will be no molly here for this default position, which would be probably wildly effective. High-low setup here for Snacks and Hunter.
Should be good enough. Flash, not on the money. And so they kind of stall out here. Gets a little bit awkward with the smoke at the top of ramp as well. Zeno sees it as an invitation. Ooh, gets the headshot. Doesn't kill him. 99 from the Tech 9. Gut-wrenching if you're MZeno to think that maybe you could have toppled at least one player. A bomb plant here would be a shock, I'd say. Blitz, no chance. No footing whatsoever for the Mongols in round 8. This is G2 starting with a bit of a recovery, I'd say.
Excellent bounce back out of G2. This is the day to look good.
It's when it's on the line. Bigger picture as well. Another important VRS matchup for G2. And it feels like Mongols consistently end up being this like high-valued scalp. Astralis got their 1 point difference off of the Mongols win back in Cluj. Right. M80 almost would have secured themselves provisional 5th in North America to get that invite in their region, and now G2 trying to do the same thing. So for Mongols, no game is ever easy in that regard. Opponents want to beat them more than most. MongolZ again on this position, happy to strike one down, and he'll give up the bomb site, but Hunter very quickly into the action. Easy track onto MZeno. Nothing whatsoever for the Mongols. G2 closing this distance quickly.
Yes, and that's MongolZ, excuse me, getting all those kills earlier when they won the round, leading into a situation where they're dead broke coming into an eco. One flash here to support these Glocks. And no mistakes from G2.
So the half buys and the ecos don't work for Mongols. 3 rounds to stabilize here, G2, 4 of the last 5 even. Starting to turn the tide. Blitz wants a piece of mid. It's him versus MongolZ, and it's pure. Just the two of them. No trade potential on either end. So for the Opera to come out on top, that's big. Then the ramp kill comes out. G2, 5 versus 3. But Senzu will return with something to work with. Not a lot. And on top of it, utility damage weakens them somewhat. An on-point wallbang could have helped, but it is Snacks and Hunter in sight as MOUZ locks down Cave, and he hasn't been contested whatsoever. Still full belt of utility, awaiting some sort of action. Plenty of time for Mongols to walk it back.
MongolZ taking over as soon as the game starts. That's a massive key to victory. No more slow starts. They left him alone. All the responsibility in the world on that side of the map.
Totally writing off the possibility of an A site. Didn't think Mongols would run that quickly. Oof, single box.
Missed shot. Wait, missed shot with an open sight, and MZeno's still lurking.
Nobody's close enough.
They played to win this round in the sense that they're not lurking out to get trades. 3 players left here. G2 have to be vigilant.
In the corner. And he's supported by MOUZ. They know that op is in the back site. They've heard it ring out already. They put fire on his feet. MZeno's going to try to run in to help out. Op shot connects down from Senzu, but he loses his teammate. To whip these bullets around the corner will be hard, and MOUZ may just ice this out. Defuse, easy. Senzu, 4 kills. And if that bomb doesn't get defused, by God, could have been the ace.
Wow. That's MZeno could have come in through the CT flank, which is the position that would have been unlikely. Instead, they come and clear Donut, of course, because they think he started there. It's still a great round in the fact that they had to hit that shot, and they did. Otherwise, that would have been a nightmare with the outperformance that was being put on by 9-10. So it looks like MongolZ's got a team, too.
Yeah, it's like the one time where MongolZ kind of goes down, right? G2 without MongolZ, what happens? Still, they close it. And in no panic state. Just a comfortable retake and dealing with what the Mongols are throwing at him. But it's hard to keep the Mongols pinned down, and I think this round is an example of it. You know, for a moment, it felt like everything got shut out. You get that long road walk back to the A site, and suddenly, retake needed. Round 10 keeps G2 on their toes. Anybody's half with 2 left to go. Full investment from the Mongols, bottomed out bank accounts. And it does feel to me like mid has been a success story for G2, especially in contrast to, say, the M80 game where Lake had MOUZ's number.
Sometimes the effects of taking mid early end up yielding around in ways that you can't expect later, just with the rotations and opportunities to frag. So Mongols can keep faking it, but eventually the actual map control, the vision that G2 get, and the quicker rotations. He's going to have a better impact. But the deal with mid is that it's hard to hold late into the round. Utility coming out here for Hunter. Yeah, this will throw a wrench in the works. Mongols were ready to try to take this. And again, see how far they have to go walking. They're going to have one final idea. Support comes in from Hunter. This has been a great round from him from the perspective of utility and rotations.
It's the right numbers in the right positions. And Hunter wants an even deeper angle by the looks of things. Snack's starting to work forward on Cave. Sits tucked in his corner and waits. Mongols boil this one down to 20 seconds. Oh, the wall bang certainly won't help. Snacks is able to keep some kind of angle going while there's still no pressure in through Cave. He denies the bomb plant. Snacks just trying to run out onto site. Are you serious? Snacks denies them everything, puts the bomb on the ground, and just like that, Snacks barrels out, says enough's enough, G2 with a lead.
Who put wings on this guy? Jumping out of Cave like that, that's the round-winning play.
Unreal.
I mean, I thought he was a dead man.
Fearless.
Yeah.
And just a testament to the impact that he has had on the CT sides of G2 within Ancient.
Oh my gosh.
How can a man jump that high with balls that heavy? Soars in to cover, and the fact that the ramp player's not able to stop it, man.
Yeah, he looked at everybody once.
Bad smoke, at least. That'll be an open invitation here for Blitz. MOUZ fine with it. Stands the test. And MOUZ not able to double down. So something back here for the Mongols, but it comes at a heavy cost. Blitz down to 20. Utility so low as well here for the T's. Snacks continues to press his luck. Oh, and the luck runs dry. He gets a dink in the process, so he's left Senzu low. Out through the smoke goes Mzinho, and now you are talking about majority of the Mongols standing on the brink of death. 9-10, hopefully, for their sake, could make that difference. And, well, given a gift as Hunter presents his head on a silver platter, you've got Heavy God blocked off to the right side of the smoke as it fades. You kill 9-10. The other two should go down smooth. A single bullet each gets this job done at a 7-5 lead on the defensive half of your opponent's map pick. It sounds good, but it's no guarantee. Flash into Molly to try to get that exit, but it's all a ruse, and they bite on it, but MONIC, does he see him?
Yeah, he slowed at the angle. Yeah, MONIC ends up seeing him.
Jumps over, gets a glimpse, and puts Blitz to a tough spot. Down he goes. 6 in a row here for G2. No! Able to answer after a hot start from the Mongols. It's an edge as they swap to the offense. Momentum for the Mongols out of the gate, a 5-1 scoreline once upon a time, and then we get this resurgence from G2, and it looks real good on them because it comes by way of many. MongolZ, the star still. Heavy God puts up his numbers, Snax has his impact over on that B site, and it's a formula for G2 on a CT side that looks good enough to win. But there are questions still about the attack. There were moments where things looked a little lazy versus M80. We said they would not be able to bring that caliber to the table tonight. So let's see what they have in store for us. MZino's been the bane of their existence in the pistols. He kicks it off with the first, but Snax and Heavy God get entries out from A main. Donut also a success story for G2, and that's a bomb plant guaranteed.
That's a massive attack. 2 players up. Senzu coming in from Temple. Say a prayer.
Heavy God will sit behind single. And he sees that shadow coming, so no surprises for him. A bit of chip damage, all they've been able to find. Can Techno line up bodies? That's the question. Wanting to put the smoke on bomb, but as he has a nade out, they just go ahead and swarm them. So G2 will not let this second pistol slip. Both these teams exchange first rounds of each half.
It's extending to 7 rounds now in a row here for G2. After an excellent start to the half for the Mongols, but the adaptations, the rotations, MongolZ's individual form, and everybody chipping in here and there with a really important trade frag mean that G2 are now strongly in the lead.
That you did.
I'd love to see their stats on that because they're normally like super strong on pistol specifically.
I wonder if that's kind of one of those things where it feels like you just don't win them anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
I swear the other night they won like 5 of 6, but maybe I misremember.
Those are the standards they have. They lose 1 pistol.
God, we're horrible. MongolZ's going to catch the pack. He's got Snax to also bring it back into control. G2 got him. MongolZ goes flying in. He said, eco kills? Get them numbers up.
All right, here's a lead. I mean, in terms of like how they're playing, yeah, what an angle. In terms of how they're playing, everything looks right. But T side, that's where things got a little lazy versus M80. They allowed M80 to come back on 5 rounds when they could have just ended that game if they wanted to. And it looks like, just like they did in the first half, they're readying to fight middle.
Has found himself a nice opening.
I mean, they've established on mid. There's very little response here from the Mongols. They're sitting back, waiting. Now Blitz is getting tagged back in spawn. Scary moment for him. And oh, what a find for Techno. I mean, he should have just died straight up, but at least there's a trade back here for Snax.
Senzu's going to hear that departure towards middle.
He's backing up towards long.
Yeah, Heavy God's going to see him easy. He heard that one player leave, and he thought that was all that was outside of the B site.
Oh, what's happened, Mongols? You look lost and confused now.
Yeah. Steps ahead at the moment. G2 ramp still smoked off for the time being. 30 seconds on this clock. It's a comfortable man advantage for G2. Their grouping will be a tall order here for Blitz. You'll hear the util behind him, has to stay focused outwards. And there's a burst, but no follow-up. MongolZ too quick to the trade. Fire in front of him, 15 seconds. 9-10 could try to throw this Hail Mary. If you could stop that bomb going down, then maybe. But MongolZ is going to try to cover, and he will do that well. Damage in on the spam from MZino could have spelled disaster, but G2 will get this 10th, doubling the rounds of the Mongols in a hot streak.
Nothing more you could ask for G2, a lot more that you could ask of the Mongols. And that'll be the first time at this event that I say that for the Mongols. This was not much map control, not much vision, walking backwards into their death. Luckily, having Techno get his first kill after pushing through a smoke. This is the first time we're seeing MongolZ lack a game plan. There wasn't even an opening tactic on this one. This one for MongolZ getting outplayed to MongolZ starting to outplay themselves.
I mean, back turn here from Senzu, that's a gift. Acts of desperation from there on out. Where have the MongolZ gone? It's a far cry from Blitz's 1.11 rating at the event, sitting 6-11. But trying his damnedest to take over bottom middle. Frag grenade on MOUZ. Oh, but he just pulls the trigger. When you feel it, you feel it.
He's hitting the lotto tonight.
Making up for lost ground versus M80. Nine10 and Senzu have been such consistent performers for the MongolZ. One of the two stepping forward into this head-to-head tonight. Blitz has been in the middle, and well, we see him starting to teeter towards an underperformance. He's got no help here, man. None whatsoever. And of course, the only M4 in his hands. He'll double back. Utility lands all around him. Flashbang's good. Gives up the angle. He's got to allow them footing on the site. Hunter goes for the duel despite carrying the bomb. Once his gun's reloaded, he'll go for that plant. Senzu shows up with the Desert Eagle. Will anybody be caught slipping? Doesn't look likely. G2 on high alert to continue this streak of round wins that just seems never ending. 6 at the end of the CT side. This will be the 4th on the offense in a row.
There's a difference between G2 winning and G2 playing well. And between yesterday and today, we're seeing G2 play well. That is a welcome sight.
To do it on Ancient, no less.
Yeah, as well.
Analysts already talked about how the map pool for G2 goes about as good as they could have asked for. If they can keep up this consistency with all the money they have in their bank, all you gotta do, 2 more rounds on Ancient, close this, do it as a statement, and you have 2 genuine maps that you could pull off to follow. I'll ask it again. Where are the MongolZ?
It's frags that win rounds, but it's ideas that win maps. Mara's going to chip in here on this final tack pause. And it's not as if they were absent for this whole game. They started 5-1. Get some more activity on the map.
Ooh, 910 catching. Snacks getting real adventurous out middle that time. Trade attempt out of MOUZ a little bit late. Trying to be cheeky with timing. The MongolZ CT side may be about to begin. 3v5 suits him.
Yeah, that's quite a kickoff. No window smoke. They try to take those duels. Both Crush coming out of elbow. 5 up still for the MongolZ.
Again, it hasn't been the case yet, but it was something we talked about yesterday, getting a little lazy in certain rounds. I'm not going to call this one that. They just tried to play with aggressive tempo. We got to make sure we don't see G2 just kind of fall into a trend of predictable repetition. I know damn well the MongolZ would seize that opportunity and make this game all the closer.
If anything, that's what MongolZ have avoided with their last round being so uninspired.
910's on a great angle to stop this, but he misses his shot. MongolZ tests the bomb site.
Whoa.
G2 getting ever closer to this 3v5 attempt because the bomb being able to cross over with these smokes up means they could try to get this plant, but at 20 seconds, it's going to get weird. And there's a gap over on this smoke. That's going to be a costly mistake.
Ooh, that smoke, yeah.
Could have been body blocked.
With the way that it waterfalled, I'm wondering if it hit a molly as it was coming down.
Right, weird one.
It's possible that it's their own molly as well, that they were just going to smoke on top of it, but the bounce was strange. Not sure.
See if we're lucky enough that replay caught it.
Either one. Either way, you couldn't trust it as you were swinging cave. So this is an opening gambit win here for the Mongols as they solidify mid-control with 2 kills. But I think G2 starting off with trying mid-control is the right idea.
Oof, more flashes this time for MOUZ. He gets out. Ops on him.
Oh, 910, man. He's pervasive.
Putting that sniper on the right angle and then trying to get away while Heavy got simultaneous on the B pressure. Bomb is right behind him. And this time, because of the change up in tempo, he's already ahead of the rotate. You've got Blitz and 910 on that back line. And he misses his chance to strike down a second, but they won't miss the chance to plant. Bomb down. Snax moves forward, gets cleared out by Techno. No sanctuary here in the post plant. You've got the Mongols quickly sweeping away everybody that was on this site. Hunter chasing ghosts out in middle. They keep Mongols on their toes, but Mongols dance on their bodies. 7th round secured.
Yeah, solid on the retake. I mean, it's such a good find from Heavy God, and I like that this round was the slight bout in mid-control. They did lose a player to 910. 910 playing committed like that, it's cool to see. So it becomes a bit too costly, even though it's this one frag sometimes on B can just spell death. It still only makes it 4v4. And they don't get all their util down before they get into that post plant. G2 will now be pressed on the timeouts. Taz will get involved. Also gives Mara one extra chance to speak. But we saw that that was actually key for the Mongols to win their first round to break the streak.
Let's go, boys.
And now everyone will just have to trust their players.
Let's play the game.
Everybody whiffs every once in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
We've all whiffed. At least he didn't fall off a stage.
Yeah.
Been there.
Sometimes that happens too.
You know? We play, says Taz. Ooh. Bullets sail past MongolZ as he locks in mid-box. Not walking into that 910 sniper this time, so clearly the setups change somewhat from the Mongols as that timeout comes through.
When they play with MongolZ.
G2 piecing it together. Senzu, he's getting ahead of the smoke, but they're on the brink of coming up through this, and oh, he's gonna try to join up with the mid-play.
Ooh, crushed.
Doesn't need help. Double for Senzu. Donut seemingly closed this just sense of false confidence out from G2 as they inched ever closer. You don't get struck down by the op, but you tiptoe your way into Senzu's sightlines. Snax with one. Bomb over in elbow, near irretrievable. Mongols.
They didn't necessarily need to
seen it.
phase the smoke. I don't even know if it matters. I guess with Snax all the way through, let's.
Well, they got the kill, so surely they spotted it, but
God can go fishing.
No eyes on it.
Oh, he made some noise, which would definitely allude to A.
But what if that scramble rotates 910 right into Snax?
Yeah, 910 already starts walking, because obviously there's 2 alive. Let's see if he clears it. This would be kind of crazy, though.
Pistol out, so Snax will pick it up. You've got a smoke down for Donut as well. Blitz is fast flanking. Oh, Heavy God. Had he picked up that kill, then, well, Snax was ready to help out for the cover. But Blitz hot on their heels.
Oh, careful,
now
Snax.
Snax just can't afford to die after time. He can exit through the Donut smoke. He doesn't know what's on the other end, so he'll sit inside it. And he does hang on. That was 3 kills for Snax, the only person for G2 that round to get anything done.
Yeah, he made it possible, and you were right that, yeah, there was a chance to take it to the A site, but he here's the moment. Okay, they kind of phase the smoke. It's a little bit early, and sometimes you want to go a little bit early just in case they're going to go try to refresh the smoke. Then you just catch someone with a nade out. But Senzu said, sun's out, guns out, baby.
AK
Load them both down.
See what you can do, Snacks. You got a bunch of Goombas behind you. Ouch. That's not what he was looking for. You've got to be the hero of round 20. And a nade chunks you down to 46. Senzu just spams him.
Anybody home?
Hello?
Love that angle.
Damage off, but that's all. And then the cleanup made easy.
It's the Gervin guarantee,
It's
baby.
easy. It's all easy. One little deagle shot, dude. One little deagle shot into an AK kill, dude. One little desert eagle shot into a double kill. Triple kill!
It's so easy. Oh. That's the Gervin guarantee, baby. It's so easy. Connor just spilled water everywhere. It's okay. All cast. It's okay. BZ's off. Mid-control again. Oh, and Blitz can't see a damn thing. Doesn't matter. He helps himself out, though. Flash somehow gets back to window. Backs up, survives, get behind his smoke. And now he waits for MOUZ to come forward. Gonna reload, however. MOUZ will use this as an opportunity.
Chases forth, misses the headshot.
Yeah, that was a risky move from MOUZ in a position where it feels like G2 needed to make one. And now he's sitting there inside of CT spawn.
Max gives chase, clears it, but is this false confidence? Do they forget about the corner?
Oh, I mean, that's still a kill. That's still a kill in a 4v3. 910's in a critical spot, and it's going to be difficult for MOUZ to have impact. Oh, because of it.
Further positioning, Snacks tries to join up.
But they're going to turn this into a B split, right?
Oh
but this is kind of awkward. The bomb is over towards B.
Crosses open. Blitz goes back into the bomb site. He's feeling
910's
surrounded.
now coming to window.
If they can deal with it from Red Room, that's one thing, but this B site's got to be ready. And instead, they step down into MongolZ. Offers exchange kills. 910 clears out both. So we're going to go to the 2v2 at 30.
Wait, the Op is going cave. Senzu is in position early enough. Waiting for a play to happen. There's a smoke on Heavy God.
This timing feels like it's got to be B now. Smoke's going to confirm it. Senzu, do you try to take a chance at peeling one off? Oh, he attempts it, but MongolZ's cover is critical. Frag grenade onto Heavy God. 5 health, survives. And as he gets off of this, G2 on the brink of securing that coveted 12th round. 910 was the key to clearing out Red Room and to go 2 deeper. They're not sure which side he comes at now. Announcing himself, missed quick scope. He's dropped down to 48. Slight bit of damage. Pistol's out. MongolZ misses. Charges him down. And the pistol back. It's a USP and Glock exchange. G2 take their 12.
Let's go, MongolZ. So quick to that Glock refrag. 910 did not get established. Could have turned that one on its head if he had a chance to fake tap that bomb. Very quick to it. G2 managed this round. This was a very difficult position to figure out. I'm not surprised some of the kills go down this way. With MongolZ outside B the entire time, they needed MongolZ to push the ramp, and it happened. They eventually succumbed to the pressure.
One boost into it. MP9 just trying to pounce. It works. Blitz a double.
Ow.
Through your util. Doesn't give a damn.
And he saw the bomb. I think. Oh, no, he wouldn't have.
No, it's tucked back around the pillar.
Okay. That's one saving grace here for G2.
Through a sea of smokes, he soars. And silence. No Nobody else going to try their hand at this. Why would they? 5 versus 3 already. Play for your sights. You know G2 will play for some sort of control, and the likelihood is they are grouped up, which remains true. 3 players in elbow. Snax working with the bomb. Heavy God with him. Zinho's down to 52 with an MP9. Snax, does he get traded or does he find it himself? Shadow announces him. And there's the trade frag back from MongolZ. Trying to predict Blitz back on elbow. You can see the caution here in the cave approach. Heavy God doesn't want to come around these corners, not without MongolZ, but time's of the essence. He finds it. He snapped over, can't get the second. MongolZ unable. Not this time.
Yeah, those are great baits there from the Mongols. I mean, even if the kills went down, there were 3 players on their way out of cave to get onto the site. It's the run boost, and Blitz is 2K with an MP9. That wins this. That guy reached max velocity.
Dude. Mob's thinking he could just force the issue. Potential to sweep away Techno with it, but yeah. A 3v5 that had some legs, just not enough to stand on. They're gonna go ahead and crank that dial into the B rush. On a round like this with lesser weapons, go ahead, give it the try. See if you can get crazy. MongolZ's gotten his first one, then they line up here for him. Zinho, he's gonna try to go deal with Snax, who has the bomb on long. Not ideal, obviously. Oh, but Heavy God, a bit of an answer. 2 more right in front, but they'll keep this swift. We go round 24.
Yes, all the way through, man. It's been a great game of CS from both sides now. Mongols looked a little absent until Mara called a pause. Then they got their act together. They had 1 sloppy round in the second half. The comeback was just legit, though, from G2. They did extremely well in terms of ideas throughout the CT side. Throughout this T side, it has been a lot of complicated defaults, and they managed to get their 12th round off the most complex one. Oh, and actually a final timeout. I didn't even realize G2 still had 1 left. That'll be all of them used now, and Mara, 1 final chance to talk as well. I can't help but feel like this is a risk letting Mara get involved. You know, you've got to focus on your teams if they need ideas as well. What's the idea? Very curious after everything that we've seen from G2 so far. The long rounds that they've been playing. These are the calls that define you. How can they weaponize Heavy God in his map that he's having?
Oh, Techno on a rampage here, just running out through cave smoke.
Techno can play on this side of the smoke. If he goes into cave, they've got 3B. Otherwise, it's going to be 2 between Senzo and 910. But with the op in this position, they're sensing something in this direction late. Techno is here to try to disrupt.
10 just waits it out. Those corners feeling smaller than ever with all of those wall bangs. Feels like Snax is even lucky to be alive.
It's great to see Heavy God just sitting outside of A. Like, they can have this idea and chill. They have confirmed knowledge on any push, and there isn't one right now. But again, I think the most worrying sign here for G2 is the op is on the site they want to go to, and these nades might work against them. Yeah, they're not going to see anything behind this.
See one guy chucking smoke grenades.
910, time to shine.
I don't think that's enough. Mongols, they will stay on this B site. You have not convinced them. A little bit of information from Main. He sits in the fire long enough. Worth it. They stall out on ramp for a second. Senzu waiting for that backside cross. Flashbang finds them as well. They've been stalled out again and again. Tough to cross. Finally there. Util finds its home. And now that bomb's gotten ever closer. You've got Techno looking for the wall bang. Snax gets the kill to Blitz. That could be big. Heavy God's got his cover. And now Mzinho's up at bat. No second kill off of him. Cave player comes out. You've got it down to the 1v1. It's Heavy God again. Can he close it? It's Techno close to it. And he gives him that jiggle. And he gives him the clutch. You stay
needed. Heavy God puts forth and carries them to a map 1 win. We said that if Ancient went the way of MongolZ, G2 could still have their chance. Left stunned by the Heavy God.
Right to the wire, that final ending, that final B push. But G2 do manage to take Ancient. Once again, similar to what happened back at ESL Pro League as well. But MongolZ, they were ready to fight for that one. And that comeback on the CT side, I believed.
I believe too, honestly. I really thought MongolZ were going to take it in regulation because they had so many good looks. They had so much pressure on the map, and G2 needed, honestly, some individual heroics to take that one home.
That's generally the story of G2, and for the resilience at the end, though, I mean, or just the toughness, the grit that was shown from G2, that push right there, like, the margins were so thin again. Like, that push towards the A site from MongolZ, Heavy God just taking only 1 bullet of damage. If he dies right there, we're in overtime right now. That's how close this one got.
Yeah, and MongolZ, they got the entry. They were in the right positions. I was talking in the green room. I think MongolZ are possibly one of the best synergistic teams out there, maybe right behind Vitality. And to recover when they know exactly where you are that early on in the round is crazy.
You guys have talked so often about the supporting cast going missing for G2. Still, MOUZ not maybe showing his best Ancient here, but Heavy God came there to help MongolZ out in a big way. And one of the key reasons, even that last kill he gets, right, in order for them to be able to take the map.
Heavy God was just so stable throughout this one. I mean, I think his B defenses in general were really assisting Snax. I mean, him and Snax actually both deserve a little bit of credit on that. But it's just that, again, like, look at how he's just getting some of these highlights by these little forward pushes, he slinks in, gets 1 kill, backs up into a safe position. Again, this is just what he's so good at. And he has such stable aim. He's so good at tracking. Like, how many wasted crosshair movements do you see in these kills? When he gets onto a target, he's not usually over flicking, he's not usually under flicking, it's just locking right on.
And how many kills does Heavy God get in that game where G2 lose a kill somewhere else on the map and Heavy God pushes in, finds that timing because he knows this is the time we need to get aggressive, bring it back. He does it every time.
Yeah, this is the consistency you're looking for, and maybe even with his roles, right? This is a bit of an overperformance, but you'll take it if you're G2 right now, given what the rest of the squad is doing. The other side of things, though, is MongolZ. He continues to do exactly what you need him to do, if not better. There's a reason why he is named the young GOAT.
Yeah, and actually I've got a round from MongolZ as well, because we know that the MongolZ like to go for A plays, so MongolZ, the A defender, is the person we really want to look at. He's kind of the guy that he elevates G2 because we saw Liquid against MongolZ. They played Ancient, Ultimate, defending from the temple area. He couldn't get the same frags that we can see MongolZ getting in a lot of these situations. That CT side without the help of MongolZ just kind of locking down the A site, it's not going to go well for them.
Yeah, I think that's round, is it round 7 at least? Or we have his highlights at the very least right now, and really, I mean, again though, gets it done with the rifle. Once he switches to the AWP, it's the reason I feel like we get so excited about MongolZ is the precision and like every single time he is presented with an opportunity, he has such a great chance to hit it. And yeah, I think we do have that round 7 coming up though.
Yeah, so we do have round 7, and the thing is, this is partially about Snax because this aggression, you're not expecting Snax to have that level of confidence, but he goes for the flank, which is extremely important because it opens up MongolZ, who goes for the aggressive play, somehow gets away with that kill. Snax picks up 1 to turn it into an unwinnable situation, and they close out the round. And we talked before, again, MongolZ like to hit A more than almost any other team out there. And when you're hitting A, what you can do on B, as Snax and Heavy God, they both push B ramp quite a few times. You can take that space on that side of the map, and you can rely on MongolZ to hit the shots to defend the site until you get there.
And at the same time, you're saying you can rely on MongolZ. There were some good moments on B where we could rely on Snax.
Dare I say it, he was a great defender today. No, honestly, he was actually great. Snax actually completely did his job. This round number 11, the defense that he had with Heavy God after the initial kill. Like, look at the movement here. Look at how jarring this is for the MongolZ. Throws out like these little jiggles at them, is able to play off of Heavy God too, kind of spamming through the smoke right there. Like, he's just such a disruptor. This is what Snax has always been good at. I will say, I think that Ancient, the way he plays the defense on this map, is probably one of the only maps where I'm just like, yeah,
okay, I gotta respect the game, man. I gotta respect it because it's multiple times. It's multiple times now in multiple games. When he played against who was it yesterday? When against M80 yesterday, he was feasting on him in cave. He was able to dance around that B pillar as well. Like, this is where he can get a little bit trickier because a lot of bomb sites, when he's anchoring them, if he's just playing around that one piece of cover, he just loses. His mechanics aren't as good as other people, but he's so crazy with what he does, and he's so in the heads of his opponents.
Yeah, you would have forgiven Snacks for getting 1 in that situation. He gets 2, and M80, to the point he was getting targeted in that game. They were trying to go after him. They were trying to take him down, and he absolutely delivered, and he did so in this game too.
Snacks is definitely a player that thrives in the chaos. He loves to be in those situations as well. You got one more round for us as well, Maui?
Yes, the T side of G2, I did not expect to see dimensions like this, okay? Because the way that MongolZ himself just pushed out into middle, that seems like it's really on him. But there's a 4-on-4 situation, and in these kind of moments, this is when we were talking about the good teamwork. We think that it's the MongolZ who are going to get the better of G2, but they actually slowed this round down. They allowed the MongolZ players to split up into a wide defense. They played to punish through the smokes, and a few of the MongolZ players, they just took some risks. And this is kind of an example of 2 things. One is the MongolZ kind of foregoing that teamwork that we really like so much about them. But on the other end, it was a G2 team that looked very concerted, very cautious, and knew that they were in an advantageous position. And it was really the onus became, and the burden became MongolZ as to what is going to happen next. They need to find some info. Let's just punish that. Let's just sit.
I think G2 played the macro in this game perfectly. They pressured mid, they pressure mid, and then MongolZ give up mid, but G2 setting up a B hit. They're on the other side. You know, you constantly have G2 kind of in the heads of MongolZ, and I really like the MongolZ defense in general, but I think G2 did a fantastic job from a macro level to actually give themselves a chance to close that one out.
Let me ask this, right? For the MongolZ, you know you've made the major. You're in a great spot, right? Everything's looking very good for you. You're guaranteed that Asia spot. Do you feel like part of this can come down to maybe who wants it some more?
I mean, this is a shot in the playoffs at this point. So I feel like I can get behind that sort of sentiment because we just saw a matchup where Navi clearly didn't want it more than Eternal Fire. Like, sometimes that kind of element does come into play, but when there is a qualification to an arena portion of an event, a playoff on an event on a line, I don't really think that VRS is really in the forefront of anybody's mind in this one.
Yeah, and I think MongolZ are a team that they beat the teams worse than them really easily. Generally, they're very regular about beating those teams, and you don't see them take the foot off the gas at any time, almost ever.
But it's very tough to see that happen. That's my diabetic alarm going off in my pocket at the same time. So on that note, I think it's probably time for a break, and I'll get myself some sugar.
Well played.
Now, G2 have been in exactly this position before. 16 days ago during ESL Pro League, they were having a chance to take down the Mongols 2-0. They won it on Ancient, better score last time around. Then it came to Dust 2. It went 10-2 first half T-side from G2. Maui cries to himself when he hears that, but it is Dust 2.
Why would I cry? I'm an impartial, objective, and unbiased analyst on this desk right here. No, this is the most memorable map of Counter-Strike that I think I watched from home this year, when Snax also hit a jumping no-scope op shot onto the guy on platform, and Senzu also, from the back of B, had like a triple no-scope sequence as G2 were trying to do a mid to B in overtime. No, this game was probably the biggest cinematic masterpiece. Not just cinema, it's a masterpiece. So anybody, I'm just hoping that this one delivers to even half the entertainment level of that one.
All the G2 fans at home are like, I was trying to forget that. I was trying to forget that ever happened. I mean, that's a 10-2 T side for G2.
Yeah.
And that's something that after that game, I'm certain MongolZ went into the lab and they were like, let's fix this. And it's gonna be a lot harder this time around.
How much harder though, right? Because that one, they had to claw their way back in. They're in the same position on the Ancient that they picked. There's got to be some confidence being knocked here.
I would say so, because Senzu played incredibly well. Some of the other Mongols weren't really just hitting those instantaneous headshots in this one. Even in the loss versus Navi, I actually felt like the players were playing a little bit better than we've seen so far today. So they got to warm up a little bit more into this game. We got to see people like Mizinho and Techno just pop off in the ways that they normally can on this map. Because, yeah, I mean, the G2 supporting cast is there. Hunter and Heavy God are pretty scary right now. They're actually playing very well, and I don't know right now, I don't know from map 1 if anybody from the Mongols other than Senzu is fully checked in.
Yeah, the thing is, we kind of took it for granted. It was, will G2 show up? We know the Mongols will show up, and it's actually been more so the opposite. I mean, MOUZ hasn't been there in full force, but everyone else on G2 has been there at their peak level. The Mongols are the ones that we have to question. Can they get the whole squad there?
Well, you're talking about the whole squad. I'm going to talk about one piece. Can anyone, even if the Mongols are playing well, stop MONiC?
No, I don't think I think the answer to that question on almost every team in the world, with the exception of maybe like ZywOo, some days Shiro, some days I guess Nico from Falcons can do it, but no, really, like, MONiC's in a class of his own when it comes to this matchup. Senzu and 910 and Mizinho, we're propping them up as rising stars. MONiC is a superstar. He's supernova. This guy can carry games just against practically any team that's not in the top 5 right now. And MongolZ, they're like a borderline top 5 team for me. I think they're like 4th. They're in that kind of 4th to 6th range, depending on how you look at it. If we want to just worry about anybody, though, not just MONiC, I think Snax has shown a lot already in map 1. He's got to do the same on map 2, because the B defense is always the target of any opponent of G2. They love running at Hunter. They love running at Snax. They got to do better, and I don't want MONiC to be the only bailout in that side.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that where MONiC just needs to quickly rotate over or focus more towards the B side?
I mean, it's tough on B. They do have MONiC go there occasionally, but the reality is Dust 2 is a nice map for operas because it's harder to get shut out, except for on the CT side, except for in that B side. On T side, whereas on Inferno, in map 3, if we get there, they can shut down the riflers. MONiC never gets into the game. On this map, MONiC is going to deliver kind of no matter what.
Do we get to a third map? Give me your gut feeling.
Yeah, we get to a third map, James.
Yeah, I'd say yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they showed, I think Navi showed a weakness to MongolZ in their game plan, and I think MongolZ went back to the drawing board. I think they're gonna fix that, and G2 are gonna struggle.
Okay, well, the desk has spoken. The players are ready. And MOUZ, he's popping open a cold one to see if he can put up some hot numbers for this game. Let's see what happens on Dust 2.
Maui Snake's tone there for a third map felt nonchalant, almost obvious that this one was going to be extended into a third map of play, but you know, Vu was convinced that MONiC was going to play good Dust 2 always this week, and I would say we've missed that mark. Tonight, with what we just saw in Ancient, why couldn't they just finish this?
G2?
Yeah.
Oh, they 100% can finish it. I think that's, again, if we look back on that game, we saw one real sloppy round from MongolZ. Amara Paz fixed it. The comeback that G2 put on was just really great CS, and I think they just kept up with MongolZ, who started off very strong. Anything goes for me here on this map. I think we've got teams, both of them, playing well right now, and small mistakes are going to dictate the outcome. But I could totally see a world where both this goes to Inferno or G2 win right now on Dust 2.
Seize the day, Snacks. Got more where the first one came from. Double kill out of him is always a good sign, especially as it opens the door for Hunter and MongolZ to just sail into the safety of sight. A little bit labored on the last one here. Blitz given a chance to the window duel too. They cool their jets for a second, and that's just going to allow Hunter to recompose. Pistol for G2, 2 of the 3 so far this series.
Yeah. What's MOUZ complaining about, man? They own pistols.
I think, you know, he's not having his best week.
Yeah.
To him, it probably feels like everything's going wrong.
Right, he's like, I got 0 kills in the pistol,
Yeah.
and therefore we lost.
MOUZ, you're 12 rounds from going to Lisbon.
Yes, that's right. Especially when Snacks can put up kills like this. I think 2 good maps from Snacks could definitely put this over the edge. A performance like we saw from Heavy God could put this over the edge. Because I think MongolZ is a guarantee. Mongols, if anything, were mega tilted after that last map.
Ouch.
I think they felt if that went to overtime, they would have had it locked up.
Yeah, surely.
Oh, okay. How many icons can you put in
No.
that kill feed?
Nope. Nope.
Don't play with me, man.
I refuse to believe what I just saw.
This guy's icon maxing.
No.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep. Yep. 69 health. Giggity giggity, how right.
That's not real.
That was a nice silent drop into mid.
I'm only thinking about the replay. See if they can just keep it tidy. Mzino's got other ideas. Trying to climb up. Hunter dodges the window play. Techno turns around to kill Snacks in the smoke. Hunter very low at the moment, so...
Another one?
2 of them. He tagged him twice.
Oh my goodness.
A no-scope headshot wallbang through smoke.
From that distance.
On a scout from MongolZ. He doesn't even flinch.
Crazy.
Bro.
Yep, it's me.
Wow. If that's not a good omen, I don't know what is. That's just going to leave you feeling like anything's possible. No scope, wallbang, headshot through smoke.
Yeah, but he didn't do it jumping, so.
Oh, what a loser. MOUZ on cleanup duty here from the catwalk. On for the ace. You want more good omens? There's another. Keeps it clean. Gonna have a better time. Yep. Pistols and conversion.
Mongol still mentally recovering after that last round lost, round 24. Heavy God 1v1 versus Techno.
Yeah, you try to put your head back on straight. MongolZ's no-scoping you and MOUZ is acing. First 3 rounds of the game.
Yeah.
Only on pistols, brother.
You can ace any round you put your mind to it, MOUZ.
Right.
Not with that
Where are those
attitude.
3K entry rounds we used to see out of him, though?
Yeah, oh, I mean, no, I mean, jokes aside, he's not been in the same groove as, say, the Shanghai run.
He's supposed to replace Nico, but he needs Nico to play like Nico.
It's the Nico effect, right? Inspired when you sit next to the best. Greatest rifler to ever do it. Let's see what the test is for the Mongols' first gun round.
Yup.
Suck on that, Blitz.
Well, MongolZ only has a scout here, so he doesn't have a third rifle. It'll have to be headshots. That's only one icon. It's only a fourth of his power.
Really no move out of that B site yet, even with these cat utilities now coming out. He sees the drop down. He's gonna switches over to the Desert Eagle. How confident. Knows Blitz is here, and Blitz, despite that grenade damage early, able to just mow down MongolZ with ease. Bomb plant, no challenge. So what, G2 just right off the scout and save for the next one. But
yeah,
gun round up
MongolZ
catwalk, completely uncontested.
Yeah, totally. And this was a round that, you know, coming off of 3 wins in a row here for G2. It's the sort of a bonus. It's a minimal loss. I mean, they get the op instantly onto MongolZ. I think it looks like they're going to save their guns too. So I guess it's whatever. Oh, Heavy got in an interesting spot though in pit.
Yeah, look at this horde moving at you, man.
Okay.
Every single player side by side. The Mongols run them down, so they'll deny a rifle. 2 M4s and an MP9. Absolutely freebie of a round here for the Mongols. Could not have been any easier.
Mm-hmm. That was low violence mode.
Fuck!
Ooh.
He didn't know no one was coming to help him at all.
It's the deepest I've ever heard his voice.
Yeah.
Wanted that flawless run to Lisbon. 4th round of the game belongs to the Mongols. Bad incendiary. Starting to see some cracks here in G2. This looks more like it. MongolZ on a forward position so that he can try to gun him down on the approach, but he'll be denied his preferred spot. Juggles nades to the corner. Zeno's in there, thinking like he wants to go for a duel. Smoke will deter him for the time being, and again, there's just no pressure on this mid play. Mongols.
They're just waiting for a mid B and like not even getting any vision back. The only thing that's changed between this round and the last is the ops. Seems excessive. They've got the op in B and 2 extra riflers, no info at all.
It's the same
and
setup.
if it goes A, it's like, oh, what's going to happen? But the bomb is in the door. So it looks like a fake to the B split. They're going to Freiburg drop into this split. That's where the 3 players might pay off.
Snax misses his chance to strike down Techno. Malb's going to keep his head tucked down. Frag grenade pops on the doorway. Bullets sail by. Snax turns, gets the first, and then Malb shaves one off. And it's buying time for everybody else to just come running over. MongolZ into the CT spawn, still smoked out temporarily. Hunter hangs on. And this B bomb site just kernels up in success. You've got Techno holding mid.
What?
Oh, and Blitz, it's just on Snax. Down to 6 seconds. Oh, they miss him. He's in the corner and he dies. How do they recover that?
Oh, they dropped it at CT right into Techno, spraying him down. Malbs thought this round was done, went for the extra fight. Everybody died rotating after Snax hit that shot. Wow.
2v4.
Well, that's one way to rotate.
Wow, Blitz actually gets through it. Snax put in his work, killed the tunnels player. Just a matter of holding them outside of that bomb site for
he got tunnels
mere seconds
and window,
more.
And Malb's got one in the door.
Yeah, it's Hunter who goes down empty-handed, I think. Oh no, Snax, Malbs, and Hunter all got one.
Honestly, back to the scout.
Malbs trying to play forward. This SMG works out for the opening kill. Then gets damage on Techno.
Oh, and MongolZ got his?
Okay. Okay.
Whoa.
That's the bomb down in Suicide.
Good timing.
Lower tunnel player never sees that one coming. There is another gun to be grabbed.
They can't reclaim tunnels with this position, right? So they're going to walk up Cat.
G2 trying to rinse the Mongols with an MP9 and Scout, but, you know, there is that killer instinct from him. That willingness to fight has clearly been evident, whether that loses them the B bomb site or in this case brings it back. Ooh, he recovers the duel with Hunter at the cost of 85 health. MongolZ looking for that second player now, finds him with bomb on the elbow. And the flash out from the cross means Blitz is coming to help out, creating space for the bomb plant with a guarantee.
It's the great part about dropping. You just get back up so easily here. Interesting post-plant situation. One chance gone.
So 2v5, now potentially a 2v4. Xenio just trying to dance close with the Scout. Get those shots still whizzing out. Heavy God's Desert Eagle connects to it, and now what's Blitz gonna do about stopping this bomb? He won't. Snacks turns over, G2. They make it happen into tunnels with conviction. And you see that poor soul down in lower looking the wrong direction because MongolZ sets up another killer Scout shot.
Absolutely, and that's on 910 opping. Great use of the weaker guns here. Excellent shot from MongolZ, and yeah, again, an excellent CT side here from G2 in terms of activity options. Exploring every avenue. Double tunnels push to support MOUZ. That's exactly what you want to do on these rounds where you have less to work with. Because if you set up one tactic, you get one kill, that's just not enough. Map control, you need to make it a 5v3 when you can, so two ideas at once there.
We've been talking about Senzu and how his only struggles seem to be happening on stage, but right here, right now, with playoffs on the line, 0-5 is his start, and he has been the opening death 4 rounds of the 6.
And he was excellent in the beginning of Ancient. Things have really fallen apart for him.
Burn back MOUZ. This time that 2-player Cat setup. Careful those snacks. Yeah, gives a sliver over to 910. Hunter's able to cut off Techno. Knows the next one's an Opper. Doesn't know how many more could be behind him. Only one confirmed, and Hunter's able to reposition. There's no, like, over-scramble yet from G2.
That's perfect right there. Right into the smoke. There's no way to really clear him easily. Pushes them back to MongolZ. That's what they want. It's not a terrible spot for the Mongols, though. They've still got lots of time.
That opening clash kind of fizzles out for both ends. No further deaths.
He kind of wants to just go right back to it, and that's obviously a good idea.
CT smoke body blocked by MOUZ. I'll make it comfortable to play behind it. 910. Ooh.
And Hunter's moved into a spot that might be unlikely to be cleared. He was obviously over a car and looking pretty scared. He took a risk by going into tunnel. Let's see if they look at him.
You got MOUZ to draw attention. That's one player at least to look. Blitz getting tagged as he tries to clear the corner. Will do it successfully. Utility landing on MOUZ. His teammates thriving elsewhere. He will find a connection before burning out. And with 30 health, Blitz is looking for the kills. They line up. My God. Goes out for the swing to just try to topple both. Instead, G2 take 5.
Narrow victory, but 5. That's the important part here.
I can drop here. What you want?
Scary moment when they exit the tunnels. But Hunter's done a great job. I mean, even though he dies after this happens, it's MOUZ who rotates over to help him. They're drawing attention for each other.
This is some of the biggest sighs of relief.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, G2 are in the thick of it right now. Again, the ramifications of this map. Beat the Mongols here and now. Not only are you back into a playoffs, you've denied one of the mainstays so far in 2025, and you secure 50 VRS points.
as you're on the brink of that cutoff. Big opportunity tonight for G2 in a week where they've shown weakness. Stepping it up. And with this kind of a buy, the Mongols not able to puncture the defense. MongolZ strikes down the AK. It exchanges hands. It's the Desert Eagle to get the first kill out for MongolZ. 910 just sulks away for a second. He's having second thoughts. Thinks maybe he can find somebody out here, but ultimately has to just concede it. Techno will walk out middle to no resistance. Hunter, if he's not careful, will be back exposed, but they don't follow through. They smoke it and then double up in tunnels.
Let's see if Hunter goes over to try to help out Snax. He's solo right now watching mid. And the tunnels. Careful not to have your back turned. Oh, somehow he gets away.
So lucky to be alive. 50 health on Snax. He would have preferred them not get into this bomb site, but it'll have to be the retake then. He's gonna lay fire on top of the planter. That makes it awkward, and the fire spreads. So all
Nicely
good.
done.
Snax about 2 seconds behind the idea. Wanted to just lay down util to prevent the exit. MongolZ a step ahead of him, but at least he survived. And the number is strong for the retake. 6-2 lead.
Looked like he was about to throw utility to mid, maybe if his teammate could get over to him a little bit more easily. Hunter was very committed to the A site, so great shots in for MongolZ. Second one really covers his teammate in CT spawn. And Senzu, it's that coveted 0 and 7.
We had a 0-7 start from MongolZ earlier this week that felt
only the best.
Otherworldly. Yeah. Not a common Senzu sight off stage. Here we are, trying to get on it. Honestly, missed chance. He's got teammates already pressing up. Little drive-by from Hunter. And MOUZ was able to collect a kill from top middle. 910 not fast enough.
Hunter helped out. That's 2 for him.
MongolZ down, and he banks on his teammates. MOUZ thinking about coming back, but better be careful with grenades in hand. You've got a player creeping up.
His guard is down right now. No gun out. Ugh.
And Xeno's just gonna walk in, take his head clean off, and open the door for that bomb plant. 910 chucks it over so that Xeno can plant for him. That'll let him lean back towards Catwalk, where we're gonna get Hunter and Snax climbing up. Can they do it at the same time?
I got a nade coming in for 910. Oh, a flash actually.
Yeah, to try to get him over, but Hunter's gonna find his opponent with full vision. 910 tries to reposition, misses a second chance, and that'll be Snax to flush him off. Now the long kill, doesn't come through, but Snax looks for the clutch. Oh, and he hits it! Just shaves the head off by sliding that shot around the corner.
Dude, those are the mechanics you want to see, Snax.
Not his first clutch in the last couple days, putting it forth when it matters.
Yeah, he had a game winner back on Inferno versus M80 as well.
Toying with 910.
Just dipping and dodging every op shot, causing hell for 910.
MOUZ gonna be thankful for that one.
Yep. Looks like G2 have it all right now.
Snax 8 and 4. And we get this uptick in performance out of MOUZ, which I feel like everybody's kind of been waiting for this week. And Ancient was another instance where it wasn't where he wants to be, nor where we've seen him before. Sky's the limit. He's felt a bit grounded as of late. Not tonight. Not Dust 2. 12 and 5.
That looked good. Might have looked good for both of them. 910 needed it more, though.
Half of Techno naded off.
Mongols are finding it hard to be creative here on Dust 2. Getting a lot of the times just getting up to Xbox. Trying to walk into these cat execs. One of the 2 rounds they won was that mid B. I mean, how often are you going to get a round like that? dude, you can hit them so much farther now with your body. Like,
really thick forehead.
That MOUZ is stubborn.
Here comes another one. Tries to block that, but he better be careful. They're already up on this. Hunter. That's a sudden surprise, but a good amount of spam damage through it. Hunter on cleanup duty. Oh! Triple kills clean. MongolZ finds the fourth one out from middle, and Snax locks in that one trailing player out of tunnels. G2 clearly pulling ahead now.
Tip of the hat to Hunter for that one, man. That was beautiful. Also, MOUZ's damage helped out to make that transfer look even prettier. Second player tag low, third one, all him.
Put a few more bullets in that gun. He's shooting for the fourth. Hunter and MOUZ, 12 and 5 both now. Dude. Topping the charts for a G2 on fire.
MongolZ have absolutely vanished. I mean, this Ancient was 5-1. Feels like they haven't won a round since. Only they made that comeback to overtime. The mood might be different.
Yeah, one round away. Senzu is nowhere to be found. Still 0 kills into this game. At the very least here for the MongolZ, they've been allowed to group up on the cat. 5 players strong to charge out at MOUZ. He's going to get a bit of damage in, but not as much as he would like, and they forfeit that bomb site, going into the double long control instead. Heavy God makes sure nobody comes out from the doorway. That opens up MongolZ to just kind of scour over top, but nobody's going to show him any skin. Leaning into the cat after plant, we've got Hunter. Oof, I was going to say exposed to the climb up here of Blitz. This time he's not going to get away. He loves that drop down. This time, it's going to cost him. Start to seal them peeling ever so slightly backwards. A wall bang lets you know MongolZ is coming for you as you try to tuck back into your cover. It is a kill feed full of G2 success. Again, they come in with a retake.
Who are these guys right now, man? What a retake. Thought it was just one small error from Blitz missing his jump to get back up on the cat. And a 10th death, 8 ADR.
I really hope that's a typo. It's not. 0 and 10.
Nice, boys! Nice!
And they're going to fight for long. 9-10 comes out on top of it. Here we go. Final attempt.
All right.
And Blitz will double down. A bit of redirection. I feel like there's been a lack of long in the playbook. And the MongolZ wait until the final chance to send it. MongolZ, hold on. He's now got himself up here because those 2 kills
they threw
slowed down the
smoke.
cross. You've got another couple players still to kill, but MongolZ knows that they're separated for the time being. Concerned about the mid walkout, not the case.
Senzu.
Molly burns. Senzu still without a
kill.
Down all half long. Leave it to Techno to stop MongolZ in his tracks, but it's still a 9-round half from G2. We asked earlier, where are the MongolZ? And they nearly turned around Ancient. It's a tall order here on Dust 2. well, well. Who would have believed it? 9-3 lead for G2 over top of the Mongols. Everybody on the roster starting to piece it together when it absolutely matters to deny the Mongols another playoffs. And a hell of an attempt in the final round of that half. A damn near clutch from MongolZ.
Yeah, just one slight miss right there.
You got Snacks on 11 frags, MongolZ 11 frags, Hunter
and the weakness,
and MOUZ 14 and 12.
The weakness would have been the Hunter Snacks duo inside of B. That's like the thing about Dust 2. That's the weakest for G2. But like Snacks, 2 good maps in a row. Him and Hunter both delivered big time. Ancient looked good for them as well. And there we have it. This is what it looks like when MongolZ has a team.
Senzu absolutely fell apart.
That's true.
I don't think there's any other way to put it.
He's still technically in free fall.
A killless
Gotta
half.
stop that now.
God forbid it's a killless map. Sit back, Plaque, he burns out.
Oh.
G2 have been able to
The nightmare continues.
Majority pistols. 2 of the 3 in the series so far. Looking for another one here, but they will be caught with some resistance as they try to push it up that catwalk. Hunter, ooh, clip by Mzinho. You get that bomb coming back towards middle, looking to join up with MOUZ maybe, hoping that maybe CT's pushed towards them through doors, but Mzinho just leaves, stomps his way back to spawn. MOUZ gets shaved down to half health. Snacks is going to challenge the cross. Sticks around in the open, takes this duel. Bit of confidence here between him and Heavy God. Bomb gets chucked over. Now it will be planted uncontested, no doubt. MOUZ is already getting up the catwalk. And everything that's left here of the Mongols to deny G2 double digits has to come in from Cat with no kit.
Oh, look how committed they are to holding this on long. Blitz is going to have a tough time getting out.
Heavy God hears this coming. He's got Snacks to work with. Same 2 players that got it going on the cross. Can Snacks return it? Absolutely.
Be sharp right now, man.
12 and 5, and as 9-10 gets closer, MOUZ is going to lay him down. 10 rounds for G2, 3 from the win, and still a killless map for Senzu.
Yeah, man, that's brutal. MOUZ complained about not winning a pistol after losing 1. Haven't lost 1 since.
Situation's getting bleak here for the Mongols.
I mean, it's just got to be a mental thing at this point, right? It's one thing for G2 to win, but it's another for Mongols to totally fall apart. That's just not one of the things I thought we could see G2 fall apart today. Get crushed under the weight of the Mongols' presence and them really flex what they showed versus Navi and some of their resilience, but no. Even they're fallible.
Making small mistakes here as well. Caught out by the timing. It's good damage on 2. Mongols trying to keep their heads down, but bodies dropping around him. 9-10 pops back up. Can't manage a second. Heavy God coming in, getting his chance to shine because this is a G2 that's based on a team, not just a star.
Oh, Senzu got one.
His first.
Maybe 2 more.
From 1 frag to a 1v3 clutch. That's what's asked of him. Too much demanded. 11 for G2. And with that force buy coming out of the defense, there's not much in this next round for them. How dire does this feel?
Yeah, man. When are the Mara attack pauses coming in? That's what's helped instantly when things are going south over on Ancient. I can't recall when that happened on Dust 2 so far. It feels like it's been a relatively tackless map. Who knows?
They'll just keep forcing. It's all they can do.
It's running it down.
Yeah, I mean, this is G2 with open runway.
Feels like they're resigning right now, man. This is overwhelming presence from G2. They understood the assignment. They're here for playoffs.
Been some rough days for them, particularly that first one from MongolZ. What an oddity it was to see him struggle back-to-back maps to get going early. In order to defeat M80, he went absolute God mode. It was so impressive on an individual level that the conversation coming into this game versus Mongols was that even if he did that again, it wouldn't be enough. He needed his team to deliver. And that is exactly what we got. The formula in place for G2 this evening. When push comes to shove, the team steps up. 9-10 and Senzu not destined for this one. 9 map and match points.
Man, sometimes you don't want to call it too soon. Sometimes you see comebacks happen. But I need to see the team kind of in it right now, and like we're just not seeing that. They might let this one play out. I'm not sure. You don't see the Mongols communicate too much. It's hard to get a read on sort of like where they feel mentally, but they still show up no matter how they look. But this game, man, it's just like they don't believe it right now.
It just feels too far gone. I mean, you're 2 stars, Senzu and 9-10.
Right.
Not enough. Blitz steps up from his performance over on Ancient where things were getting weird. Justified map pick from G2.
Oh, he dodged those.
And again, I'm not the most superstitious, but when MongolZ got that no-scope wallbang through smoke headshot, followed by the MOUZ ace, you couldn't help but feel like there had been a change, a shift in the fabric for G2 for the blast open Lisbon.
Oh, Techno could get opt right here. He seems vaguely aware that there could be someone who has gone to the right side. Yeah.
MongolZ in the zone as he collects his 12th kill of the map. You've got Senzu hiding behind the car. Doubles his kill with that one, trying to hold them all back. There it is.
Here he is.
Better late than never, I suppose. And he's going to continue on. Quad kill from Senzu. All map long, a single frag. 4 of them in the 16th round.
With a FAMAS, no less, versus this full-on attack. And Snax, who barely got away from the HEs outside of long, will now rotate.
What if omens go both ways?
Maybe. I'm down. You got nothing else. It's an early night tonight, okay? We got nothing else to do. Mongols this night decides Lisbon. Like how your life could change drastically. What if they won Lisbon?
What if?
What if they won Lisbon? That's what you got to tell yourself. MR12 comebacks are impressive, but they're much easier than the MR15s. Now, every time we see someone make a comeback, it's 1 foot in front of the other. That's all they have to say.
Senzu gets this ace. I'll give it a
Here we go. Oh my God, he aced after getting 1 kill in the first half.
That's
never seen before. That's got to be a world's first.
That's CS.
That's CS.
That's CS. That's
yeah,
Counter-Strike.
that's CS. I think that's a great way to look at it.
You can do it here. This game is designed around that possibility. 1 kill for 15 rounds of play and an ace that stops G2 for a moment.
About 5 minutes ago, he had 8 ADR. Never give up.
It's enough to get him online, but is it enough to get the team back?
That's so unfortunate. If he killed Snax, MongolZ could not hit that shot. He would have been falling. And instead, it's a leg shot and his death.
Lady Luck has not graced the Mongols at times tonight. This round could be another instance of it. Heavy got into the doorway, fully blind. Mazinho. The team play has been killer from G2. And that is not something we've been able to say this week, but it's sure as hell something we can say tonight. Snax has stepped up in 2 back-to-back maps individually. Each individual has had their moment. Senzu and Blitz, all that remains to hold back. It's a 2v5 demanded of them. The guy who only had 1 kill in 15 rounds has to be a part of a critical chance to hold back G2. Because the Mongols, they have upended our expectations, not only becoming the best of Asia to ever do it, but also 6 consecutive playoff runs. And for that to get cut short by G2, after they felt like a mainstay, a guarantee even, this one comes crumbling down all around them. Blitz is gonna try to run him down, and MongolZ's gonna end this. A triple for the kid, as G2 can take a sigh of relief and a hoorah of celebration. Finally, doing it in convincing style. Is it enough to send a message down the rest of the pack? That's the question, because everybody else heading into these playoffs looks so damn good. Regardless of what comes next from G2, bask in the glory of tonight's win.
And this win was an important one. This one wasn't just for qualification, it was for a lot more, to show up and to bounce back in a way that wasn't expected from this G2, especially against the Mongols, who most people had massively favored in this series.
I definitely thought the Mongols were going to bounce back after that map 1. They played themselves, well, they kind of actually played themselves out of it, but either way, they were putting up a good fight. But map number 2, completely different story. G2 just completely snuffed them out. The B defenses were on point. Snacks and Hunter actually looked really solid after a very tumultuous embedding period for them both. I feel like they really stood the test on that side.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more you can say. That's exactly what you want out of G2, every single player.
And every single player also includes Snacks, joining us here on the desk. Snacks, you did it. You made it to playoffs, and you did it in style. You'll be off to Lisboners now. What do you want to say?
I mean, we played good CS today, so I'm happy, obviously.
Anything you want to say to Maui?
No, I don't.
Maui, you wanna apologize at all?
I mean, I think you played great. I honestly think you played great. You know, some days I can say safely that it's a tough road for you. The side holds are hard, but this time on Ancient, this time on Dust 2, you stepped up individually. So, what went into that? Because it was tough for you on CT sides in like a few months ago, but today was crazy good.
To be honest, I don't know. Now I play like shit in T-side and I play better in CT. I don't know what's the case, you know. That's
All right.
I mean, I don't know actually. Like I feel like maybe I got my confidence a little bit back and I trying to play a little bit my style, you know, but not too much. So sometimes to go through smoke, sometimes to do something. I feel like I have a little bit more freedom in the things I want to do. And, you know, I think that's all. Like, I don't have a specific reason, you know. If I would know, I would be top 1 in the world, you know.
When you say this, though, right, you say a bit more your style. I still feel like you sometimes just thrive in chaos. You enjoy these moments, right, Snacks?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, it was always like my kind of style of the game. I always liked the chaos, especially when we were doing it VP long time ago. Virtus.pro, you know, rushing and everything. Sometimes I'm putting it on T-side as well when we have a good score. Maybe sometimes as in a bad score as well, but you know, I just like it, you know. And I think like just today we just show like good CS. The comps were good. We had clean TeamSpeak. We had the problems with that, like especially on the matches, the official ones. It felt like today we just showed like how we were playing on practice. Like when we were like talking about that, when Nema spoke about that, you know, in some interview, it feels like today we just play our game on the same as on the practice. So I'm just happy that finally we could see a little bit of the brink how we can actually play.
Yeah, you guys have had some struggles on T side and CT side. Hunter in his interview said one event we're good on T, one event we're good on CT. Do you feel like you've stabilized a little bit in that regard?
I feel like now we are more open in CT side what we are doing, and I think we are not pointing out the mistakes we are doing, because like every team is doing whenever you watch the matches, like you can see clearly that everyone can sometimes just make a mistake, you know. I feel like on T side today, let's say on Ancient, we had a lot of good runs as well. Let's say we put Mario in window, he had a good opportunity to kill B guy. Later I think even that we are coming back to A, they rotate, we had a kill on Banana, and I feel like this run we could have won. And as well the run when they kill us with MP9 on the elbow, you know, when they pushed, I said, guys, let's play slow. They probably have bad guns. They will push something, and then 15 seconds in the round, and I see two of my guys are dead. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's sometimes like this, you know, but we even were scared about like last round that they know that we coming B because they spot me. I ran with the most obvious fake ever to the doors, but hopefully it will work, you know, so.
What do you think? So last time you played the Mongols, you guys had that huge lead. You guys lost it in a really tight overtime game. How do you look back at a game, and what do you say in terms of like in the footage?
I would say the most like reason that we could like overtake it is the confidence. Like I mean, obviously we had the confidence when we were winning like 12-3 or something last time on Dust 2. This time we started from City, so it was a little bit easier. Last time it was T-side. I feel like the confidence, and even when we are losing on Ancient some runs, like we knew that it was like okay, kind of style of playing, you know, and the runs were not that bad, and we knew that as well it's only one round, and if we go together and we just trade good like usually we can do, then we can just win the run. Yeah, and
you know, we've heard a lot from like, I guess like different comms on different things about what Taz brings. So I feel like nobody really is sure yet how he is contributing. But in your opinion, what is he bringing to you guys?
I wouldn't say like I don't want to spill everything. Obviously, I mean like he's for sure like hard worker, and he put a lot of like new stuff or new util or new like if it comes like to pre-game. Yeah, he's really hard work. Like he's really hard working. He's watching a lot. He's like putting the new like setups or something for us. Like it really helps because we can focus like on this part like from his side, you know, and then on the like. Let's say on the pauses, I feel like whenever he do pause in T-set, he comes to the plan like I kind of prepared before, and he's like reminding me and like telling me, okay, guys, you played good, but we should maybe focus better on trading, like usual stuff. I mean, like I'm happy what Tas is doing, and even when sometimes he has the pause when he's saying, guys, we're playing good, but we are losing the runs. Sometimes it's like this in CS, and I feel like whenever you're gonna get the comms from other coaches, you will see the same with Zonic. I don't think so. It's normal. Like we put like one pause from him, you know, on the match, and now people are hating him, and it's like it's one pause of 1,000, you know. Maybe once you're gonna struggle, you know. It's this game, you know. It can be stressful for you, you know. And this time he didn't have a plan, and maybe some of the tournaments before he was doing insane calls and he was winning because of this, like major, for example. But people are gonna hate like this, so you know, I don't care. Like they can hate. I think like Danny shouldn't care as well.
Let me get one extra question in here. I don't know if you're aware of this. There's a clip of MongolZ, his comms. It's T-side Inferno. He's telling everyone, hey, I heard sounds on Banana. I came back top mid. Whether or not you're aware of that, I'm interested in how MongolZ actually has impact on the rounds in terms of his calling. You know, can you expand on him as more than a player?
Maybe I can like tell you like how I see it. Like so, for example, when I'm calling like the map, yeah, I'm mostly like in the middle. On Inferno, I'm more like a supporter, so I don't have like this more information in the front. But then, like for me, we have like bosses of the position. You know, left side, right side. If they call something that they see the gap or something, obviously I let them to call it. If I see, if I'm thinking like maybe it's not the best, I'm gonna cancel. But I like, guys, let's be honest. You know, if you have Ilya and he calling something, I don't want to cancel. You know? So even today, he said to me he's want to fight with the scout on mid. I said, last time I let you, you died. If you're gonna die today, I'm not gonna let you ever again. You know?
What's it like for you to be in this position now, though, where you're starting to see some development, but it's been very hard, obviously, losing Nico, getting to another playoffs. Obviously, EPL was a good start for you guys, but doing here at Lisbon, where it's been very tough for you guys. Are you proud of the development you're seeing?
Yeah, I'm proud.
Yeah? That's it?
That's it.
You know what? I'll give you another thing you can be proud of, right? I had this confirmed, and you have now, with this win, knocked Falcons out. You'll be going to stage 3 for the major as well. That must be something you can be proud of.
Easy.
Just easy, that's it.
Yeah.
But the work's not done yet.
I mean,
right?
obviously, I'm like happy on our side that we get the better stage, but also sad about Nico. I love this guy. He's really great player and a human being in the here in the scene, and I really always like wish him the best, you know, in the game.
Well, thank you very much for your words there, Snacks. Congratulations on making it to Lisbon and also what it means for the major as well, man.
Thank you.
Oh. It is very hot in here, yes. It's not just hot while you're playing, it's hot in the studio as well. He knows this. And the implications of this game, I said about who wants it more, right? For G2, this is a huge one. They've pushed Falcons down to stage 2. They jump up 2 places just from this win against MongolZ because of how far MongolZ were ahead. I had it confirmed by HLTV. I was checking my phone while I was there. We got the information. We put it out for everyone. And, well, what a way.
I mean, that's a fantastic win then for G2. Obviously, even more on the line than just qualifying for the playoffs. This is a G2 that now is going to be deep in the major, regardless of anything that really happens for the rest of Lisbon. And so for them, not only though are they going to get there, but even just in the short term, in the micro, they played fantastic CS today. Okay, I mean, I've had my criticisms of G2, everybody is aware of that, but Snacks played so well. Hunter has been frying people at this event. Heavy God looks like he's actually figuring out what his limits are as an anchor and when he should be taking risks, when he should be playing back. Everybody's falling into place. I think the one last key for them is if MOUZ can unlock just a little bit more, this team is going to be competing with those elite 4, like the MOUZs, the Spirits, the who's number 1 right now? Vitality's, for example, because they obviously have the firepower. They just need to get on page with everybody at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of what they say about improving, right? It's slowly and then all at once. And if we have everyone else on G2 that's found a level of consistency, we have Snacks fragging out, we have Hunter hitting a level we haven't seen in years. If we can get MOUZ to his peak, then they absolutely will be in the top 3 discussion.
Now, I have to look at this, right? Because for the Mongols, this is going to be a loss that hurts them. Not just because it's a loss here, but it's also the end of their playoff streak. They had been making playoff after playoff. Well, this would have been 5 right now if they made this one?
Would have been 5, yeah.
So it ends at 4, and they've been doing it at elite events. But it's the way they lost here, which is going to hurt, I think.
You're not going to be too ashamed of the Navi loss when they were still in the upper bracket, but to defeat Liquid so easily, that was such a comfortable win. And then to lose to G2 and really, in my eyes, get blown out on map 2. That was never competitive at all. That is going to sting for them. I know that Mara is going to probably have to grab these guys by the neck and be a little bit like, not in a violent way. The way
be careful now.
We've just been handling your dog, and so you kind of like do stuff like that with pets. Okay, not in a choking way. Why am I over-explaining this one? I'm making it worse. You know what I mean, right?
You now just said you choke.
No, not like a choking way. I said not like a choking way.
In a lovely way.
In a way where it's like, you know, you grab the little, like the scruff of like a cat on the back of the neck.
So
yeah,
Vu could do this to you right now.
Snacks could have done it. Snacks could have done it to me.
Hey, Snacks was incredibly nice to you, though.
He was nice. He gave a fist bump at the end.
No.
It was off camera, though, so nobody saw that. Nobody will believe it.
I thought it would have been funny if he didn't.
Denied the...
Yeah, he just denied it.
Fist bumps me and Vu, but not you.
Yeah.
It's a height thing, really, that he's against. That's probably the craziest desk height we've had. He's taller than Vu and me.
That's actually... No way. Is he taller than you?
Yeah, he's taller than Vu.
How tall is it?
Bigger than you.
He looked my height. He looked my height.
Okay, he has hair. I guess that's probably the only difference in this.
Yeah. You don't, when you're this tall, you don't think about heights until you see someone as tall as you, and then you're like, damn, that guy's tall.
Did you think that was Snacks?
Yeah.
See, there you go. That's what it's all about. Let's get ourselves looking at some of the brackets, though. As we have ended our groups, we'll start by looking at B, as that is the most relevant one because we just saw it go down. Many people pegged MongolZ as a sure thing for going through to the playoffs. Instead, it was G2 that snatched it away.
4 playoffs in a row for the MongolZ, couldn't make it 5. And G2, on the other hand, able to secure themselves a position in very convincing fashion. On the other hand, Eternal Fire and Navi also thought they were going to be probably making it through, but I mean, man, I'm simply just impressed with G2. That's still just like fresh on my mind.
Yeah, G2 is just so, I mean, we can say MongolZ didn't show up to their normal level, but even if they did, that's G2 at a level we haven't seen in a long time.
That's a level they want to hold going into the playoffs as well. We'll take a look at bracket A at the same time to remind you of how things went down earlier today. And I guess with this group, even though it was the group of death, right? There was so many good teams, just heavy hitter after heavy hitter. It's kind of what we expected, I guess, other than the phase fallout.
I mean, they lost to Spirit, so I'm not too upset about it, but they
lost the VP.
Yeah, that's where it hurt. Okay, just ignore the upper bracket there. But in terms of the 3 teams that qualified, it is the big 3, arguably the best 3 teams in the world.
Yeah, and that Spirit qualification in the lower bracket, that's why we were concerned about Navi when they might have not taken it completely to the highest level against Eternal Fire. Now they're going to play against Spirit. Now they're going to have to beat that team.
Well, let's take a look at our playoff bracket now as well, because this is what we're set up for Lisbon in this amazing arena. What it will be looking like. Our opening quarterfinal games will be MOUZ taking on G2, then Navi versus Spirit, which has delivered again and again. But in the arena last time in Katowice, it was Spirit all the way.
My gosh, I can't believe I see G2 on that side of the bracket, and I'm like, if they are powering up, MOUZ and Eternal Fire need to worry. That is not, those aren't as given as it might look, even though MOUZ has looked so competent in group stages, and even though Eternal Fire also has their own playoff streak right now, this G2 team is probably going to be a little bit more worrying because they're so hard to game plan against.
Yeah, I mean, that's a MOUZ team that pushed Vitality the distance. Not many teams can really say that about themselves, but G2, I mean, I can't get over how good they look today. I didn't expect that much.
You gonna start some G2 glazing, boys?
Start? We're well into it.
Okay.
Can we move away from the term glazing for a second here? Let's just...
Don't want to push that far?
I might give them some compliments. I'm not gonna glaze them. Not gonna glaze.
They're so good.
That's
glazing?
It's more than that.
Yeah, you need to go a little bit further.
Yeah, a little bit further. Yeah. They're improving. They're improving.
They are improving, and we'll see how much they can improve when we get to the playoffs. We are done here. It's been fantastic. Final words, Vu, because we won't see you again.
Good luck in the playoffs. This was a great event, great teams, and I'm glad we got such a great competitive playoff bracket.
And I'm so glad that we got you back, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we see him. Maui, what are you going to be doing before we get to playoffs? Enjoying Lisbon?
Dude, I got a whole Google map ready of places to eat at. You know what it is.
Maui is always ready. Make sure you're following him on Instagram for all the pics he's going to put up of the food. He's got his Maui food reviews non-stop, and I'll just be chilling. See you guys later.